Chapter 1, 60:89. The scoreboard illuminated the gym, the bright numbers almost blinding. The ongoing contest was the sixth game of the 2008 NBA Finals between the Boston Celtics and the Los Angeles Lakers. In the first 5 games, the cumulative score stood at 3-2 in favor of the Celtics. The sixth game had shifted to the Celtics' home ground, the TD Garden. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 29 points. Such a significant deficit rendered the outcome of the match all but certain. It seemed merely a matter of time before the Celtics would claim the championship title for the season. The audience had already begun to celebrate this impending, effortless victory. Soon, they would witness the Celtics lift the 17th championship trophy in the franchise's Historia Trophy they had awaited for a full 15 years. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding the venue, the Lakers' bench was steeped in despair and negativity. All the players sat in silence, their spirits visibly dampened. They all understood that overcoming a 29-point deficit in the final quarter was an insurmountable challenge. The team's star player, Kobe Bryant, occupied the second-to-last seat on the bench, gasping for breath, his body trembling, his expression cold, with slightly reddened eyes. A surge of anger and frustration coursed through him. The dream of a championship would shatter once more. This was the most agonizing moment of his professional career. Seated in the last spot on the bench was a Chinese player, who glanced at the glaring score and felt Kobe's anguish, left only with a bitter smile. His name was Jiang Chen, a time traveler and an ardent NBA fan. Just days prior, he had stood up against a superior who was harassing a female subordinate. Ironically, that very subordinate had turned the tables and started a relationship with the superior. Consequently, Jiang Chen was mercilessly dismissed from his job. Feeling dejected, he had spent the night playing NBA games at home, only to fall asleep mid-game, and upon awakening, found himself reborn as a Chinese bench player for the Lakers. Coincidentally, the original host also bore the name Jiang Chen. Through the memories of the original host, he learned that the Lakers had signed him to a short contract worth merely $450,000 for the year. This meant that once the season concluded, the Lakers might not offer him a renewal, and without proving his worth, he would struggle to remain in the NBA. As an undrafted player, his skills were rudimentary. Although his physical attributes were among the best for a Chinese, they still fell short in the face of the NBA's competitive intensity. His only notable ability was a talent for shooting three-pointers. However, even this skill had failed to manifest in the NBA, resulting in his disqualification from games and a season spent languishing on the bench. Yet, this did not quench the original host's fighting spirit. He had trained relentlessly throughout the season, ultimately leading to his untimely demise, which granted Jiang Chen the opportunity to traverse into this world. Alas, the gap in talent is insurmountable even with tireless effort. I still couldn't seize a chance to play, Jiang Chen murmured, lamenting the original host's fate. However, for Jiang Chen, the prospect of playing in the NBA had become less significant. He was acutely aware of the trajectory of global economic development over the next decade, akin to possessing a pair of X-ray glasses. Upon returning to his homeland, he could easily abandon basketball for a career in business. Becoming a billionaire would be merely a matter of time. This was not to say that Jiang Chen lacked affection for basketball in his previous life. He had been an enthusiastic fan, but his abilities had not allowed him to excel. One must learn to accept reality and identify their strengths. Undoubtedly, in this life, Jiang Chen was adept at making money. "Jiang, the coach is calling you," a teammate suddenly remarked coldly, casting a sharp glance at Jiang Chen. Daydreaming during the finals? This Chinese player was truly disappointing. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, noticing that Kobe, Pau Gasol, and the other key players were exiting the court. He glanced at the scoreboard, observing the gap had widened to 33 points. He looked towards Phil Jackson, who pointed at him, confirming he was indeed being summoned, and hurried onto the court. It seemed he was being brought in for garbage time. It made sense players like him, mere substitutes, only had the privilege of stepping onto the court during such moments. As Jiang Chen ascended the court, a chilling voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully entered the game, activating the black basket system." Ding! Successfully bound to the Black Basket system, issuing new player rewards. Would you like to accept? Taken aback by the unexpected announcement, Jiang Chen was momentarily bewildered. This system had arrived without warning. It appeared his dreams of business ventures were dashed. With the system, he could dominate the NBA. The moon and Sixpence could now chase the moon. What is the Black Basket system? Jiang Chen inquired, puzzled. It is a basketball system inspired by the anime Kuroko's basketball, the system replied. Jiang Chen stood agape before a wave of elation washed over him. This system was undeniably extraordinary. Having watched the anime in his previous life, he knew just how formidable the characters were. Each character possessed skills that bordered on the supernatural. Claimed rewards. Jiang Chen declared without hesitation. The Vanish Pass of Tetsuya Kuroko, the Meteor Dunk of Daiki Amin, the imitative prowess of Ryota Kai's, the unorthodox shooting style of Akashi Sejiro, and more. These characters and their skills flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, heightening his anticipation for the system's rewards. Subsequently, he felt a luminous screen materialize in his consciousness, revealing a myriad of information. System, Black Basket System. Host, Jiang Chen. Height, 201 centimeters. Weight, 98 kilograms. Overall physique, 79. Skills, none. Items, Amin Daiki's physical talent perfect level, Tsugawa Tomoki's strongest wall advanced Amin Daiki's basketball skill experience card, including super speed dribbling, unorthodox shooting, wildness lasting 5 minutes Midarima Shintaro's hierarch three-pointer, full court shooting, alley-oop three-pointer choose one, all advanced. Achievement points, 0. Skill fusion fragments, 0. Gazing at the novice gift pack in his inventory, Jiang Chen stood rooted in place. This was an undeniably overpowered start. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. With a mere thought, descriptions of the various skills manifested in his mind. Amin Daiki's physical talent. A member of the generation of miracles, possessing extraordinary physical capabilities and reflexes. Upon fusion, he would gain Amin's static physical talent, emphasizing strength and reflexes, starting at the highest perfect level with a fusion rate of 100. Tsugawa Tomoki's strongest wall, the ace defender of Taiko Junior High, endowed with exceptional defensive skills. Upon fusion, he would acquire his defensive prowess, starting at an advanced level with a fusion rate of 60. Within a suitable range, he could lower opponents' shooting accuracy by 10-20 and had a chance to provoke the opponent into committing fouls. Midarima Shintaro's hierarch three-pointer, full court shooting, alley-oop three-pointer, a member of the generation of miracles, a three-point sharpshooter. Hierarch three-pointer. Upon fusion, shooting range extends to half-court, starting at an advanced level, with a fusion rate of 60 and a three-point shooting percentage of 60. Full court shooting. Upon fusion, shooting range extends to full court, starting at an advanced level, with a fusion rate of 40 and a three-point shooting percentage of 40. Alley-oop three-pointer. Upon fusion, he would gain the ability to execute alley-oop three-pointers, starting at an advanced level, with a fusion rate of 60 and a shooting percentage of 60. Amin Daiki's basketball skills experience card. The ace of the generation of miracles, a scoring machine from Taiko Junior High, endowed with super speed dribbling, unorthodox shooting, wildness, and the ability to freely enter the zone. Upon use, he would acquire all of Amin's skills for a duration of 5 minutes. As Jiang Chen examined the descriptions of these skills, he understood that they had been somewhat weakened or modified by the system. Nonetheless, even so, these skills were extraordinarily formidable. Amin's physical talent was undeniably among the top in the anime. He merely chose to conceal his power due to his unwillingness to harm others. In a later confrontation with Jason Silver, who possessed a body chosen by the gods, he unleashed his full potential to suppress Silver. Tsugawa's strongest wall was arguably the most formidable single defender in the anime, capable of thwarting the offensive efforts of players from the generation of miracles. This elite defensive capability matched the prowess of the generation of miracles. Though originating from an inconspicuous minor character in the anime, this skill was exceptionally strong and remarkably practical. Next was Midarima Shintaro's skill, which had evidently undergone the most significant modifications by the system. After all, in the realm of anime, the character Midorima Shintaro possesses an extraordinary shooting range that encompasses the entire court, boasting an astonishing 100 accuracy, making him a veritable game-breaking entity. As for Aemon Daiki's experience card, it undoubtedly represents a hidden trump card for Jiang Chen, one that he keeps tucked away for critical moments. The unparalleled speed, dribbling, and unorthodox shooting techniques depicted in the anime are nothing short of invincible, especially in the context of our reality. System merged the physical prowess of Aemon Daiki, the impenetrable wall of Tsukuwa Tomoki, and Midorima Shintaro's exceptionally high-arc three-pointer. Jiang Chen declared successively, activating all these permanently mergeable skills. After careful deliberation regarding Midorima Shintaro's three skills, he ultimately decided to merge the most pragmatic option, the exceptionally high-arc three-pointer. As for the remaining two skills, the full-court shooting ability is simply too astonishing, yet its accuracy is somewhat lacking and its practicality is limited. Who, after all, would casually shoot three-pointers from the backcourt? The alley-oop three-pointer is even more impractical, given its extreme difficulty and the necessity of having a teammate who is an exceptional passer to execute it. Thus, it is decidedly less useful. Conversely, the exceptionally high-arc three-pointer is precisely the offensive skill Jiang Chen most desperately requires at this moment. Within half-court range, it boasts an impressive 60 accuracy. Such a three-point shooting ability is truly formidable. Even the legendary sharpshooter Stephen Curry, a transformative presence in the NBA, never exceeded a 53-point shooting rate during the peak of his illustrious career. Ding! Congratulations, host! Fusion complete. The system's voice resonated. As Jiang Chen felt the transformation coursing through his body, he could not suppress a laugh. He could distinctly sense a tremendous surge of power within him, as if he could single-handedly fell a bull with a single punch. His physical capabilities now rank among the elite in the league, exhibiting remarkable characteristics. Just imagine, when an outside shooter possesses the terrifying strength akin to that of Shaquille O'Neal, what would it be like to engage in a physical contest against opponents during a game? He would undoubtedly be able to effortlessly overpower all challengers. Once again, Jiang Chen glanced at the system interface and discovered that after merging Aemon Daiki's physical talent, his overall physique had skyrocketed to 89, a remarkable increase of 10 points. Beep! The referee's whistle jolted Jiang Chen back to reality. Despite the lengthy exchange with the system in his mind, only mere seconds had elapsed in the real world. Now his teammates stood by the sidelines, ready to inbound the ball. Jiang Chen hastily dashed to his position, exuding an aura of immense confidence. He could hardly contain his excitement to witness just how terrifying the skills from Kuroko's basketball would manifest on the actual court. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! The host is about to commence the match, issuing a task. Task: lead the Lakers to a comeback victory. Reward: 3,000 achievement points. Skill: Fusion Fragments 50. Note: accumulated achievement points can be used for a lottery draw. Accumulated fusion fragments can be utilized to upgrade skills. Since this is the first task issued by the system, a special benefit will be granted upon completion, allowing for one lottery draw. The system's voice resounded again. Jiang Chen glanced up at the large screen. 60:93. A staggering 33-point deficit. Only 10 minutes remained in the game. They had reached a critical juncture. A frenzied offensive strategy was imperative. In the Chinese livestream, the commentators were Yang Jian and Yang Yi, who were responsible for narrating the match. Oh, Phil has actually chosen to put Jiang Chen on the court. It seems the Lakers have completely conceded this game, Yang Jian remarked with a hint of resignation. Indeed, they are trailing by 33 points. There is little suspense left in this match, he continued. Now, let us see if Jiang Chen can seize the opportunity in these final minutes and deliver some remarkable performances, Yang Yi added with a soft sigh. Despite his words, there was little expectation. After all, the higher the hopes, the greater the disappointment. It was reminiscent of Yi Jianlian during his NBA debut, brimming with ambition, only to ultimately return to China to play in the CBA due to his inability to adapt to the intensity of NBA competition. It seemed Jiang Chen could hardly escape such a fate. The Lakers prepared for an inbound pass. After receiving the pass, Famer dribbled past half court and opted for a direct attack. The point differential was substantial, and the Celtics' defense had begun to relax. Famer effortlessly penetrated the paint and scored with a layup. For several consecutive possessions, no one passed the ball to Jiang Chen, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He had a mission to fulfill and could not afford to remain passive any longer. If he failed to make his presence felt, he risked being substituted by head coach Phil Jackson, which would be utterly disastrous. "Hey, pass the ball," Jiang Chen shouted in English, actively moving to the top of the arc instead of settling in the corner. Just as he finished speaking, the basketball flew toward him. Famer regarded Jiang Chen with an expression of disdain, as if to say, "I'll just watch you perform." Did he really think he could demand the ball without any skills? He might as well prepare for embarrassment. As a teammate, Famer was all too aware of Jiang Chen's capabilities. In the intra-squad scrimmages, Jiang Chen's performance had been consistently lackluster, to the point of not even making it onto the court. Did he truly believe he could shine in the finals with such skills? Famer thought, settling into the corner to afford Jiang Chen ample space for his performance, with the ball in hand and facing a defender who was nearly 2 meters away. Jiang Chen heard the taunt. "Buddy, where did you come from? I wasn't aware that the Lakers had a Chinese player." The Celtics player sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. How utterly dismissive. Jiang Chen's expression hardened as he slightly bent his knees, raised the ball above his head with both hands, and propelled himself upward with powerful legs. At the apex of his jump, he flicked his fingers, gently sending the basketball soaring. The extraordinary high-arc three-point shot, inspired by the legendary player Ryujin Zena, was unleashed. This Chinese player's shooting form is quite beautiful. Some fans in the audience gasped in astonishment. After integrating Ryujin's high-arc three-point technique, Jiang Chen's shooting posture exhibited subtle improvements. Verging on picturesque, the ball traced a steep arc through the air, significantly higher than other players' three-point attempts, as if it might soar through the ceiling and exit the arena. Then, the basketball began its descent, following a parabolic trajectory, descending toward the hoop at a daunting angle. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed throughout the arena. It was a clean entry. Jiang Chen beamed with confidence, feeling quite pleased with himself. Famer's pupils constricted in mild surprise. He hadn't expected it to actually go in. Luck was on his side. However, no one paid much attention to this three-dash-pointer. It was merely one shot among many, hardly shifting the dynamics of the game. Besides, given the Celtics' lax defense, anyone could have made that three-pointer on the Lakers bench. Kobe wore a dark expression, still engulfed in his agony. The other players appeared vacant, their minds already adrift. Meanwhile, the Celtics bench, where the big three sat together, casually chatted, completely ignoring the unfolding events on the court. In the live stream, Yang Chen remarked, "That three-pointer actually went in. Jiang Chen seems to be in good form." He chuckled, somewhat taken aback. Making a three-pointer is commendable. At least there is something in the stats now, rather than all zeros. Hopefully this three-pointer could open the next door for him in the NBA. Yang raised an eyebrow, not overly concerned in an NBA season. If he makes his second career three-pointer, Jiang Chen might as well be renamed Jiang Sanfen. He joked, "Haha, don't underestimate that three-pointer. Even shots made during garbage time count. If he could make another, I'll eat this keyboard." Fans continued to comment, some teasing while others expressed skepticism. Yet it was evident that a few still held out hope as they watched the game. "Kid, I didn't guard you just now, but don't think you can shoot another three next round. I'll make sure to block you hard." The Celtics player guarding Jiang Chen barked. Is there a fly buzzing in my ear?" "What is your name, buddy?" Another Celtics bench warmer. Jiang Chen retorted casually. When it came to trash talking, he would never back down, even as a Chinese player. A loser still dares to be so arrogant. "Are you happy being the runner-up?" The Celtics player shot back, his words dripping with venom as he waved his arms to signal for the ball that he needed to reclaim his honor. Winning the trash talk was essential, but so was proving his skills on the court. He dribbled continuously, preparing to drive past Jiang Chen. With keen eyes, Jiang Chen activated the formidable wall of Chizuwa Tomoki's skill, effortlessly identifying his opponent's weakness in an instant. He struck with lightning reflexes, snatching the ball away. WTF? The Celtics player stood dumbfounded, feeling the emptiness in his hands. When he turned to look, Jiang Chen was already racing ahead with the ball. With no defenders in sight, Jiang Chen came to a sudden halt just outside the three-point line. What is he up to? The audience was left in stunned silence. Was this player going for a layup and a fast break? It seemed he intended to shoot a three-pointer. Wasn't he that a bit overconfident? After making one three-pointer, did he fancy himself the next Ray Allen? It was rather amusing. You want 3 points instead of 2? How do you plan to catch up when you're still trailing by 30? The crowd murmured, filled with disdain. In the meantime, Jiang Chen had already launched the basketball into the air. The extraordinary high-arc three-point shot was activated once more. The ball soared through the air, tracing a terrifying arc. Swish! It was a clean entry once again, point 66. 93, the deficit had narrowed to 27 points. What the heck? He scored again. This Chinese player is quite accurate with his three-point shooting, some fans exclaimed in astonishment. Eyes wide opened out on the court, the Celtics players were left bewildered. Another three-pointer? This Chinese player's shooting touch was heating up. Guys, we need to tighten the defense on this Chinese player, Tony Allen said, frowning at this moment. He considered Jiang Chen the most formidable player on the court for the Celtics. His teammate nodded, a fierce expression on his face. Why should this benchwarmer be allowed to shine? As the Celtics attacked, an outside player launched a lackluster three-pointer. Clang, it hit the rim. The Lakers quickly secured the defensive rebound and initiated a fast break. Famer dribbled swiftly, his eyes darting around in search of Jiang Chen. Though he was puzzled by Jiang Chen's sudden surge in form, it was basic knowledge for a point guard to pass the ball to the teammate who was hot. Suddenly, he spotted Jiang Chen stationed in the corner. Without hesitation, he passed the ball directly to him. Jiang Chen received the basketball, tightly guarded just beyond the three-point line. Yet he was not limited to just three-point shooting with the athletic prowess of Aoyama Atsushi. He executed other technical maneuvers with ease. Jiang Chen faked a three-point shot, evading his defender, and effortlessly drove into the paint for a layup. Simultaneously, he drew a foul from the defender, earning a chance for a 2-1 free throw opportunity. Standing at the free throw line, he confidently sank the shot. Good play, Famer exclaimed, excitedly waving his arms, now regarding Jiang Chen with newfound respect, having cast aside his previous biases. Even though the game seemed decided, it was undeniable that this Chinese rookie's 2 three-pointers had significantly boosted the team's morale on the Lakers bench. Gasol, Odom, and others gasped, and Kobe's eyes lit up, his previously lifeless heart now beating vigorously. A bold thought flashing through his mind, his breath quickening. Perhaps this Chinese rookie could become the unexpected hero of the game. Could he help the team close the gap? He hastily lifted his gaze to glance at the time. There remained just over 8 minutes until the conclusion of the game, with a daunting 24-point deficit. While it was an arduous task to catch up, it was not entirely impossible. His eyes blazed with determination as he focused intently on the court. If Jiang Chen could maintain his scorching shooting touch, then this match must be fought to the very end. What are you all doing? Haven't you eaten enough? Make sure to guard that Chinese player, roared Rivers, the head coach of the Celtics, his expression darkening. The championship was within reach. There could be no room for unexpected mishaps. Wow. Scoring consecutively, he truly knows how to seize an opportunity. Yang, he exclaimed, his surprise evident. This is intriguing. In the finals, amidst the raucous cheers of the fans, Jiang Chen's explosive performance showcases his remarkable mental fortitude, remarked Yang Chen, beginning to feel a sense of anticipation. Perhaps, just perhaps, Jiang Chen could indeed deliver an even greater surprise. The NBA playoffs are a crucible for miracles. Anything can happen. Could this be a night that belongs to Jiang Chen? Is this the pinnacle of his professional career? Right here and now? Yang mused, hesitant to harbor overly grand expectations, yet unable to suppress a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this is what it means to love deeply, yet critique sharply. In the XL live streaming room, the comment section erupted that, am I watching a fake live stream? This offensive prowess, is this really that water cooler attendant Jiang Sanfin? Unbelievable. I took a quick break, and Jiang Chen scored 9 points. Has he just set a career scoring record? Quite impressive. That previous 2-1 was exhilarating. Even if the Lakers have conceded the game, Jiang Chen has not given up. I must say I truly respect that. I cannot deny this wave of support is remarkably effective. Now, I'll join in the fun. If Jiang Chen continues this fiery performance and leads the Lakers to a comeback victory, I'll film myself doing something ridiculous and upload it. Dude, you're going big, but I like it. I'm on board. Are there any female fans here? Let us spread some good vibes. If Jiang Chen continues to shine, post a picture or something. You letcha, just focus on the game. Comments flew by rapidly, each new one quickly swallowed by the torrent. While many continued to mock or even satirize Jiang Chen, the undeniable truth was that his performance had ignited the spectators' enthusiasm. The endless support was a testament to their expectations of him at the North Bank Garden Center. Jiang Chen sprinted towards the backcourt, exhilarated. His earlier defense had been formidable. The steal was razor-sharp, although Tsukagawa Tomoki's skill description did not include any stealing ability. Facing a water cooler player, this skill felt like a significant advantage. Jiang Chen easily dismantled the opponent's offense, allowing him to secure the steal with ease. Unbelievable. One can only say that the skills in Kuroko's basketball are truly extraordinary. With just these three phenomenal skills, he could easily establish himself in the NBA. The Celtics launched an offensive. Tony Allen found an opportunity to shoot, executing a mid-range attempt. He was not primarily an offensive player and lacked proficiency in scoring. The shot was taken as the game had entered garbage time, necessitating no complex strategies, and he simply wished to showcase himself. Clang. Unfortunately, the basketball missed its mark, ricocheting off the rim. The Lakers secured the defensive rebound and pushed forward with all their might. However, this time the Celtics' transition defense was swift, steadily ramping up their defensive intensity. Farmar dribbled past half-court, orchestrating the team's offense, signaling Turiev to move up high to set a screen for Jiang Chen. After completing the screen, Jiang Chen received the pass and faced immediate, fierce defense that he dribbled and broke through into the paint. Rising high against the defense, he launched the basketball with considerable elevation. The audience erupted in exaggerated expressions. Such leaping ability was utterly astonishing. Was he about to execute another 2-1? Jiang Chen released the basketball mid-air, just as the Celtics player struck his arm. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded once more. Another 2-1. The crowd gasped in awe. What level of play is this? 2 consecutive 2-1s. Is it that the Celtics' defense is too lax, or is this Chinese player's capability simply extraordinary? It seems somewhat absurd. Jiang Chen stepped to the free throw line, effortlessly sinking the shot that on the sidelines. Kobe leaped up from the bench, pumping his fist, glancing at the large screen. 21 points. He looked at Coach Phil, his eyes pleading he wanted to enter the game for one last push. Phil gave him a glance, signaling him to be patient. Guys, do your best to pass the ball to Jiang Chen. Phil whistled and shouted towards the court. Farmar, Luke Walton, and the other bench players nodded, their earlier despondence replaced with excitement. The change in their mindset, spurred by Jiang Chen, reignited their fighting spirit. How could they let the Celtics win the championship so easily? Even if the game seemed settled, they could not let the Celtics have it easy. Pierce, go and restrict that Chinese player. From the Celtics bench, Coach Rivers beckoned to Pierce, indicating for him to enter the game. Pierce looked momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting to play, especially not against a water cooler player. This felt somewhat beneath his stature. Yet for the championship he had long awaited for over a decade. Sacrificing a bit of pride was a small price to pay. Moreover, this Chinese player dared to be arrogant at the North Bank Garden. It was time for him to learn who truly dominated this court. Pierce rose, shedding his warm-up suit as he made his way to the scores table. Alongside Pierce, Rivers also brought in Ray Allen and Rajon Rondo, the 2 main players. Let us widen the gap further and extinguish the Lakers' last flicker of hope. Rivers patted the shoulders of the 3, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. The sight of the Celtics' 3 main stars stepping onto the court ignited a wave of fervent cheers from the crowd. All the spectators understood that the Lakers' moment to close the gap had come to an end. The Celtics moved on offense. Pierce walked directly towards Jiang Chen, tilting his head with a cruel smile. Young man, your performance has been quite commendable. It's an honor that the coach summoned me to guard you. Not every water cooler player gets the chance to match up with me. As he spoke. He positioned himself against Jiang Chen, signaling Rondo for the ball. Rondo understood, lofting the ball to Pierce's hands. The crowd erupted in excitement. They were eager to witness Pierce teach this Chinese player a lesson. Jiang Chen's expression remained serious as Tsukagawa Tomoki's formidable wall skill activated once more. This time, facing one of the league's top small forwards, it was uncertain whether it would yield a significant effect. Pierce backed into Jiang Chen, attempting to inch closer to the basket. But in the next moment, he was astonished to find he could not budge him, feeling as though he were pushing against an iron wall. No matter how hard he tried, he made no progress. Damn it, what kind of physical prowess is this? Why does it feel even tougher than LeBron? Pierce inwardly complained, his brow furrowing slightly. Jiang Chen felt a rush of exhilaration. This was the incredible physical talent of Adazumi Atsushi. This was simply exhilarating. IT not only granted him extraordinary physical attributes, but also bestowed him with strength rivaling that of Shaquille O'Neal. If not surpassing it, how could Pierce hope to contend? After several fruitless attempts to overpower him, Pierce was left with no choice but to pivot and attempt a jump shot. Clang. Forging iron, the formidable defense of Tsukagawa Tomoki has proven effective. If we consider Pierce's shooting percentage of 44.5 in this series, under the influence of Tsukagawa's formidable wall skill, his accuracy plummets to just above 20. This can be described as remarkably low. The Lakers secured the defensive rebound and swiftly initiated a fast break. However, with the recent inclusion of 3 key players, the Celtics have significantly elevated their performance on both offense and defense. Showcasing remarkable speed in their transition, as they settled into their formation, Pierce clung to Jiang Chen like a stubborn adhesive. The audience gasped in disbelief. How could the Celtic star player be defending a mere benchwarmer? This scene seemed utterly inconceivable. Even Kobe, sitting on the sidelines, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes, his face illuminated with satisfaction. This Chinese player, whom he seldom regarded, had suddenly emerged as the Lakers' savior, earning recognition from their rivals. On the court, Jiang Chen remained unfazed by who was defending him. In other words, it mattered not who attempted to guard him. His efforts to maneuver were relentless, utilizing his teammate screens to position himself beyond the three-point line. As he received the basketball, Pierce closed in rapidly, leaving him with only a fleeting moment to shoot. Without hesitation, he leapt and released the ball with grace. The execution was seamless and extraordinarily elegant. Even Ray Allen furrowed his brow in that instant, unable to suppress a silent admiration. Swish! The net rippled with a cascade of white waves as the ball cleanly passed through. The Lakers bench erupted in fervor, wildly waving their towels. "Great job, mate! You are the team's savior. Keep this performance going," Fisher bellowed, his gleaming forehead reflecting the arena lights. My God, we are only trailing by 18 points, with 6 minutes left in the game. "I can see a glimmer of hope for a comeback," Gasol exclaimed, trembling with excitement. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Rivers called for a timeout, acutely sensing a hint of crisis, an ominous premonition swelling in his heart. "Gentlemen, this is the finals. Let's take it seriously. We once led by 33 points, but in a mere 4 minutes, our lead has shrunk to 18. What could be the consequences if this continues? Do you wish to face the Lakers in a Game 7? Rivers slammed his hand against the tactical board, roaring in frustration. "Pierce, I don't care what methods you employ. You must tightly mark that Chinese player. He cannot score again. Ray Allen, seize the opportunity and shoot decisively. You are one of the greatest three-point shooters in NBA history. How can you allow a benchwarmer to outshine you? Garnett, you will also enter the game soon. Protect the boards." Rivers rapidly outlined his strategy, his expression ominously dark. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, Phil was also diligently devising a plan. "Gasol, Kobe, Fisher, Odom, you will be on the court shortly. Jiang Chen has given us a chance for a comeback. We must seize it. Once you are in, let Jiang Chen be the focal point of our offense," Phil declared, his face radiating astonishment. Who could have predicted that this player from China would suddenly erupt? Initially, he was only intended to experience the finals atmosphere during garbage time. Yet he had surprised the entire team and startled the opponents. Now, with Jiang Chen as the centerpiece, Kobe and Gasol would provide support. Would he be able to sustain that miraculous performance? As they listened to Phil, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the players. their gazes shifting towards Kobe. This was Kobe's team, after all. Yet now, Phil was asking Kobe to support a mere bench warmer. This was indeed perplexing. Despite Jiang Chen's consecutive scoring and the hope he had ignited for a comeback, he remained a bench player. Once Kobe and Gasol, the core players, took the court, the ball would inevitably be in their hands, relegating Jiang Chen to the role of stationary three-point shooter. However, Phil had made a bold move, even reversing the expected roles. Would Kobe agree to this? Countless thoughts raced through their minds as their expressions became increasingly animated. No problem. The hope for a comeback in this game stems from Jiang Chen. He should continue to lead the offense. Kobe stated firmly, the pain and despair in his heart transforming into power. Eager to rejoin the fray, the others once again expressed surprise. Was this the same obstinate, proud Kobe? All right, let us make one last push, Phil proclaimed, rallying the players with encouragement. The eyes of all Lakers players hardened with determination, awaiting the end of the timeout to execute this remarkable turnaround. In the CT5 studio, the commentators were buzzing. Jiang Chen's performance has been nothing short of miraculous during this scoring streak. Yang Jian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Ever since Jiang Chen had become a substitute, Yang Jian had lost hope in him. Yet now, that once dormant heart for Jiang Chen was beating anew, a secret weapon. Jiang Chen has transformed into the Lakers' ace. Regardless of the outcome of this match, Jiang Chen had already established himself as a legend. His next career opportunity was assured. Yang Yi remarked with satisfaction, after waiting an entire season, in the final moments of the championship game. This player, once highly anticipated by Chinese fans, has finally unleashed his potential. It is truly a refreshing downpour after a long drought. Many Chinese fans, like Yang, were likely experiencing a surge of emotions, reminiscing and feeling joy for Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen could become a rotational player for a team next season, it would already be a fulfillment of expectations. After all, his circumstances differed from those of Yao Ming. He was not of the same caliber. Simply making a mark in the NBA was the greatest wish of his fans. However, during Jiang Chen's rookie season, that wish had been shattered by his lackluster performance. In the XL Live streaming room, the viewers chimed in. Brothers, Jiang Chen is indeed incredible. Yes, I was about to turn off the stream, but Jiang Chen's performance drew me back and I'm fired up. I feel like I could rush to the court and play right now. Jiang Chen, push forward, strive to shed the identity of a bench warmer and amaze the NBA for our great nation. ILL make a bold prediction. If the Lakers can come back in this game, I'll upload a nude photo. Dude, that's illegal. And who would want to see a middle-aged man's nude photo? Then I'll upload my wife's bikini shot. The comment section erupted with a wave of ellipses, followed by a brief silence. Countless viewers, glued to their screens, shouted encouragement, hoping for the Lakers to make a comeback. After all, a victory would mean a bikini show at the Boston North Shore Garden. As the timeout ended, both teams returned to the court, having reinstated their starting lineups. The Celtics initiated their offense. After Rondo dribbled across half court, he passed the ball back to Pierce. This was one of Rivers' strategies, to use their star player to overpower Jiang Chen. After all, in their eyes, Jiang Chen, as a bench warmer, was the weak link in the Lakers' defense. Sometimes, prejudice is insidious. Once a label is affixed to someone, it becomes exceedingly difficult to alter others' entrenched perceptions, no matter how much one transforms. The last time Pierce shot over Jiang Chen and missed, it was merely attributed to poor shooting, with no connection to Jiang Chen's defense. Bro, obliterate that Chinese player, they urged. The fourth quarter of the finals is not a place for him to shine. Garnett stood in the paint, bellowing that he had long harbored disdain for Jiang Chen. Trash-talking was one of his signature styles of play, and he was renowned as a master of this art within the NBA. While he spewed venomous words, he simultaneously battled Gasol for position. It was precisely due to Garnett's overwhelming dominance over Gasol in the paint that the Lakers struggled in this series. Gasol was giving it his all. Yet compared to Garnett, they were simply not on the same level. That was the undeniable truth. Lacking Gasol's support, the team had no choice but to rely on Kobe. For the Celtics, the strategy was simple: neutralize Kobe. However, they now had to remain vigilant of this suddenly emerging Chinese player. Pierce, incited by Garnett's taunts, felt his competitive spirit ignite. This time, he opted for an attack towards the basket, after a series of probing dribbles. He realized there was no space for a shot, prompting him to change direction repeatedly. Then, with a step back to create separation, he effortlessly released a mid-range jumper. The corners of Pierce's mouth turned upwards, convinced that this shot was flawless. Yet, the very next moment, his expression darkened. The basketball rimmed out instead of swishing through the net. Odom fought fiercely for the rebound and passed it to Kobe. Kobe advanced the ball quickly while searching for Jiang Chen's position. The Celtics, upon regaining their defensive stance, focused solely on Kobe to them. This relentless man would surely choose to take the shot himself. In crucial moments of the game, Kobe had always trusted no one but himself. But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Faced with Rondo's mismatched defense, Kobe, despite having a clear opportunity to shoot, chose not to. Instead, he passed the ball to Jiang Chen, who had maneuvered around a screen to position himself at the high right corner, 45 degrees from the basket. Pierce, Garnett, and the others were taken aback. Kobe actually passed the ball? Pierce, who had intended to help defend against Kobe, quickly shifted his steps and turned to rush toward Jiang Chen. But it was too late. Receiving the ball, Jiang Chen launched a high-arching three-pointer with ease. Swish! It found nothing but net. The score was now 78-93, a 15-point deficit with only 5 minutes remaining in the game. Kobe let out a furious roar, saliva flying as he excitedly waved his arms. In his eyes, Jiang Chen had become the savior of the team. The entire Lakers' momentum had surged to new heights following that three-pointer. Phil, whistling calmly, could not help but feel exhilarated. It was as if divine intervention had occurred. Clearly, even fate did not wish for the series to conclude so easily. Damn it, Pierce, forget about Kobe. Your sole focus should be on that Chinese player, Rivers shouted in furious exasperation, stomping his feet in frustration. Pierce nodded, his expression darkening under the coach's reprimand, his gaze toward Jiang Chen filled with malice. It was this unheralded benchwarmer who had turned the tide of the game and caused him to be chastised by the coach. He must make him pay, Pierce thought, signaling to Rondo for a one-on-one play. Rondo passed the ball to Pierce in the backcourt, allowing him to handle this offensive possession. Pierce dribbled past half-court, charging directly at Jiang Chen, who stood resolutely in his path without a hint of retreat. Pierce's face hardened in determination. His physical prowess ranked among the best at the small forward position. During the second round of the playoffs against the Cavaliers, he had never faltered, even against the likes of LeBron James. And now, a seemingly frail Chinese player dared to challenge his strength. This enraged Pierce, driving him to charge even more ferociously at Jiang Chen. If that was the case, let there be a manly collision. Let us resolve this in the most primal manner possible. With all his might, Pierce collided with Jiang Chen. In his mind, he imagined Jiang Chen would be knocked to the ground by the tremendous force. However, the moment he collided with Jiang Chen, it felt as though he had struck a steel wall. His body, overwhelmed by the impact, was sent reeling backward. He staggered several steps before ultimately losing his balance and landing flat on the floor. The arena fell into an eerie silence. All spectators looked at Pierce with bewildered expressions, questioning what had just transpired. Was Pierce acting? How could he, who had never been outmatched, even in collisions with James, be toppled by a seemingly weak Chinese player? This was utterly impossible. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a blocking foul on Jiang Chen. "No," Kobe exclaimed, clutching his head, the first to disagree as he approached the referee to contest the call. Jiang Chen's defense had been impeccable. This was clearly an offensive foul, with Pierce flopping. Yet the referee explained that Jiang Chen had knocked Pierce down, thus constituting a blocking foul. Kobe, feeling utterly helpless, walked over to Jiang Chen, offering words of consolation. "Buddy, don't be disheartened. The defense was solid. Keep it up." Jiang Chen nodded lightly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Disheartened? Not in the least. He was in a state of exhilaration. The collision with Pierce had once again showcased the formidable power granted by his physical prowess. It was simply overwhelming. With the strength derived from his innate abilities, he could undoubtedly hold his own in the NBA. If he were to play football, he was confident that he could become a star athlete due to this power. This strength surpassing that of O'Neal ignited in Jiang Chen an urge to unleash a single punch capable of bringing down a bull. Meanwhile, Pierce lay on the ground, listening to the crowd's cheers, still reeling from the confusion. He felt slightly dizzy and achy all over, particularly in the areas where he had collided with Jiang Chen, which felt like a piercing sting. This was utterly absurd. Did this Chinese player harbor a beast within him? Why was his strength so immense? In that instant of collision, he felt as though he were but a flimsy sheet of paper, with a sensation akin to being torn apart that moment. His teammates rushed over to help Pierce to his feet. "Buddy, you were incredible. That flop was spot on. The blocking foul you created really boosted our morale," Ray Allen exclaimed excitedly. Such acting. It was so convincing. Devoid of any flaws, if he had known Pierce's physical capabilities, he would have been completely fooled. "This is the attitude we need. To win, we must spare no effort," Garnett said, patting Pierce on the head. Pierce, still in a daze, contemplated the notion of acting and the blocking foul. After a moment's thought, he realized he had been misunderstood. It was that after being knocked down, everyone thought he was merely acting. He wanted to explain, but reconsidered. Doing so might tarnish his reputation. Best to let the misunderstanding stand. Yet casting another glance at Jiang Chen, he felt a newfound wariness. Next time, he would certainly avoid colliding with this Chinese player. Otherwise, his old bones might just fall apart. The Celtics continued their offensive. Rondo orchestrated his teammates' movements, strategizing with finesse. Ray Allen broke free for an open shot, sinking a three-pointer. The deficit had now swelled to 18 points. This marked the Celtics' first score in a half-court set since Jiang Chen had entered the game. The arena erupted with a roar akin to a tidal wave, while the Lakers had a suddenly surging Chinese player. The Celtics had their sharpshooter, Ray Allen. If they were to compete with Ray Allen in three-point shooting, they still had a long way to go. After making the shot, Ray Allen excitedly raised his arms in celebration, mimicking Jiang Chen's previous gesture, casting a deep, challenging glance in Jiang Chen's direction. The provocation was unmistakable. Damn it. Had it not been for the referee's erroneous call, this would have been our chance to score. Kobe stated with a hint of anger he seldom complained about the referee's calls, but this time he could no longer contain himself. It is crucial to recognize that in such pivotal moments, a single offensive possession or a solitary point can determine the outcome of the game. This, after all, pertains to the fate of the championship title. One could argue that this is the most significant game of the NBA season. Yet the referees made an erroneous call. "Kobe, maintain your composure. We still have a chance." Jiang Chen consoled him, his tone gentle yet imbued with strength, which helped to soothe Kobe's emotions. The Lakers launched their offensive. Kobe exerted all his efforts to assist Jiang Chen. However, this time, Jiang Chen found himself tightly guarded by Pierce, leaving him with no opportunity to receive the ball. Consequently, Jiang Chen made a reverse run, heading towards the mid-court logo. Everyone was left baffled. What kind of maneuver was this? Receiving the ball in such a position would surely hinder any offensive initiation. It was indeed difficult to comprehend the movement of this Chinese rookie. The audience watched in curious anticipation, eager for the next development. Kobe, too, was puzzled, yet he passed the ball into Jiang Chen's hands. After all, Jiang Chen had been on fire, making him the most reliable player on the team's offensive front. Pierce positioned himself 2 meters away from Jiang Chen, arms outstretched, wearing an expression of derision. Running this far to receive the basketball, won't he have to return? There was no need for him to apply pressure. Otherwise, the spacing would become too vast, and if he continued to defend closely, it would be all too easy for this Chinese player to break through. Upon receiving the ball, Jiang Chen dribbled forward 2 steps, drawing the attention of both Pierce and Ray Allen in a double team. After all, this Chinese player posed a considerable threat from beyond the three-point line. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen did not shoot a three-pointer. Instead, he passed the basketball to the open Kobe, who then took a shot. Releasing a three-pointer, the ball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. Kobe had made the three-pointer, and Jiang Chen collected an assist. Following this, Kobe let out a roar, tearing at his jersey, and rushed over to Jiang Chen to high-five him. That pass was simply magnificent. Excitement, exhilaration, and madness surged within him, as if his chest might explode. The other Lakers players surged towards Jiang Chen, their joy unmistakable. Pierce stood frozen, feeling as if he might explode on the spot, his mindset collapsing entirely. How could this Chinese rookie possess such intricate judgment of the situation? How could this be possible? It was utterly unfathomable. This was the stage of the finals. Who exactly was this Chinese rookie? What sort of magic had he conjured? Why did he suddenly erupt with superstar-level abilities on the brink of eliminating the Lakers from the finals? A cascade of questions flashed through his mind. There were no answers. If the Lakers managed to stage a comeback in this game, Pierce would have no choice but to attribute the defeat to fate. Ray Allen's thoughts were equally complex at that moment, that if he hadn't gone for the double team, Kobe wouldn't have had the chance to make that three-pointer. Blow the whistle. Rivers called for another timeout. At this point, he was no longer angry, but began to feel panic. The players' confidence had been shaken. Although the Celtics still led by 15 points, the situation ahead would undoubtedly become challenging. In the CT5 studio. The atmosphere was electric. Jiang Chen's performance is absolutely sensational. Jiang Chen exclaimed, his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. This game had been thrilling to watch. From the outset, the Lakers had fallen behind, with the Celtics surging ahead by as much as 33 points. Just when he thought the game would conclude with a painful defeat for the Lakers and their championship aspirations, the Chinese player Jiang Chen took the court. Then, the tide turned dramatically. Good heavens! Jiang Chen's performance in this game is simply explosive. Yang, he declared, his eyes brimming with tears, filled with fervor and uncontainable pride. He wanted to proclaim to all of America, "Did you see that? This is the caliber of Chinese players. When they remain silent, they can astound the world and soar to greatness." After this battle, which American media would dare to ridicule Jiang Chen, which of them would continue to mock Chinese players? They would line up to apologize to Jiang Chen. In the XL Live broadcast room, is this still the Jiang Chen we know? This is simply incredible. Was he merely acting all season long? Is this his true capability? The crowd was calling for a comeback. With a stunning performance, he aimed to astonish the entire nation, demonstrating that Chinese players are not solely represented by Yao Ming's prowess. Only 15 points to go. I'm a mere 15 points away from seeing a certain internet user's wife in a bikini. Most fans had shifted their support to Jiang Chen, embracing immense expectations. Yet a minority of naysayers continued to mock him. Is that all? Just a few minutes of brilliance. You all truly have not witnessed greatness. Even a pig can score when it's on fire. In the next game, Jiang will fade back into the crowd. This performance is merely a flash in the pan. Support him when he performs well, but criticize him when he falters. Such fickleness. Unlike me, I've always been a critic. Observing these comments, some netizens could not contain their anger and began to retaliate. The comment section erupted into an epic battle of insults, a scene too brutal to behold at the North Shore Garden Center. On the Celtics bench, everyone was silent. Who would have thought a benchwarmer could dominate them? What Kobe couldn't achieve, this Chinese benchwarmer accomplished to double-team him. We must contain that Chinese player, Rivers commanded fiercely, his tone resolute. As the timeout concluded, the Celtics executed an inbounds play. Rondo dribbled past half-court, drawing defenders with his drive before passing the ball again to Ray Allen. Ray Allen quickly launched a three-pointer. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Gasol exerted every effort to secure the defensive rebound. The Lakers countered. Fisher advanced the ball past half-court, passing it to Jiang Chen, who had just received the ball when Pierce and Rondo closed in on him. With no other option, Jiang Chen took a contested shot but missed. The Celtics countered, with Rondo driving to the basket for a layup, scoring 2 points. 81-98, the deficit had returned to 17 points. With just over 4 minutes remaining in the game, Rivers erupted with excitement. Indeed, double-teaming this Chinese player was an astute decision. As long as they could limit his impact, they would effectively stifle the Lakers' offense. Thus, Jiang Chen's miraculous performance came to an end. Kobe, while formidable, was regrettably out of form this game. Gasol was being thoroughly contained by Garnett. The Lakers had no players left capable of stepping up to score. The championship, after all, was destined for the Celtics, Rivers reflected, the earlier unease dissipating as long as they maintained their rhythm and controlled the clock. Victory in this game was assured. The fans in the arena erupted once more in exuberant cheers, chanting, "Defeat the Lakers." On the court, the Lakers' morale had plummeted to an all-time low. The fervor ignited by Jiang Chen's consecutive three-pointers had vanished entirely. Everyone understood that if Jiang Chen was neutralized, the chances of salvaging the game were slim. Kobe's expression was one of anguish, lamenting his own lackluster performance. Would he truly watch the championship slip away? He yearned to erupt, to dominate the game as he had countless times before, to alter the course with a series of sharp fadeaways, to conclude the match like a hero. Yet in this game, he felt powerless. That damned basketball simply refused to find its way through the hoop. Come on, guys. What's wrong? Let's lift our spirits. We still have time to turn this game around. Jiang Chen clapped his hands in encouragement. Everyone gazed at him in astonishment, realizing that his voice and unwavering expression were profoundly captivating, as if he radiated light. Yet, you are being restricted. The Celtics are truly despicable. Resorting to double-teaming a rookie, Odom seethed. And oh worries, my prowess extends far beyond this, Jiang Chen declared, his tone exuding formidable confidence. Kobe, Odom, and the others were momentarily taken aback, a singular thought surfacing in their minds. They were all acutely aware that Jiang Chen's draft report highlighted his three-point shooting as his most notable trait, with no other distinguishing features to speak of. Observing the expressions around him, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Soon, however, he would alter this entrenched perception. Merely a three-point shooter? That was a relic of the past. System. Activate the Qingfeng Dehue basketball skill experience card, Jiang Chen silently uttered, his blood surging with excitement. Let me witness the prowess of the ace of the miraculous era. Let the Celtics know that they cannot restrain me with double teams. Such naivety is laughable that a chime resonated. Confirming the successful activation, the host would gain 4 skills: super speed dribbling, unorthodox shooting, wildness, and freedom to enter the zone, valid for 5 minutes. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. His expression turned resolutely steely, his gaze imbued with a bloodthirsty intensity. The hunt was about to commence. Pass me the ball. Allow me to conclude this match, Jiang Chen instructed his teammates, pivoting to sprint towards the front court. Odom, Fisher, and the others were momentarily stunned. Was he truly going to take control of the game? What audacity for someone who was merely a three-point shooter. Moreover, he had the audacity to say this in front of Kobe, which was utterly absurd. Who truly was the leader of this team? The others glanced towards Kobe, seemingly awaiting his reaction. They would not foolishly heed the words of a rookie, regardless of whether he had sunk 7 three-pointers. Perhaps an explosion of performance was imminent, but what about the next game? Kobe pondered briefly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He was reluctant to entrust his fate to another. Yet, recalling Jiang Chen's recent series of audacious three-pointers was undeniably astonishing. Perhaps this Chinese rookie was worth anticipating, but he nodded, silently conveying his stance. Given his own plummeting form, in this game, he could only hope that this Chinese rookie could sustain his earlier miraculous performance. If he could evade the Celtics' double-team defense, the Lakers initiated their offense. After Fisher dribbled past half-court, Jiang Chen proactively moved to the arc to request the ball, displaying the demeanor of a team leader. Upon receiving the basketball, Rondo lunged at him, joining Pierce to form yet another double team. Sensing the situation, Jiang Chen decisively activated his wildness skill. Although wildness was categorized as a skill, it actually referred to an acute sensitivity to basketball. Precise ball control, rapid reflexes, and explosive play. A distinctive style of play. Qingfeng Due's wildness in the anime resembled that of a black panther, swift and elusive. His style, akin to that of a panther, was solitary. Eschewing teamwork, firmly believing in his ability to secure victory for the team. Subsequently, Jiang Chen unleashed his super-speed dribbling. The basketball danced nimbly at his fingertips, its velocity breathtaking, akin to a flash of brilliance. Leaving the spectators in awe, Rondo and Pierce stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. In an instant, they could barely perceive the basketball in Jiang Chen's possession, only hearing the rhythmic sound of the dribble. The speed was astonishing. Jiang Chen executed a series of swift direction changes, effortlessly breaking through Pierce and Rondo's double-team defense, then retreating a step to the three-point line. Simultaneously, he utilized the high-arc three-pointer of Kuroko Tetsuya and the unorthodox shooting style of Qingfeng Dahue. His body contorted in an uncanny arc mid-air. The basketball launched at an unusual angle. T traced a lofty arc before swooshing through the net. The 8th three-pointer successfully landed. 84. 98. The deficit reduced to 14 points. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. What had just transpired? Why was the speed of that Chinese rookie so extraordinary? Moreover, what kind of dribbling style was that? Such maneuvers had never before been witnessed on a professional court. Every move, whether a crossover, behind the back, or through the legs dribble, deviated from conventional standards, bordering on chaotic. Yet the fluidity and speed were undeniably captivating. It was absurd. After a moment, the arena erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. The large screen replayed Jiang Chen's breakthrough and shot. And even at a slowed-down speed, two of his dribbling actions remained elusive to the eye. This left the Celtics players in sheer astonishment. What level of dribbling speed was this? It was astonishingly fast. This Chinese rookie was clearly more than just a three-point shooter. Pierce and the others felt a chill of foreboding. This was troublesome. Kobe, Odom, and the others also displayed expressions of surprise, but more so elation. This Chinese player, who typically lacked presence, had suddenly unleashed an overwhelming display of skill. So formidable, it was almost awe-inspiring. They had struck gold. What kind of dribbling was that? It resembled street ball, devoid of logic or rules. The forms and movements utterly bizarre. Jiang Chen exclaimed in wonder, his mouth agape. In these final minutes of the game, Jiang Chen had delivered an abundance of surprises, leaving everyone somewhat numb. He had concealed his capabilities well. The dribbling skills Jiang Chen exhibited could not have been honed without at least a decade of dedication. It was simply inconceivable. How had he achieved this? He shook his head in curiosity. Jiang Chen's performance had completely upended his perceptions. Was this truly the same undrafted rookie who had barely seen the court? What undrafted player could score 8 three-pointers in less than a quarter on the grand stage of the finals? It was utterly unbelievable. Perhaps from this game onward, Jiang Chen would undergo a transformation, emerging as a sensation. With such performance, would he still worry about finding a place in the NBA? Jiang Chen should now be concerned with which team to choose. Numerous teams would undoubtedly vie for his talents. Yang continued, unable to suppress his laughter, his face radiating pride. On the court, the Celtics advanced. Rondo and Garnett executed a pick and roll. Garnett positioned himself at the free throw line. Launching a mid-range shot, Gasol desperately rushed to defend. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen provided support, interfering with Garnett from the side. Clang, the ball hit the rim. Jiang Chen surged into the paint, securing the rebound before activating his super-speed dribbling. Racing towards the front court, Rondo charged to defend. With a low center of gravity, he executed a sharp direction change, easily bypassing Rondo. Pierce barreled in next at a sudden stop, a change of direction, a pullback, and a spin. Jiang Chen effortlessly eluded Pierce. Ray Allen positioned himself beyond the three-point line, prepared to intercept Jiang Chen's path. Fearlessly, Jiang Chen charged forward in the split second before collision. He abruptly halted, then executed a behind-the-back dribble, maximizing his super-speed dribbling. Leaning forward from his left, he slipped past Ray Allen, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Penetrating the key, Jiang Chen leaped high, delivering a thunderous axe-style dunk. This offensive sequence unfolded with astonishing speed, from securing the rebound to executing the dunk. All in under 10 seconds. The deficit shrank to 12 points. With 3.5 minutes remaining in the game, Rivers on the sidelines felt a jolt of panic, his body trembling, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief. How could this be possible? This Chinese undrafted rookie was supposed to be merely a three-point shooter, but what was that astonishing dribbling and blistering speed? Not to mention the audacious feat of taking on 3 defenders. Damn it! Where on earth had this Chinese rookie emerged from? Rivers glanced at the team's remaining timeouts. Realizing only one was left, it could only be called upon in a critical moment, for now. All he could do was pray that the team could maintain their current lead. But could they hold on? Rivers found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt, observing as the confidence of his players gradually ebbed from their faces, leaving them anxious and despondent. All of this was instigated by Jiang Chen. When they held a 33-point lead, everyone believed the outcome of the game was a foregone conclusion. Yet the tides shifted dramatically. This Chinese undrafted player, akin to a chosen one, spearheaded a relentless pursuit by the Lakers. His displayed abilities and skills overshadowed every player on the court, including superstars like Kobe and Garnett. It was utterly disheartening. Slow down the pace of our offense. Do not afford the Lakers any opportunities for fast breaks. Rivers thundered. He needed to ignite his players' passion for the game. After all, this was the championship finals. The outcome of this match could very well determine the fate of the championship title. Ray Allen, Pierce, and the others snapped back to reality, still reeling from the shock of the preceding events. The speed of this Chinese undrafted player was astonishing, and his dribbling was so rapid it was nearly impossible to predict the trajectory of the ball. It was bizarre to an extreme. The expressions on the faces of the three players conveyed their evident lack of confidence and a hint of fear. This fear stemmed from the unknown, for they had no idea what astounding feats Jiang Chen might unleash in the ensuing 3 minutes. The game continued. The Celtics launched their offense. Under the Lakers' formidable and relentless defense, Ray Allen's shot once again clanged off the rim. Gasol, his face contorted with determination, fought fiercely to secure the defensive rebound. He then began to search for Jiang Chen's presence on the court. The Celtics players were also on the lookout for Jiang Chen. Them. He had become akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. Upon receiving the basketball, a primal instinct surged within him. Like a Black Panther, he was swift and solitary. The moment he obtained the ball, it signified his intent to forego passing in favor of personal offense. As he dribbled past half court, surrounded by 3 Celtics players, Jiang Chen resolutely opted for an individual attack, launching a high-arcing three-pointer. Clang! It hit the rim. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the audience. Watching this Chinese undrafted player attempt a three-pointer was nerve-wracking, as it felt as though every shot he took was destined for success, more exhilarating than witnessing Ray Allen shoot for beyond the arc. The basketball soared through the air. Garnett and Pierce positioned themselves, ready to contest for the rebound. Jiang Chen stood beyond the three-point line, his brow furrowing. Could he not score? Then he would enter the zone. In an instant, he felt his body transcend to another level. Even the speed of the basketball's flight appeared to slow down. Simultaneously, a vision of the basketball's landing spot materialized in his mind. With no time to ponder further, Jiang Chen surged forward, akin to a cheetah, leaping high into the paint to seize the basketball from above Garnett's head. A spectacular snatch, under the astonished gazes of onlookers. Jiang Chen dribbled deliberately to the three-point line and unleashed another high-arching shot. Swish! This time, the basketball found nothing but net. A look of exhilaration spread across Jiang Chen's face. Was this the capability unlocked by entering the zone? It was simply extraordinary. Strength, leaping ability, speed, vision, reflexes, and shooting touch. All had been amplified. Jiang Chen felt as though his body was on the brink of surpassing human limits. In the realm of anime, very few players could enter the zone. And even the miraculous Midorima Shintaro lacked this ability. Yet now, under the influence of the skill card of Am and Daiki, Jiang Chen had entered the zone, signifying that all his abilities had been enhanced, including Midorima Shintaro's ultra-high arc three-point skill and Tsukuwa Tomoki's strongest defensive wall skill. Therefore, Jiang Chen now surpassed even the Am and Daiki who entered the zone in the anime. This match would surely witness his remarkable comeback. There was no denying it. His prowess was overwhelming. Such confidence radiated from him. The arena erupted in a cacophony of excitement. What just happened? I feel a bit bewildered. This Chinese rookie is astonishing. How can he not be just a role player? He is nothing short of Michael Jordan. No, I have seen Michael Jordan play, and this Chinese rookie is far superior. Quick. His speed is truly unparalleled, and it seems he has jumped even higher than before. This is terrifying. God, let time move faster. If this continues, the Celtics might genuinely lose this game. Fans chattered restlessly, their excitement turning to anxiety. Just 7 minutes ago, they had been reveling in the joy of the Celtics' impending championship victory. But in the span of those few minutes, laughter had vanished from their lips on the court. Pierce and the others finally displayed expressions of despair, even though they still held a 9-point lead. They appear to be trailing by 9. The performance of this Chinese rookie was simply astonishing. Each play served to redefine their understanding of Jiang Chen. Most alarmingly, the strength he exhibited only seemed to intensify. What was his true ceiling? When would it end? In stark contrast to the despondent mood of the Celtics players, the Lakers' morale surged anew. The bench players bounced with enthusiasm, nearly wearing their towels to tatters. Kobe, Gasol, and the others erupted in passionate roars, in their darkest hour. Jiang Chen shone like a beacon of light in the engulfing darkness, illuminating and saving the Lakers as the Celtics initiated their offensive play. Rondo dribbled past half court, and, just as he passed the ball, Jiang Chen sprang forward to intercept. Empowered by the zone state, his speed and reflexes reached astonishing levels as soon as he discerned Rondo's passing intent. He was poised for action. Following the steal, Jiang Chen embarked on a fast break. No one could keep pace with his speed, forced to watch helplessly as his silhouette receded into the distance. He halted just beyond the three-point line. Utilizing Mitarima Shintaro's ultra-high arc three-point skill while in the zone, the basketball soared as if ablaze, tracing a magnificent arc swish. Nothing but net. The Celtics players finally revealed their expressions of despair. However, they did not concede defeat, but instead began a final, desperate struggle. They resorted to a frenzied, trapping strategy against Jiang Chen, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. Under such circumstances, the defensive pressure on the other Lakers players diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Kobe capitalized on the situation, sinking 2 mid-range shots and scoring 4 consecutive points. 96-98. As the game entered its final minute, the Lakers had narrowed the gap to just 2 points. They were but a step away from achieving the largest comeback in NBA Finals history. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, who had already orchestrated a miracle, was on the path to crafting an even greater one. In the CT5 studio, the two Yangs exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief in their eyes. Jiang Chen's recent performance was nothing short of superstar caliber. Honestly, Jiang Chen's display reminds me of Michael Jordan. Yang Jian chuckled ruefully, overwhelmed by an uncanny sensation. After a season of quietude, Jiang Chen's eruption in this match was nothing short of explosive. Initially perceived as a sudden breakout role player, he had transformed himself into the team's ace. With such physical gifts, dribbling prowess, offensive capability, and explosive power, he may well surpass Michael Jordan. Yang Yi marveled, it was utterly inconceivable. Several plays had me questioning his humanity. Yang Jian remarked, struggling to find the words to articulate his emotions. Now, I find myself eagerly anticipating his future career. Given Jiang Chen's demonstrated fighting spirit in this match, the championship scale has tilted in favor of the Lakers. The Celtics are not without talent. It's merely a matter of unfortunate luck, Yang Yi observed, wisdom gleaming in his eyes. In the XL Live broadcast room, the atmosphere was electric. Is this really Jiang's three-point shot? I thought he could only shoot threes. Why is his dribbling, rebounding, and individual offensive play so formidable? Such talent is a shame not to be the ace of a team. I fervently hope that following this match, the Lakers will reinstate Jiang as the sharpshooter. Should they continue to relegate him to the role of waterboy, it would indeed reflect a grave oversight on the part of the head coach. The outcome of this game appears to be a foregone conclusion. Although the Celtics currently maintain a slender 2-point lead, I firmly believe that the Lakers will stage a comeback. So, shall we anticipate videos featuring beauties clad in bikinis? Where is that particular netizen? Step forward and respond. Please hold on. I am in the midst of filming. On the court, the Celtics are on the offensive. Rondo dribbles through the defense into the paint and passes to the cutting Ray Allen. In a critical moment, Ray Allen withstands the pressure and calmly sinks a floater, adding 2 points to the score, extending the lead to 4 this time. He refrains from taunting Jiang Chen as he did previously, opting instead for a fierce roar before pivoting to defend. The atmosphere in the arena is charged with tension. What will ultimately be the result of this contest? The answer is imminent. The Lakers are now on the offensive. Jiang Chen receives the ball from the baseline, deftly maneuvering past the double team of Pierce and Rondo to penetrate the paint, where he executes a challenging, acrobatic layup while contending with Garnett. His unpredictable style of play is both graceful and overwhelmingly dominant. The Celtics counterattack. Pierce maneuvers to the top of the arc, receiving the basketball beyond the three-point line, preparing to take on Jiang Chen one-on-one. Despite his previous attempts against Jiang Chen resulting in an abysmal 0 for 4 As the team's star player and primary scorer, he must seize this moment to take control of the game and shoulder the offensive burden. Pierce shifts directions repeatedly, gearing up for a drive. Jiang Chen activates his strongest defensive skill, Tsukawa Tomoki's wall, enhanced by his zone state, elevating his defensive prowess to new heights. Timing his move perfectly, he lunges forward for a steal. Whack! It's executed with precision and finesse. WTF? Pierce is left fuming, regretting his decision to challenge Jiang Chen at IT is only now that he realizes the true extent of this Chinese rookie's defensive capabilities have been grossly underestimated. In a bid to rectify his error, he pivots to chase back on defense. But Jiang Chen has already sprinted ahead, completing a layup with purpose. 98. 98. The score is tied. The arena falls silent once more. An absolute hush enveloping the crowd of nearly 20,000. A recurring theme throughout this match. Jiang Chen has transformed into the arena silencer, instilling a sense of despair among the spectators. Beep, Rivers drenched in sweat. Call for the team's final timeout of the game. Gentlemen, let us aim to funnel the ball into the paint, entrusting it to Garnett or passing it down low to Perkins. Avoid the three-point line and refrain from challenging Jiang Chen's defense. This damned Chinese rookie has been concealing his true strength all along, Rivers bellows. The Celtics' gravest misstep this game has been their underestimation of this Chinese prodigy's abilities. Had they opted for double teaming when Jiang Chen sank his third or fourth three-pointer, perhaps the game would not have reached this critical juncture. The 33-point lead has evaporated. Regret now runs deep, but it is too late for lamentation. In this final defensive stand, the Lakers will undoubtedly entrust the basketball to Jiang Chen, who, brimming with confidence, will likely choose to go solo. Thus, we must focus our efforts on contesting Jiang Chen as a three-point shot, forcing him into the paint. Should he attempt a floater or layup, we must foul him. Better to concede free throws than allow him to score. The outcome hinges upon this moment. Let us go, Rivers exclaims passionately, having laid out the final tactical plan. The ensuing 33 seconds will showcase the player's prowess. On the opposite end, the Lakers bench. Phil gazes intently at his players, succinctly stating, "Give the ball to Jiang Chen. What strategy could possibly be more effective?" The players nod in agreement, without a hint of dissent. Even Kobe, at this juncture, places his entire trust in Jiang Chen. Through his extraordinary performance, Jiang Chen has earned Kobe's respect and confidence. Upon the resumption of play, the Celtics launch their offense. Rondo and Perkins execute a pick and roll, penetrating the paint before feigning a pass to Perkins. However, the basketball spins in his hands, and with a flick of his wrist, it flies in another direction. Garnett catches the ball and takes a jump shot. Swish, it's good. 98. 100, the Celtics regain a 2-point lead. The crowd erupts into a frenzy, releasing the pent-up emotions that Jiang Chen had suppressed. What does it matter that they clawed back from a 33-point deficit? Now, the Celtics stand on the precipice of championship glory. One more successful defensive stand, and the title is theirs. With just 24 seconds remaining in the game, Phil refrains from calling a timeout, allowing his players to resolve the situation on the court. Jiang Chen receives the ball from the baseline and dribbles past half-court. Kobe, Fisher, and others spread out to the corners, providing Jiang Chen ample space for a solo effort. Fans worldwide, glued to the live broadcast, hold their breath for this decisive offensive play. How will Jiang Chen respond? The gaze of nearly 20,000 spectators is fixed intently upon him, their breaths now measured and cautious. The Celtics players on the court also watch Jiang Chen with rapt attention, acutely aware that this moment could alter the entire series, or perhaps change nothing at all. With 20 seconds left on the clock and only one chance to score, Jiang Chen stands at the arc, quietly observing the seconds tick away. 18 seconds, 17 seconds, 13 seconds. The Lakers players begin to show signs of urgency. Is he not going to initiate the offense? Must they really let the clock dwindle to the final second? Yet if they fail to score, this game will slip away. Although everyone is acutely aware of the formidable prowess Jiang Chen demonstrated mere moments ago, this final offensive play is not merely a test of basketball skill, but also a trial of mental fortitude. Can this rookie, who has never faced such a critical game, rise to the occasion? Many harbor doubts. Kobe attempts to position himself higher to call for the ball, unable to contain his impatience. resolved to take this last shot himself. Regardless of the outcome, it is his responsibility as the team's leader. Yet at that moment, Jiang Chen springs into action. With lightning speed, he dribbles in zone mode, launching himself forward. Pierce lunges at him, only to be left in Jiang Chen's wake as he deftly changes direction. Rondo rushes to provide help, but Jiang Chen spins past him. He charges into the paint, confronting the final line of defense, Garnett. This is the most formidable defense he faces. After all, Garnett is the Celtics' premier defensive player, having earned the accolade of Defensive Player of the Year this season. Roar! Garnett bellows, charging forward, feeling a sense of triumph within that he fears that this Chinese rookie might shoot a three-pointer. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Chen drives into the paint, seemingly falling into a trap. The coach's predictions have proven correct. This Chinese rookie is too determined, utterly unwilling to pass. Now, a foul will significantly enhance the Celtics' chances of victory, even if Jiang Chen sinks both free throws. It merely evens the score, leading to overtime. However, should he miss even one, the championship will belong to the Celtics. As Jiang Chen charges into the paint, the Lakers are left in utter disbelief. ISNT, the three-pointer Jiang Chen's most adept offensive weapon? Why not take the shot? Is he aiming for overtime? Oh, heavens! This Chinese rookie's intentions are utterly inscrutable. Kobe, Gasol, Odom, and the others can only despairingly clutch their heads. Challenging the Defensive Player of the Year, Garnett, Kobe lacked absolute confidence in his ability to score in the paint while being defended by Garnett. In the restricted area, Jiang Chen had already leaped, his hands raised high with the basketball, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the approaching Garnett, seemingly biding his time. Suddenly, Garnett sprang into the air, exerting all his strength to strike Jiang Chen's arm. A loud clap echoed through the arena. Jiang Chen lost his balance, plummeting downwards at an alarming rate. In that fleeting moment, he executed an unorthodox shot, a skill allowing him to shoot from any angle and under any circumstance. As his body nearly lay level in midair, about to crash to the ground, Jiang Chen hurled the basketball skyward. The entire crowd held its breath, fixated on the soaring ball, their minds blank. The basketball struck the rim, bounced up, then fell back onto the rim, rebounding several times. With a swish, it settled into the net. The shot was good. 100. Only 0.9 seconds remain on the clock. The referee's whistle pierced the air, calling a foul on Garnett for slapping. Jiang Chen would take an additional free throw. The 20,000 spectators simultaneously clutched their heads, wide-eyed in disbelief as they gazed at the court. 8-2+1. The referee's decision was devastating and beyond question. Everyone had heard the sound of Garnett's slap and witnessed the egregious foul that seemed to transcend the boundaries of acceptable play. It was undeniably brutal. Yet even so, nothing could hinder Jiang Chen from sinking the basketball. How could this Chinese player, while losing his balance, nearly falling to the ground, still manage to shoot and make it no less? This was utterly absurd. On the sidelines, Rivers frowned at Garnett, his hands raised in a gesture of questioning, as if to inquire what had just transpired. Just moments ago, he had laid out the strategy clearly, a foul to prevent Jiang Chen from scoring, not to allow him a 2+1. Now, the fate of the Celtics was in Jiang Chen's hands. Garnett stood frozen in place, replaying the entire sequence in his mind, recalling Jiang Chen's slight smile before the foul. His expression shifting dramatically, he stumbled back a couple of steps, glancing at the fallen Jiang Chen, his eyes wide with shock. This Chinese rookie had deliberately lured him into committing a foul. Realization struck Garnett like a cold sweat. He had thought himself the hunter, with Jiang Chen as his prey. Yet, it was Jiang Chen who was the true hunter, while he had become the doomed quarry. What kind of confidence was this? To dare to entice an opponent into a foul for a 2+1 in the decisive moment of the championship. It was akin to playing with fire. Did he not fear missing the shot? A torrent of thoughts flooded Garnett's mind. Alas, there were no answers, for Jiang Chen had made the shot and successfully drawn the foul. Garnett felt a tinge of despair, an irrational sense that this loss was somehow justified. What a beautiful shot! The Lakers players rushed to Jiang Chen's side, lifting him up with exuberant cheers, patting his head and chest, their earlier doubts evaporating in a thin air. The free throw must go in. Kobe emphatically patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen nodded lightly, stepping up to the free throw line. Taking a deep breath, he effortlessly sank the free throw. 101. 100. The Lakers had gained a 1-point lead. Only 0.9 seconds remained, and the Celtics had no timeouts left, forced to inbound from the backcourt. Rondo threw the ball to Pierce, who launched it fiercely towards the front court as the final whistle blew. The basketball sailed out of bounds. The game was over. Jiang Chen had clinched victory with a stunning 2+1. Chaos erupted among the Lakers players, who went wild with celebration. The bench players stormed onto the court, joining Kobe and others in encircling Jiang Chen, jumping and cheering for this hard-earned triumph. That night, in the final 10 minutes of the game, they witnessed firsthand how miracles unfold. Jiang Chen, through sheer will, had reversed a 33-point deficit and executed the game-winning 2+1, leading his team to victory in Game 6 of the series. The score was now tied at 3. Thus, the suspense of this playoff series would continue, culminating in a decisive Game 7. The Celtics players left the court in despondence. They could hardly fathom the outcome of this game, leading by 33 points to have it all turn around and to fall victim to a last-second foul. Even as the game concluded, they remained in a daze, feeling as though this reality was utterly surreal. Who could have anticipated that a rookie relegated to guarding the water cooler would unleash such tremendous energy during garbage time? Though their hearts brimmed with regret, the result was already sealed. Lamenting would serve no purpose. Now, their focus must shift to preparing for Game 7. How to contain Jiang Chen's performance would be their greatest challenge in the upcoming battle. My God, this is simply unbelievable. I still cannot believe the result. The Lakers achieved a 33-point comeback, the largest in NBA Finals history. This Chinese rookie has nailed the Celtics to the pillar of shame. He has created a magnificent miracle. The Lakers have truly struck gold. If Jiang Chen continues to perform explosively in Game 7, what chance will the Celtics have at the championship? In the final 10 minutes, Jiang Chen shot 12 out of 16, astonishingly making 10 out of 13 three-pointers, while also contributing the game-winning free throw, amassing a staggering total of 35 points, 2 rebounds, 3 steals, and 1 block. He shattered numerous records, including the NBA single-quarter scoring record, the finals single-quarter scoring record, and the scoring record for bench players. This Chinese rookie has set a plethora of benchmarks. The two commentators on site were ecstatic, their emotions running high. Listening to their fervent commentary, the fans angrily slammed their support placards, the bold letters proclaiming defeat, the Lakers glaringly prominent and painfully vivid. Everyone felt a deep sorrow for the Celtics. At one point in the fourth quarter, they had led by 33 points, a gap so vast that the entire arena had begun to celebrate the Celtics' impending victory. Yet suddenly, the tides turned, and a water cooler player emerged to shatter all expectations. They seethed with anger at the Lakers' good fortune, and even more so at this Chinese rookie's sudden eruption that it felt as though the Celtics had their fate's throat gripped while the Lakers basked in divine favor. After the wild celebration on the court, the Lakers players made their way to the player tunnel. Returning to the locker room, in the Chinese CT5 studio, Yang watched Jiang Chen's 2+1 in the game's final moments. His face flushed with excitement. He had nailed it. Jiang Chen's 2+1 was the perfect punctuation for his breakout performance. Following this battle, who in the world would not recognize him? He spoke passionately, his voice trembling with emotion that he felt exhilarated and proud for Jiang Chen. A new Chinese superstar was emerging in the NBA, a long-awaited dream for countless Chinese fans. Yao Ming would no longer be alone in the NBA. The notion that no other Chinese player could make in the league would soon be a thing of the past. Moreover, Jiang Chen had salvaged the Lakers, becoming their savior. He was the secret weapon. Should the Lakers ultimately claim the championship, Jiang Chen would be their most significant contributor. Yang Jian echoed his excitement, exclaiming, "What kind of story's beginning could ever match such an ending?" Jiang Chen had lain in wait all season, finally rising to prominence in the NBA. Oh, you know what I thought of when I watched Jiang Chen make that final 2+1? He asked with a smile. Michael Jordan's last shot? Yang Jian's eyes sparkled, the image of Michael Jordan's most iconic moment flashing in his mind. Indeed, Jiang Chen's final shot felt even more iconic than Jordan's last fadeaway. Under Garnett's defensive pressure, a foul was drawn. culminating in a remarkable 2-1 play. Words fail to encapsulate the sheer astonishment I felt upon witnessing that moment. It was indeed a profound shock. Yang lamented, overwhelmed with emotion. In contrast, Jordan's final shot was the epitome of a perfect farewell. Conversely, Jiang Chen's last 2-1 victory marked the inception of his professional journey. What stories will Jiang Chen etch in the annals of the NBA? Let us await the unfolding narrative with bated breath. Yang Chen spoke, his eyes slightly reddened. For their generation of basketball professionals, their fervor for the sport has driven them to dedicate their lives to its advancement. Their greatest aspiration is to witness the rise of Chinese basketball on the international stage. With an increasing number of players making their mark in the NBA, now, Jiang Chen has bestowed upon them a glimmer of hope. This new luminary of Chinese basketball may, in the future, join forces with Yao Ming, leading the Chinese men's basketball team to glory in international competitions. Surpassing even the national football team, they aim to shed the image of being a weak squad on the global stage. In the XL live stream comment section, exclamations erupted. Wow, what a divine shot! Jiang Chen's final buzzer beater was simply stunning. This is the most incredible game winner I've ever witnessed. Jiang's three-pointers completely reshaped my perspective. Can we, as Chinese players, truly showcase such explosive performances in the NBA, scoring 35 points in a single quarter? Is this the same man who made only one three-pointer all season? Now it's time to echo Mr. Lu Sun's famous words. Lakers for the championship. What is going on? Was it the Lakers trailing by 33 points? I had lost interest, and then I opened my computer to find out they had clinched victory. Buddy, you missed one of the most spectacular comebacks in NBA history. I watched the entire game. All I can say is amazing. By the way, what happened to that user who filmed the bikini video? I can't wait any longer. Here it comes. The video has been posted on the XL website. Here is the link. Everyone can watch it. When this comment appeared, the previously bustling comment section fell silent, as if nearly half the audience had vanished. Countless users clicked on the link, only to find an empty bikini hanging on a hanger. Many lamented feeling deceived. The anticipated reward turned out to be so hastily presented, far less enticing than the files stored on their own hard drives. Amidst this jovial atmosphere, XL concluded its live coverage of the game, and the comment section was subsequently closed. Yet the fervor of the fans did not wane. On this day, countless Chinese basketball enthusiasts, brimming with excitement and passion, shared Jiang Chen's story with everyone around them. Many users proudly stated that Jiang Chen's name would undoubtedly become as recognizable as Yao Ming's, emerging as a household name in Chinese sports. He is destined to carve out a place for himself in the NBA, illuminating the entire United States with the brilliance of China. Inside the North Shore Garden Arena, the Lakers' locker room resonated with cheers. Everyone was still basking in the joy of their comeback victory. Even Kobe, typically the stoic player who believes the job is never done, wore a smile. His excitement still palpable. Brother, your performance was nothing short of miraculous. The mystical East truly possesses extraordinary power. You delivered a phenomenal game, and we are proud of you. This is absolutely insane. Buddy, you are the savior of the Lakers. Trailing by 33 points, we were all in despair. You transformed into a deity and rescued us. I swear, this is the wildest playoff performance I have ever witnessed. Yay, I love China. I love the Chinese people. The Lakers players shouted in excitement, heaping praise on Jiang Chen. The Celtics were utterly bewildered by Jiang Chen's prowess. Yet the Lakers players were equally astonished. Typically, Jiang Chen was the quietest, least impactful player on the team. Even when sitting by the water cooler, he rarely contributed, often failing to even hand out towels during his teammates' stellar performances. Throughout the playoffs, Jiang Chen had not seen a minute of play, as if he were entirely disconnected from the remarkable tales the Lakers were crafting. Jiang Chen was, in every sense, an outsider. Yet, at a moment when the Lakers were on the brink of elimination, a miracle occurred. Jiang Chen, like a deity, took to the court and delivered a dazzling performance. Illuminating the Lakers with his brilliance, he astonished not only the Lakers, but also the Celtics, the spectators present, and indeed the entire world. No one could fathom why Jiang Chen suddenly erupted, showcasing the prowess of a superstar. However, one thing was clear. After this game, Jiang Chen was no longer the same. In just 10 minutes, he transformed from an unnoticed figure to the center of attention. Buddy, I must thank you. You pulled the team back from despair. Preserving our hope for the championship, Kobe exclaimed passionately. The championship he had longed for seemed to be within reach. Initially resigned to defeat and acknowledging the season as a failure, Jiang Chen had salvaged everything. No need for thanks. As a member of the team, it is my duty, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, his mind elsewhere, preoccupied with thoughts of the system. When would the system release its rewards? It had been over half an hour since the game ended, and there was still no word. Just as he pondered this, the system's voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards are now being issued. Congratulations, host. You have received 3,000 achievement points and 50 skill fusion fragments. Note, accumulating 10,000 achievement points allows for one lottery draw. Upgrading skills to intermediate requires 500 skill fusion fragments. Upgrading skills to advanced requires 1,000 skill fusion fragments. Upgrading skills to max level requires 2,000 skill fusion fragments. Upgrading skills to supreme level requires 5,000 skill fusion fragments. You currently have one lottery opportunity. Would you like to proceed with the draw? The system inquired. Let us go for the draw, Jiang Chen replied without hesitation. This was a pivotal moment for the team's championship aspirations. Enhancing his abilities was paramount. He eagerly focused on the spinning wheel in his mind as various skills appeared, each more enticing than the last. Ding! The lottery draw has commenced. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Raijin dribbling skill of Yama-Kotaro. With an initial level of advanced, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the announcement that he was in dire need of a dribbling skill. As previous scouting reports highlighted that his only strength was three-point shooting, while his other techniques paled in comparison to NBA-level players, he was acutely aware of the terror of Raijin dribbling. Capable of producing thunderous sounds and speed with merely 3 fingers. When the dribbling technique advanced to 4 fingers, the basketball could glide past opponents with astonishing swiftness. Upon reaching 5 fingers, the dribbling speed would be akin to lightning. With a mere thought, the description of Yama-Kotaro's Raijin dribbling skill materialized in his mind. Raijin dribbling, one of the 5 without crowns, possessing extraordinary ball-handling skills. Upon fusion, the dribbling ability is acquired. With an initial level of advanced and a fusion rate of 60, granting exceptional dribbling skills, currently without breakthrough capability, with a 10 probability of being stolen. Note, this skill must be executed using 3 fingers. Subsequent skill upgrades allow for the use of 4 or 5 fingers. System, fuse the Raijin dribbling skill of Yama-Kotaro. Jiang Chen decisively declared, simultaneously opening the system interface. System, Black Basket System host, Jiang Chen height, 201 centimeters weight, 98 kilograms overall physique, 89 skills, Atsushi Shiraishi's innate talent, perfect level. Tomoki Tsuchiya's strongest wall advanced. Shintaro Midorima's ultra-high arc three-pointer advanced. Kotaro Yama's thunderous dribbling advanced. Items, none achievement points. 3,000 skill fusion fragments. 50 Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile with the thunderous dribbling skill of Kotaro Yama. His strength had significantly increased. He redirected his consciousness back to reality. His teammates were still celebrating. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the locker room that a staff member entered, somewhat astonished, and said, "It's almost time for the post-match interviews. The NBA officials and several media outlets have requested Jiang Chen's presence." Everyone was taken aback, turning their gazes toward Jiang Chen. He too was a bit bewildered, pointing to himself in confusion. When was the last time he was interviewed? Jiang Chen could hardly recall that it seemed to have been at the press conference when he first joined the Lakers. Naturally, he deserved the attention. Kobe smiled, gesturing for Jiang Chen to follow him. Accompanying them was head coach Phil Jackson. The three traversed the lengthy corridor, arriving at the interview room. Upon entering, they were startled. The spacious room was filled to the brim with people and cameras, nearly to the point of overcrowding that a quick glance revealed no fewer than 200 media outlets present. Even Kobe appeared slightly astonished. The spectacle was truly immense. Undoubtedly, all the media were there for Jiang Chen. This remarkable young man from China had once again become the focal point of the event. The trio took their seats. All the cameras pointed directly at Jiang Chen. Hey Jiang, tonight you performed a miracle, leading the team to a stunning comeback after trailing by 33 points in the final quarter. And even delivered the game-winning shot. How are you feeling right now? Facing the reporter's question, Jiang Chen pondered momentarily before responding calmly. I feel quite tranquil. I merely seized the opportunity to play and delivered the performance expected of me. The reporters were momentarily perplexed. Expected performance. A player who rarely saw the court and had only made one three-pointer all season. To score 35 points in under 10 minutes during the most critical moments of the finals? Was that what he deemed as expected? Surely, that was rather arrogant. This Chinese player was undoubtedly showing off. Are you confident you can replicate such an extraordinary performance in the next game? Will you make as many three-pointers as you did tonight? The reporter continued, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Just one explosive game, and this Chinese rookie fancied himself a superstar like Kobe. Had he forgotten his role as a bench warmer? Of course, without a doubt. I believe my performance in the next game will be even better, perhaps even scoring more three-pointers. Jiang Chen replied coolly, his tone brimming with confidence. The reporters exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by Jiang Chen's words. Making 10 three-pointers in one game was already remarkable. Expect to do it again in consecutive games. Or even more. That was beyond mere arrogance. It bordered on absurdity. It was no wonder the reporters were doubtful. In NBA history, the record for most three-pointers in a single game was merely 12. Such records were rare and could only be achieved under perfect conditions, when one suddenly found their rhythm. It was evident the reporters believed that tonight, Jiang Chen had simply entered a state of extraordinary form, allowing him to make 10 three-pointers in one quarter. Logically speaking, after an explosion of performance, one would typically revert to their normal level. Sustaining such an explosive display was incredibly challenging, especially for a benchwarmer. Thus, no one believed Jiang Chen's assertions. After all, in the history of the NBA, no player had ever made more than 10 three-pointers in consecutive games since the introduction of the three-point line. Not even the legendary three-point shooter Larry Bird could achieve it, nor could the all-time three-point king Reggie Miller, nor could the current king, Ray Allen. Hey, buddy, you made 10 three-pointers tonight. Are you really suggesting you'll do even better in the next game? Are you serious or just joking? A reporter asked, disbelief lacing his tone, tinged with a hint of ridicule. 10 three-pointers a lot? I accomplished that in just one quarter and in the next game. I might have 4 quarters to play, Jiang Chen shrugged, responding nonchalantly. The reporters collectively gasped in astonishment. 10 three-pointers not a lot. This was unprecedented. No player had ever made 10 three-pointers in a single NBA Finals game. Jiang Chen was the first. They desperately wanted to refute him, but found his statements to be factual and logical, leaving them at a loss for words. Kobe, seated nearby, also displayed a look of surprise. This Chinese rookie was indeed remarkably audacious. Jiang, your 10 three-pointers on 13 attempts tonight is utterly astonishing. Bear in mind that the current sharpshooter Ray Allen also made 7 three-pointers tonight. How did you achieve this? The reporters grew increasingly curious about Jiang Chen's explosive performance, pondering whether it stemmed from a particular turning point, a shift in mindset, the release of pressure, or a desire to prove himself. It's quite simple. I merely stood on the court, seized the opportunity to take those three-point shots, and they went in. Jiang Chen smiled, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The reporters were once again left speechless, their faces a picture of confusion. This was rather absurd. Simple? Was there a difference in our understanding of what simple means? Was shooting a three-pointer from the mid-court logo simple? Was shooting a contested three-pointer simple? Was making 5 consecutive three-pointers simple? Why was it that while every word Jiang Chen uttered made sense, when strung together in a sentence, they became incomprehensible? A silence enveloped the room. The reporters were caught off guard by Jiang Chen's few words, leaving the interview struggling to proceed. After a moment, someone finally posed another question. Jiang, tonight you won the game with a free throw at the buzzer. May I ask why you chose to drive to the paint instead of taking a three-pointer on your final offensive play? Were you aiming to take the game into overtime? A curious reporter inquired. Everything was under my control. I never considered going into overtime. When I drove to the paint, I was aiming for a 2-1. Jiang Chen replied confidently, that moment. He had indeed thought and acted that way. The reporters exchanged glances, their expressions once again revealing their bewilderment. This was absurd. Could they even conduct a proper interview? Let alone Jiang Chen being a bench warmer. Would even his airness Michael Jordan dare to say such a thing? In a critical offensive play determining the championship, to have the confidence to drive into the paint and draw a foul for a 2-1 to seal the game? What kind of confidence must one possess to accomplish that? It was utterly ludicrous. Moreover, Jiang Chen was facing the league's best defensive player, Kevin Garnett. The difficulty was immense. Coincidence. The last offensive play must have been a mere coincidence. It just happened to occur, and that was why Jiang Chen was able to say such things. After all, what had transpired was a predetermined fact, and Jiang Chen could say whatever he wanted. It was impossible to deduce right from wrong at that point. Kobe's expression mirrored astonishment. He was confident in his own legendary offensive skills, capable of altering the course of a game and sinking clutch shots without hesitation. Yet, to possess such meticulous control over a game-winning shot was something he found difficult to believe. However, given that this was Jiang Chen's first interview of the entire season, he allowed him the freedom to say whatever he wished. The reporters shook their heads in unison, and Jiang Chen was acutely aware that the last 2-1 offensive play he orchestrated was nothing short of astonishing. He remarked, "You may visit the Celtics press room later to interview Garnett. Perhaps his insights will satisfy your curiosity." The reporter's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Indeed, as the principal party involved, Garnett would undoubtedly possess a clear understanding of the circumstances at that moment. By inquiring with Garnett, they would discern whether Jiang Chen was merely posturing. "Jiang, due to your extraordinary performance, achieving a staggering 33-point comeback in the finals, which has propelled this series to a decisive Game 7, what are your expectations for the upcoming showdown?" One reporter inquired. "Without a doubt, the championship." Jiang Chen responded with a calm demeanor, exuding immense confidence and a commanding presence. The reporters were taken aback. Could this truly be a bench warmer? Was this the kind of audacity one would expect from a mere role player? Yet this Chinese rookie was indeed an undrafted player, a supposed bench warmer. It was utterly absurd. After a brief moment of silence, the reporters exchanged astonished glances, their amazement unmistakable. The recent interview with Jiang Chen had completely reshaped their understanding of the term posturing. Even the legendary posturing king Larry Bird would likely find himself outmatched by Jiang Chen. As a titan of the 1980s NBA, Bird had left behind countless moments of bravado that fans fondly reminisced about. Yet, in just a few minutes of dialogue, the reporters sensed that Jiang Chen might be on the path to becoming the new era's king of bravado. However, unlike Bird, who had the remarkable ability to fulfill his boasts, Jiang Chen's future remained uncertain. Would he continue to dazzle as he claimed, or would he fade into obscurity like a shooting star after this game? Only time could reveal the answer, for the moment. However, most reporters harbored doubts about Jiang Chen's professional trajectory. Such fleeting brilliance was far too common in the NBA. Countless players had risen like meteors only to plummet just as swiftly. Perhaps tonight's remarkable performance, 35 points in a single quarter, with 10 three-pointers and a game-winning shot, would be the pinnacle of Jiang Chen's career. Phil, under your guidance, the team achieved a remarkable turnaround. What do you believe was your most astute decision in this game? The reporters shifted their focus. Without question, it was allowing Jiang Chen to take the floor. Phil replied with a slight smile. Had I put him in earlier, perhaps we wouldn't have trailed by 33 points. What are your thoughts on Jiang Chen's recent comments? Do you think he could become the Scottie Pippen to Kobe's Jordan? A curious reporter asked. Some of Jiang Chen's remarks are indeed hard to believe. Nevertheless, I commend the confidence of youth. Let us see what the future holds. As for whether he can become Pippen, I cannot say for certain. After all, Pippen never had a game with 35 points and 10 three-pointers. Perhaps he could even become another Kobe. Phil shrugged, generously praising Jiang Chen. The reporters were once again astounded. Another Kobe? This bench warmer? Was Phil truly so taken by Jiang Chen's performance that he had lost his judgment? Jiang Chen's display was commendable, but to compare him to another Kobe seemed excessive. Kobe, as a marquee player in the NBA, was an iconic superstar with global influence. What merit did this Chinese player possess to be likened to Kobe? Apart from Yao Ming, no other Chinese player had emerged as an NBA superstar. Kobe, do you share this sentiment? The reporters turned their attention to Kobe. Indeed, Jiang Chen is an extraordinary player, and his potential achievements in the NBA are incalculable. Kobe stated nonchalantly, affirming Jiang Chen's talent. What the future holds is of little concern to me. I am focused on the present and the upcoming Game 7, that if my praise can bolster Jiang Chen's confidence and inspire him to excel in a decisive match, then why not offer it? Upon hearing Kobe's words, Jiang Chen turned and smiled. Kobe, I must say, you truly have an eye for talent. Kobe was momentarily taken aback. This young teammate was rather immodest. The reporters were equally stunned. This Chinese rookie certainly did not shy away from any opportunity to showcase his bravado. After all this posturing, it remained to be seen how he would perform in the Game 7. After the interview concluded, many media personnel flocked to the Celtics press room. In contrast to the bustling Lakers interview area, the Celtics space appeared somewhat subdued, with fewer than 100 media representatives present. Doc Rivers, how do you view this defeat? Do you consider this game a turning point in the series? One reporter asked. I never anticipated we would lose. When we were up by 33 points, we had already begun celebrating our championship victory. But who could have foreseen that a bench warmer from the Lakers would score 35 points in a single quarter, leading to our undoing? Rivers lamented that it is a disheartening feeling. We were poised to lift the trophy, only for that Chinese rookie to ruin everything. I don't see this as a turning point. Given that we can lead the Lakers by 33 points today, I am confident we can do the same in Game 7. After all, a bench warmer cannot always perform at such an elevated level. Rivers shook his head, his expression laden with sarcasm, both toward himself and the Lakers. He mocked his own misjudgment in granting Jiang Chen too many shooting opportunities, which had allowed him to find his rhythm. It was ironic that a player earning a mere fraction of $1 million could turn the tide of the game. Yet, lamentably, this bench warmer was still part of the Lakers. Will you implement specific defensive strategies against Jiang Chen in Game 7? A reporter inquired. No, absolutely unnecessary. I am aware that the Lakers will certainly increase Jiang Chen's playing time in Game 7. However, his primary skill is merely shooting three-pointers. 10 for 13. I cannot believe he will maintain such a terrifying shooting percentage in the next game. Rivers maintained a composed facade, while internally he was in turmoil. Did he really need to ask? Of course, they would have to devise a targeted defense. Even if this Chinese rookie's shooting percentage dipped, allowing him to score a few three-pointers would still be unacceptable. Such thoughts should not be voiced. They must not show any weakness to the Lakers. Sports competition involves not only physical and technical battles, but also psychological warfare, which is equally crucial. The reporters nodded in agreement. Resonating with Rivers' perspective, Garnett, could you recount the circumstances of the final defensive play? Why did you commit a foul? How did you allow Jiang Chen to complete the 2-1? A reporter who had transitioned from the Lakers interview room eagerly asked. Our defense was flawless. We forced Jiang Chen into the paint, and then I fouled him, allowing him to shoot free throws. However, I never anticipated that even while committing a foul, this Chinese rookie would still manage to score. Garnett's expression was pained as he recounted the humiliating moment. 1 detail that struck me was that when I fouled him, he wore a slight smile, which made me suspect he was deliberately waiting for me to commit the foul. He saw through our strategy and then executed that 2-1. Garnett's face bore the weight of humiliation, unwilling to relive that moment. He was acutely aware that he had been outmaneuvered by the Chinese rookie. The feeling of becoming the prey was truly disheartening. The reporters fell into a stunned silence, their expressions reflecting disbelief. It turned out that Jiang Chen's words were indeed true. He truly mastered the final offensive play, showing no desire for overtime, but rather aiming for a decisive 2-1, completely toying with the Celtics as if they were mere pawns. It is a pity that the Celtics had devised a strategy that inadvertently led to this foul. Upon considering this, the reporters could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the Celtics. It could be said that their own tactical design led to the demise of the championship trophy that was so nearly within their grasp. Now, with the series heading into a decisive Game 7, anything could transpire. 1 cannot help but speculate how the Celtics would feel if they were to lose in the 7th game, and whether they would regret their tactical arrangement in the 6th match. On another note, in the final offensive that determined life or death, how could this Chinese rookie still be smiling? Is he really just an undrafted player in a water cooler attendant? It seems utterly absurd. After the post-game interviews, the throngs of reporters rushed back to their respective offices, frantically working overtime to write their articles. There was an abundance of content to report on from this match, and the post-game interviews were teeming with provocative topics. Early the next morning, a flurry of news articles was released across major sports media outlets, instantly igniting a firestorm across the internet that a miraculous comeback. The water cooler player scores 35 points in a single quarter, leading the Lakers to a last-minute victory over the Celtics. Did they miss out on the championship? The Celtics squandered a 33-point lead in a bewildering reversal. 35 points in a single quarter, with 10 three-pointers breaking numerous finals records, showcasing the wild performance of this undrafted Chinese rookie, the undrafted player who had never taken the court this season, save the Lakers. Was this divine intervention? In addition to reporting on the game's events, the content from the post-game interviews was also continuously highlighted by the media. A legendary debut. Did the Lakers find Kobe's successor? Phil openly declared that Jiang Chen is another Kobe. Will he sink 10 more three-pointers in Game 7? The audacious remarks from the Chinese undrafted player in the post-game interview, controlling the game-winning shot. Jiang Chen's final attack resulted in a 2-1 that clinched the game. Entirely within his own design, Garnett personally acknowledged that Jiang Chen saw through the Celtics' tactics and deliberately waited for the foul to complete the free throw game winner. Rivers stated that the Lakers were simply lucky, relying on the water cooler player to turn the game around, vowing not to target Jiang Chen in Game 7. The myriad reports were dazzling, yet without a doubt, Jiang Chen was the focal point of the coverage. After the news broke, a tremendous discussion storm erupted throughout the United States that my God, did this truly happen? Can a water cooler player be so formidable? 35 points in a quarter, 10 three-pointers. Surely, such statistics could only be achieved in a video game. Right? Merely looking at the numbers, one might assume they were produced by Kobe, only to discover it was a Chinese rookie. Unbelievable. My interest in this Chinese rookie grows ever stronger. I eagerly anticipate his future performances. Will he prove to be a fleeting phenomenon or a consistent contributor? This is simply outrageous to hit 10 three-pointers in Game 7. I can only say that ignorance has rendered this water cooler player arrogant. Indeed, this Chinese rookie is far too conceited. I hope the Celtics can teach him a lesson in Game 7. I admit that the performance of this water cooler player was terrifying, but surely it was merely one game. Looking at his career, he hasn't even had the chance to step onto the court. I can't wait to see how he flops in Game 7. Among the fans, there are those who praise and express astonishment, as well as others who belittle and mock. The majority remain skeptical that Jiang Chen can consistently deliver such extraordinary performances, believing he will revert to the level of a typical role player in Game 7. Across the ocean in China, reports regarding the Lakers and Jiang Chen have similarly swept across the internet, igniting fervent discussions among fans. In a way, 10 three-pointers in a single quarter. Is this really Jiang Sanfen? I regret not watching the final quarter of the game. I've watched Jiang Chen's highlight reels dozens of times, and I still can't get enough. Each viewing fills me with adrenaline. This is the kind of performance we expect from our Chinese players. Who else can compare? Wow, incredible. From the moment Jiang Chen entered the NBA, I had high hopes for him. After a quiet season, he has finally erupted. Are you serious? Jiang Chen performed well in just one game, and you're already making proclamations. News and commentary related to Jiang Chen continue to proliferate on Chinese social media. Climbing to the top of the Baidu search rankings in less than half a day, IT has truly taken the internet by storm. People from all walks of life have expressed their congratulations to Jiang Chen and Chinese basketball. The Chinese Basketball Association even released a statement praising Jiang Chen's performance in the NBA, commending his perseverance and dedication to his dreams, ultimately seizing the opportunity to prove himself and embodying the true spirit of sportsmanship. Many authoritative media outlets have reported on Jiang Chen's explosive performance in helping the Lakers achieve their comeback. In an instant, Jiang Chen became the most talked-about sports figure in all of China, even surpassing athletes preparing for the Olympics. He has truly achieved fame in a single battle. In Boston, at the Lakers' dedicated training facility, the team is preparing for tomorrow's Game 7. 10-minute intra-squad scrimmage is currently underway. Pitting the Lakers' starting lineup against the bench, As the scrimmage enters its final minute, the bench trails by a mere 6 points. Every player is drenched in sweat, their excitement palpable. Jiang Chen has delivered yet another astonishing performance in the scrimmage, sinking 5 three-pointers in just 10 minutes, with an astonishingly high shooting percentage. This has kept Kobe and Gasol from pulling away too much from the bench. Peep! The assistant coach blows the whistle, signaling the end of the scrimmage. The players gather around Jiang Chen. Jiang, your three-point shooting is simply impeccable. With your firepower, we are certain to defeat the Celtics in Game 7. I doubt anyone expected you to maintain such a hot streak after your breakout. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on the Celtics' faces when they are left in shock. Secret weapon. You will once again be our team's ace. Buddy, your future holds the potential to become a three-point sharpshooter like Ray Allen. The camaraderie is palpable, and the excitement is infectious as the teammates express their enthusiasm for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has earned their recognition and respect through his prowess. Previously, they hardly acknowledged his existence. And no, I don't need a future. I am already the league's strongest three-point shooter, and please do not compare me to Ray Allen. That is an insult to my abilities, Jiang Chen replied coolly, exuding confidence with every word. What a ridiculous joke. Is the high-arc three-point skill of Mitarima Shintaro merely a joke? Don't even mention Ray Allen. Even Curry would struggle. I possess otherworldly, fantastical basketball skills. Who can rival me? His teammates looked utterly bewildered. The strongest three-point shooter in the league. This seems a bit too audacious. What would Ray Allen think? Kobe raised an eyebrow, recalling the post-game interview from the previous night. Is he starting to show off? This Chinese teammate is indeed mysteriously confident. However, Jiang Chen's demonstrated three-point shooting ability is truly remarkable. One can only hope he maintains this shooting form into tomorrow's Game 7. Kobe thought, his internal fire burning bright. This time, he would not allow the opportunity to win the championship to slip through his fingers. All right, team, let us commence a new round of training. Let us aim to dominate the Celtics tomorrow. Phil clapped his hands from the sidelines, unable to suppress a smile, already strategizing for the upcoming game in his mind. Yes, the players responded loudly, their spirits soaring, filled with confidence for the match ahead. Because they have an ace, this undrafted player from China will undoubtedly become the Celtics' nightmare. Meanwhile, in the office of the Miami Heat's president, Pat Riley was poring over every piece of information he could gather on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's performance had not only caused a sensation among American fans, but had also shocked the entire NBA. How curious. The scouting reports were unremarkable. His season performance was abysmal, and it was a miracle he wasn't sent down to the G League by the Lakers. Why did he suddenly explode in Game 6 against the Celtics? Riley muttered to himself as he continued to sift through the documents. Bang! At that moment, a tall figure pushed the door open. It was none other than the Heat's star player. Dwayne Wade. Buddy, did you watch yesterday's championship final? That Chinese rookie's performance was truly extraordinary. I couldn't help but become a fan of his, Wade exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Of course. Just look at what I'm doing right now. Riley replied, gesturing towards the documents on the table. Wade nodded and gave Riley a thumbs up. He had come here specifically to discuss Jiang Chen with Riley. Following the championship game, Jiang Chen would become a free agent. Once the free agency market opens, the Heat might have a chance to sign this future star. I understand your thoughts. I've been contemplating this matter as well. However, we cannot define a player based solely on one game. We must observe further, Riley stated, his gaze steady and expression calm. Years of experience as president had honed his ability to remain composed and think clearly in challenging situations. Observe further? There's only one game left this season. Instead of mulling over this, why don't we go watch the Game 7 showdown in person? Wade urged anxiously, fearing that Jiang Chen might be snatched away by another team. That makes sense. Let us buy tickets to Boston right away, Riley replied, tossing the documents onto the table and heading to the airport with Wade, in the office of the Los Angeles Lakers general manager. Kupchak was engrossed in browsing news about yesterday's game. Delighted by Jiang Chen's miraculous performance, it was he who had brought Jiang Chen to the Lakers with a contract at the time. He merely believed that this Chinese player's three-point shooting ability could benefit the team. So he signed him to a minimum salary. Little did he expect this undrafted Chinese player to sit on the bench for the entire season. During the regular season, he had contemplated cutting Jiang Chen multiple times but ultimately refrained. To his astonishment, Jiang Chen exploded in the Lakers' most desperate moment, rescuing the team and preserving their hope for a championship. Just for this one game, the investment of hundreds of thousands of dollars had proven to be exceptionally worthwhile. The more Kupchak reflected on this process, the more he felt a sense of pride. What does it mean to have a discerning eye? His judgment had been remarkably astute. If this momentum continued, wouldn't he be on the path to building a Lakers dynasty? Just as Kupchak was savoring this thought, the phone on his desk rang. It was Lakers owner Jerry Buss calling. "Hello, boss. What can I do for you?" Kupchak said with a smile, knowing intuitively that he was about to receive praise. "You did a great job signing Jiang Chen, but his contract is about to expire, and I need you to fly to Boston immediately and do whatever it takes to keep Jiang Chen on the team." Jerry Buss insisted, his tone urgent. "Whatever it takes. Is there a limit on the contract?" Kupchak was somewhat bewildered. That was difficult to determine. There is no limit, as long as it complies with league rules. You can sign any contract amount. This undrafted Chinese player is exceptionally talented. I have faith in my judgment, Jerry Buss said, brimming with excitement. Regardless of Jiang Chen's future, he was willing to pay a substantial price to secure a favorable outcome. Even if Jiang Chen faded into obscurity, remaining merely a water cooler attendant, he would accept it. This was Jerry Buss's character. His gambling instincts often led him to make bold decisions. That was precisely this audacity that transformed the Lakers under his leadership into one of the NBA's powerhouse teams, capturing numerous championship trophies. Yes, Kupchak's excitement surged as well. Working with such a boss is simply exhilarating. After hanging up the phone, Kupchak instructed his assistant to purchase the earliest flight tickets and then hurriedly made his way to the airport. Already envisioning the scenario of signing Jiang Chen. Surely, owner Buss would be extremely pleased. One cannot deny that this undrafted Chinese player was fortunate to have caught Buss's eye. Even if his performance tomorrow is subpar, he is likely to secure a very decent contract. At the very least, his job is safe. In addition to the Heat and the Lakers, several other teams' managements were also boarding flights to Boston overnight, all eager to observe Jiang Chen's performance. That a single game of brilliance may not signify much, but if he excels in consecutive games, it would undoubtedly confirm that Jiang Chen is a player of immense potential. Should Jiang Chen continue to shine in the Game 7 showdown, it could set off a frenzy in this summer's free agency market. Conversely, if Jiang Chen performs poorly, it would deter many interested teams. Therefore, the Game 7 showdown is not only crucial for the Lakers' championship aspirations, but also represents Jiang Chen's best opportunity to establish his market value. The following day, the NBA Finals were set for Game 7. 3 hours before the game, the North Shore Garden was already teeming with fans. Not only was the arena packed to capacity, but the plaza outside was also overflowing with people, a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. Enthusiastic fans had completely taken over the North Shore Garden. Despite the Celtics having suffered a 33-point comeback defeat to the Lakers in the previous game, the fans remained steadfast in their confidence. They firmly believed that the indomitable Green Army would not be defeated by such a setback. In this match, the Celtics were poised to launch an even more ferocious counterattack, while the Lakers braced themselves for the impending wrath. As eternal rivals, Celtics fans harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Lakers. Even before the game commenced, some fans were already chanting, "Defeat the Lakers." Inside the arena, both teams were undergoing pre-game interviews in the Lakers interview area. Head coach Phil Jackson and star player Kobe Bryant were present. "Phil, after Jiang Chen's extraordinary performance in the last game that helped the Lakers stage a comeback, will you assign him an important role in this game?" A reporter inquired. "Perhaps. I will give Jiang Chen a few minutes on the court and observe his performance, hoping he can maintain the fiery form from the last game," Phil replied, squinting slightly, his thoughts inscrutable. The reporters nodded in agreement. Although Jiang Chen had boasted significantly during the post-game interview, skepticism lingered among them. Phil's words seemed more reasonable. What was that post-game interview nonsense? Claiming Jiang Chen could become another Kobe. Absurd. Perform well, stay on the court. Perform poorly, be substituted off? The NBA is ruthlessly competitive, especially in a Game 7 of the Finals, where the coach will certainly exercise caution in his player selections. Ultimately, It is the star players like Kobe and Gasol who will dictate the flow of the game. As for this undrafted player, he might only get a few minutes to throw up a couple of three-pointers before being benched out of course. Jiang Chen could very well replicate his previous game-as performance, sinking multiple three-pointers and dazzling everyone. But deep down, everyone knew that the probability of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim. It was even lower than winning the lottery. Phil, considering the Celtics' strong performance in the last game, do you have any adjustments in mind? A reporter queried. It is well known that the Lakers were thoroughly outplayed in the previous game, trailing by as much as 33 points. Had it not been for that Chinese undrafted player's sudden explosion, the Celtics would already be parading with a championship trophy in Boston. What Game 7? Naturally, I have made adjustments to the team's lineup. I believe the new arrangement will lead us to victory. Phil replied, still maintaining his calm demeanor. The reporters frowned. That a new lineup? What does that entail? Speak up. This old fox always plays coy, revealing not a shred of useful information. Kobe, your performance in this series has been quite inconsistent. Has injury affected you, or has the Celtics' defense impacted your game? As the impending Game 7 approaches, are you concerned about your form? A reporter shifted the focus of the interview. No, not at all. I yearn for victory. Regardless of my condition, I will give my all to win the game, Kobe stated tersely, his expression icy. You heard Jiang Chen's words during the post-game interview. Do you think he can fulfill those promises? A reporter inquired. Of course, he certainly doesn't appear to be jesting. I am quite looking forward to it, Kobe stated, shrugging his shoulders while a hint of a smile graced his face. The thought of Jiang Chen's performance in the scrimmage stirred a sense of excitement within him. This undrafted Chinese player might just deliver a breathtaking performance in tonight's decisive Game 7. The reporters were left utterly baffled. Was he truly so desperate for a championship that he would place his hopes on an undrafted rookie to assist the team? It was nothing short of astonishing. Did Phil not just declare that Jiang Chen would only receive a few minutes of playing time? Whose words could be deemed more credible? The reporters were left in a state of confusion. After a lengthy inquiry, they found themselves no closer to answers. They would have to witness the unfolding drama on the court themselves. In the Celtics press room, a reporter asked Rivers, who do you believe poses the greatest threat to your team in the upcoming match? Without a doubt, Kobe Bryant. He is undoubtedly one of the greatest scorers in history, and we must devise a strategy to contain his prowess, Rivers replied respectfully. Even as an opponent, Kobe commanded admiration. And what about Jiang Chen? Another reporter interjected. Are you kidding me? Rivers responded with an exaggerated expression, displaying a shock at the question. I do not believe Jiang Chen's performance could surpass Kobe's. He continued confidently, in the previous game. The lack of preparation allowed this undrafted Chinese player to run rampant on the court. In this match, we have devised a targeted defensive strategy. Once this rookie steps on the court, we will make him question his very existence. The reporters chuckled at this. The question indeed seemed superfluous. How could Jiang Chen possibly be compared to Kobe? Ray Allen. Jiang Chen boldly claims he will sink 10 three-pointers in this game. What are your thoughts? A reporter asked, a veteran three-point shooter in the NBA for over a decade, I fully understand how challenging it is to hit 10 three-pointers in a single game. No player in NBA history has achieved that feat in consecutive games. It is an immense challenge. I have not accomplished it, and neither has Reggie Miller. If Jiang Chen were to experience the favor of Lady Luck once again, would it not be exceedingly unfair to us? Ray Allen replied, his tone grave, expressing a sentiment that was unmistakably clear. He had not done it. Reggie Miller had not done it. So how could Jiang Chen possibly achieve it? Should Jiang Chen hit 10 three-pointers, it would be attributed to fortune rather than skill. You feel confident in surpassing Jiang Chen's three-pointers in this game? The reporter persisted. Undoubtedly, the three-pointer is the weapon that has solidified my place in the NBA, Ray Allen asserted, exuding confidence. After a few more questions, the reporters concluded their pre-game interview. Subsequently, the Celtics and Lakers, having donned their uniforms in the locker rooms, rushed onto the court through the players' tunnel, under the spotlight. Each player wore a serious expression, their eyes gleaming with fiery determination. Amidst a sea of green, the Lakers' purple and gold colors appeared somewhat solitary, as if encircled. The cacophony of cheers erupted in this suffocating atmosphere. The decisive Game 7, which would determine the champion, was on the verge of commencing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Shore Garden for the NBA Finals Game 7. The exuberant commentator, the round mound of rebound. Barkley declared passionately, who will emerge victorious in this critical clash and claim the NBA championship this year. The tension is palpable and the anticipation is electric. His fellow commentator, Reggie Miller, echoed the excitement. Both were esteemed commentators within the sports arena, boasting illustrious careers in the NBA. Old friend, who do you personally believe will triumph in this Game 7 and secure the championship? Barkley raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on his face that I have high hopes for the Celtics. After all, they have demonstrated overwhelming strength in the previous 6 games. Furthermore, this Game 7 is on their home turf, so they possess the advantage of timing, location, and support. The Lakers reaching this point is largely due to luck. Reggie Miller replied confidently. Even knowing that Barkley was attempting to provoke him, he unhesitatingly took the bait, eager to see who would be proven wrong. Luck? Are you referring to that undrafted Chinese player? He managed to sink 10 three-pointers in just 10 minutes during the last game. Do you believe he can maintain such a formidable performance tonight? And do you foresee him becoming a top-tier three-point shooter in the NBA? Barkley continued, curiosity and excitement evident in his tone. This topic had become the focal point of discussion within the American basketball community, given Jiang Chen's astonishing performance of 10 three-pointers in a single finals game. Opinions were divided and debates ensued. Reggie Miller, the current record holder for three-pointers in the NBA, was undoubtedly the most qualified to speak on this matter. It is exceedingly difficult. I watched the live broadcast of Game 6 and subsequently reviewed the footage. Many of those three-pointers by this undrafted Chinese player were high-difficulty shots that relied on luck. But, my friend, as you know, no one can rely on such fortune consistently. Reggie Miller asserted, as for your second question. I am not particularly optimistic. This Chinese undrafted player has been reported to excel in three-pointers, yet he has not proven himself throughout the season. Can one game suffice to validate his capabilities? He concluded, his tone laced with skepticism. Him. Jiang Chen's extraordinary performance was merely the result of fortuitous luck. Barkley continued, Jiang Chen stated in an interview that he intends to sink 10 three-pointers again in this game, claiming it to be a normal expectation for him. This provoked a reaction from Reggie, whose demeanor darkened as he retorted coldly, just hype. Who would believe his words? Anyone can boast. The key is whether one can deliver. Forget 10 three-pointers. If he manages to hit 5 in this game, I would regard him with newfound respect. Hitting 5 three-pointers, even in this era that undervalues the three-point shot, is a remarkably rare feat. Barkley chuckled, deftly shifting the topic, skillfully positioning himself in a neutral stance to avoid being caught in any controversy. Regardless of the game's outcome, he would remain unscathed. As for Reggie Miller, Barkley could only wish him good fortune in his heart. Being proven wrong in such a globally scrutinized Game 7 would be a bitter pill to swallow on the court. The players had completed their pre-game warm-ups and returned to the bench, listening intently as their coach delivered the final tactical arrangements. Simultaneously, both teams' assistant coaches submitted the starting lineups to the statistics table. Soon after, the big screen displayed the starting rosters of both teams. With Jiang Chen's name prominently featured, the wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, swiftly followed by a chorus of derisive laughter. A mere waterboy was to start in a Game 7. Had Phil lost his mind? This was undeniably absurd. It seemed Phil had taken the undrafted Chinese player's post-game interview comments to heart, a lifetime of wisdom, clouded by a fleeting moment of folly. Phil's Zen Master Jackson's reputation appeared to be in jeopardy. Perfect! With this, the Celtics should easily secure victory, and the championship will be within their grasp. The fans eagerly speculated, the arena buzzing with excitement. Jiang Chen starting? This is quite absurd. In a VIP viewing room. Pat Riley remarked with a hint of surprise. We have traveled thousands of miles to be here. I hope this Chinese undrafted player does not disappoint us, Wade said, his gaze fixed intently on the court. A similar scene unfolded in various VIP lounges. Celebrities seated courtside gasped in astonishment. My God. Starting Jiang Chen. Phil is truly bold, Barkley exclaimed. Humph. Digging his own grave. Reggie Miller commented dismissively, it seems that after long years of commentary, One encounters every conceivable situation. Have an undrafted player who made a mere single three-pointer throughout the regular season. Starting a Game 7 of the finals is surely unprecedented in NBA history. Regardless of the outcome, Phil has already etched his name in history in such a manner. The journalists on the sidelines wore expressions of bewilderment. That old fox Phil, during the pre-game interview, was indeed talking nonsense. He claimed Jiang Chen would only play a few minutes. Now he is starting. How can he only play a few minutes? In the CT5 studio across the ocean, the legendary commentators Sun Junping and Zhang Weiping were assigned to cover this match. Jiang Chen starting. This marks the first time in Chinese basketball history that a player has taken to the NBA final stage as a starter, Sun Junping said excitedly. Hey, Phil Jackson has an eye for talent. His arrangement is quite reasonable. Jiang Chen's breakout is no coincidence. I have high hope for this young man to deliver another stunning performance, Zhang Weiping said with a smile, both expectant and somewhat anxious. In the XL Live commentary chat, someone exclaimed, "Wow, am I seeing this correctly? Jiang is actually starting. This move is impressive. Regardless of Jiang's performance, I've already begun to feel proud of him." You can be proud, but Jiang cannot afford to be complacent. He must strive to deliver an outstanding performance and let the light of China shine at the North Shore Garden. Damn, I want to jinx him. If Jiang performs as extraordinarily as last game, I'll eat shit upside down. 666. You're quite brave, but eating shit is a bit disgusting. Why not film your wife in a bikini instead? Sorry, but I'm still single, so I can only perform the upside-down shit-eating act. Now I understand why you want to eat shit upside down. Being single is indeed a hard truth at the North Shore Garden. On the Lakers bench, all players focused their attention on Phil Jackson. With an infectious voice, Phil declared, "As the series has progressed, we have always been the underdogs, but I know we are the strongest. Now go win the game and seize the championship." Yes, the players roared in unison, their spirits soaring. The five starters marched onto the court. "Jiang," Phil suddenly called out to Jiang Chen. Jiang turned back, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "I look forward to your three-point shooting display," Phil said earnestly, placing great expectations on Jiang. Jiang felt a surge of emotion. This feeling of being trusted is indeed delightful. He gestured an okay sign, nonchalantly yet with a touch of swagger, saying, "Rest assured, starting me is the best decision you could make. Hitting 10 three-pointers will be a breeze for me. I will deliver a performance even greater than the last game, helping the team to victory." With that, Jiang turned and, like a soldier heading to battle, strode towards the court. Phil paused, then smiled. This Chinese undrafted player is indeed youthful and brash. It reminded him of great players like Jordan and Kobe, who were all fiercely ambitious in their youth. He has the charisma. Now it remains to be seen if he can maintain the performance from the previous game. To be honest, Phil had carefully considered placing Jiang in the starting lineup. He bore significant pressure. If the team lost this Game 7 because of Jiang, he might find himself fishing back home next season. Thus, this was a gamble, a high-stakes wager. The prize at stake was the championship trophy. Phil endeavored to calm himself. This was undoubtedly the most nerve-wracking game of his coaching career. Thus, Jiang took his position on the court. The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding dong, task detected. Participate in the Game 7 showdown. And here is your mission. Help the Lakers win the Game 7 and secure the championship. Rewards, 5,000 achievement points. Skill fusion fragments 100. A 10-minute experience card for the skill mimicry of Ryota Kai's." Hearing the system's voice, Zhang's eyes lit up. He had not expected the task to arrive so quickly, and the rewards were even more generous this time. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to upgrade his skills and draw new abilities, making himself increasingly powerful and versatile. Moreover, he now possessed a skill experience card for Ryota Kai's, another lethal tool at his disposal. As a member of the era of miracles, Kai's skill was indeed formidable. It could mimic and enhance any move he had seen once. This was yet another existence akin to a bug. This game, for emotional, logical, and reward-driven reasons, must be won. Zhang's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. By now, the starting players from both teams had taken their positions. The Lakers starters were Gasol, Odom, Jiang Chen, Kobe, and Fisher. Jiang replaced Radmanovi, entering the starting lineup as a small forward. The Celtics starters were Perkins, Garnett, Pierce, Ray Allen, and Rajon Rondo. Except for the center position, which was slightly weaker, the other four players were undeniably superstars. The referee blew the whistle. Perkins and Gasol faced off with a jump ball. With a resounding smack, Gasol, taller with a longer wingspan, easily tapped the basketball away. Fisher secured the ball, dribbled past half court, and passed it to Kobe. Kobe held the ball at the arc, initiating a pick and roll with Gasol positioned to the high post. This was a classic Lakers pick and roll play. With Gasol's mid-range shooting ability, the offensive options post-pick were plentiful. Kobe could drive for a layup, pull up for a jumper, or return the ball to Gasol, who could either shoot or follow up for a close-range finish done on this occasion. After the screen, Kobe drove straight towards the basket. Instantly, three Celtics players collapsed into the paint, launching an unprecedented brutal double team against Kobe. No matter what, they could not allow him to unleash his offensive prowess. His scoring ability was terrifying. If he erupted, the consequences would be dire. Throughout the series, regardless of the game's dynamics, at least two Celtics players focused on Kobe, ready to trap him at any moment. It was said that in the 2010 NBA Finals, Kobe faced the strongest ironclad defense in NBA history. Yet the defensive intensity he faced in this year's Finals was equally terrifying. Seeing three players charging toward him, Kobe remained unperturbed. He leaped and executed a pump fake, deftly flicking his wrist to pass the ball. Jiang Chen received the basketball in the right corner. Open shot. At that moment, a flicker of tension swept through the audience. Jiang's previous performance haunted them like a nightmare, leaving them apprehensive. Jiang had yet to shoot when Kobe raised his arms high, signaling an okay gesture. The Celtics had dared to double-team him so recklessly because the team lacked a consistent three-point shooter. The most reliable, Vujasic, was decent in the regular season, but fell short in the playoffs. Now, however, with Jiang Chen as a stable three-point threat, each of the Celtics double teams would come at a heavy cost. Seeing Kobe's celebratory gesture, Jiang's lips twitched. He effortlessly launched the ball. "Boss, your prowess is stealing the show." The basketball soared through the air, tracing a terrifying parabolic arc, and crashed into the hoop like a missile. Swish, a hollow swish echoed through the arena, inciting a wave of astonishment. Terrifying memories surged to the forefront of one's mind. Could it be that this Chinese, undrafted player was about to commence his performance once more? What a stroke of absurd fortune. This three-pointer was undoubtedly a fluke. What a spectacular three-pointer it was. Once Jiang Chen joined the starting lineup, he exhibited no signs of intimidation. The match began with him sinking a three-pointer. Moreover, Kobe preemptively gestured in celebration, evidently brimming with confidence in Jiang Chen's shooting prowess. Barkley exclaimed with excitement, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light. He recalled how, in the past, he had been humiliated by Yao Ming due to his biases, forced to eat humble pie. Now, facing another Chinese player, he dared not mock or belittle. The psychological shadow loomed too large. What a fuss! Come on, you're being overly dramatic. It was merely an open three-pointer. Any shooter worth their salt could have made it. If Jiang Chen couldn't even sink such a shot, he would be on par with a water cooler attendant. I nearly forgot. He was, after all, a water cooler attendant before this. Reggie Miller remarked disdainfully, laden with personal sentiment. Really? Perhaps Jiang Chen is the greatest water cooler attendant in NBA history. Barkley responded with a hint of anticipation. Reggie paused, then retorted, that makes him a water cooler player. 3-0. The Lakers seized an early advantage. The Eastern team initiated their offense. After crossing half court, Rondo raised his hand to signal the play. Garnett moved to set a high screen. The Lakers opted not to switch defenses, instead choosing to trail closely. After all, Fisher stood at a mere 1.85 meters, and switching would have meant being entirely overmatched by Garnett's towering 2.11-meter frame. Although pursuing, the aging Fisher struggled to keep pace with Rondo's speed. In fact, Fisher's entire career had been marked by an inability to contain quicker guards on the defensive end. Rondo drove toward the basket, drawing in Gasol for support. He then lofted the ball high into the air. Perkins leapt, catching the ball with both hands and forcefully slamming it through the hoop, completing an alley-oop. The rim reverberated with a thunderous sound. The arena erupted in fervent cheers, with fans brandishing signs proclaiming defeat the Lakers. Rivers stood on the sidelines, nodding in satisfaction. This was the Celtics team he had molded, boasting not only a trio of standout talents, but also a tactical acumen and player synergy that ranked among the league's finest. What could the Lakers possibly offer in comparison to the Celtics? Just Kobe, or that suddenly explosive Chinese undrafted player? The victory in this decisive Game 7 surely belonged to the Celtics. Gentlemen, bolster your defense and expose this Chinese undrafted player for what he truly is. Let Phil understand how foolish it is to assign a water cooler player to a starting position, Rivers passionately declared. The Lakers advanced on offense. Fisher crossed half court once more, passing the ball to Kobe. Although he was the starting point guard, Fisher resembled more of a mere facilitator, responsible solely for bringing the ball over half court, as his passing and playmaking abilities were rather average. Kobe dribbled at the top of the arc simultaneously. Jiang Chen executed a cross screen, positioning himself at the left 45-degree angle. The basketball soared toward him. Kobe immediately delivered the ball, showcasing his formidable passing prowess. Jiang Chen received the pass. Pierce navigated around the screen, charging at him with fierce intensity. Ignoring the defense, Jiang Chen attempted a forceful three-point jump shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, failing to find its mark. Pierce raised his arms in triumph, taunting Jiang Chen, "Kid, last game was just luck. You won score a three-pointer against my defense today." Jiang Chen shrugged, dismissing the comment, and turned to retreat on defense. The crowd collectively exhaled, realizing it had been a false alarm. It seemed the miraculous performance of this Chinese undrafted player had reached its conclusion. He couldn't sink a three-pointer anymore. He was of no use on the court. Finally, he bricked one. Make another. Once the defensive intensity escalated, this water cooler player would be rendered powerless. Yet his dribbling and mid-range shooting had been remarkably strong in the previous game. That had simply been a manifestation of a fleeting peak performance, a transcendent state that clearly would not be his norm. Would Phil not pull him from the game soon? Fans buzzed with excitement. Their discussions rife with speculation to appear that the remarks made by this water cooler player in the post-game interview had been nothing but empty talk. In the VIP lounge, Wade wore a peculiar expression. Just how significant was the psychological impact this Chinese undrafted player had on the Celtics fans? Each of his shots incited such fervent reactions within the arena. It was unreasonable. Jiang Chen's recent three-point attempt was nothing short of a reckless shot. Clearly, it had not been an optimal opportunity to release that as a three-point shooter. If one cannot even accurately judge the timing of their shot, they become a liability to the team, wasting valuable offensive chances time and again. As the Celtics ramped up their defensive pressure, many of Jiang Chen's fortunate shots would surely clang off the rim. Reggie Miller remarked, slightly smug. Jiang Chen's performance validated his suspicions. The previous game's outburst had been mere happenstance. How could a water cooler attendant suddenly transform into a savior for a team? To suggest he outperformed superstar Kobe was utterly ludicrous. When a magic fades, an undrafted player remains merely an undrafted player. Establishing oneself in the NBA is no simple endeavor, especially when it comes to three-point shooting, which cannot rely solely on luck. As the all-time three-point leader, he would not allow the integrity of this skill to be tarnished. This was his rationale for targeting Jiang Chen. Lucky shots are merely lucky shots. They cannot be relied upon in crucial games out on the court. The Celtics initiated their attack. Ray Allen found an open spot. Receiving a pass from Rondo, calmly, he launched a three-pointer in the face of Kobe's defense. Swish! The net danced in perfect harmony. Ray's lips curled slightly, a cool demeanor concealing his lethal instincts. The arena erupted in euphoria. This was what a true sharpshooter looked like. Consistency is an essential trait for a marksman. Beautiful, Ray Allen's three-point shooting form was forever intoxicating, mesmerizing all who beheld it. In contrast, Jiang Chen's performance under pressure paled in comparison. Ray Allen, undoubtedly the reigning three-point king, had imparted a valuable lesson to this undrafted player. Reggie Miller exclaimed with glee. Barkley, however, appeared somewhat despondent. Had all his pre-game predictions been in vain? At this rate, the Lakers would soon find themselves utterly defenseless, just as they had in the previous game. Reggie not only avoided embarrassment, but had also seen his pre-game predictions come to fruition. This was no pitfall. It was clearly a stepping stone laid out for Ray. In another offensive possession for the Lakers, Kobe dribbled over half court, passing the ball to Gasol. Gasol, unable to find an offensive opportunity. Passed it back to Odom on the perimeter. Jiang Chen darted about, but Pierce shadowed him closely, forcing him to receive the pass 2 meters beyond the three-point line. It was evident that the Lakers' initial offensive strategy revolved around Jiang Chen as the focal point. Odom passed the ball to Jiang Chen, who immediately assumed a shooting posture. The exquisite high-arc three-point technique of Jiang Chen was unleashed once more as he shot over Pierce's outstretched hands. Another one, this three-point attempt was even more outrageous. Not only was he shooting under duress, but it was also a long-range three-pointer, squandering yet another offensive opportunity. Such foolish shots could severely dampen team morale and disrupt the flow of their offense. Reggie Miller quickly interjected, his eyes reflecting disappointment and discontent. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he fell silent, his expression morphing into one of astonishment, for he witnessed the basketball descend with the precision of a guided missile. Landing squarely in the hoop, the net rippled akin to the delicate crest of a wave. It went in. How could it have gone in? That was sheer luck. Is it truly mere luck? Barkley couldn't help but exclaim, his mind drifting back to the previous game where Jiang Chen had also dazzled with a logo shot from midcourt. The similarity to the recent basket was striking, if it were indeed luck. Then such fortune seemed almost excessive. Yet if not by chance, then the three-point range of this overlooked Chinese player was nothing short of terrifying. A flicker of astonishment crossed Barkley's eyes as his anticipation for the ensuing match grew ever more intense. Reggie Miller remained silent, his expression now grave. The crowd erupted in gasps, their earlier ease replaced with tension, worry creeping in. Buddy, you've been fortunate, nailing another challenging long-range three-pointer. But this is where it ends. I shan't grant you any more opportunities to shoot threes. Pierce remarked coldly, his face darkening. The OB outperformed by a benchwarmer with consecutive long-range threes was undeniably humiliating. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't suppress a smirk, forgiving Pierce's ignorance. How many can I make? As long as I desire, all three-point shots can be executed from midcourt. He mused. It's worth noting that Kuroko Taitaro's exceptionally high-arching three-point range extended to half-court. Once past the midline, the success rate stands at a staggering 60. The Celtics initiated their offense. After Rondo dribbled past half-court, he signaled for his teammates to reposition. In no time, Ray Allen found himself open at a 45-degree angle on the right side. Rondo promptly delivered the ball. Clearly, this strategy was tailored specifically for Ray Allen. Since Jiang Chen had just sunk an answer ball, Ray Allen must respond. The gentlemanly Ray swiftly executed another three-pointer. Unfortunately, the shot lacked a touch of power. The ball clanged off the rim, and Gasol secured the rebound, quickly passing it to Kobe. In a swift counterattack, Kobe once again found Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen dribbled, stepping past the midcourt line, halting atop the expansive logo, and once more assumed a shooting stance. In that instant, the audience felt a shiver run down their spines. Pierce's eyes widened in disbelief at this unfolding scene. Reflecting on his earlier words, a sense of dread washed over him. Could this benchwarmer truly launch another long-range three-pointer? Just as that thought flickered through his mind, Jiang Chen leaped and released a basketball. It wasn't a forced shot, nor was it taken out of desperation. It was simply a standard three-point shooting motion. As Jiang Chen's body extended in midair, his wrist flicked gently, sending the ball soaring in a high, graceful arc swish. It found nothing but net, akin to a bomb detonating in water, creating a tremendous splash. A brief silence enveloped the arena as all eyes were glued to this spectacle, even snacks falling unnoticed to the ground. Then, a cacophony erupted throughout the venue. Hadn't they just said he couldn't make it? How could he score 2 consecutive long-range threes? Am I blind? Can a human achieve such feats? Regardless of luck or skill, it was utterly unbelievable. No, this is a Game 7. How could an undrafted player astonish the crowd? The fans were utterly bewildered. With a start of 4 out of 3 from beyond the arc, this hardly resembled the performance of a benchwarmer. This was the caliber of a superstar. After all, Ray Allen, the current strongest three-point shooter, had not experienced such an explosive start throughout the playoffs. In the VIP section, Wade, initially poised to sip champagne, shot up upon witnessing Jiang Chen's three-pointer, spilling wine everywhere. Pat Riley, seated nearby, mirrored his shock. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. President, perhaps we truly made the right choice in coming here. This Chinese, undrafted player's performance has genuinely impressed me. Wade murmured. Riley clenched his fist, a cunning glint in his eyes as he began to contemplate the most economical way to secure Jiang Chen's contract. Another one? Barkley stammered, cold sweat breaking out as he recalled his earlier speculations. Is this truly luck? Nonsense. What do you think, buddy? Barkley directed his gaze towards the dazed and bewildered Reggie Miller. Jiang Chen's 2 3-pointers have left me utterly astonished. I must reassess his 3-point capability. Reggie replied, still in shock that it was difficult to fathom that he could consecutively score logo threes. Such a feat was nothing short of miraculous. Throughout his entire basketball career, he had never witnessed anyone sink 2 mid-court logo threes in a single game. This was not merely a stroke of luck. This undrafted Chinese player indeed possessed remarkable skill. I thought you'd again attribute this to luck. Barkley lightly mocked. Relishing in his own satisfaction, it seemed he had indeed dug his own grave. The game had only just begun, and already he was being proven wrong. Such absurdity could hardly be explained as luck. Reggie added, his expression slightly awkward. Reflecting on his pregame remarks, he felt a wave of discomfort. He vividly remembered stating that if Jiang Chen scored 5 3-pointers in this match, he would hold him in high regard. Having already made 3 in just 2 minutes, how far off could the 5th be? Regret washed over Reggie. Had he known, he would have refrained from making such bold proclamations, leaving no room for retreat. Now he was destined to be the butt of jokes from the hefty figure beside him, and face the world's audience while being humiliated. Adding yet another glorious incident to his commentary career on the court, Pierce watched Jiang Chen celebrate, his frustration reaching a boiling point. You really made that mid-court logo 3. Didn't you? And it went in. It was absurd. Less than a minute had passed, and he was already being shown up by skill. This cannot stand. I must reclaim my dignity. Rondo dribbled past half-court. Pierce stepped forward to request the ball, then feigned twice before launching a 3-pointer over Jiang Chen's defense. Jiang Chen had already activated the strongest wall of Suji no Buki, diminishing Pierce's shooting accuracy. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. The Lakers secured the rebound and quickly countered. Kobe drove into the paint, opting against a layup, instead passing the ball to Jiang Chen on the perimeter. Jiang Chen, like a blade unsheathed, unleashed another 3-pointer. Swish! It found nothing but net point 3 consecutive 3-pointers. The score climbed to 12-5. Granting the Lakers a 7-point lead. On the sidelines, Rivers, witnessing this turn of events, felt his forehead pulse with veins and quickly called a timeout. This was entirely divergent from his anticipated script. If Jiang Chen continued to shoot like this, the game would devolve into garbage time before halftime. How could they even contemplate a championship? Pierce, what is going on? You're supposed to be the finals MVP. How can you allow an undrafted player to dominate you? Rivers admonished, frustration evident in his voice, that in the previous game's critical moments, Pierce had been thoroughly outmatched by Jiang Chen. And now, this match was unfolding similarly. Was this the performance expected of a team leader? My apologies, coach. It is my fault. I will do my utmost to contain this Chinese, undrafted player. Pierce gritted through clenched teeth, his anger palpable. He felt as though he were being toyed with by Jiang Chen. Not just try. You must succeed. This is a Game 7. We cannot afford any missteps, for a single detail could cost us the championship trophy. Rivers spoke solemnly, rubbing his brow. He never anticipated that his concerns would manifest into reality. This Chinese undrafted player truly erupted once again. Reflecting on it now, Jiang Chen's remarks during the post-game interview were not mere hyperbole. Fortunately, he had devised a defensive strategy against Jiang Chen overnight. One can only hope that this strategy proves effective. Presently, the offensive linchpin of the Lakers is indeed Jiang Chen, whose most frequent method of scoring is through catch-and-shoot opportunities. Thus, if we can sever his connection with his teammates and impede his ability to receive the ball, we can thwart his 3-point shooting. A.S. Rivers spoke. He diagrammed the strategy, fervently praying for its efficacy. Otherwise, if we resort to double-teaming Jiang Chen, the Lakers still possess another prolific scorer who has yet to unleash his prowess. This truly is a formidable challenge that on the Lakers bench. Phil stood amidst the players, swiftly outlining a new strategy. The offensive scheme centered around Jiang Chen was exceptionally executed. Jiang Chen did not disappoint, showcasing his formidable talent and aiding the team in gaining a lead. It is predictable that the Celtics will intensify their defensive efforts against Jiang Chen after the timeout. Therefore, it is time for Jiang Chen to attract the defense and allow the dynamic duo of Kobe and Gasol to initiate their offense. The decisive Game 7 is not merely a contest among players, but also a strategic duel between the coaches. One wonders how Rivers would react if he knew Phil's tactical maneuvers at this moment. After all, Phil had astutely predicted Rivers' predictions. In the CT5 studio, Jiang Chen exploded once more with 4 three-pointers. It is unfathomable that he had sat on the bench throughout the entire season. If Phil had been willing to grant Jiang Chen opportunities during the regular season, perhaps he would have already established his worth, Sun Jungping remarked, astonished yet somewhat regretful. Such is fate. If opportunities had arisen during the regular season, we might not have witnessed his eruption in the finals. I rather enjoy the current narrative arc, having been immersed throughout the season, culminating in a breathtaking explosion that astonishes the world. Truly a tale of legend. Elder Zhang Weiping chuckled. Indeed, Jiang Chen is the first Chinese basketball player to grace the NBA Finals stage, etching a significant chapter in the annals of Chinese basketball. Previously, Batir had won a championship with the Spurs, yet he did not receive any playing time in the playoffs. Sun Jungping remarked, excitement evident in his voice. Life is indeed incredible, filled with constant change. Who would have thought that this player, often criticized by countless Chinese fans as Jiang three-pointer, would emerge as the savior of the Lakers? It is worth noting that during gatherings in the Chinese commentary circle, not a single commentator or basketball professional had faith in Jiang Chen. Thus, everyone believed he would not see playing time in the playoffs. Yet now, all have been proven wrong that I in the XL live streaming comment section. Wow. That's the 4th three-pointer. Jiang's prowess remains undiminished. Ha! Well done, shocking these Americans who mocked Jiang Chen. I honestly thought Jiang was boasting when I saw the news, but now it appears he was merely sending a message to his opponents, who didn't believe him and are now left dumbfounded. That guy who said he'd eat shit upside down should start preparing to this rate. Jiang might easily hit 10 three-pointers tonight. Rest assured, I keep my word. I'm preparing a restroom. Right now the visuals are too stunning to even fathom that I still want to see some bikinis. Who ISN T single. Raise a hand. The comment section fell into silence due to this remark. North Shore Garden Arena, AS, the timeout ended. Both teams retained their starting lineups. After all, only 3 minutes had elapsed in the game, and it was not yet time for substitutions. The Celtics initiated the offense. Rondo held the ball at the top of the arc, searching for teammates, only to find them closely guarded, while Fisher defended him from a meter away. Given Rondo's poor shooting ability, the Lakers' strategy was to allow him to take long-range shots. Rondo, seeing this, took no hesitation, combining both hands to launch a long-range jumper. Clang! It ricocheted off the rim. Rondo shook his head in frustration, lacking any confidence in his shooting touch. Odom secured the defensive rebound and quickly passed to Kobe. As Kobe dribbled past half-court, he clearly noticed a shift in the Celtics' defensive scheme. Just as Phil had surmised, the defensive focus had shifted towards Jiang Chen. These two players were now fixated on intercepting passes intended for him. Witnessing this, Kobe decisively opted to attack, driving into the paint, faking a pass, and completing a mid-range shot. Swish, it found nothing but net. The Lakers continued to expand their lead. In the ensuing minutes, Jiang Chen was subjected to stringent defense from the Celtics, with no opportunities to receive the ball. However, the Lakers' offensive rhythm remained unbroken. Star player Kobe began to exhibit his formidable scoring prowess, racking up points in succession. This left the Celtics' defense scrambling, under the immense pressure of the Lakers' defense. The Celtics' offense became sporadic and unstable as the first quarter drew to a close with 2 minutes remaining. The score stood at 29-18, with the Lakers boasting an 11-point lead. Rivers, standing on the sidelines, observed his team mired in a quagmire of offense and defense, nearly exploding with frustration. After all this time, he was well aware of the Lakers' tactical adjustments. Phil was indeed cunning, while Jiang Chen was on fire. He used him as bait to create opportunities for Kobe, while Rivers foolishly concentrated the defensive focus on Jiang Chen. Such folly. Double-team Kobe, Rivers shouted, promptly altering the strategy. Point one can assume that this Chinese rookie had not touched the ball in nearly 6 minutes. So his shooting touch must have cooled down by now. With Rivers' command, the Celtics swiftly adjusted their defensive tactics. Whenever Kobe received the ball, they would double-team him, forcing him a pass. The basketball found its way into Fisher's hands. Old Fish, positioned at the right 45-degree angle, took a decisive three-point shot before Rondo could close in. Clang. It rimmed out. Garnett snatched the rebound. Rondo received the pass and quickly dribbled down the court, then delivered the ball to the trailing Ray Allen. After receiving the pass, Ray Allen stepped back to the three-point line and confidently launched a three-pointer. Swish! It was his third three-pointer of the game. Magnificent! Ray Allen exemplified the confidence of the current premier three-point shooter, opting for a more challenging three-pointer instead of an easier shot taken just inside the line. Reggie Miller exclaimed excitedly. Barkley shot him a sidelong glance, thinking, isn't Jiang Chen's consecutive long-range logo three-pointers a display of confidence, too? Nevertheless, Barkley noted that Jiang Chen had not attempted a shot in quite some time. When would he dazzle the crowd again? Barkley gazed at the court, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. For Jiang Chen, he was experiencing adrenaline surges from watching three-point shots for the first time out on the court. The Lakers were on the offense again. Kobe faced heavy defensive pressure from the Celtics. Gasol was being suffocated in the paint by Perkins and Garnett, completely deprived of any chance to shine. Fisher was ice cold, currently 0 for 3 with no points. After an explosive start, Jiang Chen had faded from offensive prominence, merely limiting Pierce's performance on the defensive end. The Lakers' offense had ground to a halt, concluding several consecutive possessions with missed shots and turnovers. The Celtics seized the opportunity, with Garnett wreaking havoc inside, scoring repeatedly and narrowing the gap to 5 points. Beep! Phil rose to call a timeout, reconfiguring the team's tactics. Upon resuming play, Odom initiated the sideline inbounds. Kobe dashed to the top of the arc to receive the basketball, only to be swiftly double-teamed. Instead of engaging in a tussle in the paint, Gasol moved to a high position to support Kobe. After receiving the ball, he flicked his wrist, delivering it to Jiang Chen, who had just sprinted past him. After more than 7 minutes, Jiang Chen finally made contact with the basketball once again, without hesitation. He glanced at the hoop and unleashed a high-arcing three-point shot, executing the green space shin skill with precision. Pierce, momentarily blocked by Gasol, was a beat slow to contest, helplessly watching as the ball slipped from Jiang Chen's fingertips. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. That marked his 5th three-pointer. He may arrive late, but he will certainly never be absent. Jiang Chen raised his arms in celebration, his eyes brimming with confidence. Another one in. Jiang Chen's shooting accuracy was nothing short of astonishing. Buddy, the first quarter isn't even over, and Jiang Chen has already sunk 5 three-pointers. What do you make of that? Barkley remarked, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone, that he vividly remembered Reggie Miller's pre-game comments. T.O. score 5 three-pointers in a single quarter of a Game 7 is a testament to the mental fortitude of this undrafted Chinese player. One must acknowledge that his three-point shooting ability is indeed formidable. I was initially skeptical of Jiang Chen's capabilities, but now I find myself utterly captivated by his performance. Reggie Miller's demeanor shifted, his expression revealing a mix of astonishment as a daunting thought crossed his mind. Could this undrafted Chinese player really sink 10 three-pointers in a Game 7? Yet there were several occasions where Jiang Chen's attempts at three-pointers seemed illogical. Barkley quipped, using Reggie's earlier comments to poke fun at him. The true brilliance of Jiang Chen lies in his ability to convert those seemingly unreasonable shots, Reggie Miller proclaimed, now wholeheartedly praising Jiang Chen. Barkley was momentarily a loss for words, taken aback by the sudden shift in Reggie's stance. This old chap has quite the thick skin. Just moments ago, he was relentless in his criticism of Jiang Chen. And now he's showering him with praise? The turnaround was astonishingly swift on the sidelines. Rivers cradled his head in disbelief, unable to bear witness any longer. Did he just make another one? After nearly 7 minutes without touching the basketball, he receives it and shoots, only to see it go in. What kind of fiery touch is this? Just as they managed to close the gap to 5 points, Jiang Chen's sudden three-pointer widened it back to 8. This was a significant blow to morale. All they could do was hope that Ray Allen would respond with a few morale-boosting three-pointers. The Celtics initiated their offense. Rondo brought the ball past half-court and passed it to Ray Allen, whose three-point attempt clanked off the rim. Rivers, witnessing this, shook his head in resignation once more. Ray Allen's performance from beyond the arc was being completely overshadowed by Jiang Chen. The Lakers countered, with Kobe bringing the ball past half-court. Noticing Pierce's indecisive defense, he decisively opted for a personal attack, executing a series of crossovers before a step-back jumper. Swish, it was good. In the final 2 minutes, both teams entered a stalemate. The first quarter concluded with the score at 38-28. The Lakers leading by 10 points. As the second quarter unfolded, both teams fielded their bench players. The Lakers' Farmar, Walton, and others struggled, their shooting woefully off dash-marked in such a critical Game 7. They appeared somewhat jittery. Meanwhile, the Celtics' formidable substitutes, James Worthy and P.J. Brown, capitalized on the opportunity, rapidly closing the gap to 4 points in under 2 minutes. Reluctantly, Phil Jackson had to reinstate the starting lineup. Rivers, observing this, followed suit, gradually reintroducing his starters. A new round of fierce competition commenced, with the audience poised in anticipation, the atmosphere in the arena thick with tension, each breath taken with trepidation. The Lakers' momentum did not revive with the substitutions. It was as if the team had suddenly lost power, sinking into an offensive drought. The Celtics seized the opportunity, unleashing an 18-4 scoring run over the next 6 minutes, not only taking the lead, but establishing a 10-point advantage. It appeared that the Lakers were utterly at a loss. The scales of victory seemed to have tipped in favor of the Celtics. The crowd erupted into fervent cheers. What miraculous bench player! What superstar Kobe! Under the suffocating defense of the Celtics, all of it seemed moot. The championship was destined for the Celtics. Indeed, a significant gap in talent remained evident between the two teams. The Celtics could have concluded this series in Game 6. But Jiang Chen's explosive performance had dragged it to a decisive Game 7, that although Jiang Chen's display this match was still remarkable, it could no longer influence the overall outcome. Reggie Miller lamented. This scenario aligned closely with pre-game predictions, salvaging some semblance of dignity. After all, the assessment of Jiang Chen's three-point ability was quite the slap in the face. Alas, if only the Lakers Bynum had not been injured and could return. They might not have been so thoroughly dominated in the paint. Gasol fought valiantly, yet he was consistently stifled by Garnett and Perkins, unable to provide Kobe with any assistance. The Lakers seemed to have regressed to their previous season's form, relying solely on Kobe for offense. When Kobe's performance faltered, the Lakers found themselves in dire straits. Could they truly rely on Jiang Chen, this unexpected ace, to orchestrate a comeback? It seemed an unreasonable expectation. His performance in this match had already been commendable. Barkley expressed a similar sentiment, his tone tinged with resignation. In the livestream chat, viewers vented their frustrations, anxiously observing the match. What on earth is the Lakers doing? Why are they playing so poorly? Don't waste Jiang Chen's 5 three-pointers. Pass the ball to Jiang Chen. Let him explode like he did in the last game and say the Lakers sigh. The hope is dim. Jiang Chen's three-point performance in the previous game was indeed spectacular. However, we all know he is merely a water boy. As a Chinese fan, witnessing Jiang Chen's display in the finals brings a sense of satisfaction. No, I believe in Jiang Chen. Go Jiang Chen, damn. It's all that guy's fault. Why are we eating this crap? Now that we're prepared for it, it seems it won't even be useful. Fans engaged in fervent discussions, with some passionately supporting Jiang Chen while others took a more analytical approach. Of course, some fans continued to disparage Jiang Chen with venomous remarks. Deservedly so, a water boy will always remain a water boy. It's truly disgraceful and brings shame to the Chinese. Seeing Jiang Chen's team lose makes me happy. I must commend the Celtics. Such remarks were unbearable to hear. Watching the Lakers struggle, these detractors were insufferably arrogant. At the North Shore Garden Arena, on the court, the Lakers' spirits were low, with Kobe, Gasol, and others wearing expressions of despair. This damned basketball just wouldn't go in. What can we do? Come on, guys. We're only down by 10 points. We can turn this game around and win the championship. Jiang Chen encouraged, clapping his hands, his face radiating confidence. Gasol, Odom, and the others looked on in bewilderment, uncertain of where Jiang Chen found the courage to say such things. Did he expect to replicate his explosive performance from the last game's final quarter? That seemed a bit far-fetched. Lady Luck might smile once, but to expect her to do so twice was simply unrealistic. The Celtics players wore expressions of derision, their faces reflecting the incredulity of witnessing what they deemed foolishness. They had allowed this waterboy to showcase an extraordinary performance due to their own negligence in the last match. Did he think they would continue to make such elementary mistakes? How naive! Noticing the skeptical glances from his teammates, Jiang Chen simply smiled and said, "Just pass the ball to me." The players of the Lakers were engulfed in confusion and skepticism. However, recalling Jiang Chen's astonishing performance in the last game, where he, devoid of any autonomous offensive capability, single-handedly dismantled the Celtics, it was not entirely implausible to hope for a repeat of such miraculous form. During an offensive possession for the Lakers, after Fisher dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to Jiang Chen, who was actively seeking the ball at the top of the arc. This marked his inaugural attempt at autonomous offense in this match. Upon receiving the ball, the crowd erupted in a chorus of boos that Pierce's demeanor turned serious, bracing himself for the impending challenge. Although the scouting report indicated that Jiang Chen lacked dribbling skills and offensive prowess, he had evidently showcased both in the previous match. Even if it were merely a stroke of luck, one could not afford to underestimate him. But a cold, sharp smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips as he unleashed his signature technique. The Thunder dribble, inspired by the legendary Yamamoto, this skill would serve as his greatest asset in this game. Coupled with the extraordinary arc of Mitarima Shintero's three-point shooting, it could potentially reverse the team's current fortunes. He retracted 2 fingers, opting to dribble solely with his middle 3 fingers. Only in this manner could he unleash the true power of the Thunder dribble. The sound of thunder seemed to emanate from Jiang Chen's fingertips, his dribbling speed accelerating dramatically. Pierce, witnessing the spectacle, stood dumbfounded, his entire worldview shaken. Dribbling with 3 fingers? This defied the very principles of physics. Was the knowledge he had acquired in high school merely a facade? And what of that elusive sound of thunder? Was he hallucinating? Amidst his astonishment, Jiang Chen sprang into action. After a series of swift crossovers, he retreated beyond the three-point line and launched a shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net in an instant. The boos dissipated, leaving the arena in stunned silence. The audience stared wide-eyed before erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. Surely, my eyes aren't deceiving me. Did that Chinese undrafted player just dribble with 3 fingers? Mate, your eyes aren't playing tricks on you, for I saw it too. What on earth was that basketball skill? It was something unheard of, unseen. My perception of the game has been utterly upended by this unorthodox player. Can dribbling truly be executed in such a manner? The spectators were abuzz with incredulity, exclaiming, "My God, what have I just witnessed? Dribbling with 3 fingers? What kind of basketball wizardry is this? It feels like something out of a cinematic special effect." Barkley stared, his eyes wide, involuntarily agape. "I have never witnessed a player dribble with 3 fingers. The audacity of it is staggering." Reggie Miller shook his head in disbelief. He could hardly fathom in the previous game. Jiang Chen had showcased a street ball style of dribbling and a completely unconventional shooting technique. And now he was demonstrating the ability to dribble with 3 fingers. One could only wonder what other extraordinary basketball skills this Chinese rookie had in reserve. The more Barkley spoke, the more he sensed an air of mystery surrounding Jiang Chen. But what truly astonished him was Jiang Chen's shooting prowess and that terrifying shooting range. Reggie Miller chimed in, feeling as though his understanding of three-point shooting was on the verge of being upended. Each time he witnessed Jiang Chen's three-point attempts, a thought flickered in his mind. Could a three-pointer be executed in such a fashion? It felt as though a door to a new world had swung open. On the court, Kobe, Gasol, and others raised their arms in celebration, more elated than if they had scored themselves. The bench erupted in a frenzy of towel-waving that Phil's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with realization as he recalled Jiang Chen's pre-game confidence and his proclamation. "I will deliver an even greater performance than last time to help the team secure victory." Perhaps he had not been exaggerating. This undrafted Chinese player had become the Lakers' beacon of hope. With just one three-pointer, the dynamics of the game had shifted. The Lakers players were invigorated, placing their hopes on Jiang Chen after witnessing his miraculous dribbling technique. Meanwhile, the Celtics players wore grave expressions, a sense of foreboding swelling within them. If this Chinese undrafted player were to replicate his extraordinary performance from the final 4 minutes of the last game, the match would certainly become quite the challenge. Pierce glanced towards Rivers on the sidelines, his eyes questioning. After a moment of hesitation, Rivers shook his head, opting against double-teaming Jiang Chen. The ability to dribble with 3 fingers was simply too extraordinary. He leaned towards believing that Jiang Chen's previous performance was a mere fluke. The defensive focus should remain on Kobe. The team could withstand the consequences of Jiang Chen's explosion, but if Kobe were to ignite, it would spell disaster for the team. That on the Celtics' offensive end, Rondo dribbled past half-court, only to find his teammates tightly covered, leaving no opportunity to execute the play. He passed the ball to Pierce. As the team star, Pierce's individual scoring ability was among the elite in the league. Yet this year, facing Jiang Chen, his shooting touch had been off, currently standing at a dismal 2-4-6 for a mere 4 points. The poorest performance among the big three, he executed a series of crossovers, shaking off Jiang Chen's balance, then stepped back for a jumper. Jiang Chen rushed to defend, activating his strongest defensive skill, the wall of Tsukigawa. Although he could not fully contest Pierce's shot, he significantly impacted his shooting percentage. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim once more. Pierce shook his head, visibly frustrated. It was as if he were cursed today. In such a critical game, why was his shooting touch so cold? His performance on the offensive end was utterly abysmal, but he sought answers within himself, completely overlooking Jiang Chen's defense. For every time he faced Jiang Chen, he easily found opportunities to shoot, suggesting that Jiang Chen's defense was lacking. In a swift counterattack, Jiang Chen received the basketball and unleashed the thunder dribble once more. Dribbling with 3 fingers, accompanied by the subtle sound of thunder. He felt as if aided by divine forces. After swiftly crossing half-court, he abruptly stopped 2 meters from the 3-point line and took in this crucial moment of chasing points. Jiang Chen held nothing back, maximizing the advantages of Midarima Shintaro's high-arc 3-point shooting technique. The basketball sailed through the air in an extraordinary arc swish. It found nothing but net once again, narrowing the deficit to 4 points. Here it comes again. Was it never-ending? Jiang Chen sank another long-distance 3-pointer that I can now assert with certainty that this was no mere stroke of luck. His shooting range extended to half-court. As long as he crossed the mid-court line, he could launch 3-pointers from any position. Barkley exclaimed excitedly. What kind of monstrous 3-point shooting was this? If anyone dared to claim that Jiang Chen's shots were mere luck, he would hurl a basketball at them to knock some sense into their heads. Reggie Miller stood dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Initially, he too had harbored doubts, but with each astonishing 3-pointer Jiang Chen made, those doubts shattered. The existence of a player capable of extending their 3-point range to half-court surpassed his imagination. He felt compelled to apologize for his earlier foolish remarks. Jiang Chen's miraculous performance in the previous game was not luck, but a testament to his skill. Now, he believed Jiang Chen's statements during interviews were not mere bravado. He had every opportunity in this game to sink 10 or even more 3-pointers. Reggie Miller. His attitude completely transformed, became an ardent admirer of Jiang Chen. It was evident that Jiang Chen's remarkable 3-point exhibition had fully won him over. Barkley shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that this was hardly groundbreaking news. The game was only halfway through, and Jiang Chen had already made 7 3-pointers. Hitting 10 3-pointers in a game was merely child's play at this rate. In the VIP section, the 7 3-pointers Jiang Chen had made were nothing short of astounding. Especially his 3-point shooting ability, which had reached an almost supernatural level, even giving him the impression that he surpassed Ray Allen in skill. Pat Riley exclaimed with palpable excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He had already begun to envision the splendid scenario that would unfold following the Miami Heat's acquisition of Jiang Chen. This remarkable 3-finger dribbling technique would undoubtedly instill trepidation throughout the entire league. Based on current court performance, Jiang Chen indeed surpassed Ray Allen. His unique 3-finger dribble left me utterly astonished. Dwayne Wade shook his head, expressing a deep intrigue about Jiang Chen. Let us see what this Chinese undrafted player can conjure in this thrilling Game 7. Perhaps the outcome of this match will hinge not on superstars like Kobe or Pierce, but rather on this water cooler attendant, Riley remarked, his gaze fixated on Jiang Chen through the glass. Wade was equally taken aback. If Riley's assertion held true, this year's finals would be replete with drama. It must be said, however, that the Celtics' loss was exceedingly unjust out on the court. Paul Pierce was utterly flummoxed. He longed to inquire of this Chinese undrafted player, "Are you truly playing basketball? Why does your technique diverge so drastically from that of a conventional player? Does a normal person dribble with 3 fingers? Would they frequently attempt long-range three-point shots? Is this not absurd?" The crux of the matter was that this Chinese undrafted player was accomplishing what normal players would not attempt, and doing so with exceptional skill. This was simply outrageous. It even led Pierce to entertain a surreal notion. Could his own low shooting percentage genuinely be related to Jiang Chen's defense? The thought flickered briefly before Pierce shook his head, dismissing the idea. After all, he had not felt any sense of pressure or threat from Jiang Chen's defense. Double-team Jiang Chen. Rivers seethed through clenched teeth. How could this Chinese undrafted player have mastered such an outrageous dribbling technique with such finesse? Now, as Jiang Chen showcased his formidable ball-handling skills once more, merely defending the passing lanes was no longer effective. They had no choice but to double-team him. But what of Kobe? Rivers' head throbbed. This dilemma seemed insurmountable. It was impossible to double-team both players simultaneously. They could only focus on the one performing better. Kobe's offensive prowess was already formidable, yet this Chinese undrafted player's offensive ability was even more staggering. Just in terms of three-point shooting, he had become the highest scorer on the court. Damn it, where did this Chinese undrafted player come from? He was truly a bane to the Celtics in the final 2 minutes of the first half. The Celtics' offense stagnated. The Lakers, propelled by Jiang Chen, launched a surge of counterattacks. At the end of the first half, the score stood at 62-62, with both teams starting anew. The exhilarating first half concluded, and the fans remained on edge, even too anxious to appreciate the cheerleading performances, eagerly awaiting the start of the second half. The lengthy halftime finally came to an end, and the tumultuous second half of the Game 7 commenced. As soon as it began, Ray Allen was on fire, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers from the same spot, once again granting the Celtics a 9-point lead. Much like Game 6 of the series, the Celtics seemed poised to seize control of the match. Allen had exploded, having already made 6 three-pointers in this game, just one shy of Jiang Chen. Barkley exclaimed with excitement. Witnessing 2 master three-point shooters trading shots in a Game 7 was an unprecedented visual delight. It appeared that Ray Allen was secretly competing with Jiang Chen. As the league's recognized best three-point shooter, he could not simply stand idly by while Jiang Chen flaunted his talents before him. Reggie Miller's blood surged with fervor. This was not merely a contest to determine the champion. It could also be a showdown to ascertain who truly was the league's premier three-point shooter. On the court, sensing the situation was dire, Phil quickly called a timeout. "Kobe, you must find a way to contain Ray Allen. His three-point shooting poses a significant threat to us," Phil stated with gravity. "Apologies, coach. That was my mistake. That damn Ray Allen is simply too hot right now," Kobe replied, his tone laced with frustration. He had exerted every effort to defend, yet still allowed Allen to capitalize on opportunities to sink those three-pointers. This was demoralizing. Phil furrowed his brow. Kobe was already the team's strongest offensive asset, having been selected for the NBA All-Defensive Team for multiple years. If even Kobe could not contain Ray Allen, the game would become exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Pierce had yet to find his rhythm. Otherwise, the game could easily mirror the events of Game 6, with the score ballooning to a 20 or even 30-point deficit. Wait! Suddenly, Phil had a revelation, shifting his focus to Jiang Chen. After being defended by Jiang Chen, Pierce's offensive performance had plummeted. Yet this player was evidently lacking in defensive prowess. His slender frame offered no resistance, and his speed could not match that of top-tier athletes. But following his explosive three-point performance in the previous game, could it be that his defensive skills had also awakened? This was rather peculiar. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to gamble. "Jiang, if you're tasked with primarily defending Ray Allen, do you believe you can contain him?" Phil Jackson inquired tentatively. "Absolutely. I will make Ray Allen unable to care for himself. Jiang Chen confidently asserted. His teammates gazed at him in astonishment. At this juncture, you still dare to boast. If even Kobe, the league's best perimeter defender, cannot contain the surging Ray Allen, what gives you the confidence to claim you can render him helpless? Jiang Chen's prowess in three-point shooting did not grant him license to make such audacious claims. Doubtful glances were exchanged among the others. Even Kobe shot him a cold stare. Very well. Following the timeout, you will take on the primary responsibility of defending Ray Allen, Phil declared, a slight smile curving his lips as he began to anticipate whether this Chinese undrafted player could indeed deliver another surprise. While also seeking to validate his hypothesis, was Pierce's subpar performance truly related to Jiang Chen's defense? The players were once more taken aback. Jiang Chen's brashness was one thing, but now even the coach was joining in the folly. Hey, is this a joke? This is a Game 7 that determines the championship. Meanwhile, on the Celtics bench, Rivers bellowed, make every effort to feed Ray Allen the ball. Let his three-pointers seal this game. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court, still bewildered. Jiang Chen sprinted directly to Ray Allen, while Kobe positioned himself beside Pierce. We see Jiang Chen now tasked with defending Ray Allen, if Kobe cannot manage it. Does Phil truly expect an undrafted player to contain Ray Allen? Reginald Miller remarked, astonished. Although Jiang Chen's three-point shooting ability was remarkable, relying on his defensive skills to surpass Kobe's was rather far-fetched. During the pre-game preparations, I reviewed numerous reports on Jiang Chen. Apart from his three-point shooting, he has no other notable skills, and his defensive capabilities were rated abysmally. Yet Jiang Chen had entirely contained Pierce. I believe we can expect him to perform well against Ray Allen. Barkley interjected. He understood that Jiang Chen's astonishing display of three-point shooting had overshadowed his contributions on the defensive end. Was it not Pierce's own poor form that accounted for his struggles? What connection did that have to Jiang Chen's defense? Reginald Miller remained skeptical. Buddy, do not evaluate Jiang Chen based on scouting reports or other data. Did you foresee him sinking three-pointers from the logo in succession? Did you anticipate his dribbling with 3 fingers to be so proficient? Barkley asserted, his tone resolute. Reginald Miller fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that this Chinese undrafted player consistently exceeded expectations on the court. Would this occasion be any different? On the court, Ray Allen wore a haughty expression, his lips curled in disdain. Are you here to guard me? Has the Lakers team conceded this match? He scoffed at no. Quite the opposite. We are prepared to win this game, Jiang Chen retorted sharply. Unyielding, Let me send you home with a three-pointer, Ray Allen declared, brimming with confidence. In the next offensive possession, I will sink a three-pointer from the logo right over your head, Jiang Chen replied coolly. Not a chance. I will never give you that opportunity, Ray Allen gritted through clenched teeth. Feeling that this Chinese undrafted player was utterly arrogant, showing blatant disregard for his opponents, is it really impressive to score a three-pointer from the logo? It seems more like a flashy display. Utterly impractical. Be careful, buddy. This Chinese undrafted player has a peculiar defense. Every time I have the opportunity to shoot, I just can't seem to make it, Pierce lamented, coming over to remind his teammate. Ray Allen shot Pierce a sidelong glance. As if to say, come on, buddy, if you're underperforming, don't blame the opponent's defense. Even in this crucial Game 7, you shouldn't be making excuses that as the Celtics enter their offensive possession. Rondo executed the coach's strategy, breaking into the paint and passing the ball to Ray Allen, who had perfectly positioned himself at the right side 45-degree angle. Jiang Chen closed in. Ray Allen, unfazed, narrowed his icy gaze and raised his hand to shoot a three-pointer. Soon as the ball touched the ground, Ray Allen celebrated, raising both hands to form an OK sign. The feeling of that shot was sublime. It was certain to go in, such is the confidence of a three-point shooter. However, the basketball arced high and struck the rim with a clang, bouncing out. Ray Allen was momentarily stunned that he stood there, hands still raised in celebration, the OK gesture frozen in midair. How embarrassing. Damn it, it felt so right. How could it not go in? He examined his hands, disbelief etched across his face. He blocked it. Jiang Chen thwarted Ray Allen's three-pointer. Barkley exclaimed with excitement that it's just one possession. It doesn't determine anything. Let us keep watching, Reggie Miller remarked, his expression neutral, still skeptical of Jiang Chen's defensive prowess. Barkley snorted, eagerly anticipating Jiang Chen's next performance. Eager for everyone to witness the true caliber of this Chinese undrafted player's defensive skills that on the court, the Lakers launched their offense. Jiang Chen proactively called for the ball from the baseline, initiating a thunderous dribble as he sprinted forward. Ray Allen closely guarded him, the echo of Jiang Chen's words resonating in his mind. His resolve hardening, he could not allow Jiang Chen to succeed in showing off. It would be too demoralizing. After crossing half-court, Jiang Chen passed the ball to Kobe, then ran a wide arc to the top of the key near the logo. Kobe promptly passed the ball back. Jiang Chen received it and, as Ray Allen approached, launched a three-pointer. Upon landing, he mimicked Ray Allen's earlier celebratory gesture. The basketball soared in a graceful arc swish. It went in cleanly. Then, under Ray Allen's dark, furious gaze, Jiang Chen pointed to the logo beneath his feet. Wood W. Jiang Chen has hit another long-distance three-pointer. What an astonishing display of shooting ability. So far, Jiang Chen had scored 8 three-pointers, amassing 24 points, making him the highest scorer on the court solely from beyond the arc. Barkley marveled at a loss for words to describe Jiang Chen's miraculous performance. Not only that, but he had also pointed to the logo, undoubtedly taunting Ray Allen. Will Ray Allen be able to respond? Reggie Miller wondered, growing anxious on the court. Jiang Chen addressed Ray Allen during the transition. I told you I would shoot from the logo, but you still couldn't guard me. Who can you blame? I gave you a chance, but you couldn't capitalize. Ray Allen's lips twitched slightly, feeling offended, his chest swelling with fury that he had strived to defend. Yet this Chinese undrafted player had still managed to sink that three-pointer from the logo. Damn it, how could his range be so far? It's downright terrifying. He needed to regain his pride. Ray Allen swiftly moved, using a screen to find an open spot, receiving Rondo's pass. Jiang Chen quickly navigated around the screen, closing in. Although the opportunity for a three-pointer had vanished, Ray Allen stubbornly launched the shot anyway. Clang, he missed again. Answer ball. In a critical moment that could sway the game's outcome, Ray Allen faltered. Reggie Miller sighed. Feeling bitter, he sensed Ray Allen was drifting further from the title of the league's best shooter. Admit it, buddy. Jiang Chen is not only formidable in shooting threes. His defensive skills are equally impressive. In his highly anticipated Game 7, it was not Pierce, Garnett, nor Kobe and Gasol who dominated the game, but Jiang Chen, the water boy at the end of the bench, that he had ruled both the offensive and defensive ends. Barkley exclaimed with excitement, proud to have recognized Jiang Chen's potential. The mysterious East, indeed filled with wonders. Reggie Miller fell silent, suddenly recalling his pre-game prediction of a Celtics victory in this Game 7. It seemed he might be proven wrong. Meanwhile, as the two commentators chatted, the Lakers transitioned from offense to defense. Kobe dribbled swiftly down the court, passing to Jiang Chen, who had positioned himself at the right side as 45-degree angle. With an open look, he took the shot. There was no doubt. Swish, the crisp sound of the net echoed as it went in cleanly. 2 consecutive three-pointers had narrowed the gap to just 3 points. The Lakers players erupted in ecstatic cheers, while the bench mimicked Jiang Chen's shooting form in wild celebration. The Celtics players wore expressions of resignation. 9 three-pointers now. Who can withstand that? Jiang Chen was just 1 three-pointer shy of his boastful claim of 10. The eyes of the players turned to Ray Allen, recalling his pre-game assertion that he would score more three-pointers than Jiang Chen. Ray Allen raised an eyebrow, feeling the weight of pressure. Had he known this would happen, he would not have been so boastful. The Celtics were on offense again. Under Jiang Chen's defense, Ray Allen attempted yet another three-pointer. Clang! Another miss. Jiang Chen was elated. The prowess of Sakikawa Tomoki's ultimate defense was indeed formidable, capable of stifling even the miraculous talents of the era. The Lakers countered with a fast break. Jiang Chen navigated around screen, moving to within a meter of the three-point line. Receiving the ball, he launched another three-pointer. Swish! He had indeed made 10 three-pointers. Jiang Chen had truly fulfilled his post-game interview promises. Not just boasting, but delivering. The remarkable feat of making 10 three-pointers in consecutive games had never been achieved in NBA history, especially not in the finals. Jiang Chen has delivered a magnificent performance beyond the arc. And his extraordinary display continues unabated. Reggie Miller stares in astonishment, his very soul quivering. He is utterly captivated by Jiang Chen's shooting prowess. Reflecting on his pre-game dismissiveness towards Jiang Chen, he feels an overwhelming urge to slap himself twice. What a grave oversight it was. In the VIP lounge with 10 three-pointers to his name, Jiang Chen has etched yet another remarkable record. Astonishing. This is the most electrifying three-point exhibition I have ever witnessed in the finals, Wade remarked. His face contorted in exaggerated disbelief. Moreover, he successfully defended against Ray Allen, and prior to that, he had stifled Paul Pierce. It is only due to the dazzling nature of his three-point shooting that we have overlooked his defensive contributions. Riley stated, his voice trembling slightly. From player to coach, and from coach to team president, he has navigated the tumultuous waters of the NBA for decades, encountering countless trials. Yet today, he too is awestruck by Jiang Chen's performance. No matter the cost, we must secure this overlooked Chinese talent. A new NBA superstar has begun to rise. Signing Jiang Chen will propel us back to our zenith, restoring us as a championship-caliber team. Across the ocean in the Chinese CT5 studio, Director Zhang exclaimed, 10 three-pointers. How do we blow this up? Sun Jinping replied with a smile, pride evident on his face that I end this decisive Game 7 of the NBA Finals. It is undeniably our Chinese player who shines the brightest. Haha, as expected. When Jiang Chen spoke those words during the post-game interview, I knew he could deliver. We Chinese never engage in battles without assurance. I have perused numerous articles from American media, all casting doubt on Jiang Chen, and Ray Allen's pre-game interview was particularly dismissive. Hey, I was furious at the time. Do you Americans believe that one glorious game can immortalize you while we Chinese cannot? What do you say now? Who dares to underestimate Jiang Chen? Truly, he has brought honor to our nation. Old Mr. Zhang Weiping chuckled, his emotions running high, his aged face aglow with vitality. Indeed, I believe that any Chinese fan watching this game from their television is sharing this sentiment. Our Chinese players are now making a resounding impact on the grand stage of the NBA Finals. Sun Jinping nodded, his eyes glistening with emotion to in the XL live streaming comment section. Wow, 10 three-pointers. This is incredible. Zhang's shooting is truly formidable, and he has undoubtedly become the standout player in Game 7. What a marvel for our great China. What sort of prowess is this? Which foreigner dares to belittle Jiang Chen now? I bet they're eating their words. Ha! Are there still any online detractors with the audacity to criticize Jiang Chen? I'm a fan now. I become a loyal supporter of Jiang Chen. And anyone who dares to speak ill of him will face my wrath. Jiang Chen, I love you, and I want to bear your children. Wow. We even have female fans. Why are they only now surfacing? Female fans, please bring some good luck. That way, the Lakers will surely secure the championship. My request is modest. Just a bikini photo will suffice. Get lost, a bunch of lecherous old men. My bikini photos are reserved solely for Jiang Chen. Actually, my name is also Jiang Chen. I have a look. What a coincidence. My name is Jiang Chen too. In the arena, Rivers called for a timeout. Guys, I must reiterate seriously, this Chinese undrafted player is exceeding our expectations. He is the damned X Factor. We must devote 100% of our energy to counter him. Rivers roared, his inner frustration seeking an outlet. This team has not claimed a championship in nearly 2 decades. And none of these players has ever tasted that glory in their careers. Garnett and Ray Allen left their steadfast teams to join Pierce in pursuit of a championship. Now, the championship is tantalizingly close. Yet this unexpected Chinese player threatens to shatter it all. Had a mere undrafted player ruin our championship dreams? Absolutely not. Double team, continue to smother this water cooler player, even if it means allowing Kobe to explode offensively. We must restrict Jiang Chen's three-point shooting. Rivers, having moved past his initial hesitance, resolved to thwart Jiang Chen's shooting at all costs. The players nodded in agreement, with Garnett displaying a fierce determination. He has yearned for a championship for 13 years. And no one can take that from him. But the timeout concluded. The Celtics initiated their offense. Pierce seized an opportunity, stepping back to nail a mid-range jumper. He exhaled in relief. Finally, he scored. It was time to step up and finish this game. The Lakers moved to attack. as Jiang Chen crossed half-court and received the ball, he was immediately met with a double team from Pierce and Rondo. He swiftly passed the ball to Fisher, who found himself wide open 2 meters from the basket and launched a three-pointer. Swish, it found the net. In critical moments, true heroes emerge. Fisher's clutch shooting ability is eternally reliable. After all, he was the man who sent the Spurs packing with just 0.4 seconds left. Rivers' lips twitched in frustration. This is the price of double-teaming Jiang Chen. Currently, it is still manageable. He could not believe that Fisher's three-point shooting percentage could rival Jiang Chen's absurd level. The Celtics took their turn on offense. Ray Allen, stationed in the corner, received the ball and launched a contested three-pointer against Jiang Chen's defense. Clang! It bounced off the rim, with his confidence waning. His shooting grew increasingly erratic. Dude, try not to shoot when Jiang Chen is defending you. It's really tough to hit a shot, Pierce advised, speaking from experience. Ray Allen nodded, finally setting aside his anger and stubbornness for the greater good. The Lakers attacked once more, with Fisher hitting a long two-pointer from the same spot. Rivers' veins bulged in outrage. What is happening? Is the Lakers team turning into three-point sharpshooters? This is utterly ridiculous. After Jiang Chen was double-teamed, the defensive pressure on the other Lakers players diminished significantly. Not only did Fisher hit consecutive shots, but Kobe also began to score, while Odom and Gasol frequently attacked the rim. Although Garnett, as the Defensive Player of the Year, held significant sway in the paint, it was futile against multiple attackers. He simply could not cover them all. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 91-82, with the Lakers enjoying a 9-point lead. The Celtics' offense in the final minutes relied heavily on Garnett and Pierce, as Pierce regained some form, hitting 2 mid-range shots. Meanwhile, Ray Allen, one of the big three, was completely stifled by Jiang Chen, finishing the quarter with only 3 baskets out of 9 attempts for a total of 9 points. Ray Allen was thoroughly shut down by Jiang Chen, currently shooting 6 out of 15 from three-point range, having missed 6 in this quarter alone. Such a performance has had a monumental impact on the Celtics' offensive capabilities. Reggie Miller shook his head in resignation. Do you still doubt Jiang Chen's defensive prowess? Barkley inquired, a smug expression on his face. You didn't need me to dig a hole for you. You've jumped right into one yourself. Who can you blame? Eating your words now, aren't you? Of course not. The facts have proven that Jiang Chen's defensive abilities are formidable. After all, Kobe couldn't contain Ray Allen's performance. Yet Jiang Chen accomplished that feat. I must retract my pre-game statements. The Celtics are unlikely to secure the championship. Initially, they were indeed stronger than the Lakers, but Jiang Chen's emergence has altered everything that I can only say that he is truly the savior of the Lakers. Reggie Miller shook his head, promptly adjusting his perspective. He merely hoped not to be proven wrong again. If the Celtics were to stage a comeback and win the game, it would indeed be a social death for him. However, in the face of Jiang Chen's extraordinary and commanding performance on both ends of the court, the likelihood of that happening was exceedingly slim in this moment. Reggie chose to place his bet on Jiang Chen. Both coaches immediately substituted in their full starting lineups as they entered the final showdown phase. In matches of such caliber, the playing time for bench players would be significantly limited, merely stepping in for a few minutes to grant the starters a brief respite. The Celtics initiated the first offensive. Rondo dribbled at the top of the arc, directing his teammates' movements. Following a screen and roll, he passed the ball to Garnett, who executed a mid-range jump shot. Swish, went straight through the net. 91-84, the deficit shrank to 7 points. As when the Celtics' big three, Garnett possessed formidable offensive prowess, being one of the most versatile power forwards in NBA history. During his tenure with the Timberwolves, he averaged over 20 points per game for an impressive 9 consecutive years. After joining the Celtics, he willingly sacrificed some offensive opportunities, channeling more energy into defense. Yet now, with his fellow stars Ray Allen and Pierce underperforming, the old wolf stepped up to the plate, using his scoring to aid the team. The Lakers launched an offensive as Jiang Chen received the ball. He was immediately met with a fierce double team from Pierce and Rondo. He was forced into the corner with no opportunity to pass. Bang! Rondo decisively swiped at the ball, knocking it loose. The Celtics swiftly transitioned to a fast break. Upon receiving the ball, Pierce saw Fisher defending him, and without hesitation, he executed a quick stop-and-pop three-pointer. Swish, it found nothing but net. The deficit was now down to 4 points. Having learned from this lesson, the Lakers dared not let Jiang Chen receive the ball easily again. Even when moving without the ball, it was exceedingly challenging to find an opportunity to shoot. The Celtics' defense was simply too tight. Kobe dribbled at the top of the arc, his gaze fierce. Determined to leverage his extraordinary offensive skills to secure victory, he executed a pick-and-roll with Gasol. After completing the screen, Kobe penetrated the paint, but was met with a double team from Ray Allen and Garnett. This was Rivers' all-or-nothing strategy, preventing Jiang Chen from getting the ball for a three-pointer and denying Kobe the opportunity to attack with the ball. It could be said that the entire Celtics defense was focused on Kobe and Jiang Chen, utterly neglecting the other Lakers players. Rivers was betting that they would not be able to score. Kobe quickly passed to Gasol, who, positioned near the free throw line, attempted a mid-range shot. Clang. He missed. Gasol shook his head in frustration. Throughout much of the game, he had been engaged in a physical battle in the paint with Perkins and Garnett, exhausting himself considerably, with starting center Bynum sidelined for the season due to injury. The burden in the paint rested solely on Gasol's shoulders. Perkins grabbed the rebound and promptly passed it to Rondo. Rondo dribbled quickly down the court, facing Fisher's defense, abruptly stopping beneath the basket to fake a behind-the-back pass before pulling the ball back and effortlessly tossing it in. The gap narrowed to just 2 points. Within less than 2 minutes of the fourth quarter start, the Celtics unleashed a 7-0 run. The Iron Will Green team showcased their resilience and deep-rooted strength. After 2 more possessions, the Lakers remained scoreless, while Garnett hit 2 consecutive mid-range shots, taking the lead by 2 points. This marked yet another instance of the teams exchanging leads. The Lakers' offense appeared to be in a state of stagnation. Jiang Chen and Kobe being contained rendered the Lakers seemingly impotent on offense. Barkley, visibly anxious, expressed his concern as he inherently supported the Lakers and was increasingly worried in this crucial final quarter of a Game 7. Securing even a slight lead could potentially determine the outcome of the game. After all, the chances of both teams making mistakes were exceedingly low. The Celtics' defense was formidable, living up to their reputation as the league's top defensive team during the regular season, demonstrating suffocating defense in these final moments. Every time Kobe had the ball, at least 3 defenders surrounded him. Scoring under such intense defensive pressure was nearly impossible. If this continued, the Celtics' advantage would only grow larger. Reggie Miller voiced his concerns. Inwardly lamenting, he had corrected his pre-game statements at the end of the third quarter, shifting his support to the Lakers. Yet, with the Lakers' dismal performance at the start of the fourth quarter, was he destined to be proven wrong today? On the court, Jiang Chen, witnessing the game's rapid decline, felt a surge of anxiety. If this continued, they would not secure the championship, fail the mission, and lose the reward. He needed to devise a strategy to break the Lakers' offensive deadlock. If only he could receive the ball and have a chance to shoot a three-pointer. Suddenly, an idea struck him, reminiscent of a classic elevator play often employed by the future Warriors to create open three-point opportunities for Curry. This tactic was renowned for generating space for three-point shots. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he hastily gestured to Phil for a timeout. Phil looked bewildered. Every timeout was incredibly precious. Should he squander this opportunity for Jiang Chen? After a moment's hesitation, he stood up and requested the timeout. The Lakers players returned to the bench. "Coach, I need a play that can create three-point shooting opportunities for me. That way, I can break our scoring drought," Jiang Chen urged. The players turned their gazes toward Phil. Phil's expression was peculiar, cold sweat trickling down his graying hair at a play. What play? He rapidly sifted through all the strategies he knew, but none specifically aimed at creating three-point opportunities. The only one he could resort to was the triangle offense. "All right, let us devise a variation of the triangle offense. After all, that's my forte." Phil maintained a facade of calm while inwardly panicking. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Chen took the initiative to grab the clipboard and began sketching. Everyone stared in stunned silence at Jiang Chen. Was he creating a play, designing a strategy himself? This was indeed extraordinary. It seemed this overlooked Chinese player was not only a hidden sharpshooter, but also a tactical mastermind. Jiang Chen was engrossed in his drawing from his extensive knowledge as a seasoned basketball fan. The elevator play was originally conceived by Mark Jackson and later refined by Steve Kerr, becoming a hallmark of the Warriors' strategy. As the others observed, their eyes lit up with understanding, experiencing a moment of clarity. This tactic held promise. Phil's jaw dropped. In an instant, he grasped the play and recognized its practicality. What astonished him even more was that such a potent strategy had emerged from a player. And a bench warmer at that. It was simply unfathomable. Indeed, this play is excellent. We shall execute it after the timeout, Phil said calmly, concealing his astonishment. The players nodded in agreement. Kobe excitedly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Buddy, having you on our team is the greatest fortune for the Lakers." Indeed, Jiang Chen chuckled, internally critiquing, "I'm merely standing on the shoulders of giants, playing the role of a courier." Kobe was taken aback. This young Chinese player was remarkably unpretentious. Yet he undeniably had the swagger to back it up. He understood that the play Jiang Chen had devised could very well save the Lakers. The Boston Celtics bench. "Gentlemen, the Lakers have reached a dead end. Our tactics have effectively stifled the scoring prowess of both Kobe and Jiang Chen, the most formidable offensive threats. Now, let us seize this momentum and secure victory in this match to claim the championship trophy. Reflect on the purpose of our gathering. Show your fervent desire for the championship." Rivers bellowed, unable to contain his excitement. The game, which had been disrupted by Jiang Chen's antics, was finally cooling down. One cannot deny the Lakers' good fortune. But what does it matter? Ultimately, the Celtics are the stronger team, far more deserving of the championship. Victory is within our grasp. Garnett and Pierce, their eyes aflame, roared with fervor. Their yearning for triumph had reached a fever pitch. 12 long years of waiting for this moment. As the timeout ended, the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Fisher positioned himself in the right corner, drawing Rondo's defense while creating space on the floor. Kobe dribbled at the top of the arc. Jiang Chen, stationed at the left 45-degree angle, initiated his run towards the left corner. Midway through his sprint, he suddenly veered right, curling around Gasol's screen and driving toward the basket, only to come to a sharp halt and pivot back toward the left side, racing towards the 45-degree three-point line. Meanwhile, Odom joined Gasol, standing shoulder to shoulder with him as Jiang Chen darted between the two. They swiftly closed the gap, blocking Pierce and Garnett from pursuing him. Jiang Chen found himself with a clear opportunity to shoot beyond the arc. Kobe delivered the pass just in time. Jiang Chen, receiving the ball with a 1-meter cushion, executed the green space, Shintaro's high-arching three-point skill without hesitation, launching the ball. The basketball traced a magnificent rainbow arc swish. It swirled through the net. A slight smirk played on Jiang Chen's lips as he raised his arms in the air, mimicking two guns at his mouth, performing a dramatic gun-blowing gesture. Utterly commanding. The elevator door strategy proves to be incredibly effective for a three-point shooter. Jiang Chen has hit his 11th three-pointer of the game, breaking his previous record and setting a new finals record, exclaimed Reggie Miller, brimming with excitement. The Lakers' strategy was nothing short of brilliant, creating a pristine shooting opportunity for Jiang Chen. What kind of strategy is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Could it be something Phil just invented? Barkley gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. Quite possibly. As someone who has spent his entire career shooting threes, I've never witnessed such a tactic. If this had been available in my era, I would have made many more three-pointers, Reggie Miller remarked, his tone laced with envy, almost bitter. I was simply born in the wrong era. Phil Jackson is truly one of the greatest coaches in NBA history. This strategy could very well dictate the course of the game, utterly dismantling the Celtics' defensive plans. What a pivotal moment. Barkley reflected, deeply moved. This final series is nothing short of classic. The players have displayed exceptional skill and quality, and both coaches are engaged in a fierce battle of wits. It appears Phil holds a slight advantage. Now, it remains to be seen if Rivers has a counter-strategy. Reggie Miller and Barkley exchanged glances, both turning their attention to Rivers. That moment. Rivers appeared dazed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He seemed as though he had been struck by a tremendous blow, his spirit visibly deflated. The words he had just spoken during the timeout echoed in his mind, igniting a sense of frustration. It dawned on him that the true fool in this scenario was none other than himself. The team in dire straits was not the Lakers, but the Celtics. The recent tactics had rendered all of the Celtics' defensive strategies as mere illusions. Jiang Chen had been fully activated. If they could not decipher this tactic, they risked being annihilated by this Chinese undrafted player as three-point shooting. However, if they committed entirely to double-teaming Jiang Chen, it would liberate Kobe once more. Thus, the butterfly effect was set in motion. The impact of this tactic extended beyond just this possession. It would reverberate throughout the remaining game. To regain the upper hand, they must unravel the Lakers' recent strategy. Rivers quickly regained his composure and began to devise a countermeasure. On the court, the Celtics' offense faltered. The Lakers employed the elevator door strategy once more, this time setting a screen for Jiang Chen at the top of the arc, granting him another open shot. Unsurprisingly, he sank another three-pointer. With Jiang Chen's two three-pointers, the Lakers extended their lead to 4 points. With 12 three-pointers, he had equaled Kobe's single-game record for three-pointers made during the regular season. Yet achieving this in the finals is far more challenging. This bench player is undoubtedly the greatest bench player in NBA history, Barkley exclaimed, his excitement palpable, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This Game 7 is undoubtedly Jiang Chen's stage for stardom. 12 three-pointers. This is certainly one of the most remarkable individual performances in finals history. Witnessing such an extraordinary game is nothing short of exhilarating. In the VIP lounge, 12 three-pointers. This has exceeded my wildest imagination. Wade exclaimed in astonishment, but on the basketball court, there are only performances one cannot conceive. No player is incapable of delivering. This is a birthplace of miracles. Anything can happen. The remarkable performance of this Chinese undrafted player will etch this game into the annals of history. Pat Riley's eyes glimmered with wisdom. After the earlier excitement and exhilaration, he had now calmed down. And no matter how beautiful the fantasy, it remains just that, a fantasy. Only by signing Jiang Chen to the Heat with a contract does everything else hold significance. On the court, the Celtics attempted to score. Pierce, seeing Jiang Chen defending him, immediately became cautious, dribbling and driving before passing to Ray Allen in the corner. Ray Allen decisively launched a three-pointer. Clang. It rimmed out. This was his first attempt of the fourth quarter, and it was evident that his shooting touch was cold. The Lakers secured the rebound and initiated a fast break. They executed the elevator door strategy once again. And Jiang Chen hit another three-pointer. The lead swelled to 7 points. Gentlemen, alter the defensive strategy. Do not wait for Jiang Chen to have the ball before double-teaming. I want constant pressure on him. At all times, Rivers growled, the fury within him threatening to erupt. How can we not thwart this Chinese undrafted player? I refuse to be defeated by this. The Celtics' next offensive attempt was fruitless. The Lakers, eager to utilize the elevator door strategy once again, found Jiang Chen tightly guarded by Pierce and Rondo, leaving him no opportunity to move for a catch. Jiang Chen decisively passed the ball to Kobe. Kobe drove into the paint, finishing a difficult layup over Garnett's defense, extending the lead to 9 points. For the remainder of the game, the Celtics could not contain the Lakers. Fortunately, the Celtics' offensive firepower remained at a steady level, keeping the score from widening beyond 9 points. Time flew by, and before they knew it, only a minute and a half remained in the game. The atmosphere in the arena was charged with tension. Who would ultimately claim the championship? An answer was imminent. Rivers paced back and forth on the sidelines, restless and anxious. Chasing 9 points in a minute and a half was quite a challenge. Moreover, the Lakers were controlling the clock, further complicating the pursuit. This is untenable. No longer can a methodical approach to offense suffice. It is imperative to commence seizing three-point opportunities from this moment forth. Rivers, resolute in his decision, glanced at the statistics. Noting the 2 remaining timeouts, he decisively requested a timeout from the referee, setting about to devise a strategy. A frenzied barrage of three-point attempts would be the Celtics' final. Desperate gambit. Success or failure hinged upon this singular moment. Upon resuming play, the Celtics inbound the ball. Rondo held possession at the top of the arc, while the other players actively repositioned, astonishingly replicating the Lakers' recently employed elevator door play. After all, the Celtics boasted the sharpshooting prowess of Ray Allen and the league's premier screen setter in Garnett. Thus, this elevator door tactic was equally applicable to the Celtics. Under the guise of a tactical screen, Ray Allen found an opportunity for an open shot. Receiving the ball, He leapt and released his shot in one fluid motion, as if choreographed. Unlike Jiang Chen's aesthetically pleasing three-point form, which possessed an ethereal quality, Ray Allen's shot was textbook perfect, resembling a mechanical shooting apparatus executing each movement with precision. Swish! The ball sailed through the net with ease. Ray Allen had successfully made his seventh three-pointer of the game. Catching up to Jiang Chen's 12 three-pointers now seemed an insurmountable task. His current hope lay in using three-pointers to narrow the score. The Lakers began their offensive. Kobe, at the top of the arc, meticulously controlled the clock. With only 7 seconds remaining before a 24-second violation, he sprang into action, but a series of deft dribbles led him to the paint, where he pivoted and executed a difficult fadeaway jumper. Swish! The ball cleanly netted. Following the Celtics' defensive focus on Jiang Chen, Kobe regained his shooting rhythm and began to dominate the game. With just 51 seconds left, Rondo swiftly dribbled past half-court, foregoing the elevator door play. He directly passed the ball to Ray Allen, who was trailing closely behind. Completing an elevator door maneuver would require at least 12 seconds, and the Celtics were in dire need of time. They had to launch quick three-point shots rather than slow down to execute a strategy. Seeing Jiang Chen before him, Ray Allen decisively abandoned his shot, passing the ball to Pierce in the corner. With Kobe defending, Pierce launched a high-difficulty three-pointer. Swish! The ball effortlessly found the net. This offensive play took merely 5 seconds, reducing the deficit to 5 points. Pierce remained stoic, foregoing celebration to hastily return to defense. The Lakers resumed their attack. Kobe continued to manage the clock. With 9 seconds remaining, he executed a series of crossovers, penetrating the paint and drawing a triple team. Everyone anticipated that Kobe would force an attack, but he unexpectedly delivered the game's best assist, a behind-the-back pass, sending the ball directly to Jiang Chen in the corner. But Pierce's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated and turned to guard Jiang Chen. Ignoring the defense, Jiang Chen rose to shoot a three-pointer. Swish! The ball swished through the net, marking his 13th three-pointer of the game and extending the lead to 8 points. Oh my God! Jiang Chen can still score. Remarkable, truly remarkable. 13 three-pointers. Especially the final shot, a decisive blow that sealed the game. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would be the one to vanquish the Celtics with his three-point shooting? Barkley exclaimed with fervor, "What an extraordinary display of three-point shooting. Jiang Chen will become the NBA's greatest marksman." No, Jiang Chen has already established himself as the NBA's premier shooter. Tonight, he obliterated Ray Allen. Reggie Miller, exhilarated, breathed a sigh of relief, finally free from the embarrassment of being proven wrong. With 24 seconds remaining, the Celtics faced an impossible task of erasing an 8-point deficit. Throughout the series, the Celtics had performed admirably, poised to clinch the championship in 6 games. Alas, Jiang Chen's emergence shattered all their dreams, robbing them of their championship aspirations. Barkley lamented as a profound silence enveloped the arena, with tears welling in the eyes of many spectators. Numerous fans clung to the flicker of hope, unwilling to accept the Celtics' impending defeat, yearning for a miracle done on the court. The Celtics refused to surrender, making one last stand. Ray Allen and Pierce each had opportunities to shoot three-pointers, but both resulted in missed attempts. With 6 seconds left in the game, Pierce, Ray Allen, and Garnett stood side by side, exuding an air of desolation. They had given up. Kobe, clutching the ball, gazed intently at the countdown clock. As the final buzzer sounded, he hurled the basketball skyward in unrestrained joy, commencing a fervent celebration. 113. 105, the Lakers triumphed by 8 points in a thrilling Game 7, reclaiming the NBA championship after a 5-year hiatus. Kobe was the first to rush toward Jiang Chen, enveloping him in a tight embrace and emphatically pounding his chest. The rest of the Lakers players soon joined, encircling Jiang Chen. Everyone understood that their victory hinged significantly on Jiang Chen's contributions. Just consider his performance in this game. Not only did he sink 13 three-pointers, scoring a game-high 39 points, but he also effectively neutralized the threats posed by Ray Allen and Pierce. He dominated both offense and defense. Even the team's star, Kobe, became a supporting character in his presence. Jiang Chen reveled in the adoration of his teammates, exhilaration coursing through him as adrenaline surged. Both body and spirit were enveloped in overwhelming joy. The sensation of standing atop the pinnacle of success, coupled with the thrill of victory, electrified his nerves. This splendid moment of triumph is a feeling only those who have truly experienced it can comprehend. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding the Lakers, the Celtics players were steeped in sorrow. The three superstars, eyes glistening with unshed tears, could no longer contain their anguish, allowing hot tears to flow onto the court. They never anticipated such a heartbreaking defeat in the finals. That undrafted Chinese player, now revered, had decisively felled them with three-point shots, orchestrating one of the most astonishing comebacks in NBA history, without embraces or gestures of acknowledgement. The Celtics players turned and walked straight towards the players' tunnel, departing this sorrowful venue. This summer would bring them the torment of failure, etching this loss as one of the most painful in their careers. Congratulations to the Lakers for winning the 2008 NBA championship, completing a remarkable turnaround by clinching the title after trailing 3-2. Undoubtedly, the standout performers in the final two games were the emergent undrafted Chinese player, Jiang Chen. With each astonishing three-pointer, he dominated the contest. He is the most formidable three-point shooter I have ever witnessed, Barkley exclaimed passionately, lauding Jiang Chen while seemingly disregarding the presence of three-point king Reggie Miller beside him. If he is indeed the greatest, he has surpassed this three-point monarch. However, at this moment, Reggie Miller found himself equally swept up in the fervor. He showed no signs of indignation, instead feeling that Barkley's words were entirely accurate. For he felt the same. Such is the consequence of underestimating Jiang Chen. I merely faced embarrassment for underestimating him. The Celtics paid the price of losing the championship. It must be said that the Celtics' performance deserves respect. But there can only be one champion. Competitive sports are indeed ruthless. The Lakers were fortunate to bask in Lady Luck's favor, seizing the championship through the eruption of a benchwarmer. Yet sometimes luck is a facet of skill. Reggie Miller reflected, feeling a tumult of emotions. He felt pity for the Celtics while simultaneously feeling relief for the Lakers. Indeed, without Jiang Chen, the Lakers would have suffered a humiliating defeat in Game 6, potentially losing by over 30 points and etching the most disgraceful chapter in their history. They would have lost the championship. But Jiang Chen saved it all. This is the allure of competitive sports. Until the final whistle blows, one can never predict what might transpire during the match. Barkley also expressed that words cannot encapsulate the impact that these two games had on him. He recalled Michael Jordan's last finals. He reminisced about the epic duels between Larry Bird and Magic Johnson in the finals. He thought of many classic finals. Yet, none seemed to possess the sheer force exhibited by Jiang Chen in these two games. This undrafted Chinese player has brought forth an abundance of surprises and astonishment that I am certain that everyone who witnessed this match, no matter how many years later, will still marvel at Jiang Chen's magnificent performance. With an astounding 13 out of 21 three-point shots, he amassed 39 points, along with 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. Such are the statistical offerings Jiang Chen presented in this game. While 39 points may not be an exceptionally high score on the final stage, the fact that all his points stem from three-pointers is indeed remarkable. Reggie Miller remarked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Dude, who do you think will win the finals MVP for the Lakers? Kobe or Jiang Chen? Theoretically, it should be Kobe, but Jiang Chen's outstanding performance in the last 2 games decisively determined the championship, making it a possibility. Barkley smirked, and oh, need to guess. The result will be revealed soon, Reggie Miller replied nonchalantly. Rolling his eyes, this bald-headed rascal is up to his old tricks again. How many times has he made me look foolish today? Enough already. This time, I will not fall into that trap again. The sting of embarrassment is too painful. In the VIP lounge. Let us go. The Lakers are fortunate to have secured this year's championship. Pat Riley rose, ready to depart. Then aren't you going to watch the awards ceremony? Wade inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice regarding who would receive the finals MVP. No, it doesn't matter who gets it. It's irrelevant to us. What we need to do now is wait at the arena entrance for Jiang Chen, ensuring we contact him first to secure our chance to sign him. Pat Riley stated earnestly, his eyes reflecting determination. Whatever he sets his mind to, he will pursue relentlessly. Wade looked startled, a touch of surprise in his demeanor. The president of the Heat is personally waiting at the door for an undrafted Chinese player? What treatment is this? It clearly illustrates the shock Jiang Chen has imparted on Pat Riley. Wade hurried his steps, leaving the VIP lounge alongside Riley. In the Chinese CT5 studio. Champions. The Lakers have finally reclaimed the championship, marking Kobe's fourth championship trophy in his career. Elder Zhang Weiping exclaimed joyfully. It is well known that Coach Zhang has the nickname Wei Ping Bryant, being an ardent fan of Kobe. This outcome is indeed dramatic. Our Chinese player Jiang Chen has undergone a transformation in the last 2 games of this series, setting a series of 3-point records, consecutively hitting 10 3-pointers in 2 games, scoring 13 3-pointers in a single game, maintaining a 3-point shooting percentage above 60 in both games, all of which are historical records in the NBA. Sun Jinping stated proudly, "Indeed, Jiang Chen has become the first Chinese player to grace the final stage and has delivered a phenomenal performance. What a remarkable moment for the Chinese." Coach Zhang laughed. "I am increasingly looking forward to the Olympics in August that I believe under his and Yao Ming's leadership, the Chinese men's basketball team will surely break historical barriers and achieve new heights, bringing glory to the nation on home soil," Sun Jinping said, brimming with anticipation. Initially, the Chinese team was placed in the so-called group of death, causing many Chinese basketball fans to feel pessimistic about the prospects of the men's basketball team in this Olympics. However, Jiang Chen's stunning performance in the finals will undoubtedly ignite boundless imagination among Chinese fans. Absolutely. I have great faith in Jiang Chen. This young man has a promising future that I look forward to his performance in the Olympics. Elder Zhang remarked, tears welling in his eyes, his heart swelling with pride. As a former national basketball player of the previous generation, he faced numerous discriminations on the international stage and endured defeats from many strong international teams. Even now, the Chinese men's basketball team is still regarded as a weak team worldwide, even after reaching the quarterfinals in the 2004 Athens Olympics. In the eyes of those Western powerhouses, the Chinese men's basketball team remains a team that could be easily trampled upon, posing no threat whatsoever. The upcoming Olympics in 2 months will be the perfect opportunity for the Chinese men's basketball team to strike back. What do you mean by the group of death? We will take on the strong teams within that group. The XL live stream comment section erupted. Lakers champions. Zhang's 3-pointers are phenomenal. I dare ask, who else could it be? Without Zhang's 3-pointers, the Lakers would have gone home to fish long ago, without a chance to stand on this podium. When I saw Jiang Chen sink that 13th 3-pointer, I was covered in goosebumps. It was absolutely phenomenal. As a 10-year veteran fan, I couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Finally, we have a Chinese player shining in the finals. I initially thought it would be Yao Ming, but it turned out to be Jiang. Having missed the stunning comeback in Game 6, I watched the thrilling Game 7 in its entirety. It was undoubtedly the most spectacular match I have ever witnessed. Most spectacular? Dude, how long have you been holding that in? Or have all the lovely ladies in the comments gone? The Lakers just won the championship. How about posting some bikini photos for excitement? Excuse me, I am a Celtics fan. Why would I post bikinis? I hate the Lakers. Brothers, we have a spy among us. It's Jiang Chen's hater. Drown her in saliva. At the North Shore Garden Arena, many diehard Celtics fans had already exited. The scene they dreaded most had unfolded. Their arch-rivals, the Lakers, would hold the championship awards ceremony in the Celtics' home arena. Everything was in place. All Lakers players, coaching staff, and owners donned their pre-prepared championship t-shirts and hats. Standing at the center of the stage, in front of them stood the gleaming Larry O'Brien trophy. The award ceremony was about to commence. The elegantly dressed host took to the stage, delivering a passionate opening speech, then announced that NBA Commissioner David Stern would present the award to the Lakers. Amidst the thunderous applause, David Stern shone under the spotlight as he made his entrance. As the commissioner of the NBA, he has made significant contributions to the league's development. That it can be said that the NBA transformed from a small basketball league in the United States to a major sports league recognized worldwide. Largely thanks to Stern, he propelled the NBA onto the global stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being present to witness a magnificent game. The Celtics and the Lakers have delivered an unprecedented performance in the finals, especially in the Game 7, which will be forever etched in history. The Lakers have triumphed over the Celtics, reclaiming the NBA championship after 5 long years. Now, let us once again congratulate the Lakers. With his characteristic smile, David Stern delivered his speech and then lifted the championship trophy. Lakers owner Jerry Buss stepped forward, his expression one of excitement as he received the trophy, raising it high. He then passed the championship trophy to Phil, who was the first to touch it, before handing it over to Kobe. Kobe exuberantly kissed the trophy before it was passed to Jiang Chen. Now, there remains one highly anticipated honor to be revealed. That is the Finals MVP. Following the voting, the player awarded the Finals MVP is none other than a Lakers star, Kobe Bryant, throughout the entire series. He delivered an impressive average of 27.7 points, 5.0 rebounds, 5.2 assists, and 2.8 steals, showcasing his dominance on both ends of the court, David Stern declared emphatically. The camera immediately panned to Kobe. With a smile, Kobe stepped forward to accept the Finals MVP trophy from David Stern's hands. Subsequently, the lens shifted to Jiang Chen, who stood amidst the crowd. The camera language seemed to convey a deeper message. Indeed, the Finals MVP award was bestowed upon Kobe, rather than Jiang Chen, lamented Barkley. There was little that could be done. Jiang Chen had participated in too few games, merely 2 in total, despite his extraordinary statistics and pivotal role in salvaging the Lakers. The selection for the Finals MVP hinges on the overall performance throughout the series. Clearly, Jiang Chen's contributions in the first 5 games were negligible. Reggie Miller remarked, having anticipated this outcome, especially since Kobe is the undisputed star of the Lakers. Although he did not capture the Finals MVP, Jiang Chen's name will forever be etched in the annals of NBA Finals history. His remarkable performance will be eternally remembered, and he is only 20 years old this year. That is truly extraordinary, Barkley noted with a change in tone. Indeed, I believe Jiang Chen will continue to shine brightly in the NBA next season. I am optimistic that he will surpass me to become the greatest three-point shooter in NBA history. Every time I think of his astonishing three-point displays, I cannot help but feel exhilarated, Reggie Miller added, filled with anticipation that on the court, Kobe was being interviewed. Hey Kobe, you've won your 4th championship trophy in your career. And it's your first championship trophy since Shaquille's departure. How do you feel right now? The host inquired. Frankly, I was quite surprised. I thought we would be heading home after Game 6, but Jiang Chen miraculously exploded onto the scene, helping the team turn the game around. This trophy is a testament to that. I must express my gratitude to him. Although I received the Finals MVP, without Jiang Chen, we would not have had a chance at the championship. The Lakers will not forget his contributions in the Finals, and the fans will remember his magnificent three-point performances. The MVP of the last 2 games was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. I hope next season we have the opportunity to fight side by side again. Leading the Lakers to another championship, Kobe said with a smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The host was taken aback. What is this? Does this statement carry a hint of flattery? The big screen once again focused on Jiang Chen, who stood in the crowd. Although he did not win the Finals MVP, the camera did not shy away from him at all. Ditto. Kobe's words are quite remarkable. Is he beginning to win hearts? Barkley said, somewhat astonished that the proud Kobe would praise a rookie. This season, Jiang Chen signed a 1-year minimum contract with the Lakers, and with the season now concluded, his contract has expired, making him a free agent. I believe many teams will certainly be interested in him. Kobe has already expressed his desire to continue working with Jiang Chen, gaining an advantage in this recruitment battle. Reggie Miller remarked, curiosity evident on his face. Will Jiang Chen remain with the Lakers? If he does, the Lakers will once again be among the hottest contenders for the championship next season. Once Bynum returns from injury, the Lakers could assemble a super 5-star lineup of Kobe, Jiang Chen, Gasol, Bynum, and Odom. If Jiang Chen chooses to leave, which team will he select as his next destination in his career? Regardless of his choice, his career is undoubtedly filled with promise on the court. The most elated person was undoubtedly the Lakers' general manager, Kupchak. With Kobe's recent remarks, he believed that re-signing Jiang Chen would be a straightforward task, ideally securing him with a mid-level contract worth several $1 million per year. This way, the team could avoid a hefty luxury tax while maintaining formidable competitiveness in the new season. Kupchak delightedly contemplated this, eager to discuss re-signing with Jiang Chen as soon as possible. However, he had yet to find an opportunity and decided to wait at the arena's entrance until the post-game interviews concluded. He resolved to finalize the matter that very evening, anxious not to let other teams gain the upper hand. Jiang Chen's breathtaking performances in the last two finals games would undoubtedly attract interest from other teams, so it was imperative to act swiftly. After Kobe concluded his acceptance speech, the championship award ceremony came to an end. Nevertheless, the Lakers' celebration of victory had only just begun. Upon returning to the locker room, the Lakers players erupted in exuberant shouts, releasing their pent-up emotions of triumph. "Champions! Champions! We are the strongest!" the players roared, individually receiving the championship trophy and kissing it passionately. When it was Jiang Chen's turn, he merely embraced the trophy. Gazing at the various kiss marks adorning it, he refrained from kissing it, feeling it was somewhat unsanitary. Just then, a deluge of champagne cascaded down, drenching Jiang Chen completely, the intoxicating scent enveloping him. The Lakers players surrounded him, each clutching a bottle of champagne, pouring it all over Jiang Chen. This could be deemed the highest form of celebration, as everyone expressed their gratitude to Jiang Chen in this manner. "Buddy, your three-point shooting is simply phenomenal. Honestly, I thought the statements you made during the post-game interview were mere bravado, but you actually delivered. This is all so surreal. You hit 13 three-pointers. I have never witnessed such a breathtaking display of shooting," Gasol shouted, reveling in the joy of victory. "Bro, well done. You're the best three-point shooter in the world." Farmar exclaimed, raising a champagne bottle, drinking and spilling it amid his drunken haze. Even now, he felt incredibly fortunate for having passed the ball to Jiang Chen during the garbage time of the fourth quarter in the previous game, granting him his first opportunity to shoot a three-pointer. It could be said that this pass altered the course of fate, turning the tide for the Lakers. "Thank you," Jiang Chen said, basking in the warmth of his teammates' enthusiasm, feeling a genuine sense of belonging in this moment. Previously, as the water cooler attendant, few players regarded him with any attention, often ignoring him entirely. He had hardly any interaction with key players like Kobe and Gasol. More often than not, he merely served as the water boy, passing towels and fetching water for his teammates. Now, having made a significant contribution to the team, everything had changed. All the Lakers players had genuinely accepted him. Acknowledging his worth, Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with tears that streamed down his face. With the memories of this body merging with his own, he vividly recalled how he had endured this season. The cultural differences, the language barriers, and the disparities in skin color had made it incredibly challenging for him to integrate into the team. Being an undrafted player further stripped him of respect. Countless disdainful glares, endless mockery, and relentless denial had accompanied his journey. Those who have not personally experienced such hardship cannot truly empathize. For a Chinese player to carve out a name for himself in a foreign land, in the highest echelons of basketball globally, is an arduous endeavor indeed. However, all of that is behind him now that he has showcased his formidable talent in just 2 games, firmly establishing his foothold in the NBA. No longer worrying about his next job or living a life of uncertainty. The next step for him is to evolve systematically into a superstar of the league, poised to dominate it. "Buddy, light one up." At that moment, Odom handed Jiang Chen a cigar. Smoking a cigar is considered the quintessential celebratory gesture following a championship victory, a tradition unique to championship-winning teams. Jiang Chen mimicked the act of lighting the cigar. Taking a deep puff, the sharp flavor mingling with the smoke filled his nostrils, stimulating his senses. "Huh, you're inhaling too fast. You should take it slow, puff by puff." Odom spoke while inhaling deeply, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke, his face radiating pure enjoyment. Jiang Chen nodded, beginning to savor this victory cigar. At that moment, the long quiet system voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and assisting the Lakers in securing the championship. Rewards are being distributed. 5,000 achievement points, 100 skill fusion fragments, and 1 experience card for the Ryota Kai's imitation skill. Valid for 10 minutes. Please check your rewards." Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. With this, his achievement points had accumulated to 8,000, just 2,000 more, and he could participate in another lottery. The skill fusion fragments had also reached a total of 150. Most importantly, the Ryota Kai's imitation skill experience card will become one of his most formidable weapons in the upcoming Olympics in China. The 2008 Olympics, a monumental event, This time, he must shine for his country on home soil, ensuring that Chinese fans are not disappointed and bringing no shame to the Chinese people. The celebration in the locker room lasted for over half an hour before the players began to shower and change clothes. Subsequently, Kobe, Jiang Chen, and Phil participated in the post-game interview. Yes, they entered the interview room. Nearly 200 reporters turned their gaze towards them, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. All the reporters distinctly remembered the previous post-game interview when they had witnessed Jiang Chen boasting. Many had even dismissed him as merely a braggart. Yet, to their astonishment, Jiang Chen's claims had materialized during the decisive Game 7. How could they comprehend this? What baffled them even more was how this Chinese rookie had managed to sink over 10 three-pointers in 2 consecutive games. Especially in a Game 7, where the NBA's highest level of competition and defensive intensity is present. Even Kobe had moments where he felt the chill of tight defense. Yet this Chinese rookie remained unfazed, maintaining a high level of efficiency and accuracy throughout the match. Even Larry Bird, the legendary king of brag, had never boasted in such a manner. Perhaps, as Jiang Chen himself stated, shooting three-pointers truly was effortless for him. Jiang, you delivered an extraordinary performance and helped the Lakers clinch the championship. What was your greatest feeling about this decisive Game 7? A reporter eagerly inquired. The greatest feeling is that Game 7 was rather ordinary. It was intense, but not as difficult as I had imagined. I didn't really feel a strong defensive intensity. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and replied nonchalantly. The reporters were left in utter confusion. This sentiment sounded all too familiar. A Game 7 being ordinary, lacking defensive intensity. How would the Celtics react to this? As the team with the highest defensive efficiency in the regular season, their defense was undoubtedly suffocating. Particularly in this Game 7, they displayed an unprecedented level of defensive intensity. Even Kobe had only managed to shoot just above 40% in this game. Yet for Jiang Chen, it seemed to have no impact at all. After all, his shooting percentage was an impressive 60%, and all of those shots were three-pointers. Jiang, your incredible performances in the last 2 games led the Lakers to victory in the championship, and you should be a candidate for FMVP. However, the Finals MVP was awarded to Kobe. Are you dissatisfied with this? A reporter asked directly. Upon hearing this, Kobe's expression darkened, his face resembling a mask of ice. With a glint of menace in his eyes, Jiang Chen stared at the reporter with a half-smile, internally scoffing. Dude, is that question really appropriate? Aren't you afraid I and Kobe might retaliate? This was undoubtedly a provocative question, directly offending both Kobe and Jiang Chen. The reporter's inquiry seemed to imply that Kobe's Finals MVP was undeserved, and it also had the potential to sow discord between the two players. For Jiang Chen, answering this question was challenging. Whether satisfied or dissatisfied could lead to misunderstandings, and with the media's reporting, even a slight distortion of facts could unleash a torrent of public opinion. While unafraid, there was no need to seek trouble. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen replied, "Buddy, you're mistaken. I was indeed among the candidates for the Finals MVP. It's just awkward that I wasn't selected." As Jiang Chen's words echoed in the interview room, laughter erupted. Kobe's receipt of the Finals MVP was well-deserved. However, my career has only just begun, and I believe I will have many future opportunities to contend for this accolade. Jiang Chen stated confidently. The reporters collectively gasped in astonishment. Was he beginning to boast again? Although Jiang Chen had shown brightly in the final 2 games, he was still far from the realm of superstar. There are countless superstars who have never even reached the finals throughout their careers. To win the Finals MVP, one must not only lead their team to the finals, but also do so as a leader who secures the championship. How incredibly difficult that is. Even Kobe, a legendary figure, has only won the Finals MVP once in his career thus far. Jiang, after the conclusion of the Game 7, your contract with the Lakers ends. Have you considered where you'll go next? Will you stay with the Lakers or join another team? A reporter asked. All eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Chen, clearly intrigued by this question. In their view, although Jiang Chen might not possess the ability to alter the landscape of a league, he could undoubtedly elevate a team's immediate competitiveness. His extraordinary three-point shooting ability, combined with excellent defense and minimal ball dominance, made him a coveted asset for every team. Kobe also looked on, his gaze filled with anticipation. To be honest, I haven't given it much thought. There are too many options available right now, and I need to consider it carefully. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Before the sixth game of the finals, he was an unnoticed, undrafted player, uncertain of where his next job would be after his contract with the Lakers expired. But now, he had become a player that many teams were eager to acquire. The difference in treatment was indeed staggering. Not receiving a clear answer from Jiang Chen left the reporters somewhat disappointed. It seemed this suspense would linger for a while, considering the free agency market wouldn't open until July 1 SD. Phil, you have led the Lakers to another championship. Is this the beginning of a three-peat? A reporter asked. It is worth noting that Phil Jackson had experienced three three-peats in his illustrious coaching career, twice with the Bulls and once with the Lakers. That'd be why that logic. The Lakers might once again achieve the monumental feat of a three-peat. Establishing a dynasty, I certainly hope to achieve a three-peat. We will strive towards that goal, Phil replied with a smile, knowing the reporter was joking. Phil, when the Lakers were struggling offensively, you devised an excellent strategy for Jiang Chen to create open shots. How did you come up with this strategy? Was it your own design? A reporter inquired. No, that strategy was not devised by me, nor was it designed by me. It was created by Jiang Chen himself. Phil said, shrugging, his tone carrying a hint of astonishment. Invent such a practical and ingenious strategy. This Chinese undrafted player had already exhibited coaching potential. The reporters were left dumbfounded. Was this a joke? They looked at Phil, then at Jiang Chen, their expressions filled with disbelief. Indeed, as Phil mentioned, this strategy was something I conceived in a flash of inspiration, and I named it the elevator door strategy. Jiang Chen stated nonchalantly. As if it were merely an ordinary and unremarkable feat, the reporters were utterly stunned. This was utterly absurd. To think that a strategy capable of altering the course of the game was conceived by an undrafted player in a moment of inspiration? This was a complete paradigm shift. With such talent, why not pursue coaching instead of basketball? Kobe, you have now won your fourth championship trophy. How do you feel about that? A reporter asked. Now I have as many championships as Shaquille O'Neal. Kobe succinctly responded, leaving the reporters in a frenzy. Indeed, this response was quintessentially Kobe. Even after more than 2 years, he still harbored resentment over Shaquille's taunt about having one more championship ring than him. In the interview room of the Celtics, the atmosphere was somewhat somber and oppressive. The big three and Rivers wore grim expressions, their eyes swollen and red, clearly having shed tears. Doc, did you ever anticipate that this series would conclude in such a manner? A reporter inquired. No, not at all. Even now, I can hardly believe that this is actually happening. The championship was rightfully ours. At one point in Game 6, we led by 33 points, and I was already preparing to celebrate our victory. However, it was unfortunate that once that undrafted Chinese player took the court, everything spiraled out of control, Rivers said in a low, hoarse voice, his final words biting with palpable bitterness. He was filled with hatred. This might have been the best opportunity for him to vie for a championship as a coach, and for veterans Garnett, Pierce, and Allen, it was their finest chance as well. Yet now, it had all been ruined by this Chinese rookie. If Jiang Chen had not been on the court, would the Lakers have been any match for the Celtics? Another reporter asked. Remarkable, insane, unbelievable. This undrafted Chinese player was sent by God to punish us. But I do not understand what we did to offend the Almighty, Rivers lamented. His mind flashed back to the beginning of the final quarter of Game 6. If only he had been more cautious and fielded all the Celtic starters. Would the outcome have been different? There was no answer. Will this championship loss undermine the team's confidence? Will the management consider dismantling the Big Three this summer? No. At worst, I can only lament my bad luck. But I have never doubted the team's strength, nor will I lose faith as for how the management will proceed. I'm unaware. What I do know is that this defeat will not bring us down. It will only make us stronger. Next season, we will still be contenders for the championship. Rivers declared firmly, his tone low yet powerful. Ray, what are your thoughts on Jiang Chen's performance, scoring 13 three-pointers in a single game? Do you still believe his shooting ability is merely a result of Lady Luck's favor? A reporter posed, it's hard to believe. His performance completely exceeded my expectations, especially those few logo threes. They fundamentally altered my perspective. I now retract what I said in the pre-game interview. Jiang Chen's performance is purely a testament to his skill. His defensive abilities were also outstanding, completely neutralizing me. I have nothing to say about being defeated by him. But I will remember the pain of this loss. Next season, we will come back stronger, Ray Allen replied, his expression grim. There was no resentment, only acknowledgement of Jiang Chen's prowess. For this was the truth. Jiang Chen had, with his astonishing three-point shooting, effectively extinguished the Celtics' hopes. As Rivers mentioned, the team simply encountered bad luck, facing the unexpected eruption of this undrafted player. Do you believe Jiang Chen has the potential to become the strongest three-point shooter in the NBA in the future? A reporter asked. He is already the strongest three-point shooter. Are there any players in this league who can effortlessly sink shots from the logo consistently? Ray Allen stated solemnly, a hint of resignation in his voice. The reporters exchanged glances, astonished. It seemed Ray Allen had indeed been humbled by Jiang Chen's shooting prowess. Subsequently, the reporters posed a few more questions before concluding the interview to the entrance of the North Shore Garden. Riley and Wade stood, awaiting Jiang Chen's arrival. Just then, a portly man in a suit approached the door, his surprise evident upon seeing Riley. "Maury, Riley, are you here to wait for Jiang Chen as well?" They almost chorused, stepping back a few paces, eyeing each other warily. The rival had appeared. Riley mused, furrowing his brow. He hadn't expected the Rockets to join the competition for Jiang Chen's signature. This was rather troublesome. After all, the Rockets had Yao Ming, which made them highly appealing to Jiang Chen. "Riley, don't waste your time. Jiang Chen will undoubtedly sign with us. Playing alongside Big Yao in the NBA is a tremendous opportunity for every Chinese player," Maury said with a smirk, his tone brimming with confidence. Before coming to Boston, he had already spoken with Yao Ming, who had expressed a desire for Jiang Chen to join and offered to help persuade him. It's too early to say that," Riley retorted stubbornly. He would not give up until he had a definitive answer. "You all certainly have exquisite taste. Out here enjoying the night air," a somber voice echoed from a distance. As Lakers general manager Kupchak approached briskly, his expression grim. He had thought himself diligent, only to find that Riley and Maury were even more industrious. Waiting at the door long before him, a wave of anxiety swept over him. Kupchak was grateful he had made the decision to await Jiang Chen at the arena. Otherwise, he might have been outpaced by others. That he also reflected on how, when Jiang Chen had gone undrafted, no team showed interest in him. It was the Lakers' need for such a role that led him to offer a minimum salary contract. Now that Jiang Chen had proven his worth, he had become the target of multiple franchises. Truly, the tides of fortune shift. Kupchak, you're here to wait for Jiang Chen as well. You are his mentor, yet you worry that he might sign with another team without greeting you, Maury remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Since you know I am Jiang Chen's mentor, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen will undoubtedly prioritize re-signing with us, the Lakers, Kupchak asserted, appearing calm on the surface, but feeling quite anxious internally. Prioritized consideration does not guarantee a signing, Maury countered, exuding confidence. Kupchak chose to ignore Maury and shifted his focus to Riley. The two had previously worked together on the Lakers, with Kupchak as a player and Riley as the coach, leading the team to 4 championship rings in 9 years. Among the trio of executives present, Riley's credentials were the most illustrious, and he held the highest standing. Wade looked on in astonishment, unable to articulate his shock. 3 teams' general managers or presidents waiting at the arena for an undrafted player. This was utterly absurd. One could not deny that this Chinese undrafted player had completely captivated the league with his consecutive performances of 10-plus three-pointers in the finals. Wade wondered if he would ever enjoy such treatment when he became a free agent. After nearly half an hour, the Lakers players finally emerged from the arena, their cheers echoing, completely oblivious to the presence of the executives at the entrance. Upon exiting, they were taken aback, displaying bewildered expressions. What was happening? Why were the executives of 3 teams gathered at the arena entrance in the middle of the night? It seemed improbable. Then, as if realizing something, they turned their astonished gazes toward Jiang Chen. Was this commotion caused by him? To secure Jiang Chen, the 3 executives were personally waiting at the arena entrance. Is this the level of attention and treatment an undrafted player can receive? After the initial surprise, the crowd expressed their disbelief. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chen had transformed from the mere water boy, serving them tea, into a formidable player. In just 2 games, he had altered his market value. This summer, he would secure a lucrative contract and emerge as a key player, potentially even the cornerstone of the team. His future career appeared brilliantly promising. The eyes of bench players like Farmar and Luke Walton sparkled with envy, their hearts racing as they rejoiced for Jiang Chen. The prowess demonstrated by this Chinese undrafted player undoubtedly warranted such recognition. Life's twists and turns are truly remarkable, perhaps many years from now. When Jiang Chen has achieved fame and success, they could boast to those around them, reminiscing about the days when Jiang Chen was merely a rookie, the last man on the bench, serving as their practice partner and fetching their drinks. As Jiang Chen exited the arena alongside his teammates, 3 pairs of eyes locked onto him with intense focus. The crowd instinctively drifted away from Jiang Chen, donning expressions akin to spectators eager for a spectacle. Such a thrilling recruitment battle was rarely witnessed. Unfortunately, Phil denied them this opportunity, repeatedly calling for them to board the bus, which then departed from the scene. Instead, he lingered behind, keenly observing the unfolding drama. Alongside Phil, Kobe also chose to state that he was unwilling to let go of Jiang Chen, a teammate of remarkable talent, having previously expressed a desire to continue their collaboration during the recent interview. With the Heat and Rockets now in pursuit, his curiosity intensified, wondering what choice Jiang Chen would ultimately make. Riley, Morey, and Kupchak stood before Jiang Chen, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Eventually, it was Riley who broke the silence. Jiang Chen, I witnessed your stunning performance in the decisive Game 7. You truly astonished me. I would like to discuss the possibility of you joining the Miami Heat. With intentions laid bare, Riley wasted no time in beating around the bush. As an eloquent speaker, his voice resonated with an undeniable magnetism, instilling a sense of comfort and allure. Jiang Chen listened, captivated by the legendary figure who had traversed the NBA landscape, adorned with countless honors. Just standing there commanded respect. So do I. Both Yao and I hope you will join the Rockets, forming a new duo with Yao Ming to contend for the championship. Morey chimed in, his eyes gleaming with intent. Each word laden with significance. He first expressed his intentions, then invoked Yao Ming to foster Jiang Chen's connection to the Rockets, and finally mentioned the Yao Ming duo and championship contention, phrases potent enough to stir the heart of a player, yet to experience the grand stage. Buddy, as a key contributor to a championship team, we naturally want you to remain with the Lakers, Kupchak succinctly added, refraining from inflating expectations. After all, the Lakers were the reigning champions, and Jiang Chen had already savored the taste of victory. Shall we discuss this at the hotel? Jiang Chen replied, somewhat resigned. It was a lovely evening. Perhaps his teammates were already reveling at a nightclub. He too had the chance to return to the hotel with a stunning beauty. But now he was accompanied by 3 elderly gentlemen. Jiang Chen glanced at Phil, then realized it was actually 4 elderly gentlemen. The group made their way back to the hotel with an air of determination. In the spirit of respecting the elderly, Jiang Chen afforded Riley the first opportunity to negotiate in the luxurious presidential suite, seated around a round table. Riley smiled as he revealed 5 championship rings. Placing them on the table, Jiang Chen stifled a laugh. Did this old-timer pull out these 5 championship rings for every star he recruited? He distinctly recalled the summer of 2010, when the New York Knicks had delivered a 2-hour PowerPoint presentation to recruit LeBron James. While Riley had merely showcased 5 rings to seal the deal, these rings indeed sparkled magnificently. However, Jiang Chen was not LeBron. If his focus were solely on the championship, it would be an overly narrow perspective. Sir, I have already secured a championship in my rookie season, Jiang Chen stated flatly. Riley's expression turned awkward as he retracted his rings, then solemnly declared, for years, $80 million, a maximum contract renewal, granting you trade veto power. And the team will be built around you as the core. Astonishing, direct, and enticing. Jiang Chen's face registered shock. The conditions laid out by Riley were undeniably compelling. 4 years at $80 million average to $20 million per year, higher than the league's top salary. Held by Garnett at $22 million, and even Kobe's salary was just over $19 million. Moreover, the 4-year contract was the longest Riley could offer as an undrafted player. He could sign for a maximum of 4 years, and only after 3 years with the team could he secure a 5-year deal. The trade veto power was an immense privilege, held by only 7 players in NBA history. Furthermore, being the core around which the team was built indicated he would be the undisputed focal point, with the team's strategies and systems designed to revolve around him. Riley had indeed opened with a bombshell. Each condition was enticing on its own, let alone collectively. Yet, Jiang Chen felt only astonishment, not desire. As a businessman, Riley was undoubtedly successful, with a steely demeanor and ruthless methods. However, he lacked a touch of human warmth. Jiang Chen felt sympathy for Wade, pondering how he would feel knowing that Riley had relegated him to the second spot on the team. What good was the trade veto power? Wade had it too. Yet Riley had chosen not to trade him, simply letting his contract expire without renewing it, which ultimately angered Wade and led him to join the Bulls. Regardless, Wade had suffered greatly at Riley's hands. Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, Riley's confidence swelled. The conditions he had proposed were indeed the best, making it impossible to refuse. Who wouldn't want to be the leader of a team? Especially after demonstrating undeniable talent and ability, everyone aspired to be the unequivocal leader. Now, he was offering Jiang Chen that opportunity. Moreover, the salary he proposed was the maximum. For an undrafted player to secure a max contract in his second year was unprecedented in NBA history. Naturally, no player had ever showcased the ability to sink over 10 three-pointers in consecutive finals games during their rookie season as Jiang Chen had. Thus, this max contract was justified. This was Riley's perspective. If he chose not to act, it would be one thing, but when he did, it was a thunderous strike. That was his resolve. Of course, he was also gambling, but signing players in the NBA was akin to a gamble. With many high-value contracts and equally many worthless ones, he was willing to wager $80 million over 4 years. Mr. Riley, your offer is indeed tempting, but I need to consider it further. After all, the Rockets and Lakers are still waiting outside. Jiang Chen smiled politely, but internally, he had already rejected Riley's proposal. Point 1 must always leave a line of retreat for future encounters. Jiang Chen was not foolish enough to outright refuse Riley. He needed to afford him a modicum of respect. Given the effort Riley had invested in, outright rejection could lead to lasting animosity. The NBA was not merely a league. It was a realm of its own. In such a world, one must navigate relationships with care. However, I doubt they possess the capacity to present you with the terms I have offered. Riley chuckled, turning to exit the room. Next to enter was the Rockets' general manager, Morey. Buddy, I'm on the phone with Yao Ming. Would you like to speak with him? Morey inquired, extending his phone toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression instantly turned frosty. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to answer the call. As he picked up the phone, he heard Yao's voice. My friend, I never anticipated we would converse in this manner. I had planned to call you tomorrow to offer my congratulations, but it seems I have been compelled to reach out sooner. Yao spoke in Chinese, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. That's all right. I shall await your congratulations tomorrow. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, also in Chinese. Morey contacted me to clarify matters. To speak candidly, I genuinely wish to play alongside you. However, please do not feel any psychological burden. Make the choice you believe to be the most correct to go wherever you desire, and I will support you unconditionally. Yao said warmly, offering Jiang Chen the reassurance of an older brother. Understood, Yao Gu, Jiang Chen responded. Before hanging up the phone, it was evident that Yao had expressed his desire to stand by Jiang Chen's side. Now, let me outline the conditions the Rockets can offer you. 3 years, $50 million. The final year include the player option, allowing you to opt out of the contract and become a free agent. Morey said with a smile. Jiang Chen's countenance grew cold once more, and if his feelings towards Riley were lukewarm, his sentiments towards Morey bordered on disdain. Morey not only played the emotional card from the outset, but the 3-year contract he proposed conveniently aligned with the expiration of Yao's contract with the Rockets. Thus, Morey could maneuver flexibly, a truly astute calculation. Riley may be a shrewd businessman, but Morey was cunning and equally astute. Furthermore, this portly figure had not only uttered words that infuriated countless Chinese citizens in the future, but had also faced a ban from China. I'm sorry. I will not consider the Rockets. If the Yao-McGrady duo remains healthy next season, Morey continued to elaborate on a promising future for Jiang Chen. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, he was left momentarily speechless. He rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Jiang, what did you just say? You won't consider the Rockets? Mori exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, Jiang Chen replied, quite straightforwardly, do you not wish to play alongside Yao in the NBA? Do you intend to disappoint his expectations of you? Mori retorted, once again leveraging Yao to pressure Jiang Chen that I want to play with the Yao. I simply do not wish to play for the Rockets, Jiang Chen stated flatly. The Rockets undeniably held a place in the memories of a generation of Chinese basketball fans. But that was solely due to the Yao's presence. Once the Yao retired, the Rockets' popularity in China plummeted. Mori composed himself, his gaze darkening as he coldly remarked, Jiang, I hope you do not come to regret this decision in the future. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door. Kupchak, waiting outside, observed Mori's demeanor and felt a surge of joy. It appeared a competitor had been eliminated. To his surprise, the Rockets, once the frontrunners to sign Jiang Chen, were the first to be sidelined. That he entered the room and sat down across from Jiang Chen. Jiang, may I inquire what conditions Riley has offered you? Kupchak asked with a smile, adopting a more stable approach than Mori, who had played on emotions, or Riley, who had come in with a bombshell offer. Kupchak was a man of steady temperament, preferring to strategize before taking action. Jiang Chen did not withhold any information and shared all of Riley's terms with Kupchak. At heart, he still leaned towards remaining with the Lakers. After all, the Lakers had given him an opportunity, providing him with a minimum salary that allowed him to stay in the NBA and earn a chance to play in the finals, thus beginning this remarkable journey. Even if he were merely a water boy, he would still be an NBA player. Kupchak's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Riley would extend such generous terms. Previously, he had intended to retain Jiang Chen with a mid-level contract worth several million, but it now seemed he had underestimated the situation. Kupchak swiftly contemplated not only the team's salary cap, but also the compatibility and adaptability of the roster. He recalled the words of owner Jerry Buss when assigning him the task. Spare no effort to sign Jiang Chen. Buddy, the best contract I can offer is 3 years for $50 million, with the final year as a player option. This way, you can fulfill 3 years with the Lakers and then choose to opt out to negotiate a 5-year max contract with the team. I can also provide you with trade veto rights for additional security. As for the core player position, that is something you must earn for yourself. After all, there's Kobe in the Lakers. If your skills surpass his and you earn his respect, I believe you both will get along splendidly. Kobe has previously collaborated with a historical superstar like Shaq. He understands how to find that balance. Kupchak said, his expression earnest. He was uncertain whether Jiang Chen could evolve into a superstar. However, the current market sentiment suggested that Jiang Chen possessed the potential to ascend to such heights. Moreover, Kobe had just been chatting with him, expressing a strong desire to collaborate with Jiang Chen, as he had much to impart on the court. When Jiang Chen could stand on his own, Kobe's career would likely be winding down, paving the way for Jiang Chen to become the new face of the Lakers, continuing that illustrious legacy. Kupchak added fervently, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen. The implications of his final statement were profound. Kobe was already 30. How many peak years could he have left? If Jiang Chen truly became a superstar, it would take at least 3 or 4 years for him to reach his pinnacle. By then, Kobe would be 34 and could comfortably step back, allowing Jiang Chen to take the reins and lead the Lakers forward. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at a few years to stand alone. I have confidence in becoming a superstar next season and making a name for myself in the NBA. It seems Kobe will have to retire early. Jiang Chen resolved in his heart to remain with the Lakers. After all, Kupchak's offer was quite appealing. An annual salary nearing $17 million was only a couple of $100,000 less than Riley's proposal. Moreover, there was one crucial factor. Joining the Lakers and becoming teammates with Kobe would maximize the butterfly effect of his influence on Kobe in the NBA. This way, Kobe would not have to push himself to the brink of injury for the team's playoff aspirations, nor would he have to face a tragic decline in his later career. Perhaps Kobe wouldn't even retire at the age of 36, that if such a fate could be rewritten, might it avoid that calamity. The thought of the tragedy of Kobe's plane crash in the previous life cast a shadow over Jiang Chen's expression. It was indeed a day etched in memory, filled with pain that in this life, should the opportunity present itself, he would surely endeavor to prevent such a tragedy from occurring. Noticing the change in Jiang Chen's demeanor, Kupchak's heart raced. Could he be leaning towards the Heat? After all, the Heat's offer was exceedingly generous. Buddy, I have decided to continue my journey with the Lakers. Jiang Chen declared, his voice soft yet resolute. Huh? Kupchak's pupils dilated, only to be quickly replaced by an expression of uncontainable joy, his emotions resembling a roller coaster ride. Wonderful. This is an exceptionally wise decision, Kupchak exclaimed with enthusiasm. Jiang Chen smiled as he settled on the next chapter of his NBA career. The subsequent matters became significantly more straightforward. He merely needed to await the opening of the free agency market to sign with the Lakers. Rest well. Leave the remaining matters to me, Kupchak said, elated as he exited the room, that he promptly reported this news to owner Jerry Buss and informed Kobe as well. Since Jiang Chen had decided to remain with the Lakers, there was no need to prolong discussions with the Heat. Jiang Chen glanced at the business card left by Riley on the table and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Jiang, have you made your decision? Riley inquired, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Yes, I relish decisive action and despise procrastination. So what is your choice? Riley inquired cautiously, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. I am sorry, but I've chosen to remain with the Los Angeles Lakers. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Why? Even if you do not opt for the Heat, there would surely be other teams vying for your talents. You ought not to have committed so hastily, Riley expressed his surprise. He had anticipated waiting until the free agency market opened in July to receive a resolution. Making such a decision now was undoubtedly unwise. Moreover, how could the Lakers possibly offer terms that rivaled those of the Heat? In his previous conjectures, if Jiang Chen were to decline the Heat, he would certainly choose the Rockets instead. Jiang Chen gazed out at the darkened window, his expression becoming distant. No team is better suited for me than the Lakers. This is the genesis of my professional career, and I hope it shall also be its culmination to AS for rejecting the Heat. The winds of the West Coast and Los Angeles, no matter how they blow, cannot reach the South Coast of Miami. Riley was left bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of it all. He comprehended but one thing. Jiang Chen's decision to re-sign with the Lakers was now a foregone conclusion. In that case, I wish you a successful career, Riley said before hanging up the phone to tea that moment. He was seated in a taxi with Wade, en route to their reserved hotel. Suddenly, Riley bellowed in fury. Within 3 years, I am determined to assemble a championship-caliber roster even more formidable than the current Lakers. The following morning, the news of the Lakers winning the 2008 championship swept across the entirety of America. And even the Globe.it ignited a tremendous response not only within the sports community, but across various sectors of society. Reports related to the thrilling Game 7 inundated the NBA's official website. A monumental comeback, the Lakers, trailing 3-2, clinched 2 consecutive away victories to triumph over the Celtics, an unprecedented turnaround. The young Chinese prodigy once again ascended to glory, scoring a staggering 39 points, including 13 three-pointers. He achieved the remarkable feat of sinking over 10 three-pointers in consecutive games. This Chinese undrafted player redefined the three-point shot. Jiang Chen's innovative elevator door tactic showcased Phil's potential as a professional coach. A timely explosion, the basketball prodigy Jiang Chen became the Lakers' lucky star. What is his backstory? Countless netizens began fervently discussing online. Curiosity piqued regarding this player. Many fans engaged in a fervent search for any and all information pertaining to Jiang Chen. However, the news about him was alarmingly scarce across American media. Only the fact that he was an undrafted player signed by the Lakers was reported, followed by a conspicuous silence in the NBA. He was undoubtedly a fringe player, yet this obscure individual had performed miracles in the finals, obliterating the Celtics with his three-point shots, leaving fans in disbelief. Could it be true that apart from Yao Ming, there existed another Chinese player in the NBA? They had never heard of him before, a bench warmer, scoring explosively to save the Lakers. This was utterly preposterous. I feel as though I'm watching a movie. No, even a film could not concoct such a bizarre script. Oh God. All I can say is that the Celtics were unjustly defeated. Why could they not contain this undrafted player? Was it divine intervention that saved the Lakers? This Chinese rookie must surely be an incarnation of a deity. Meanwhile, some netizens, while astonished, began to weave conspiracy theories. This is too surreal. Could this possibly be scripted? Has the NBA sunk so low as to resort to such antics for attention? An absolute case of behind-the-scenes manipulation. The NBA no longer warrants our attention. It is all a fade. Fixing games is one thing, but why choose a Chinese undrafted player? Shouldn't they have sought an American instead? This Chinese player is merely a puppet of the NBA. Various opinions proliferated at this point. One could not help but admire the peculiar logic and perspectives of Americans, leaving many in tears of frustration. Numerous Chinese individuals residing in America felt a surge of indignation upon encountering these comments. Why is it that when American players excel, it is deemed miraculous and normal, yet when a Chinese player shines, it is considered a sham? This is simply incomprehensible. Infuriated, the Chinese community eagerly anticipated the Olympics, hoping Jiang Chen would shine brightly and deliver a resounding slap to the faces of these Americans. Merely half a day later, sports media released another report regarding Jiang Chen's status as a free agent. Soon after, basketball experts began to weigh in online, listing several teams Jiang Chen might consider. The Lakers prominently occupied the top spot. They not only possessed championship potential, but also had the opportunity to groom him as Kobe's successor, all within the bustling market of Los Angeles, where attention and spotlight were never in short supply. The Suns were ranked second as a team, renowned for their offensive prowess. They lacked players who could shoot for beyond the arc while also providing defensive capabilities. If Jiang Chen were signed with the Suns, he could fully unleash his potential. Following were the Rockets, Heat, Magic, and numerous other teams. The question of where Jiang Chen's career would lead next became a hot topic among fans. Shortly thereafter, renowned Yahoo journalist WOJ reported a bombshell. On the night of the championship, the executives of the Heat, Rockets, and Lakers were personally engaged in a fierce competition for Jiang Chen Boston. Ultimately, the Lakers emerged victorious, securing Jiang Chen's commitment to stay with the team. The details of the contract remained undisclosed for the time being, but updates would be reported promptly upon the release of this news. Fans were left astounded. What? This Chinese undrafted player possesses such allure that 3 general managers would personally vie for him in Boston. They speculated on what terms these 3 teams had offered. When free agency commenced, the truth would be revealed, likely indicating the Lakers had extended the most enticing offer. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not have chosen them but a few $1 million. It should be noted that his previous annual salary was merely in the hundreds of thousands. Perhaps it would be worth a few million, but whether he could replicate his finals performance next season remained uncertain. They hoped he would not revert to his regular season form of sinking only 1 three-pointer throughout the entire season. For then the Lakers would truly suffer a loss. American fans exchanged opinions, their words tinged with subtle disdain. In their view, the transformation of a crow into a phoenix was impossible for a Chinese player. Their entrenched belief was that apart from Yao Ming, no one else could compete in the NBA. In contrast to the diverse perspectives in America, the sentiments within China were far simpler. Wow, incredible. Jiang's three-pointers have truly brought glory to our nation. I hope he excels in the Olympics, creating history for Chinese men's basketball right in our own backyard. That I am a fan. Jiang's performance has completely won me over .13 three-pointers in a single game. Jiang annihilated the Celtics. I am increasingly eager for the Olympics, curious about the chemistry between Yao and Jiang Chen. When the Chinese men's basketball team was assigned to a death group, my heart sank. Last time, they managed to reach the quarterfinals, but this time, it felt unlikely they would even advance from the group stage. However, with Jiang Chen in the mix, I believe the Chinese men's basketball team has a fighting chance. Chinese fans were fervently discussing, brimming with anticipation for the Olympics. Even though there were still nearly 2 months until the event commenced, it felt as though the most significant focus in all of China was the Olympics. Television programs related to the Olympics were being aired daily. It could be said that the Olympics had captured the attention of the entire nation, while basketball enthusiasts worldwide were engrossed in discussions about the Lakers' championship win. The team was already en route back to Los Angeles by plane. Enthusiastic fans had packed the arena. As the players exited the airport, fervent cheers erupted from the crowd. They greeted the fans, proudly hoisting the championship trophy high. Undoubtedly, the current Lakers were the heroes of the city of Los Angeles. The reception from the fans was merely the commencement of the celebration for their victory. In a few days, the Lakers would partake in a citywide championship parade, inviting all fans to join in the festivities that a city united in celebration. Once the championship parade concluded, the celebrations of victory were deemed to have reached a temporary pause. The players of the Lakers officially entered vacation mode, yet the management's work had only just begun. On June 27th, in American time, the NBA draft commenced. Kupchak extended an invitation to Kobe and Jiang Chen to attend the draft. But both declined. Kobe's reason was to spend time with his family, while Jiang Chen expressed a lack of interest. After all, the Lakers possessed only a late second-round pick in this draft, yielding little hope for a significant selection. Even with potential future All-Stars like DeAndre Jordan and Goran Dragic available in the second round, the Lakers had no opportunity to acquire them. Thus, attending seemed unnecessary. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen advised Kupchak to pursue trade for future draft picks if adjustments to the roster were to be made during the summer. Although the 2008 draft class boasted a high success rate, the prospects for the 2009 class were even more promising, featuring future superstars such as Griffin, Curry, Harden, and DeRozan, alongside formidable role players like Drew Holiday, Ty Lawson, Jeff Teague, and Danny Green. Should the Lakers secure several draft picks, Jiang Chen's insights into the future would undoubtedly lead to the selection of commendable players. The draft proceeded as scheduled, without Jiang Chen's influence. The historical trajectory remained unchanged. Derrick Rose was still selected first overall by the Bulls. A few days later, the NBA free agency market officially opened. The most prominent free agents included Francis and the Answer Iverson. Regrettably, both players announced their decision to remain under their existing contracts for the final year. Consequently, this year's free agency market turned out to be more of a spectacle than a substantive shift in the league's landscape, resulting in diminished interest. The focus of fans and the NBA website shifted to the Lakers' announcement of Jiang Chen's contract extension. But on the first day of free agency, the Lakers declared a 3-year, $50 million contract to sign Jiang Chen, granting him veto power over trades. Thus, Jiang Chen made history, earning nearly $17 million in his second professional season, becoming the first player in NBA history to do so. Fans were astonished by the magnitude of the contract offered to Jiang Chen, unaware that the Heat's Riley had presented an even more lucrative offer, surpassing those extended to superstars like Kobe and Iverson. Upon finalizing his contract, Jiang Chen purchased a plane ticket and swiftly returned to his homeland, eager to rejoin his team. His name prominently featured on the roster announced by the Chinese Basketball Association for the upcoming Olympic Games. "I am coming. The regrets from the last Olympic viewing must be rectified in this lifetime. Absolutely. There will be no lingering regrets." On July 4th, at the Capital Airport in Beijing, a massive passenger jet from Los Angeles descended gracefully. Clad in a black tracksuit, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a suitcase in hand, Jiang Chen, wearing a baseball cap, quickly disembarked from the plane. His return was remarkably low-key, having only informed Yao Ming via text before boarding. Exiting the airport, despite it being evening, the heat remained oppressive. Jiang Chen savored the familiar warmth of the capital, allowing a smile of enjoyment to escape him. He opened his phone, intending to book a rental car to his hotel, only to see a message from Yao Ming. "Come to Wuxong Gym as soon as you land." Without hesitation, Jiang Chen hailed a taxi, heading straight for Wuxong Gym. The capital airport lay in the northeast fifth ring, while Wuxong was situated in the west fifth ring, making the distance considerable. Even without traffic, the journey would take at least an hour. The rhythmic sound of dribbling resonated from the gym, accompanied by enthusiastic shouts. At that moment, the Chinese team was engaged in a warm-up match against Australia. Previously, they had faced Lithuania and Croatia, yielding unsatisfactory results without a single victory. The current warm-up match was nearing the midpoint of the second quarter. With the Chinese men's basketball team trailing by 16 points, their situation appearing dire, it seemed yet another defeat was imminent. Although Yao Ming had returned to the team, he was unable to play due to an ankle injury and would not return until late July, leaving him to watch helplessly as his teammates were overpowered by the robust Australian players. A sudden sharp sound drew everyone's attention on the court. Chinese team's primary point guard Liu Wei attempted to drive to the basket, but was met with a resounding rejection from Bogut, who emphatically swatted his shot away. Following the block, Bogut taunted Liu Wei with a dismissive finger wag, a look of disdain plastered across his face. Yes, the first overall pick in the NBA. Bogut was a defensive powerhouse, excelling in shot blocking, drawing fouls, and rebounding. Though he lacked offensive finesse, with his post-up skills being notably subpar. Nonetheless, the Australian team had no shortage of exceptional scorers that Bogut's role in the squad was purely defensive. How infuriating! Another block! Exclaimed Du Feng from the bench, his frustration palpable. If only Yao were on the court, he would have taught Bogut a lesson, and he wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. Li Nan shook his head, his voice laced with resignation that, as the oldest player on this year's Chinese team, Li Nan could no longer contribute on the court and could only serve as a spiritual leader. The other players listened to their exchange, casting hopeful glances at Yao Ming, filled with longing for his leadership on the court. I could see that moment. Everyone wondered why Yao seemed distracted, continuously gazing towards the player tunnel. Suddenly, a swish echoed across the court as young Star Mills, despite Sun Yu's defense, sank a three-pointer, extending the lead to 19 points. Although a second-round pick this year, he was undoubtedly a key player for the national team. Steady, stay composed, do not grant the opponents easy shooting opportunities, urged the Chinese national team's coach, Jonas, from the sidelines, visibly dissatisfied with the team's performance. With the Olympics approaching, the Chinese men's basketball team appeared devoid of the competitiveness one would expect. Even though two key players, Yao Ming and Jiang Chen, were unable to assist the team, that was not a valid excuse for their consecutive losses. In stark contrast, the Australian coach sat relaxed on the bench, exuding confidence, having prepared little for this warm-up match, as his team's inherent talent was sufficient to dominate the Chinese squad. Had Yao been present, there might have been some threat posed to the Australians. However, with his absence, the Chinese team seemed insignificant. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the second quarter. The score stood at 35-57, with China trailing by 22 points as both teams retreated for halftime. Inside the locker room, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Players sat in their places, faces etched with disappointment, while Coach Jonas wore a grim expression. This highlighted the chasm between the Chinese men's basketball team and international powerhouses. All they could do now was hope for Yao's swift recovery to elevate the team's performance. Along with the recent undrafted player who had shown in the NBA, wishing he could also contribute to the squad. Even an undrafted player would be an enhancement compared to most of those currently on the court. Yao sat dejectedly in a corner, lost in thought. Could it be that Jiang Chen truly wouldn't make it in time for this match? It seems that we must wait until the day after tomorrow's second warm-up match against the Australian team to witness Jiang Chen's debut for the national team. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the locker room that the Yao's eyes lit up as he leaned on his crutch and hurried to the door, opening it to reveal a familiar figure, which brought a smile to his face. It was none other than Jiang Chen. Apologies. The arena is so vast that I got lost. Jiang Chen chuckled sheepishly while scratching his head on his way here. He had already learned that the Chinese team was competing against the Australian team. That you're not late. You arrived just in time. Yao exclaimed excitedly, embracing Jiang Chen warmly. The other players gathered around, curiously examining Jiang Chen. Having studied and played in the United States, he had limited interactions with the likes of De Ji and Yi Jinlian, making their acquaintance somewhat unfamiliar. Among the entire team, Yao was the one he knew best, having received considerable assistance from him during his time in the U.S. Suddenly, it dawned on everyone why Yao had been gazing towards the player tunnel. He had been waiting for Jiang Chen. Yet, could Jiang Chen's arrival change the current predicament? Doubts lingered among the players. Upon entering the locker room, Jiang Chen introduced himself. The players were already well acquainted with Jiang Chen's achievements, having followed his journey closely. Now, seeing him in person, they felt a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Could this youthful lad truly be the sharpshooter who had sunk over 10 three-pointers in consecutive games during the NBA Finals? Now that you're here, I feel confident about this match. Let's go all out in the second half and give Australia a good thrashing, Yao declared enthusiastically, filled with faith in Jiang Chen. Rest assured, leave it to me. I will certainly help the team triumph over Australia, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, his tone infused with unwavering confidence and an indescribable aura of strength. This for real? We're currently trailing Australia by 22 points. It's not going to be easy to catch up. Du Feng couldn't help but interject. He was somewhat put off by Jiang Chen's unfounded confidence and found it hard to believe his words. Have you grasped the situation? You're coming in here boasting. The other players echoed with skeptical glances, except for Yao. who wore a knowing smile. Jiang Chen looked at Du Feng, a playful smile on his lips. Where's that commanding aura of a future coach you had, Du? 22 points? That's nothing. I'll make up that deficit in a single quarter. The group was taken aback. This new teammate was indeed extraordinarily confident. Yet, they quickly realized that Jiang Chen had every right to speak such words. After all, he had once scored a staggering 35 points in a single quarter during the NBA Finals, leading the Lakers to overcome a 33-point deficit against the Celtics. A single game of explosive performance could indeed instill unprecedented confidence in a player. Clearly, Jiang Chen was brimming with youthful exuberance and audacity. Well then, I eagerly anticipate your performance in the second half. Diao remarked, his eyes sparkling with expectation. Although he had never faced Jiang Chen directly, he was well aware of the Celtics' formidable prowess and recognized the incredible feat Jiang Chen had achieved by setting remarkable three-point records against their ironclad defense. Hence, Diao held high hopes for Jiang Chen's performance in the Olympics. Gentlemen, our Chinese men's basketball team is complete. Let us charge towards the Olympics, Eunice proclaimed, inspiring the players with his infectious enthusiasm. Roar, the players bellowed, shaking off the previous gloom. The halftime break swiftly passed, and the second half of the game commenced. The Chinese team adjusted their starting lineup. Center, De Ji. Power forward, Yi Jianlian. Small forward, Jiang Chen. Shooting guard, Sun Yu. Point guard, Liu Wei's. Jiang Chen stepped onto the court. An enormous cheer erupted from the crowd, far surpassing any applause from the first half, though the warm-up match did not attract a large audience. Nearly 10,000 spectators were present. Wow, what kind of magic has the Chinese team conjured? How did they summon Jiang Chen? Wasn't he in the U.S.? How did he appear here so suddenly? This is astonishing. With Jiang Chen's return, the Chinese men's basketball team was fully assembled. Surely, they would deliver a thorough defeat to the Australian team. However, trailing by 22 points, could they really catch up? For others, it might seem challenging. But for Jiang Chen, it should not pose much of a problem. Who exactly is this Jiang Chen? Why does he command such immense popularity? You clearly know nothing about basketball if you don't even recognize Jiang Chen. How dare you come watch a game? The fans excitedly discussed, their enthusiasm for the game ignited by Jiang Chen's presence. Jiang Chen is on the court. He must have just returned from U.S. It's commendable that he is participating in a warm-up match right after getting back. He truly has no time to waste. The commentator Su Kun remarked, "At last, we can witness Jiang Chen in the national team. I have high hopes for his performance, especially in Diao's absence." His co-commentator Yu Jia added, excitement and anticipation evident in his voice that on the Australian team's bench, curiosity arose regarding the Chinese player clad in the number 12 jersey. Who is he? Why does he receive such a tremendous ovation? One player inquired, unaware of Jiang Chen's accolades. Jiang Chen, the recently skyrocketed star of the NBA, who not only shone in the Lakers versus Celtics match, but also shattered numerous three-point records during the finals. Just a few days ago, he signed a 3-year, $50 million contract with the Lakers, from an overlooked, undrafted player to a universally recognized basketball prodigy. Bogut stated, his eyes darkening with a mix of disdain and envy. Even as the first overall pick in the NBA, his annual salary amounted to only a few $1,000,000, which paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's contract. This Chinese player exemplified the quintessential success story of an NBA underdog. He's merely an undrafted player, yet he seized the opportunity to rise to fame. Now he has firmly established himself in the NBA. Mills noted, his gaze filled with yearning and fierce determination. As a second-round draft pick this year, he aspired to secure his place in the NBA. This was a golden opportunity. Defeating the NBA sensation Jiang Chen would undoubtedly draw the attention of his team. The Portland Trail Blazers, perhaps in the new season, he could earn the coach's trust, gain consistent playing time, and achieve his own underdog success story. In this match, he intended to use Jiang Chen as a stepping stone to solidify his standing in the NBA. Do these Chinese fans really think Jiang Chen's presence will turn the tide of this game? How naive. Bogut scoffed, his tone serious, not daring to underestimate Jiang Chen. However, he remained unconvinced that Jiang Chen could single-handedly alter the outcome. After all, basketball is a team sport involving 5 players, not an individual performance. With a whistle from the referee, the starting players took the court. The Australian team initiated the first attack after dribbling past half-court. Mills executed a designated play, using a screen from a teammate to confront Jiang Chen's defense head-on. Flames of determination ignited in his eyes, his blood surging with fervor. In that moment, only one thought consumed his mind: defeat Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt puzzled. It seemed he had no prior connection with Mills. Why did Mills appear to regard him as an enemy, filled with such intense animosity? Ding-dong. Sensing Mills' fierce hostility, a mission was issued. Task: defeat the Australian team by scoring 5 3-pointers while under the defense of Mills. Reward: 2,000 achievement points. Skill fusion fragments 100. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. A wave of joy surged through him. Another task had arrived. If he accomplished this mission, his achievement points would accumulate to 10,000, enabling him to partake in a draw. Mills, this young man, truly had an admirable spirit, extending warmth right from the start, showing great promise. Jiang Chen mused, resolved to teach this second-round draft pick a lesson. What is so remarkable about being a second-round pick? Does a second-rounder dare to bully me? An undrafted player? Absurd. Mills, with deft dribbling and swift changes of direction, suddenly broke through from the right. Jiang Chen activated his strongest defensive skill, the wall of Chuan by Chuan Jiqi, closely shadowing Mills, denying him any chance to shake him off. Seeing this, Mills abruptly halted and retreated, launching a mid-range jump shot. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Ji seized the rebound and swiftly passed it to Lu Wei. Lu Wei took a dribble, launching a long pass to the sprinting Jiang Chen, who had crossed half-court. Without wasting time dribbling, Jiang Chen came to a sudden stop 2 meters away from the three-point line, assuming a shooting posture. The audience collectively held their breath, eyes fixated on the court, afraid to miss any detail. A terrifying yet exhilarating image flashed in everyone's mind. Jonas rose from the bench, mouth agape. Big Yao clenched his fists, eagerly anticipating the moment he longed to witness. That on the court, Mills and Ingles were already rushing towards Jiang Chen. Unfazed, Jiang Chen unleashed his super-high arc 3-point shot skill, releasing the basketball and the instant the ball left his fingertips. Mills's hand reached out to block him. Alas, it was just a fraction too late. The basketball traced a terrifying arc, plummeting into the net like a missile. Swish! Instantly, the entire arena erupted in fervent cheers. It had happened. Jiang Chen's long-range 3-pointer, truly a name that deserved its reputation. Yu Jia exclaimed with excitement, his heart roaring. This 3-pointer was simply spectacular. Oh, witnessing Jiang Chen's long 3-pointer live was far more thrilling than watching it on television. The sheer range was utterly unbelievable, Su Kun remarked. Almost in disbelief, it felt surreal. On the sidelines, Jonas raised his arms in exhilaration. Big Yao discarded his crutch, standing to applaud Jiang Chen incessantly. The defense was well executed, yet it proved futile. Jiang Chen shot a glance at Mills before turning to return to defense. Mills's expression darkened, but a flicker of shock glimmered in his eyes. How many players in the NBA could execute a long-range 3-pointer with such effortless grace? Do not allow the Chinese team to capitalize on fast breaks. Increase the speed of our return defense. Furthermore, keep a close watch on this Chinese number 12 player. Do not let him shoot 3-pointers easily. The Australian coach furrowed his brow slightly, shouting onto the court. The calmness of the first half had vanished entirely. .1 3-pointer could not alter the dynamics of the game, as the team still led by 19 points. However, the 3-point shooting ability displayed by this number 12 player warranted serious attention. The Australian team launched an offensive. Bogut stood at the arc, receiving the basketball to orchestrate the team's attack. A towering center. He possessed an exceptional court vision and passing capability, serving as the fulcrum of the Australian team's tactics. The players actively moved into position, and Ingles secured an opportunity for a 3-point shot from the perimeter. Bogut promptly passed the ball, and Ingles rose for a clean jump shot from beyond the arc. Bang. The basketball bounced off the rim. The Australian team no longer engaged in a battle for the offensive rebound, swiftly returning to defense, denying the Chinese team another opportunity for a fast break. Entering a half-court offense, Jiang Chen held the ball, utilizing the Ji's screen to sidestep his defender. launching another three-pointer. Swish, it went through the net cleanly. Cheers erupted once more, with excited spectators chanting the essence of Chinese culture. Just stepping onto the court, Jiang Chen had already nailed 2 consecutive three-pointers. His performance was nothing short of explosive. Is this truly the Jiang Sanfan we previously teased? Such a silky shooting touch, such burgeoning confidence in his shot, such a domineering disdain for all. His three-pointers were simply formidable. Jiang Chen now emanated a feeling that whenever he shot a three-pointer, it was bound to go in. Love it, love it. With Big Yao and Jiang Chen forming a powerful duo at the Olympics, what was there to fear? 41-57 the gap had narrowed to 16 points. Team, let us unleash our staunch defense. Do not allow this Chinese player to score easily. Bogut bellowed at his teammates. Beginning to feel anxious, he vividly remembered how, during Game 6 of the finals between the Lakers and the Celtics, Jiang Chen tirelessly sank three-pointer after three-pointer, ultimately sealing the fate of the Celtics. The remaining players nodded, their expressions growing serious. They could all sense that this newly entered Chinese player was evidently stronger than the others. What was once a Chinese team that could be toyed with in the first half had transformed completely in the second half, solely due to Jiang Chen's presence. After crossing half-court, Mills passed the ball to power forward Anderson. Anderson, facing Jiang's defense, attempted a forceful hook shot, but he would not allow him to succeed so easily. With remarkable athleticism, he leaped high, swatting the airborne basketball away. Bogut, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation. He played alongside Jiang on the Bucks and was well aware of Yi's explosive physical prowess. If not for his frequent injuries and inconsistent offensive rhythm, he could undoubtedly make a name for himself in the NBA. Liu Wei snatched the basketball, quickly initiating a fast break. Mills chased fiercely, but Liu Wei reached the paint first, ready to contest. Unexpectedly, Liu Wei delivered an extraordinary pass, flicking the ball behind him after penetrating into the paint. Jiang Chen appeared steadily at the arc beyond the three-point line. However, instead of shooting, he waited until the speedy Mills approached before launching his three-pointer. He vividly recalled the system's task, to score 5 three-pointers while under Mills's defense. Swish, another clean shot. In less than 3 minutes in the second half, Jiang Chen had drained 3 consecutive three-pointers, reducing the deficit to 13 points. The entire audience was somewhat bewildered. Jiang Chen's actions were truly hard to comprehend. Why not shoot when wide open and instead wait for the defender to close in before taking the shot, deliberately complicating things for himself? What was going on? Was Jiang Chen using the defender as his aiming device? This three-point shooting ability was incredibly formidable. He had completely entered a transcendent realm. The Yu Jia held his head in disbelief, trembling with excitement. Incredible. It seemed Jiang Chen was poised to stage another miraculous comeback tonight. Throughout the history of the Chinese men's basketball team, there have been many excellent three-point shooters, like the war god Liu Yudong and Hu Weidong, among others. Yet, none have been able to disregard defense, ignore distance, and shoot three-pointers at will like Jiang Chen. Once, Yang Yi commented on Liu Yudong, saying, Liu Yudong's three-pointer is like a free throw. Making it is normal. Missing it is just luck. Now, I would say that Jiang Chen sinking a three-pointer is as effortless as drinking water. Free throws require practice. But drinking water is an instinctual action for humans. Su Kun adjusted his glasses, expressing his excitement as he articulated his viewpoint. Jiang Chen's ability to shoot three-pointers is a natural talent, unattainable through mere effort alone. Yu Jia nodded in agreement, noting how apt the description was on the court. Mills once again called out Jiang Chen's name. Obsessed with defeating Jiang Chen to garner attention, he found himself ensnared in a fixation that hampered his performance, rendering it far below his usual standard. Jiang Chen activated the formidable wall of Chikawa skill and remarkably triggered an additional effect that induced a foul from his opponent, an emotionally unstable Mills. After several unsuccessful drives, forcefully attempted to break through, inadvertently elbowing Jiang Chen in the face. The referee immediately called an offensive foul on Mills. The ball was awarded to the Chinese team. After crossing half-court, Liu Wei passed the ball back to Jiang Chen. This time, Mills and another Australian player swiftly closed in, intent on thwarting Jiang Chen's attack, that a slight smirk played upon Jiang Chen's lips as he unleashed the thunder dribble skill. The court resonated with thunderous sounds. Jiang Chen dribbled backward with 3 fingers, his speed dazzlingly swift, causing the trajectory of the basketball to blur, leaving only the rhythmic sound of the ball bouncing. Retreating to near the midline, the 2 Australian players relentlessly pursued him. The 8T this moment. Jiang Chen had completely opened up the offensive space for the Chinese team. Instead of forcing a shot against the double team, he leaped and effortlessly passed the ball. Zhu Fangyu caught it in the corner, completely unguarded, and without hesitation, launched a 3-pointer. Swish! The ball swished through the net. Jiang Chen gave Zhu Fangyu a thumbs up. The ability to shoot 3-pointers is not exclusive to Jiang Chen. Zhu Fangyu is also an exceptional marksman. The 3-finger dribble. Jiang Chen executed another extraordinary skill. Although the concept of a 3-finger dribble sounds absurd, Jiang Chen accomplished it to a remarkable degree. Just observe his dribbling, swift, precise, and stable. His height of 2.01 meters does not hinder his agility in handling the ball. Yu Jiang marveled. The crowd erupted in gasps of amazement, continuously watching the replay on the big screen. This 3-finger dribble was astonishing to behold. Yet Jiang Chen's mastery of it was even more surreal. The referee's whistle blew. The Australian coach rose to call a timeout, his expression turning grave. The Chinese team appeared as 2 entirely different squads in the first and second halves. The number 12 player, Jiang Chen, has brought a qualitative change to the Chinese team. Although his offensive methods are singular, his remarkable accuracy from beyond the arc has completely altered the game's dynamics. If the game continued, the substantial lead accumulated by the team in the first half would soon evaporate. With only about 4 minutes gone in the second half, the deficit had already narrowed to 9 points. A timeout was necessary to slow down the Chinese team's momentum. The Australian coach made adjustments to bolster the team's advantages, substituting Mills for a taller player, emphasizing the need to increase the intensity of the game and prevent the Chinese team, particularly the number 12 Jiang Chen, from easily scoring. Upon returning from the timeout, the Australian team executed a play, successfully scoring 2 points, finally getting on the board in the second half. The Chinese team initiated their offense. With 5 towering players over 2 meters tall standing on the court, the Australian team posed significant challenges to the Chinese team's passing game, resulting in 2 consecutive turnovers. Seeing this, Jiang Chen decisively switched to personal offensive mode. With the thunder dribble and an ultra-high arc 3-pointer, this simple maneuver left the opponents defenseless. When the Australian team focused all their efforts on double-teaming Jiang Chen, he would swiftly pass the ball out, allowing his teammates to exploit the numerical advantage. Under Jiang Chen's leadership, the Chinese team surged ahead by the end of the third quarter, leading 69-67. The Chinese bench erupted in excitement, players waving towels and beaming with joy. Hey, Jiang Chen is incredible. He really erased a 22-point deficit in just 1 quarter. I'm in awe. Du Feng, Wang Shipeng, and others animatedly discussed Jiang Chen's prowess. This made them envision the upcoming Olympics with renewed optimism. With Jiang Chen's formidable strength, even in a so-called group of death, they felt a newfound confidence. Perhaps, in this Olympic Games, the Chinese team would stand a chance against the international powerhouses on home soil. In front of their fellow countrymen, they sought to prove themselves. In a corner of the bench, Yao Ming watched Jiang Chen display his talents on the court, feeling a strong urge to join in. He longed for his injury to heal completely, so he could step onto the court and easily dominate the Australian team alongside Jiang Chen. To hold the Australian team down in such a manner would be unprecedented in the history of the Chinese men's basketball team. Although this was merely a friendly match, for these 2 teams representing their nations, victory or defeat held great significance for national honor and pride. Therefore, no one was willing to lose this match. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 73-70. The Chinese team had astonishingly scored 38 points in a single quarter, surpassing their total from the first half, effectively leveling the 22-point deficit and taking a 3-point lead. Jiang Chen once again delivered an explosive performance, shooting 7 out of 11 from 3-point range, accumulating 21 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists, thoroughly dominating the game. Since neither side wished to lose, the fourth quarter promised to be even more intense and thrilling. Soon, the fourth quarter commenced. The Australian team continued with their 5-big lineup, while the Chinese team maintained their starting lineup, led by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt somewhat disheartened as Mills remained on the bench. showing no intention of entering the game. What to do now? If Mills didn't play in the fourth quarter, how could he complete his mission? This was a significant loss, with the Olympics approaching. Every opportunity to enhance his skills was crucial, and he couldn't afford to miss any tasks from the system. He had to find a way to get Mills on the court. Receiving a pass from a teammate, Jiang Chen once again drained a three-pointer and then turned to look at Mills sitting on the bench, beckoning him with a finger. Next, Jiang Chen gestured toward the Australian coach. Shaking his finger, Mills's face turned ashen. This was utterly humiliating. He looked at his coach, his eyes filled with yearning. The Australian coach's expression was equally grim. Once upon a time, he had been treated with such disdain as the coach of the Australian team. How infuriating! The spectators erupted in excitement, whistling and cheering for Jiang Chen, Yu Jia, and Su Kun. The commentators could only smile wryly at Mr. Su. What do you make of Jiang Chen's provocative behavior? Yu Jia inquired, the star of the second half. Mills repeatedly targeted Jiang Chen with one-on-one plays. Although the results were lackluster, I believe Jiang Chen's temperament means he won't back down easily. He attempting to provoke Mills into playing so they can settle their rivalry? Su Kun speculated, feeling somewhat perplexed. Mills, as one of the primary scorers for the Australian team, not playing should benefit the Chinese team, making Jiang Chen's actions quite puzzling. Could it be that he found his opponent too weak and sought to increase the challenge? Even the Chinese players looked bewildered at Jiang Chen's antics. Jiang Chen, seeing the astonished expressions of his teammates, felt quite innocent. His intentions were genuinely simple. He merely wished to complete his mission. Buddy, get on the court and dominate this Chinese player. Leveraging your speed and agility, he won't be able to contain you. The coach of the Australian team directed his ire towards Mills, seething with anger. Mills nodded in acknowledgement, re-entering the fray during a dead ball situation. Jiang Chen displayed a faint smile. Feeling a sense of relief, he commenced a series of one-on-one confrontations with Mills, employing a targeted strategy. Standing at a mere 1.85 meters, Mills was utterly outmatched by Jiang Chen, whose height and advantage in mismatches were glaringly apparent. With 3 consecutive offensive attempts, he effortlessly sank 3-point shots over Mills' defense, showcasing remarkable strength. The point differential rapidly widened for Mills' speed and agility. They were rendered ineffective against Jiang Chen's physical prowess and the formidable skill of Tsukuwa Tomoki. Observing this, the Australian coach conceded defeat, substituting Mills out of the game. Keeping Mills on the court any longer would likely lead to a severe blow to his morale. Dejected, Mills sat on the bench. His confidence utterly shattered, reflecting on his naive pre-match thoughts, which now seemed utterly ludicrous. Jiang Chen, the Chinese player, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Instead of using Mills as a stepping stone, he had become a mere backdrop. This was quite disheartening. Continuously overpowering Mills with his aggressive three-point shooting, Jiang Chen had effectively relegated Mills to the bench, likely depriving him of any further playing time in this match. Yu Jia, suppressing a chuckle, remarked, "See? What did I tell you?" Jiang Chen was eager to reclaim his pride. The moment Mills stepped onto the court, he wasted no time in challenging him, giving no opportunity to his opponent. Even if you took a couple of rounds to ease into a one-on-one, at least let Mills have a moment to shine on the court. Instead, he was swapped out after just 2 minutes. This was a significant blow to the young player, Su Kun. Analyzing seriously, added on the court, Jiang Chen appeared utterly relaxed. He had already accomplished the task of scoring 5 three-pointers against Mills, making Mills' presence or absence inconsequential. Now, winning the match was the only objective. With Jiang Chen's fervent three-point barrage, the Chinese team had expanded their lead to 15 points. With less than 5 minutes remaining in the match, the Australian team faced an uphill battle to mount a comeback. After another 2 minutes of play, the Australian coach called for a timeout, substituting all the starters for the bench players, officially conceding the game. On the Chinese side, Jiang Chen, along with Ji and other key players, also exited the game, contentedly awaiting the conclusion. Beep, the final whistle blew. The match ended with a score of 103-91. The Chinese team achieved an astonishing 22-point comeback, winning the warm-up match by a margin of 12 points. The crowd rose in applause, chanting Jiang Chen's name at halftime. Many fans had feared yet another crushing defeat for the Chinese team. However, they were taken aback when Jiang Chen emerged in the second half. turning the tide and leading the team to triumph over the proud Australian squad, allowing the fans to exhale in relief. On the Chinese bench, players exchanged high fives in celebration. It had been ages since they had enjoyed such a resounding victory. Even more exhilarating was the prospect of numerous victories ahead with Jiang Chen's return to the national team. Surrounded by jubilant teammates, Jiang Chen reveled in the accolades of victory. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Earning 2,000 achievement points and 100 skill fusion fragments. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Achievement points have accumulated to 10,000. Now would you like to draw? Jiang Chen decisively replied. Draw. The spinning wheel in his mind began to whirl. Moments later, it came to a halt, and the system's voice resonated once more. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received the skill card for Daiki's unpredictable shooting technique. That a look of ecstatic joy spread across Jiang Chen's face. This reward was nothing short of extraordinary. He had drawn a skill card from one of the miracles of generation, Daiki. Previously, when he had experienced Amon's basketball skills, he had felt the sheer power of the unpredictable shot. An almost game-breaking ability, no longer confined to a fixed shooting stance. He could now shoot using any method, leaving opponents utterly defenseless. Before, Jiang Chen's offensive strategy had relied solely on three-point shots, which had begun to feel somewhat limited. Now, with this new skill, his offensive repertoire would diversify significantly, elevating his capabilities to new heights. With a thought, the details of Daiki's unpredictable shooting technique surfaced in his mind. Daiki's unpredictable shot, the ace of the miracles of generation. The scoring machine of Taiko Middle School, in absolute technique, granting the ability to shoot without rules. Initial level. Advanced fusion rate. 50, success rate for unpredictable shots. 50, currently effective only within the three-point arc. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, the system had imposed certain restrictions, limiting its efficacy to within the three-point line. But that was of little concern. He already possessed the high-arc three-point shot skill of Murasakibara Atsushi, which was more than sufficient. System, fuse Daiki's unpredictable shot skill, Jiang Chen commanded. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Fusion complete. The system's voice chimed and a smile crept onto Jiang Chen's face. With the unpredictable shooting skill, he felt an enhanced confidence for the upcoming Olympics. Returning his focus to reality, he found his teammates still celebrating their warm-up victory. The Australian players, however, departed in a state of despondence, completely blindsided by their loss. They recognized that the Chinese team was no longer a squad to be trifled with, and their previous perceptions were now woefully outdated. After Jiang Chen's introduction in the second half, the quality of the entire team's offense had seen a marked improvement. Even though the chemistry was not yet fully developed and the players' collaboration was somewhat awkward, the current Chinese team had already become formidable. Most importantly, NBA superstar Yao Ming had yet to take the court. What kind of prowess could the Chinese team display if both Yao and Jiang Chen played together? This mystery would only be unveiled at the Olympics. Regardless of the outcome, the Chinese men's basketball team had established itself as a formidable contender among the 12 teams participating in this year's Olympics. The only solace for the Australian team was that the Chinese team was placed in the group of death, Group B. To face them in the Olympics, they would first have to navigate through this treacherous group to reach the quarterfinals. Complicating matters further, they had another warm-up match against the Chinese team in 2 days. Buddy, well done. With your addition to the national team, our strength has surged to new heights, Yao Ming exclaimed excitedly, enveloping Jiang Chen in a bear hug, his eyes glistening with emotion. But he was not merely celebrating this match's victory, but the formidable strength the Chinese team could showcase at the upcoming Olympics. Yao placed immense importance on this Olympic event. Despite the Rockets medical team advising against his participation due to injuries, he returned without hesitation. Even if it meant playing through pain, he was determined to compete in the Olympics on home soil. Yao had repeatedly expressed in interviews that missing the Olympics would be a lifelong regret. As the undeniable leader and spiritual pillar of the Chinese men's basketball team, he felt it was his duty to lead the team to success at the Olympics. Many American fans and media found Yao's fervent patriotism perplexing, believing that his stubbornness would undermine his club's interest in the individualistic culture of the United States. Yao's actions appeared irrational and incomprehensible. They would never grasp the exhilaration felt by the Chinese people when the five-star red flag is raised in the Olympic arena. Of course, many media outlets published supportive reports on Yao, asserting that his love for his country transcended his aspirations for career and salary, and that American stars who scoffed at participating in the Olympics should take a page from Yao's book. Haha, absolutely. Once you recover from your injury, let's dominate the Olympics together, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, filled with anticipation. Although he missed the opportunity to team up with Yao Ming on the Rockets, he felt it was equally commendable to join forces in the national team to represent their country, having watched every game of the Olympic men's basketball event in his previous life. Jiang Chen held Yao's performance in particularly vivid memory. The resoluteness displayed on the court, coupled with the obsession to serve the nation despite injuries, deeply moved Jiang Chen that he distinctly recalled an American report that stated, "Imagine 1 billion people placing their hopes upon your shoulders, and yet you are unable to compete." That is true anguish that it dawned on him that this encapsulated Yao's mindset at the time. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yao was momentarily taken aback. Dominating the Olympics. That sounds rather audacious. Yet he appreciated such determination and fighting spirit. In the past, he had never dared to entertain such thoughts, not for lack of desire, but rather from fear. Now, with Jiang Chen's presence, Yao's aspirations began to take flight. He found himself dreaming more than once of elevating the Chinese men's basketball team to a higher echelon. "Have you not eaten yet since returning this evening? Come, allow me to treat you to a late-night snack," Yao said with a smile, feeling a surge of enthusiasm. "Sure. Let me first head to the locker room to shower and change," Jiang Chen replied, rejoining his teammates as they made their way back to the locker room. Ultimately, Yao treated all the players of the Chinese team to a midnight meal. For someone of Yao's stature, valued at over 100 million. This was a mere trifle. The following day, Chinese media erupted in a frenzy, reporting Jiang Chen's return to the national team, highlighting his contribution in the second half of a warm-up match that led the team to a comeback victory against Australia. Within mere hours, the internet was ablaze with excitement. Basketball enthusiasts fervently discussed their renewed expectations and confidence for the upcoming Olympics, evoking envy among soccer fans, originally perceived as a weak link in national sports. Basketball had quietly transformed into a formidable team. How could the soccer team, which had only qualified for the Olympics due to its status as the host nation, not feel disheartened? Countless soccer fans began to turn their attention to the state of Chinese basketball, transferring their hopes onto the men's basketball team. On the third day, the Chinese men's basketball team faced Australia once more in a warm-up match at Wuxong Arena. It was the final warm-up game for both sides. The atmosphere was relatively relaxed, with players seemingly disinterested in the competition. Ultimately, due to Jiang Chen's outstanding performance, the Chinese team secured yet another victory. In this match, Jiang Chen relied solely on his prior skills and refrained from employing the unpredictable shooting technique of Ao Haradaiki, reserving it for a pivotal moment to catch opponents off guard. In the ensuing 2 weeks, the Chinese team engaged in warm-up matches against various national teams, including Serbia and Angola. By the end of July. After completing all their warm-up games, the Chinese team officially settled into the Olympic Village, awaiting the commencement of the Olympics. Furthermore, a stroke of good fortune arrived. After receiving medical clearance, Yao commenced training with the team, demonstrating excellent form. This indicated he could step onto the court at any moment. As the date drew nearer, the Olympic fervor enveloped China. The gaze of 1.3 billion people was fixed on the Olympics, and discussions of the event echoed through the streets of every city. Finally, on August 18th, the long-awaited Olympic opening ceremony arrived. At Kyoto time on the evening of August 18th, the grand opening ceremony of the Olympics took place amid global attention. As the countdown to the ceremony concluded, the event commenced with a dazzling display of fireworks. The entire city of Kyoto was illuminated by the brilliance of the fireworks, filled with sounds of celebration and cheers. Following this was the flag-raising ceremony, where nearly 100,000 spectators rose in unison to witness the flag ascend, singing loudly together, their eyes brimming with pride. The stirring melody reverberated throughout the venue, reaching audiences across more than 200 countries via television broadcasts. It was a moment of pride for all Chinese people. After the flag-raising ceremony, The cultural performance began, showcasing the grandeur of China's 5,000-year history and presenting the world with the ancient culture of China, as well as the principles and attitudes upheld by contemporary China. Various scenes unfolded, accompanied by narration, elevating the atmosphere to a climax and igniting a sense of pride among all Chinese viewers watching the live broadcast of the opening ceremony. It also served to introduce the mysterious nation of China to audiences worldwide. The Chinese delegation in the audience was equally emotional, with tears glistening in their eyes. Jiang Chen stood beside Yao, tears welling in his eyes as he whispered, "Incredible! This is the true rhythm of the Olympics. The performances at our opening ceremony are truly of the highest caliber," as Jiang Chen beheld the artistic displays. He was filled with myriad emotions. Even though he had witnessed them countless times in his past life, he remained profoundly moved. He couldn't help but recall the opening ceremony of the 2021 Olympics, which had been nothing short of terrifying, filled with sorrowful and eerie atmospheres, and bizarre shapes and dances that sent chills down the audience's spines. Following the conclusion of the opening ceremony, the world erupted into a frenzy of critique. Some Chinese netizens candidly stated that while art can be grounded, it should not delve into the realm of the underworld. Art may possess a soul, but must not harbor ghosts. Art can be enchanting, but it should not invoke the supernatural. Art is a gift for the audience, not a means to alienate them. Even netizens from the island nation could not bear to watch and voice their bewilderment, questioning, "Is this art? I cannot comprehend it." There were also sarcastic remarks. A perfect burial ceremony, no doubt. Even renowned director Takashi Kitano from the island nation expressed that the opening ceremony was a source of embarrassment. Experiencing the Chinese Olympic opening ceremony once more, Jiang Chen's heart swelled with pride. The standard was on an entirely different level. It must be said that China hosted the Olympics with remarkable success. Following this edition of the Olympics, more and more people around the world became acquainted with China, thereby enhancing its influence on the global stage. After singing the Olympic theme song, the athletes' entry ceremony commenced. Lasting nearly 2 hours, the Chinese sports delegation entered last, with Yao Ming serving as the flag bearer at the forefront. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, with cries of "Go China!" resonating throughout the stadium. As the entry ceremony concluded, the opening ceremony drew to a close. Leaders from the Olympic Organizing Committee began their speeches, ultimately declaring the official commencement of the Olympics that night. China captivated the world for 4 remarkable hours. The following day, global media outlets reported extensively on the opening ceremony, noting that this edition of the Olympics set a record for the highest viewership in human history. Foreign media lauded the ceremony as a masterpiece of artistic beauty, a microcosm of Chinese culture. Online, netizens expressed their sentiments, reveling in their nation's strength and prosperity. Meanwhile, various sports events commenced in Kyoto in an orderly fashion. On August 10th, the men's basketball tournament officially began. The first match featured the Chinese team against the United States in Group B, dubbed the Group of Death, drawing unprecedented attention. 3 hours before the match, Wuxong Arena was already teeming with spectators, with throngs of fans even crowding the square outside the venue. Enthusiastic supporters waved placards and bore their national flags painted on their faces, having traveled from afar to soak in the Olympic atmosphere. Although China was not a strong contender for gold in basketball, the sport was immensely popular in the country. Yao Ming's reputation and influence ensured that every game played by the Chinese basketball team garnered significant attention. It is no exaggeration to say that the fortunes of both the national soccer and basketball teams had transcended mere entertainment or sport. They now embodied the hopes of over 1 billion Chinese people. Countless fans yearned for the national soccer and basketball teams to rise and establish themselves as formidable forces on the global stage. In contemporary times, the current Chinese men's basketball team is heralded as the strongest in history, eagerly anticipated and receiving unprecedented attention from countless fans. Being placed in a so-called group of death has imbued the team with a sense of tragic determination and resoluteness. The opening match of the group stage pits them against the formidable United States team, which boasts a roster of the NBA's elite superstars, led by Kobe and the Banana Boat crew, with Kidd as the captain, forming an extraordinarily powerful lineup. Having previously failed to secure a championship in 3 consecutive international tournaments, This dream team has assembled its strongest squad, dubbed the Redeem Team. Their objective is clear: to reclaim the championship and restore American dominance in the world of basketball. In the pre-tournament power rankings released by the media, the American Dream Team firmly held the top position, while the only team considered capable of posing a genuine threat to their championship aspirations was the Spanish team, spearheaded by the Gasol brothers. The Chinese team, however, was not even in the discussion. Even with the formidable duo of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen, no media outlet or basketball expert believed that China possessed the capability to contend for the championship. The disparity was simply too vast. As both teams entered the pre-match interview segment, hundreds of media outlets turned their cameras toward Yao Ming. The primary concern among reporters was Yao's injury, as he is perceived as the unequivocal core that determines the ceiling of the Chinese team's potential. Yao, how is your injury recovery progressing? Will you definitely be starting in tonight's match? Will the ankle injury affect your performance? I cannot say I'm 100% recovered, but will not impact my performance at the Olympics. Regardless of the cost, I will give my all, even if it means wagering my career, Yao declared with unwavering resolve, his expression solemn and his gaze imbued with determination, a fierce resolve to fight with everything against his adversaries. The journalist gazed at Yao with warmth and respect, captivated by his words. Jiang Chen, with a serious demeanor, expressed profound admiration for Yao. Yao truly dedicates everything to his country. In truth, Yao had sacrificed greatly for this Olympic opportunity. Due to injury, he would only play for 2 years post-Olympics before choosing to retire, thus concluding his professional career. It was precisely because Jiang Chen was aware of this outcome that he was even more touched by Yao's words. Without a doubt, Yao's symbolic significance in the history of Chinese men's basketball is insurmountable. How confident are you in elevating the Chinese men's basketball team to new heights? A reporter inquired. That I cannot say for certain. Of course, I hope for the best results. However, we must take each game as it comes, and until we have played them all, we cannot know anything, Yao replied gravely. Facing the United States in the first group match, will there be pressure for you and the team? Another journalist asked. There is certainly pressure, given that they're the dream team. Frankly, we all understand that the odds of defeating them are slim, yet our mindset remains positive. There is neither despair nor dejection. Our focus is on how to perform at our best and unleash our fullest potential. Even if we are ultimately defeated, we must go down in a blaze of glory, at least shining brightly for a moment. Yao responded, even managing a faint smile, his tone exuding a sense of ease. The reporters nodded, feeling a mixture of sympathy for the Chinese team and admiration for Yao's statements on a different note. As the flag bearer leading the Chinese delegation at home, what are your feelings? What is it like to represent your country? A journalist queried. In an instant, the room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Yao. I can sense a shift in the emotions of the athletes. In previous Olympics, Chinese athletes tended to be more restrained. However, this time, everyone wishes to express their joy. I too feel an uncontainable enthusiasm. Everyone understands that this is not merely about competitive sports. We must achieve results. As athletes, this opportunity comes once in a lifetime, to compete in the Olympics on home soil, giving everything for our country. Yao stated, his expression once again serious. Jiang Chen, you have delivered outstanding performances both in the NBA Finals and in warm-up matches with the national team. Do you have confidence in maintaining this fiery form at the Olympics? The reporters shifted their focus to Jiang Chen, who had rapidly emerged as a significant player, second only to Yao Ming in the national team. Absolutely. I will perform even better, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. A hint of a smirk on his lips, exuding immense self-assurance. What are your expectations for this Olympic Games? A reporter asked. Championship. What could be more exhilarating than securing a gold medal at an Olympics hosted in our own country? To participate in an Olympic Games in China is a stroke of luck for our generation of players. How could we possibly let this opportunity slip by? Jiang Chen stated earnestly, his eyes sparkling with fervor. The room of reporters fell into stunned silence. Championship? How dare he utter such words? Yao had hesitated to say as much. What courage did Jiang Chen possess, even with a championship title with the Lakers and a lucrative NBA contract? Such arrogance seemed unwarranted. This Chinese player is utterly inflated with ambition, completely oblivious to the current landscape. The American team has sent its strongest lineup, while the Spanish team has retained its championship-winning roster. Coming in strong, Argentina, as the previous Olympic gold medalist with Jin Billy at the helm, possesses immense strength. How many mountains can the Chinese team hope to scale? Everyone knows that they have been placed in a group of death, with any hope of advancing appearing bleak. And yet, they still dare to speak of championships? It sounds utterly ludicrous. The reporters shook their heads, feeling that Jiang Chen had been unduly influenced by recent accolades and had lost touch with reality. Sitting beside Jiang Chen, Yao displayed a look of astonishment, yet his eyes gleamed with anticipation. The youthful heart harbors vast aspirations. Only by daring to dream can one achieve greatness. Compared to Jiang Chen, Yao found himself overly cautious as the host nation, who wouldn't desire to secure a gold medal on home soil. Yao wished for it too, yet he refrained from voicing such hopes, as they seemed unrealistic. In the American team's interview area, a reporter asked LeBron, "What is your view on the strength of the host nation, the Chinese men's basketball team? How many points do you think you can win by? 40 or 50? The Chinese men's basketball team should be quite good. They have Yao, who poses a certain threat to us at AS. For how many points we can win by, I am not too concerned." LeBron shrugged, his tone remarkably relaxed. In his eyes, this match held no suspense whatsoever. "Kobe, what are your expectations for this match?" The reporters turned their attention to Kobe. "I am very much looking forward to Jiang Chen's performance. I hope he continues to surprise me." Kobe revealed a hint of a smile, his fighting spirit swelling within him. Just 2 months prior, he and Jiang Chen had united as teammates to clinch the championship. Yet now, mere weeks later, they were set to face each other on the court, each representing their own cause. Such a turn of events was undeniably intriguing. The reporters, understanding Kobe's sentiments, shared in his laughter. Naturally, Kobe hoped for Jiang Chen to perform admirably in the Olympics, for such a display would validate the Lakers' decision to secure him with a maximum contract as a student. LeBron slightly curled his lip in disdain. Believing that only Yao Ming stood as a true competitor against the American team, in his eyes, the dazzling performance of Jiang Chen in the NBA Finals rendered him merely a fledgling, hardly a cause for concern. Upon completing their pre-match interviews, the players from both teams surged through the player tunnel and onto the court as the large screen panned over the Chinese team. The audience erupted into fervent cheers. The Chinese players, invigorated by the overwhelming support, found their emotions surging, unable to calm their hearts. When the camera shifted to the American team, a smattering of applause arose, as Kobe and LeBron held immense popularity in China, particularly Kobe, who is acclaimed to have a fan base of 6 billion worldwide. After the entrance ceremony concluded, both sides commenced their warm-up routines. Boom, boom, boom. The American players relentlessly assaulted the hoop, executing dunk after dunk to showcase their explosive athleticism. In contrast, the Chinese team appeared relatively subdued, merely engaging in shooting drills. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Before the ferocious and brutal American team, the Chinese squad resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. The Dream Team's warm-up was overwhelmingly aggressive, inadvertently applying pressure on the Chinese side, as commentator Yang Chen expressed his concerns. "Unfair. This is utterly unreasonable," he exclaimed. "Basketball is a contest of who can score more points, not a competition of whose dunks are more spectacular." The guest commentator, the venerable Zhang Weiping, shook his head in disapproval. "I hope the young men of the Chinese team can remain composed and not allow the American team to disrupt their mindset. After all, we are already at a disadvantage in terms of strength. If their mentality collapses, this match will become even more challenging." Yang Jian's gaze shifted to the Chinese side, where the players continued their warm-up routines methodically. Yet, hearing the American players repeatedly bombard the basket, they couldn't help but glance back. The sheer athleticism on display was indeed enviable. "Everyone, focus. Do not let the American team's dunks influence your emotions," Yao Ming cautioned. Sensing the mounting pressure, the other players nodded in agreement, though they displayed visible signs of anxiety. After all, they were up against superstars they typically only saw in the news. The NBA was the pinnacle of basketball worldwide, and players like Kobe and LeBron were among its elite. Competing against such figures naturally stirred nerves, compounded by the demoralizing influence of the American team's dunks. Observing the scene, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Realizing a strategy was needed to alleviate the team's low spirits. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, reminiscent of the warm-up techniques often employed by Curry. Elevating morale could be achieved through means beyond just dunks. Grasping a basketball, he quietly approached the mid-court line. The Chinese players regarded him with puzzled expressions, unsure of his intentions. Was he attempting a dunk from half-court? The American players paused their training, casting curious glances. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen assumed a shooting posture and gently flicked the basketball. Miraculously, the ball arced flawlessly, swishing through the net with precision. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, astonished by Jiang Chen's extraordinary long-range shot. What a stunning half-court three-pointer! Is this Jiang Chen's response to the American team? He certainly holds his ground, Yang Jian exclaimed in delight. The Chinese team desperately needed someone as audacious and meticulous as Jiang Chen to step up and respond. That was entirely justified, Zhang Weiping declared, excitement radiating from him. Jiang Chen's mid-court three-pointer serves as a warning to the American team not to overstep their bounds to, what if they can dunk? Can anyone in America shoot threes with the same ease as Jiang Chen? Do it again, Jiang Chen shouted. Lu Wei flicked his wrist, passing the basketball to him. Bending his knees, he leaped, extending his elbow and flicking his wrist in one fluid motion. The basketball soared once more. Swish, another flawless shot. Jiang Chen continued to sink 5 consecutive mid-range three-pointers before concluding his shooting exhibition. The audience had gone wild, cheering exuberantly, if this warm-up was already so electrifying. One could only imagine the excitement that awaited in the actual game. Countless viewers, even those who seldom watch basketball, were captivated by Jiang Chen's remarkable three-point shooting, and discussions erupted online. Who is this? I haven't watched basketball in years. When did China produce such a talent? His three-point shooting is astonishingly accurate. Wow, am I living under a rock? How have I never seen this number 12 before? Dude, if you don't know, what right do you have to watch basketball? That number 12 is named Jiang Chen, the hottest basketball star in China right now. Indeed, I feel Jiang Chen is even more impressive than Yao Ming. Huh? More impressive than Yao Ming? That's a bold claim. On the court, the American players wore expressions of surprise. Having traversed the NBA for years, they had never encountered a player capable of effortlessly shooting threes from midcourt. This kid lives up to the hype. His three-point shooting ability is commendable. But during the game, I won't give him an easy shot, LeBron chuckled, dismissing the notion. Wade and Kobe, however, wore serious expressions, both having witnessed Jiang Chen's prowess firsthand during the finals. Fully aware of his three-point shooting threat, we must not underestimate him, Kobe advised. Rest assured, I am well aware, LeBron replied, turning back to his training. Before long, the warm-up concluded, with the sound of the referee's whistle. The starting players from both teams took the court. The Chinese starting lineup consisted of center, Yao Ming, power forward, Yi Jianlian, small forward, Jiang Chen, shooting guard, Sun Yu, point guard, Lu Wei. The American team featured center, Dwight Howard, power forward, Carmelo Anthony, small forward, LeBron James, shooting guard, Kobe Bryant, point guard, Jason Kidd. Alongside these 5 starters, the American bench boasted superstars like Wade, Paul, and Bosh. The jump ball commenced. With a resounding clap, Yao demonstrated his height advantage. Securing the basketball, Lu Wei swiftly grabbed the ball and dribbled past half court. His teammates actively moved to create opportunities for Jiang Chen to shoot. However, the Dream Team was already on high alert. LeBron firmly shadowed Jiang Chen, denying him any chance to receive the ball. The other teammates were equally stifled by the suffocating defense of the Dream Team. Standing at the sidelines, Coach K wore a satisfied smile. Watching the scene unfold, the American coaching staff had undoubtedly noted Jiang Chen's previous displays of skill and had prepared accordingly, intensifying their defensive strategy against this formidable Chinese player known for his deadly three-point shooting. Aiming to effortlessly launch long-distance shots in this match. Not so fast. The Chinese team's inaugural offensive attempt was abruptly halted. Observing this, Yao Ming decisively exited the paint, receiving the ball just beyond the three-point arc. Intending to orchestrate a play. Scanning the court, he found no opportunities for a pass. Glancing at Howard, who remained unguarded in the key. Yao did not hesitate. He launched a three-point shot with precision. The basketball soared through the air in a graceful arc. Swish! It found nothing but net. Initially taken aback, Yao then exuberantly waved his arms, overwhelmed with excitement. This three-pointer felt almost divine. He could scarcely believe it had gone in. The crowd erupted in frenzied cheers, seemingly threatening to lift the roof off the arena. Just as the game commenced, it had already reached a crescendo. "What a magnificent three-pointer!" exclaimed the venerable Zhang Weiping. "Even Yao is making threes. He is in remarkable form." Yang Jian remarked, half-jokingly, "Could it be that Yao has been secretly practicing his three-point shooting under the influence of Jiang Chen?" The American team quickly initiated their play. Kidd dribbled the ball swiftly down the court. Passing it to Kobe, Kobe penetrated the paint, drawing defenders before dishing it off to Anthony. Anthony, wide open, released a three-pointer. Swish! It too found the net. He flashed an OK sign with one hand, tapping his temple. Performing his signature celebration, the Chinese team resumed their offense. Lu Wei dribbled past midcourt, preparing to orchestrate a play. Kidd, with relentless pressure, lunged forward, executing a swift and precise steal. Bam! The ball was knocked loose. Kobe and James immediately ignited a fast break. Kobe brought the ball down to the basket, launching it skyward. James, trailing closely, leapt, gliding through the air before catching the ball and emphatically slamming it into the hoop. Boom! The rim trembled. The crowd was electrified, adrenaline surging from the stunning dunk. Yet Kobe and James maintained their composure, exchanging a high-five before turning to regroup on defense. The two most formidable basketball players in the world exhibited impeccable synergy. The collaboration of Kobe and James, the scene countless fans around the globe had eagerly anticipated, was finally unfolding. The Chinese team pressed on with their offense. Lu Wei, exercising caution, advanced the ball and passed it to Yao Ming, who posted up against the beast, Howard. At that time, Howard was the premier center in the league. However, Yao was undaunted. He had consistently managed to contain these superstar centers on the NBA stage. Even the might of Shaquille O'Neal had been stifled by Yao, leaving him questioning his own existence. What fear did Howard inspire? Dribble, dribble. Yao engaged Howard in a physical contest. Anthony swiftly doubled down, seeking to disrupt Yao's offensive maneuver. This was the essence of Yao's intimidation. Even the American team dared not allow him to operate freely in the paint. Yao executed a timely pass. Sun Yu darted to the top of the arc, receiving the ball and launching a three-pointer. Swish! It was another hit. The audience erupted into a frenzy, their relentless cheers echoing throughout the arena. The game had commenced with an intensity that was exhilarating. No one dared to blink, fearing the loss of a thrilling moment. The atmosphere was taut, almost suffocating, as if the very air had solidified. The American team advanced again. Kidd dribbled past midcourt, offering a subtle nod to Howard in the paint. Howard, understanding the cue, turned and leapt toward the rim. The ball soared toward him, and upon receiving it, he executed a two-handed slam dunk. The crowd gasped in astonishment. One could not deny the sheer talent of the American team. Their gameplay relied not on strategy, but on innate ability. They forced turnovers through suffocating defensive pressure and retaliated with lightning speed. Each phase of their play was a testament to their extraordinary talent. The Chinese team retaliated. Lu Wei dribbled past midcourt and passed the ball to Jiang Chen. This was his first touch of the ball in the 2 minutes since the game began. James immediately closed in, his expression stoic yet imbued with a palpable intensity, muscles taut as if capable of subduing a bull. "Buddy, don't even think about an easy three-pointer in my presence," James asserted, his resolve bolstered by the charged atmosphere. This recently celebrated Chinese player carried the weight of immense hope from his fans. It was time to shatter those expectations. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, feeling the tension of this matchup surpassing even that of a Game 7 in the NBA playoffs. He faced James's defense and attempted a contested three-pointer. Under the scrutinizing gaze of nearly 20,000 spectators, the ball soared toward the hoop. "Rebound," James exclaimed, confident, for he had just grazed the ball with his finger. With no feints to distract him, a direct three-point attempt would merely add to his block statistics. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. It gone in. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Oh dear, it seems Jiang Chen rushed that shot. Perhaps he isn't fully acclimated to James's defensive intensity, Jiang Chen remarked, his brow furrowed. Though it may appear ill-fated, I believe Jiang Chen's attempt was quite reasonable. Even if it missed, it held substantial deterrent potential. The elder Jiang Weiping opined, his tone serious. Did Jiang actually miss a three-pointer? Surely he won't falter in this crucial game. Don't speak such nonsense. Jiang Chen will certainly rise to the occasion, just as he did in the NBA Finals. Patience, there's no need to rush. The game has only just begun. I hope Jiang Chen can quickly regain his rhythm. Goodness, if Jiang Chen can ignite his performance, I'll run naked around the Wuxong Arena. The fans fervently debated, their eager anticipation igniting a sense of urgency on the sidelines. Coach K of the American team stood with hands on hips, satisfied with James's defense. His assessment was accurate. Containing this Chinese rookie required only James's singular focus, with no need to expend additional defensive resources. Targeting Yao was crucial to stifling the Chinese team's efforts. Smack. Howard secured the rebound and hurled the ball forward. James sprinted once more, akin to a tank hurtling down the road at 180 miles per hour. Combining speed with force, that he caught the pass and charged toward the paint. The audience instinctively shielded their heads, bracing for the inevitable onslaught at the rim. Just then, a flash of red streaked across the court, blocking James's path. Jiang Chen, adorned in jersey number 12, his red uniform fluttered as if caught in a fierce wind, radiating intensity like a blazing flame. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with determination. The crowd rose to their feet in unison. Was Jiang Chen truly going to stand his ground against James? What an audacious notion. If James were to collide with him, it seemed likely that Jiang Chen would be sent sprawling. In the backcourt, Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian watched with mouths agape, concern etched on their faces. Should Jiang Chen sustain an injury, it would be a devastating blow to the Chinese team. As James charged toward Jiang Chen, a cruel smile crept across his face that if that's the case. Let me show you what true power feels like. Jiang Chen braced himself as James approached, feeling the wind generated by his momentum. The skills description for Ziyuan Dun clearly emphasized the enhancement of strength and neural reflexes post-integration. Thus, let us test the boundaries of Dun as strength against James. Boom! Jiang Chen and James collided. Many spectators shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight. In their minds, it was inevitable that Jiang Chen would be knocked aside. Yet a surreal scene unfolded. Jiang Chen staggered back a few steps, absorbing the impact of James's charge. In contrast, James found himself pushed back, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the floor. The entire Wuxong Arena was left in a state of utter disbelief as they witnessed the astonishing scene unfold. The historically gifted athlete LeBron James had been knocked down by Jiang Chen. Some fans rubbed their eyes and looked again at the court, seemingly unable to comprehend the image before them. After multiple confirmations, they erupted into excited yet bewildered exclamations. This was simply outrageous that LeBron's physical prowess is universally acknowledged as extraordinary. Once he charges, no one can stop him. Yet Jiang Chen had managed to halt him. What must Jiang Chen's physical capabilities be? It was almost unfathomable that a Chinese player could possess such remarkable athleticism. Goodness, Jiang Chen had the audacity to confront LeBron head-on. What tremendous courage that required. Surely, even Liang Jingru Wu possessed such boldness. The key point was that he had actually knocked LeBron down, leaving me questioning my own eyesight. Fierce. I can only say that Jiang Chen is incredibly formidable, though I'm a fan of LeBron. In this moment, I felt a sense of pride for Jiang Chen. This is precisely the kind of performance we expect from Chinese athletes. It was so impressively resilient that it nearly brought tears to my eyes. The fans engaged in fervent discussions, showering Jiang Chen with applause that echoed throughout the arena. Surely I'm not mistaken. Jiang Chen truly knocked LeBron down, and he only staggered back a few steps? Yang Jian exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Hey, I knew Jiang Chen would never enter a battle unprepared. If he dared to stand before LeBron, he must possess confidence. Old Jiang Weiping chuckled, even feeling a sense of pride. Yang Jian shot a peculiar glance at Coach Zhang, internally critiquing, "Are you serious? Just moments ago, you were as tense as I was." On the sidelines, Coach Old K, who had initially worn a smile, now found his expression frozen in shock. LeBron had been knocked down. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Who exactly was this Chinese rookie? The scouting reports and pre-game analyses had failed to mention such extraordinary physical attributes on the court. Yao Ming, Yi Jinlian, and others waved their arms in excitement, their emotions surging forth. Jiang Chen approached LeBron, looking down at him with a grin. Just as he had anticipated, after merging with the elite physical prowess of Aoki Itsuki, he found that in terms of strength, he was no match for LeBron. Perhaps only Shaquille O'Neal in his prime could rival him. Upon witnessing this scene, the entire audience erupted in a frenzy. This was undeniably impressive. That slightly provocative smile seemed to declare, "This is my territory. No one can misbehave here." At that moment, LeBron remained on the ground, still not standing. Realizing something was amiss, his American teammates rushed over. Concern etched on their faces. Hasn't he been injured? Has he? Buddy, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere that hurts? Anthony inquired anxiously. Even with a roster full of superstars, the American team could scarcely afford to lose LeBron. "I am fine, just a bit sore." "Give me a moment." LeBron grinned grimly, clutching the area where he had collided with Jiang Chen. Kobe, Anthony, and the others were momentarily stunned. The robust LeBron had been knocked down by Jiang Chen. This defied all logic. After a brief pause, LeBron stood with the help of his teammates, his expression reflecting shock. He felt as though he had collided with an iron wall at the moment of impact with Jiang Chen. Yet, Jiang Chen's physique did not appear particularly intimidating, and he simply could not comprehend what had transpired. The referee's whistle blew, signaling a blocking foul against Jiang Chen. Although it was deemed a foul, the collision with LeBron ignited the fans' enthusiasm and boosted the team's morale. The American team resumed play. Kidd had the ball. LeBron, positioning himself against Jiang Chen, reached out for the ball, his expression serious. He had just suffered a significant embarrassment and was determined to reclaim his pride by teaching this Chinese rookie a lesson. Receiving the ball, he dribbled, using his body to shield Jiang Chen, and with a swift turn and jump shot, he took a shot. Jiang Chen activated his strongest defensive skill, charging forward. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming secured the rebound and promptly passed the ball to Liu Wei's. Liu Wei dribbled past the half-court line. He assessed the American team's defense while directing his teammates to position themselves. Jiang Chen swiftly maneuvered, momentarily shaking off LeBron with the help of his teammate's screen, and sprinted towards Liu Wei's rear. Suddenly, Liu Wei unexpectedly flicked his wrist, delivering a behind-the-back pass to Jiang Chen. The space had opened up completely as LeBron attempted to close the gap. He was momentarily obstructed by Liu Wei, causing him to lose his rhythm. Jiang Chen glanced towards the distant hoop and leaped to shoot, a stunning three-pointer from 2 meters beyond the arc. The crowd tensed once more. This familiar scene, this familiar rhythm. Would it go in this time? The basketball arced through the air like a rainbow before crashing into the net. It went in. Jiang Chen made that long-range three-pointer. Yang Jian exclaimed excitedly. "What did I tell you? A shooter like Jiang Chen cannot be defended against." His earlier block by LeBron was merely coincidental. Now we are witnessing Jiang Chen's true capabilities. Old Zhang Weiping declared, his enthusiasm palpable. Yang Jian pondered, somewhat confused. "When did you say that? I wasn't aware." The elderly commentator had a remarkable knack for commentary. The score was now 7-9. The Chinese team had pulled ahead thanks to Jiang Chen's incredible three-pointer. Coach Old K's brow furrowed in concern. The game's direction had taken an unexpected turn. Just moments ago, the American team seemed poised to unleash a scoring surge, with steals and blocks that had stifled the Chinese offense. It appeared they were on the verge of widening the score gap. Yet, Jiang Chen's sudden explosion of talent had helped the Chinese team regain their footing. Could it be that LeBron was struggling to handle this young contender? Coach Old K, dissatisfied, bellowed from the sidelines, "LeBron, focus. Stop slacking off. Shut down that number 12 player from China. Do not allow him another opportunity to shoot a three-pointer." LeBron nodded seriously, a fierce glint in his eyes as he revealed his death gaze. This rookie from China required a slight reprimand. Otherwise, he might not grasp the gravity of the situation. Ding dong. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. "Detected that LeBron has revealed his death gaze towards you. A task has been issued. Task. Score more points than LeBron in this match. Reward: 2,000 achievement points, skill fusion fragments 200, optional treasure box 1. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression brightened. He relished such straightforward tasks. If the system had assigned him the task of winning against the American team, he would have felt less confident. After all, this was a group match, and it would be unwise to reveal his trump card. The skill mimicry card of Huang Zhiliang Tai, too early. While unleashing a powerful move at the outset would be exhilarating and might lead to victory, it would leave him vulnerable later. Therefore, it was best to hold back and reserve his ace for a critical moment. Scoring more points than LeBron, however, was manageable. Given the depth of talent on the American team, distributing shot opportunities evenly made high scoring somewhat challenging. Jiang Chen brimmed with confidence. Already anticipating the rewards, he wondered what delightful skills might be hidden within the optional treasure box. The American team initiated their offense. Kidd brought the ball past half court before passing it to LeBron. As the captain and the oldest player on the American team, his primary role was to influence the team's morale. His on-court performance could largely be overlooked. It wasn't that Kidd was incapable, but rather he was coasting through the game as LeBron faced Jiang Chen's defense at the top of the arc. He opted for a drive, employing his powerful strides to attempt to overpower Jiang Chen and drive into the paint for a layup. To his surprise, he found himself unable to budge Jiang Chen. Reluctantly, he retreated and called for Howard to set screen. After switching defenses, LeBron easily broke into the paint, finishing with a challenging hanging layup over Yao Ming while drawing a foul. Upon landing, LeBron flexed his biceps in triumph, celebrating the and-one opportunity. With a steady hand, the free throw found his mark. 10. 9 at the American team reclaimed the lead by a single point, while LeBron James had already amassed 5 points. Accounting for half of his team's total score, the Chinese team initiated their offense. Jiang Chen, upon crossing half court, sought the ball from Lu Wei. Given that LeBron's lethal gaze had been cast upon the court, it was clear that this match was destined for intensity. A response was imperative. Upon receiving the pass, LeBron swiftly closed in, his defensive presence exuding an aura of intimidation. Unfazed, Jiang Chen unleashed the Yesan Zai-tailing dribbling technique, his hands transforming into 3 fingers, accelerating the pace of his dribble. Alas, this skill lacked the ability to break through defenses, otherwise it would have been truly formidable. He executed a series of crossovers before stepping back to launch a 3-point jump shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! It found the net without touching the rim. The Chinese team regained the lead. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, their adrenaline surging in response to Jiang Chen's spectacular answer ball. Only Jiang Chen among the entire Chinese squad could match LeBron in scoring. Remarkable! Jiang Chen dared to shoot in the face of LeBron's defense. This is the kind of courage we, as Chinese, should embody, regardless of the opponent. Even if faced with legions, nothing could rival my audacious pull-up 3-pointer. Elder Zhang Wei Ping exclaimed with fervor. This was the very moment he had long anticipated, when the American team unleashed a flurry of offense. Someone from the Chinese team had to rise to the occasion. Absence of a response would lead to a catastrophic collapse. In the past, the Chinese team lacked such players, but now, Jiang Chen showcased his magical performance in the NBA Finals. Retaliating with force. Beep! Coach Old K called for a timeout. LeBron. I emphasized earlier, do not slack off. Coach Old K expressed his dissatisfaction at LeBron, unable to voice his grievances, thought to himself that he wasn't slacking. He simply couldn't contain this Chinese rookie. Gentlemen, display your physical prowess, elevate your defensive intensity against the Chinese team, force them into mistakes, and capitalize on your speed for fast breaks that we must avoid engaging in a half-court battle with the Chinese team, as it would merely squander our time. Coach Old K declared loudly, expressing his dissatisfaction with the team's opening performance. The other players nodded in agreement, somewhat taken aback, as they had not anticipated the tenacity of the Chinese team. Amidst his admonishments, Coach Old K adjusted the lineup, substituting Howard and Kidd for the quicker Bosch and Wade. Upon returning from the timeout, the American team commenced their offensive series. After dribbling past half-court, James passed the ball to Wade. The Flash took a decisive step, effortlessly breaching Lu Wei's defense, soaring into the paint, and launching himself into the air. Yao Ming sought to provide support, but his efforts were futile. Wade's breakthrough was alarmingly seamless and executed at breakneck speed. Boom! Wade, with both hands clutching the ball, slammed it into the hoop with a thunderous dunk. Pure talent, overwhelming all. The Chinese team, however, did not falter, as Jiang stood just inside the three-point arc, sinking a long-range jumper. The teams exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Despite the American team's swift tempo and aggressive style, the Chinese team remained composed, striving to ensure that each possession yielded results. Particularly with Jiang Chen's three-point barrage providing firepower, the Chinese team held their ground admirably. The first quarter concluded .27, 30 that the Chinese team trailed by a mere 3 points. It was a deadlock, as the Chinese team had managed to hold their own against the American Dream Team. This was truly unexpected, and hope soared that the Chinese team could continue to deliver thrilling performances. Jiang Chen remarked excitedly, filled with anticipation. This was no small feat. Regardless of the match's outcome, the first quarter alone would linger in the memories of Chinese basketball fans, becoming an unforgettable chapter in their lives. Elder Zhang Wei-ping reflected that, in a climate where few believed in the Chinese team, even the Chinese men's basketball team themselves held little faith, they still managed to deliver an astonishing performance. Resiliently withstanding the American team's frenzied onslaught, at least in that quarter, the Chinese men's basketball team ignited excitement and immense pride among the national audience. The fans on site fervently cheered for the Chinese team. Although many were supporters of stars like Kobe and LeBron, they chose to rally behind the Chinese men's basketball team. After a brief intermission, the game surged into the tumultuous second quarter. Both teams fielded their bench players. However, it was evident that the American bench was far more formidable than that of the Chinese team. The mere presence of Flash Wade and Chris Paul was enough to give the Chinese team headaches. Moreover, with Bosch, Boozer, and Prince, three all-star caliber players, Wade exhibited an insatiable offensive hunger. With Kobe, LeBron, and others absent, he became the unequivocal focal point of the offense. Wade leveraged his fierce pressure and blistering speed to execute rapid counterattacks, frequently converting fast break dunks in less than 3 minutes. The American team unleashed a 9-2 scoring run, widening the gap to 10 points. Helplessly, Jonas swiftly substituted Yao Ming, Jiang Chen, and other key players into the game. While the American team made no personnel adjustments, sticking with Wade and Paul as their core. Even so, the Chinese team managed to maintain a tenuous balance, but after nearly 3 more minutes of play, they still couldn't close the gap. During this period, Jiang Chen was stellar, nailing 2 3-pointers in succession. Unfortunately, the other players struggled offensively, their shooting percentage plummeting under the American team's relentless defense. Yao Ming was particularly targeted, receiving minimal opportunities to shoot. As the second quarter progressed, the American team reintroduced their starters. Kobe began to take control of the offense, hitting 2 mid-range jumpers in a row, forcing Sun Yu into a turnover and converting a fast break dunk. He scored 6 consecutive points, extending the lead to 16. The crowd fell silent, some even with tears welling in their eyes. There was no disappointment, only a sense of heartbreak. The Chinese men's basketball team had fought valiantly. How could one bear to be harshly critical? Ultimately, the disparity in strength was stark. Trailing by 16 points, the Chinese team's offense was thoroughly stifled by the American defense. And under such high-pressure, suffocating conditions, they were plagued by turnovers, falling victim to repeated American fast breaks. Jiang Chen spoke in a dejected tone that it was astonishing how the first quarter had been so evenly matched. Yet the second quarter witnessed a drastic shift. The rapid changes in momentum felt like a roller coaster ride of emotions. Such circumstances were unavoidable. To endure a quarter against a star-studded American team was already an impressive feat for the Chinese team. Though Jiang Chen shone brightly, this remained a team sport, and our overall capability was still lacking. Elder Zhang Wei-ping shook his head in resignation, his demeanor calm, for this was an anticipated outcome. The attention surrounding this match was unprecedented, with billions of viewers nationwide supporting the Chinese team. Yet, no one believed the Chinese men's basketball team could emerge victorious. The odds were slimmer than winning the lottery. On the court, the Chinese team did not surrender, persistently striving to execute each offensive and defensive play. Yao Ming's gaze remained resolute and unwavering, never faltering. regardless of whether they lost by 30, 40, or even 50 points. He was determined to fight until the end. Such was his resolve that in one offensive possession, Yao Ming fought tenaciously for an offensive rebound, subsequently scoring and drawing a foul from Howard. He roared towards the heavens, raising his arms in triumph, the fiery red jersey rippling as he exuberantly expressed his emotions. As the leader of the Chinese team, he was duty-bound to lead by example and inspire his teammates. Swish! The free throw was confidently made. Following the next offensive possession, Jiang Chen hit another three-pointer from the corner, continuing to narrow the gap for the Chinese team. Before the cheers of the audience could subside, the American team swiftly launched a counterattack. LeBron James dribbled the ball across half court and lofted it high into the air. Dwight Howard caught the basketball with both hands and slammed it into the net, completing a spectacular alley-oop. Ultimately, the first half concluded with a score of 41-53. The Chinese team managed to score a mere 14 points throughout the second quarter. Jiang Chen alone netted 3 three-pointers for a total of 9 points, while Yao Ming contributed 3 points, with the remaining players only adding 2 points collectively. This starkly highlights the dismal shooting percentage of the Chinese team. The atmosphere of the arena felt somewhat oppressive. All spectators were acutely aware that the Chinese team might suffer even greater humiliation in the second half, yet a glimmer of hope lingered in their hearts. After the lengthy halftime break, the second half commenced. The American team once again intensified their game. Anthony hit 2 three-pointers from beyond the arc, while Kobe and LeBron executed drives to the basket with ease in less than 2 minutes. The American team unleashed a 10-0 run, extending their lead to 22 points. Coach Jonas called for 2 consecutive timeouts, yet he could not halt the collapse of the Chinese team. Subsequently, the American team began substituting in players who had yet to see action, including Darren Williams, Tayshaun Prince, and Michael Redd. In the eyes of Coach K, the game had already entered garbage time. The arena fell into a deathly silence. They watched the Chinese team being thoroughly trounced. Despair and heartbreak engulfed all spectators. How infuriating! Despite our relentless efforts, we still cannot compete with the American team. Can't we even manage to dazzle with a brilliant display? Yao Ming lamented, his face etched with a sense of unwillingness. The other players wore expressions of dejection. Brothers, we cannot concede defeat until the final whistle blows. At the very least, we must not allow the entire nation to witness our loss of fighting spirit. That would be far more dreadful than defeat itself, Jiang Chen urged, clapping his hands and rallying his teammates. He could distinctly sense that, aside from Yao Ming, the determination of the other players was waning, and their morale had plummeted to an all-time low. Everyone turned to Jiang Chen, their eyes reflecting helplessness. With the score so lopsided, how could they possibly make a comeback? Were they to rely on Jiang Chen performing a miraculous 22-point turnaround in the second half? Akin to his pre-game against Australia, that seemed utterly implausible. The American team and the Australian team were simply not in the same league. Perhaps a comeback is a daunting task, but we must ensure that the American team does not have an easy victory. Even if we can only claw back a point or 10, it will prove that we are still fighting, Jiang Chen declared, his eyes gleaming with intensity that he yearned to grow stronger, believing that if he could harness a few more transcendent skills from the world of basketball, he could stand toe-to-toe with the entire American team, that he felt he was still too weak. However, he had yet to utilize his special shooting technique, the unconventional shot of Siren Daiki, in this match. Now, he resolved to no longer hold back. Even if a comeback was out of reach, he aimed to make the American team break a sweat. Moreover, he had a system task to fulfill that moment. James had scored 18 points, and Jiang Chen had also made 6 three-pointers, matching him with 18 points. If they were tied, he could not complete his task. Failing to fulfill the task would mean he could not enhance his strength. And how could he hope to reach the finals for a shot at the gold medal? In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Even if I must enter the jaws of the tiger, I will seize 2 of its teeth. It was time to initiate a counterattack. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the team's spirits were lifted as if they had been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, their eyes brimming with determination. His words resonated deeply, making it feel less like a game and more like a battle, igniting a fierce desire to charge forward, even if it meant fighting to the last soldier. They would press on relentlessly. Yao Ming looked on in astonishment, taken aback by Jiang Chen's display of leadership at such a young age. This young man had an extraordinary ability to inspire. His words had profoundly affected the emotions of his teammates. It was truly remarkable. Jiang Chen is absolutely right. This is our home ground. No matter how formidable the opponent, we must defend it and not disgrace ourselves in front of the entire nation. Yao Ming exclaimed passionately. Determination etched across his chiseled features. He had never given up, but now he was more resolved than ever. The Chinese team launched an offensive. Jiang Chen activated his thunder dribble. Crossing half-court and facing Prince's defense, a player renowned for his defensive prowess in the NBA, Prince was indeed formidable. However, compared to LeBron, he lacked a certain degree of intimidation. Jiang Chen took a step back to create space. Then, under Prince's long reach, executed a direct three-point shot. The basketball arced high through the air. Swish! It went through cleanly that he had scored. This marked the Chinese team's first points of the second half, courtesy of Jiang Chen's three-pointer. This was already his seventh three-pointer of the match. Yang Jian exclaimed excitedly, as the previously somber atmosphere was momentarily lifted. Although the Chinese team was destined to lose, Jiang Chen's performance was impeccable and had become the greatest highlight of the match. I believe it's time to let Jiang Chen unleash his scoring ability without restraint, the elder Zhang Weiping remarked, his eyes lighting up with newfound anticipation that on the court, the American team was on the offense. Darren passed the ball to Boozer, who, under Yao Ming's defense, attempted a step-back jumper but was met with a resounding block from Yao. The two were indeed longtime rivals, as Yao's Rockets had been eliminated by Darren and Boozer's Jazz for 2 consecutive years. With a fire in his heart, Yao would not miss the opportunity to teach Boozer a lesson. The basketball was snatched by Sun Yu, who quickly passed it to Jiang Chen. Fast break. Jiang Chen dribbled past half-court, stepping just inside the three-point line. Prince closely shadowed him, ready to deliver an immediate block. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen executed his unconventional shot of Serendaiki, leaning forward at an unusual angle, then releasing the basketball with an incredibly low center of gravity. The entire audience was left in awe at this peculiar shooting form. What kind of shooting posture was this? It was so bizarre, completely unlike any basketball motion. In a moment of astonishment, the ball spun high in the air, dropping a low arc into the hoop. The crowd erupted in gasps. It appeared. At long last, Jiang Chen had showcased this unconventional shooting technique once again. Yang Jian exclaimed in delight. Jiang Chen was a player who could perpetually provide surprises. He had previously attempted a similarly unorthodox shot, but it had only lasted for a fleeting moment. Initially thought to be a spontaneous display, it now seemed clear that he possessed this ability, albeit rarely utilized. Just like Rajon Rondo's three-point shot, he could shoot, and he would shoot, but his accuracy was lacking, which explained its infrequent use. Could Jiang Chen's continued use of this unconventional shooting style render him even more difficult to defend? Yang Jian inquired. Absolutely. However, Jiang Chen's primary offensive weapon remains his three-point shooting. This unconventional shot can only serve as an embellishment, Coach Zhang replied, expressing tempered expectations for Jiang Chen's performance, given its absurdity on the court. Prince wore a bewildered expression. This kind of shooting method could actually score? Oh my, what extraordinary fortune. On the bench of the American team, the likes of James and Anthony appeared unfazed, as they often executed such miraculous plays during matches. Only Kobe's expression turned grave, as memories of the final minutes of Game 6 of the NBA Finals flashed through his mind, stirring concerns within him. Should Jiang Chen unleash the prowess he displayed in that game? The American team could indeed find themselves in peril. The American team launched their offense. Prince attempted a mid-range jump shot under Jiang Chen's defense. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming seized the rebound, dominating the paint. The Chinese team swiftly counterattacked. Jiang Chen dashed across half-court with remarkable speed, receiving the ball and abruptly stopping near the midline to launch a logo three-pointer. Swish! The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. Instantly, the entire arena was ignited by the energy of that logo three. The crowd erupted once more, cheering fervently and chanting Jiang Chen's name. Was he about to showcase his signature performance again? Completing a comeback of over 20 points was something he had frequently accomplished in previous games. Although the American team appeared invincible, the fans clung to a glimmer of hope. Darren brought the ball past half-court, attempting a surprise three-pointer against the Chinese team. Alas, the shot missed its mark. Yao Ming secured another rebound, asserting his dominance in the paint. With a long pass, he sent the ball to Jiang Chen, who had already crossed the midline. Prince, ever vigilant, positioned himself in front of Jiang Chen. Undeterred, Jiang Chen dribbled in a step, then executed a stop-and-pop fadeaway jump shot. Yet his backward lean was quite pronounced, giving the impression he was nearly reclining mid-air. The entire audience gasped in astonishment. Even the prominent figures on the American bench could not help but rise in disbelief. Was this truly a fadeaway jump shot? It seemed almost implausible, defying the laws of physics. Swish, accompanied by the astonished gazes of the crowd. The ball once again found its way through the net. Cheers erupted, and the fans could hardly contain their excitement, roaring with enthusiasm. Jiang Chen's sudden explosion of talent caught the American team off guard and left the spectators in a daze. In under 2 minutes, he scored 10 consecutive points, showcasing his formidable scoring ability and reducing the deficit to a mere 10 points. Peep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. Coach K could no longer restrain himself and promptly called a timeout. Hadn't they already entered garbage time? What was this Chinese rookie situation? Unbelievable. Did he presume they were without their stars on the court? In his frustration, Coach K summoned the American team's strongest lineup. Howard, Anthony, James, Kobe, and Wade. Each of them a superstar in the NBA, each adorned with numerous accolades. Just the sight of their names could instill fear. With the entrance of these 5 titans, the atmosphere within the arena grew heavy and oppressive. The audience felt a surge of tension. Could Jiang Chen maintain the explosive form he had just exhibited against a more formidable American team? The American team initiated their offense. James orchestrated the play from the top of the arc. Wade and Kobe maneuvered to the high post, executing a series of cross runs. Wade, upon receiving the ball, drove into the paint to draw defenders before dishing it to Kobe, who effortlessly sank a jump shot. The 3 superstars executed a dazzling collaboration. While the American team could overpower all players with sheer talent, they were equally adept in executing their strategies. Let us seize this momentum and widen the gap. Leaving no room for the Chinese team to recover, Kobe stated earnestly, a flicker of caution gleaming in his eyes. Though the Dream Team eclipsed his Lakers in strength, he still harbored apprehensions of Jiang Chen orchestrating a comeback. The memory of that fateful Game 6 lingered painfully in his mind. How much power could this future teammate of his, Jiang Chen, still unleash in this match? Kobe felt no certainty at all. Just moments ago, Coach K had substituted out the main lineup, and within 2 minutes, Jiang Chen had surged with 10 points. The sheer ferocity of his scoring ability was indeed terrifying. Therefore, it was imperative to eliminate any suspense in the game as early as possible. "Let us go," the veteran declared. James, Wade, and the others nodded solemnly, their eyes betraying a steely resolve. The dignity of the Dream Team was non-negotiable. As the Redemption Team, they would not permit themselves to lose a single match at the Olympics. The Chinese team initiated their offense. Jiang Chen dribbled across half-court, facing James. With a thunderous rhythm, he unleashed a dazzling display of ball handling. Suddenly, he stepped back, stopping abruptly to launch a 3-point jump shot. Although James sensed Jiang Chen's intent, he was unable to impede the latter's shot. With the rhythm of his dribble, Jiang Chen's speed was remarkable, and his step back was expansive. James could only watch helplessly as the ball soared away. Swish! The basketball descended into the net with pinpoint precision, akin to a guided missile. It went in. Another long-range three-pointer, and even James could not thwart Jiang Chen's step-back three-point prowess. Yang Jin exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. "This is our strongest shooter in China. When he's on fire, no one stands a chance. Not even James, nor perhaps even Jordan." Old Jiang's face radiated pride, brimming with satisfaction, regardless of the game's outcome. Jiang Chen had delivered an electrifying performance, embodying the indomitable spirit of the Chinese national basketball team. As the host, they had not brought shame to the millions of fans. Double-team this number 12 player. Do not allow him to cross half-court and simultaneously cut off his passing lanes. Coach K furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He sensed that this number 12 player had transcended the influence of Yao Ming, becoming the sharpest arrow in the Chinese team's offensive arsenal. The players' reliance was shifting from Yao to Jiang Chen. The American team resumed their attack. Kobe drove into the lane, drawing a double team before passing to Anthony on the perimeter. Anthony raised his hand and effortlessly sank another three-pointer. The Chinese team's defense crumbled before the American team, lacking any semblance of a threat. The Chinese team countered that as Jiang Chen received the inbounds pass. James and Wade swiftly converged upon him. An uproar erupted among the fans, their excitement palpable. Did I just witness this correctly? The two NBA Titans are double-teaming Jiang Chen. What an honor! This truly demonstrates the magnitude of the threat he poses to the American team. Impressive. Jiang Chen is remarkable. The fans chattered among themselves, astonished. How many players in this Olympics could command such defensive attention from the American team? Perhaps only a select few. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, passed the ball to Lu Wei. As Lu Wei brought the ball past half-court, Jiang Chen utilized Yao Ming's screen, circumnavigating the baseline to shake off James before receiving the ball. Upon catching it, Jiang Chen unleashed his thunderous dribble. Charging towards the paint, as James lunged to defend, Jiang Chen executed a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot, employing the unorthodox shooting style reminiscent of Qing Feng Dahui. Once more, he leaned backward, nearly reclining as he released the basketball. Swish! The ball swished through the net. James's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. Not again. How am I supposed to block that? It's utterly impossible to contest. He felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him. Yet it was as though it could not be unleashed. Such a sensation was indeed disheartening. The rest of the American team wore expressions of shock and silently expressed their gratitude, relieved that their offensive talent was overflowing. Otherwise, given this Chinese rookie's relentless scoring pace, this match would indeed be a formidable challenge. In the ensuing period, both sides entered a stalemate. Jiang Chen, with sheer determination, countered the offensive prowess of the five American superstars, keeping the game intensely competitive for several minutes. The audience was electrified, fervently chanting Jiang Chen MVP in support of him. However, two fists are no match for four hands. Even Jiang Chen's two primary offensive skills had their limitations in accuracy, making it impossible for every shot to find its mark. Moreover, the assistance from his teammates was scant. Ultimately, the score began to widen in favor of the American team. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 71-86, with the American team leading by 15 points. During this quarter, the Chinese team scored 30 points, with Jiang Chen impressively shooting 8 out of 12, including 5 out of 8 from beyond the arc. Accumulating 21 points, the American team, too, fielded their starting lineup. Observing his five best players take to the court, Coach K felt a twinge of frustration. Since the inception of the Dream Team, they had competed in the America's Cup and several warm-up matches. Yet never had they entered the fourth quarter with a mere 15-point lead. In fact, they had never needed to deploy their star players in the fourth quarter, typically concluding their battles well before then. Historically, the Dream Team had averaged victories over their opponents by approximately 25 points, steamrolling all challengers. Yet, in their first group match of the Olympics, they found themselves not only failing to dominate the Chinese team, but also compelled to keep their main players on the court, which was quite absurd. Even with a victory, Coach K was not pleased on the court. The Dream Team raced tirelessly, executing spectacular fast breaks and defensive plays. Meanwhile, apart from Jiang Chen, the other Chinese players were gasping for breath, struggling to move as if every step was accompanied by the tearing of their lungs. It was evident that their stamina had reached its limit after 3 quarters of high-intensity play against the American team. Their physical endurance was running thin. All hope rested on Jiang Chen's shoulders. Rising to the occasion, he scored 5 consecutive points, helping to stabilize the situation for his team. Yet, against the fully energized American squad, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Nonetheless, all the starting players from the Chinese team persevered through the final minutes. The referee's whistle sounded. The game concluded with a score of 91-104, marking a 13-point loss for the Chinese team. This result represented the narrowest margin in the history of encounters between the Chinese and American teams. The arena erupted in applause, with chants of "Go!" echoing throughout. In the eyes of countless Chinese fans, the Chinese men's basketball team, despite their defeat, emerged with honor. On the court, the American players celebrated their victory, wearing expressions of relaxation mixed with a hint of surprise. They had not anticipated such a fierce challenge from the Chinese men's basketball team in their first Olympic match. The victory had proven to be quite arduous. Clearly, reclaiming the pinnacle of world basketball would not be an effortless endeavor. Meanwhile, the players of the Chinese team returned to the bench, their faces devoid of despair, only reflecting the fatigue of the contest and a touch of exhilaration. Yao Ming stood at the sidelines, his face beaming with pride, raising his hands to high-five each teammate. When the score gap widened in the second quarter, he had feared that the Chinese team would be unable to even dazzle with fleeting brilliance. However, over the course of the match, the Chinese team had battled fiercely against the Americans until the end. This was no mere display of fireworks. It was akin to a molten lava flow, burning brightly as long as the game continued. That lava would not cool, of course. Amidst the lava, there shone a brilliant flame. Jiang Chen. His performance was astonishing and infused the Chinese men's basketball team with immense confidence, leading them to believe they could journey even further in the Olympic quest. "Brother, well done. You helped the Chinese team hold on until the very end." When it was Jiang Chen's turn, Yao Ming embraced him tightly. "But we still lost," Jiang Chen said, a hint of dejection in his voice. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the sting of defeat remained bitter. "It's all right. We performed admirably in this match. We exceeded expectations significantly." Yao Ming reassured him with a pat on the shoulder that he, too, yearned for victory. But as adults, the most crucial aspect was to accept reality. The vast disparity in strength between the two teams was like an insurmountable chasm, one that Jiang Chen alone could not bridge. "Next time we face the American team, I will undoubtedly find a way to win," Jiang Chen declared, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. Yao Ming paused, contemplating. The next encounter with the American team will likely be in the semifinals, if not the finals. To meet them again, the Chinese team must reach that level. Observing the confident Jiang Chen before him, Yao Ming smiled. If Jiang Chen could maintain such explosive performances, reaching the finals was indeed a possibility. "It's over. I take immense pride in this Chinese team. Although we lost the match, the prowess they exhibited surpassed all my expectations." After all, the Chinese team and the American team are not on the same level. Historically, the Chinese team has lost by an average of 48 points in their previous encounters. Yet, in this match, the Chinese team continuously posed challenges for the American team. Yang Jian exclaimed passionately, his voice tinged with emotion and barely contained tears. Beyond the Chinese men's basketball team's tenacity, the most significant factor was Jiang Chen's explosive performance. Throughout the match, Jiang Chen shot 17 out of 26, including 12 out of 19 from three-point range, amassing an astounding 46 points, nearly half of the Chinese team's total score. His record 12 three-pointers in a single game set a new Olympic benchmark for men's basketball. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen outshone superstars like Dwayne Wade, Kobe Bryant, and LeBron James, becoming the most dazzling player on the court, even prompting the American team to employ double-teaming strategies to contain him. I must say, Jiang Chen truly possesses the demeanor of a champion. Elder Zhang beamed with delight, eagerly extolling Jiang Chen's virtues. Indeed, Jiang Chen played a pivotal role in enabling the Chinese team to contest until the end. No other player surpassed the 20-point mark. Even Yao Ming managed only 13 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks, as the American team stifled the offense entirely. The American team's scoring was more evenly distributed, with Kobe Bryant and Dwight Howard each contributing 13 points, LeBron James scoring 18 points, and the substitute Dwayne Wade leading the team with 19 points. Yang Jian scrutinized the statistical sheet, astonished by the figures. Jiang Chen's scoring truly stands head and shoulders above the rest. At that moment, the comment section of the live stream erupted in fervor. 46 points. Jiang's three-point prowess is incredible. He always manages to surprise us. Although the Chinese men's basketball team had lost the match, the players could walk out of the Wuxong Arena with their heads held high. Win together, lose together. I am proud of the Chinese men's basketball team. This number 12 player is truly formidable. His heroic performance has made me fall in love with basketball uncontrollably. Buddy, if you don't understand basketball, why are you here, just to cause a ruckus? Does not understanding the game mean I can't watch it? This is a grand occasion for all of China, especially with international superstar Yao Ming here. Of course, I had to come and show my support. But the most astonishing part for me was still Jiang Chen. To speak frankly, the matches of the men's basketball team are undeniably far more exhilarating than those of the national football team, leaving me exhilarated, while the football games induce nothing but drowsiness. Within the Wuxong Arena, spectators began to exit, congregating in small groups to discuss the thrilling match they had just witnessed. Countless unforgettable moments compelled them to share their viewing experiences with those nearby. Witnessing the Chinese men's basketball team deliver a historically significant performance right at their doorstep will undoubtedly become an indelible memory for the fans. They are now eagerly anticipating the upcoming matches of the Chinese men's basketball team. Both the American and Chinese teams departed the court, returning to their locker rooms for post-match interviews. In the Chinese team's interview area, hundreds of reporters eagerly captured images of Yao Ming, Jiang Chen, and Jonas as they entered. "Yao, how do you evaluate the Chinese team's performance tonight?" A reporter promptly inquired. "I am very satisfied. I knew we could play beautiful and resilient basketball. When I left the court, the only thought in my mind was that we ultimately showcased the true essence of the Chinese team. That alone is sufficient," Yao Ming replied, his eyes shimmering with fervor. "Yao, you scored only 13 points and grabbed 10 rebounds tonight. Is that due to your injury still healing, or did the American team's defense disrupt your performance?" Another reporter asked. "This is my best condition. I gave it my all and did everything within my power," Yao Ming asserted resolutely. "What do you think of your teammate Jiang Chen's performance?" A reporter queried. "Outstanding. He displayed his own style and showcased formidable offensive prowess. Without a doubt, he is the strongest player on our team. He is also the future of Chinese men's basketball." The reporters were taken aback. The future of Chinese men's basketball? Yao Ming's high regard for Jiang Chen was indeed remarkable. Has he already begun to view Jiang Chen as a successor? However, it must be said that Jiang Chen's performance in this match was truly exceptional, helping the Chinese team contend against the Americans until the very last moments. Anyone who witnessed this match was left in awe of Jiang Chen's prowess. Their excitement palpable. "Jiang Chen, you scored an astonishing 46 points tonight, setting numerous records. How do you feel about that?" A reporter asked. "Not great. No matter how impressive the stats, we still lost the game," Jiang Chen replied with a hint of resignation. "Do you still have confidence in the Chinese team's pursuit of an Olympic gold medal?" Another reporter asked, teasingly, recalling how Jiang Chen had confidently boasted about aiming for gold in pre-match interviews. "Of course, I have never doubted my confidence," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. The reporters shook their heads in response. At this point, still engaging in bravado, how could he be considered Yao Ming's successor? Confidence is commendable, but one must first recognize reality. The disparity between the Chinese and American teams was starkly evident in this group match. To claim the gold medal, overcoming the Americans would be an insurmountable challenge. Did Jiang Chen believe that losing to the Americans in this match meant he could triumph in their next encounter? Moreover, whether the Chinese team would have another opportunity to face the Americans remains uncertain. In the American team's interview area, a reporter asked Kobe, your Lakers teammate, Jiang Chen scored 46 points tonight. What are your thoughts on his performance? I am proud of him. His performance deserves all the accolades. Kobe said, a smile breaking through. Do you believe the Chinese team has the capability to contend for the gold medal? The reporter continued, recalling Jiang Chen's pre-match confidence. That's hard to say. I believe every team that comes to the Olympics aims for the gold medal. What happens next will be revealed in time. However, I must say that whether it's Jiang Chen or Pao, when I face them, I will hold nothing back and give 200% of my effort. Kobe stated earnestly, his tone turning sharp. Since he chose to represent his country at the Olympics, he's aiming for gold. Even against my Lakers teammates, I will show no mercy. LeBron, you were matched up against Jiang Chen throughout the game. Clearly, you were unable to contain him effectively. What are your thoughts on this? The reporter asked. I have to admit, Jiang Chen is a tremendously gifted player. I was astonished by the difficult shots he made during the game. When a player is fully unleashed, it's incredibly difficult to contain them. Clearly, tonight was Jiang Chen's night, making our victory all the more challenging, LeBron reflected, adjusting his pre-match attitude. What do you think Jiang Chen's professional prospects in the NBA will be? The reporter pressed on. Without a doubt, his future is bright. We all witnessed what transpired in the recently concluded NBA Finals. Jiang Chen helped the Lakers achieve a remarkable comeback, which will undoubtedly leave a significant mark in NBA history. He just signed a lucrative contract, with a salary even exceeding mine, which makes me a bit envious, LeBron said, half-jokingly. The reporters chuckled in response. The American team's post-match interviews concluded in this lighthearted atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Chinese team, having wrapped up their interviews, boarded a bus back to the Olympic Village. As Jiang Chen returned to his room, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have earned 2,000 achievement points, skill fusion fragments 200, and a selection treasure chest 1. Jiang Chen sighed in relief. He had finally awaited the system's notification. Use the selection treasure chest, Jiang Chen promptly declared. Eager to discover the rewards within. Ding! Treasure chest usage successful. The host may select one from 3 experience cards available in the chest, the system announced. Experience cards? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, realizing that permanent skill cards were not so easily obtained. He focused his consciousness on the treasure chest, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Although they were merely experience cards, the options were astonishingly powerful. Akashi Sidro's Team-Wide Zone Experience Card 1, duration, 5 minutes. Ultra-Wide Range Defense Experience Card 1, duration, 5 minutes. Akashi Sidro's Emperor I Experience Card 1, duration, 10 minutes. Which experience card to choose posed a dilemma for Jiang Chen, as each seemed incredibly useful. He recalled the Chinese team's lackluster performance in the second half of the match against the Americans. The players struggled with physicality, leading to distorted movements, and by the latter part of the third quarter, their stamina waned significantly, culminating in complete exhaustion by the fourth quarter. Thus, Jiang Chen initially considered selecting the Akashi Sidro Team-Wide Zone Experience card. However, he noted that the skill description clearly stated that the team-wide zone does not equate to a true zone, but rather allows teammates to perform at over 80 capacity, with most hovering around 90, still slightly short of a genuine zone. Even so, that was already quite formidable. Yet, Jiang Chen harbored concerns. Could the Chinese players, whose physical gifts paled in comparison to those of the Americans, truly elevate their capabilities to compete on equal footing after utilizing Akashi Sidro's team-wide zone? Alternatively, selecting the ultra-wide range defense skill would drastically expand Jiang Chen's defensive reach. One can establish a self-centered, colossal spherical defensive perimeter, allowing a single individual to effectively guard against 5 opponents. This skill, when combined with the formidable Great Wall technique of Tomonori Tsukagawa, can undoubtedly thwart numerous attacks from the American team as players. Admittedly, this ability is highly taxing on stamina, yet it should suffice for a duration of 5 minutes. Finally, there is the experience card for Sidro Akashi's Eye of the Emperor, without a doubt. This will enable Jiang Chen to unleash his full potential, rendering both the offensive and defensive efforts of his adversaries utterly ineffective. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen resolved to select the Sidro Akashi Eye of the Emperor experience card. The experience card for Akashi Zone has an element of unpredictability. Its potency remains uncertain post-usage. Conversely, the ultra-wide defensive experience card exhibits significant shortcomings, being exclusively focused on defense and incapable of enhancing offensive capabilities. The Eye of the Emperor by Sidro Akashi, however, promises substantial enhancements to both offense and defense, fully equipping him with the capacity to obliterate any challenge. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your selection has been successful. You have obtained 1 Sidro Akashi Eye of the Emperor experience card. Ding! It has been detected that the Chinese team has succumbed to defeat against the American team, and thus a mission is being issued. Jiang Chen's expression brightened with joy. He had not anticipated the arrival of yet another mission so swiftly. Mission: lead the Chinese team to advance to the top 8 with a second-place finish in the group. Reward: 2,000 achievement points, 1,000 skill fusion fragments, and a Sakurai Yoshimitsu rapid-fire skill fusion card. Listening to the system's voice, Jiang Chen was elated, with a singular thought occupying his mind. In the upcoming group matches, not a single game could be lost. The Chinese team lost to the American team by a mere 13 points. Could Jiang Chen become the savior of his nation? With an astounding 46 points in a single match, Jiang Chen delivered a miraculous performance that overshadowed superstars like LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. Showcasing his formidable prowess, Yao Ming openly declared Jiang Chen to be the future of the Chinese team, having already regarded him as a successor. The accolades from the American team further solidified Jiang Chen's extraordinary display, earning him respect and admiration. The following day, a plethora of news reports regarding the China versus USA match proliferated across the internet and newspapers, with even CT1's Evening News dedicating a minute to recount this momentous game during their Olympic coverage. This clearly illustrated the immense stir this match had caused within China. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's remarkable performance incited a nationwide celebration. Discussion surrounding the game and Jiang Chen's astonishing display dominated conversations, with nearly every major website's headlines revolving around him. On the nation's leading search engine, Jiang Chen's name unequivocally topped the charts. Even athletes who had won gold medals for China garnered far less attention and discussion than Jiang Chen. It can be said that this match elevated Jiang Chen's popularity in China to unprecedented heights. Previously, Yao Ming was a household name in Chinese basketball. Even those who weren't avid fans recognized him as a basketball player. Now, Jiang Chen has similarly achieved widespread recognition, and his rise to fame has been even more rapid and intense than Yao's. As the entire internet buzzed about the Chinese men's basketball team, the national media outlet, People's Daily, released a significant news piece. According to CSM Media Research viewing data, a staggering 184 million Chinese viewers tuned in to watch the basketball showdown between China and the USA, accounting for 15% of the national television audience. Such viewership figures represent the highest ratings in the history of Chinese basketball, a phenomenon aptly described as a city emptied of its populace. In this context, ticket prices for matches involving the Chinese men's basketball team skyrocketed. Scalpers multiplied prices several times over, yet tickets remained elusive. Although basketball is not traditionally regarded as China's strongest sport, it has now emerged as the center of attention. All Chinese spectators of the Olympics are eager to discover what kind of performance the men's basketball team can deliver on home soil. Basketball has undoubtedly become the most anticipated sport among the Chinese populace. After all, while the national football team is a source of disappointment, table tennis offers little suspense, as the only concern is which two domestic athletes will claim gold and silver. Meanwhile, within a basketball training facility in Kyoto, the players of the Spanish team are engaged in practice as the champions of the 2006 World Championship. The Spanish team is regarded as one of the most formidable contenders in this Olympic Games, being the only team deemed capable of challenging the Dream Team. Gasol, your Chinese teammate, has also shone brightly at the Olympics. He scored an astonishing 12 three-pointers in a single game, a truly fearsome statistic. During a training break, Navarro exclaimed, somewhat astonished, the Spanish team's most accurate three-point shooter. Navarro, nicknamed the Bomb, is a dominant force in European leagues, even among the plethora of NBA talents in the Spanish team. Navarro ranks among the elite. Jiang Chen is indeed a remarkable player. His performance in the NBA Finals was nothing short of miraculous. You cannot fathom it. When our team was trailing by 33 points, both Kobe and I had resigned ourselves to defeat. But Jiang Chen managed to turn the tide with his unanswerable three-pointers. Reflecting on it now, it feels surreal, as if Jiang Chen were sent by God to save the Lakers. Gasol said, his eyes glazed over, lost in memories as he shared his sentiments with his teammates. Everyone listened intently, imagining the scene, their blood surging with excitement. Tomorrow, we will face the Chinese team. Do you have any suggestions for defending against Jiang Chen? Navarro inquired, raising an eyebrow in exasperation. A small forward, he would be directly matched up against Jiang Chen in the game. When you see Jiang Chen sink one impossible three-pointer after another, do not despair. Simply focus on the next offensive possession. Trust me, the coach will devise a strategy to counter Jiang Chen, Gasol replied, shrugging. Despite having been teammates with Jiang Chen for a season, Gasol had largely observed Jiang Chen's quiet presence during the regular season. It was only after Jiang Chen's explosive performance in the finals that Gasol had spent a few brief days alongside him. Thus, he was uncertain how to address questions about Jiang Chen's playing style and habits, resorting instead to offering his teammates a word of caution. All eyes turned to the Spanish team's coach. While the head coach maintained a facade of composure, he was inwardly apprehensive. The team had never considered the Chinese team as a rival. Their sole focus had been on the American team. Consequently, they had not studied the Chinese team at all. With the match against China imminent, they had only just reviewed the footage of the previous day's game against the USA and had not yet devised a plan to defend against Jiang Chen. Rest assured, by the time the game starts tomorrow, I will have formulated a strategy to counter this Chinese player's three-point shooting, the Spanish coach vowed confidently. The players nodded in agreement and returned to their training. On August 12th in Kyoto, the group stage of the Olympic basketball event continued. The so-called group of death was set to witness the clash between the Chinese and Spanish teams 0.2 hours prior to the match. The Wuxong Arena was once again filled to capacity, with throngs of fans spilling into the square. The fervent enthusiasm of Chinese fans engulfed the entire Wuxong venue as the Chinese men's basketball team bus approached the arena. The waiting fans surged forward, brandishing national flags and chanting Jiang Chen's name with fervor. Jiang Chen, your popularity is truly soaring. It seems that every fan outside the bus is your admirer, Jianlian remarked. A hint of envy in his tone. Both players had risen as new stars in the Chinese men's basketball scene, entering the NBA in the same year. However, their paths had diverged dramatically. He had been traded from the Bucks to the Nets toward the end of the season, leaving his future uncertain. In contrast, Jiang Chen had signed a lucrative maximum contract with the Lakers in the summer and had now become a core player for the Chinese men's basketball team. With a promising future ahead. I used to be the one receiving such treatment. I never imagined you would usurp my position after just one game, he added with a chuckle. Dai Yao jested with a smile. Expressing his own distress at having so many fans, it's quite a burden. Really, wherever I go, I am recognized that in just the span of 2 days, I've already been surrounded by numerous people seeking autographs. The most exasperating part is that athletes from other events in the Olympic Village have also come to me for signatures that my hand has nearly grown weary from writing, Jiang Chen lamented. The players of the Chinese team turned to glance at Jiang Chen, who was seated at the back of the bus, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. What on earth? Is this true? They thought, taken aback by Jiang Chen's words. How could he possibly complain about having too many fans? Surely, this is a rather fortunate dilemma. Others would yearn for such an affliction. Observing their reactions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Although the term Versailles had yet to emerge in this era, it didn't inhibit him from making a rather Versailles-like statement. He thought it would be amusing to lighten the mood before the competition. Yet, to be fair, his rapid rise to fame did indeed bring about a myriad of challenges. At least for now, he had yet to acclimate to life after becoming a celebrity. As the bus entered the parking lot, the players disembarked in succession, making their way through the corridor to the locker room. Dai Yao, Jiang Chen, and head coach Jonas proceeded to face reporters for a pre-match interview. Dai Yao, with formidable teams ahead. Do you think it will affect your mindset? A reporter inquired. Not at all. We will approach each opponent with great confidence. Moreover, when we were placed in the group of death, we prepared ourselves for tough battles. Dai Yao replied with assurance. How do you perceive the Spanish team? Do you feel confident in leading your team to victory against them? Another reporter asked. The remaining journalists exchanged glances, realizing the absurdity of the question. After all, the Spanish team was the champion of the 2006 World Championship, boasting immense strength. Did the Chinese team, having lost to the United States by 13 points, truly have the right to challenge Spain? However, Dai Yao's subsequent answer left everyone astounded. Absolutely. The Spanish team is indeed a powerhouse. Nonetheless, we remain confident about this match, Dai Yao asserted earnestly, casting a glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen responded with a thumbs up towards Dai Yao. Such resolve was commendable. Regardless of the opponent, fortune favors the brave. He vividly recalled that in the previous Olympics, the Chinese team had a fierce battle against Spain, at one point leading by over 10 points. Yet, due to fatigue in the fourth quarter and a critical coaching error, the team collapsed, allowing Spain to catch up and force overtime. Ultimately, Spain's star player, Pau Gasol, dominated overtime, clinching victory. This match remained a perpetual source of anguish for Chinese fans. Of course, the most painful memory was for Deji. He had made a 2-point shot just on the line, granting Spain the opportunity to equalize. Years later, when the 2008 Chinese men's basketball team gathered, a reporter asked Deji about that game, and his response was heart-wrenching. If I could have taken a step back and made a 3-pointer, Would the outcome have been different? There were no answers. This question not only haunted Xi, but also echoed the regrets of countless Chinese fans. And no matter how much time passes, recalling that match remains a source of unending sorrow in this life. Jiang Chen was determined to rectify that regret and help his team secure victory. Jiang Chen, after your astonishing performance against the United States, hitting 12 three-pointers, do you believe you can replicate such dominance in this game? A reporter inquired. Without a doubt for me, this is quite an effortless task. However, my pursuit is not for numbers but for victory, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, his words exuding confidence. The reporters gasped in astonishment. They finally understood why the typically humble Dai Yao had suddenly become so audacious. It was clearly Jiang Chen's influence. Gasol, as you prepare to face your teammate Jiang Chen, what are your thoughts? A reporter asked that I hope he doesn't make too many logo three-pointers. Gasol joked, but soon became serious. Acknowledging Jiang Chen as a formidable opponent whose three-point shooting posed a significant threat that I believe no team would dare to let him shoot freely. Do you have a defensive strategy specifically designed to counter Jiang Chen? A curious reporter pressed. Absolutely. Jiang Chen deserves our utmost attention, and I trust our coach will devise a plan to contain him, Gasol affirmed. Immediately, the reporters turned their gaze toward the Spanish team's head coach. With a professional smile, the coach stated, I will adjust our tactics based on the flow of the game. Regardless, we will strive to contain Jiang Chen, preventing him from delivering another explosive performance like he did against the United States. Listening to this, the reporters felt a surge of anticipation. Jiang Chen possessed an extraordinary three-point range, and to date, no team had successfully addressed his shooting prowess. The Celtics had failed, the Australian team in the warm-up matches had faltered, and even the star-studded Dream Team 8 could not manage it. Could Spain succeed where others had not? Observing the confident demeanor of the Spanish coach, there seemed to be hope. After the pre-match interviews concluded, both teams returned to their locker rooms. Once they donned their jerseys and training attire, they walked through the player tunnel and into the spotlight of the arena. Instantly, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The players of the Chinese team engaged in warm-up exercises, feeling quite at ease. There is something splendid about playing at home. The warm-up session soon concluded, and the starting players took to the court. The starting lineup for the Chinese men's basketball team included Dai Yao, Yi Jinlian, Jiang Chen, Sun Yu, and Liu Wei. In contrast, the Spanish team starting five comprised Pau Gasol, Marc Gasol, Navarro, Fernandez, and Rubio. Except for Navarro, all players had the potential to compete in the NBA. Pau Gasol, having entered the NBA long ago, was now an all-star level player, having recently won an NBA championship with the Lakers and was undoubtedly the team's star. Marc Gasol, a second-round pick in the 2007 draft, was traded to the Grizzlies after being selected by the Lakers and was also a formidable player. Fernandez was a first-round pick from the same draft year. Rubio, dubbed the Golden Boy, was the youngest player in Olympic basketball history at just 17 years of age. Despite his youth, he was already one of Europe's most renowned basketball figures, heralded as a basketball prodigy. Some media outlets suggested that calling Rubio a genius was almost an understatement, akin to describing Marilyn Monroe as merely beautiful or Wang Fei as pleasant to listen to. Yet, until a more fitting term could be found, genius would have to suffice. Though he had yet to enter the NBA, countless scouts had already traversed the Atlantic to watch Rubio's games in Spain. Predicting that his entry into the NBA would create a significant sensation, at just 17, he had already become a winner in life, with every move under the scrutiny of basketball fans worldwide. Such individuals, born under a lucky star, were destined to attract attention in the lead-up to the game. Many media outlets compared Jiang Chen and Rubio, despite their vast differences in basketball experience and playing positions. Both were among the youngest prodigies of this Olympic Games. Who would deliver the more stunning and dominant performance was a major point of interest for this match. With a sharp whistle, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. Dai Yao and Pau Gasol leaped simultaneously, reaching for the spinning ball above them. Smack! A crisp sound echoed through the arena as the basketball was swiftly tapped by the towering Yao Ming. Liu Wei, having just received the ball, promptly sent it soaring high into the air. The players of the Spanish team exchanged startled glances, pondering the trajectory of the basketball. To echo their astonishment, they noticed Jiang Chen had mysteriously positioned himself beyond the left 45-degree three-point line, with nary a defender in sight. Navarro, stationed near the midcourt, was oblivious to how Jiang Chen had managed to slip past him. Upon receiving the ball, Jiang Chen bent his knees, leapt into the air, raised his elbow, and deftly flicked the ball. A three-point shot erupted forth. Swish! It sailed through the net with perfect precision. Within a mere 5 seconds of the match's commencement, the Chinese team had executed an offensive play of astonishing swiftness. The crowd erupted in awestruck gasps at the exquisite pass. Jiang Chen flashed an OK gesture towards Liu Wei, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The surprise attack had succeeded. Liu Wei, equally exhilarated, waved his arms fervently. Just before the jump ball, Jiang Chen had whispered to Liu Wei to pass the ball to the left 45-degree angle upon gaining possession. Little did they know that their plan would indeed come to fruition. As Yao Ming sprang into the air, Jiang Chen was already sprinting towards the front court, wagering that Yao would win the jump. Should the Spanish team gain possession, Jiang Chen would have to retreat, risking a defensive lapse. The pace of this offensive play was truly breathtaking. Is this a new tactic from the Chinese team? The commentator Yu Jia exclaimed with palpable excitement. This play truly showcases Jiang Chen's strengths. Everyone's focus was on the jump ball between Yao Ming and Gasol, completely overlooking the fact that Jiang Chen had already advanced to the front court. Yang Yi remarked, his tone brimming with astonishment. It seems today, as Chinese team is even more animated than during their previous encounter with the United States, that Yu Jia chuckled in agreement. Indeed, these young men are bursting with determination. Today, they're solely focused on securing a victory. Regardless of the outcome, they must not falter in their momentum. Although they lost to the United States last game, it significantly bolstered the players' confidence, and one can clearly see a revitalized spirit among them on the court. Yang Yi continued, his gaze filled with anticipation. Today may very well present the Chinese men's basketball team with their best opportunity to triumph over Spain. On the court, the Spanish team initiated their offense. Rubio brought the ball past half court, with Pau Gasol providing high-position support. A future all-around center, Gasol's passing prowess is nothing short of exceptional. Navarro sees an opportunity to break free, catching the ball and launching a three-point jumper. Swish! It found nothing but net. The score was now 3-3. The Chinese team responded, with Liu Wei dribbling past half-court and signaling for his teammates to position themselves. Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian converged towards the left, while Jiang Chen skillfully maneuvered between them. Navarro was effectively blocked behind. The elevator door tactic was in play. Jiang Chen received Liu Wei's pass and launched another three-point shot. Swish! Another successful hit. It is evident that the Chinese team has undergone a transformation today. Yang Yi noted in delight. In the last match, their offense revolved around Yao Ming. Regardless of the approach, the ball had to find its way into Yao's hands. However, today, the focus is clearly on Jiang Chen. Even employing the elevator door tactic, Yang Yi's excitement was palpable. Moreover, Jiang Chen's desire to score seems extraordinarily intense today. Unlike the previous match, where he had little involvement in the early minutes, he has now made consecutive three-pointers right from the outset. Yu Jia added, the Spanish team attempted their offense again. Navarro was presented with another shooting opportunity, but unfortunately, he missed. Yao Ming secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed to Liu Wei, igniting a fast break. Jiang Chen dashed forward, receiving the ball, and noticing Navarro trailing behind, he halted abruptly near midcourt, and with no one guarding him, launched a logo three-pointer. The basketball traced a long, high-arc swish. It sailed through the net. Instantly, the arena erupted in fervor. The 2,000 spectators were electrified by Jiang Chen's remarkable long-range shot, their adrenaline surging as if a wave of fervor were about to burst forth from their chests. Wow, Jiang Chen has made an explosive entrance today, hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers. It's exhilarating, one spectator exclaimed, overwhelmed by the spectacle. If Jiang Chen can maintain this fiery form, there's a genuine chance of defeating Spain. Another added. The audience buzzed with excitement, collectively chanting Jiang Chen's name, their voices reaching a fever pitch as if they might tear their throats in the process. The Spanish players appeared momentarily stunned, grappling with how to defend against this red-hot Chinese rookie. Their coach, visibly anxious, was drenched in cold sweat, That damn number 12 player, why did he have to explode right at the start? He pondered, feeling the weight of the situation. Navarro, Fernandez, as soon as that number 12 player crosses half court, double-team him. Now we can afford to allow one Chinese guard to shoot. The Spanish coach barked in Spanish, overwhelmed by the unexpected challenge presented by Jiang Chen's extraordinary shooting range and accuracy. The Spanish team's offense resumed as Rubio orchestrated the play, delivering the ball to Gasol. Gasol engaged in a one-on-one with Yao Ming, executing a series of fakes before converting a smooth hook shot. The Chinese team continued to push the pace. When opportunities dwindled, they slowed down to establish their half-court offense. Jiang Chen received the ball, only to find Navarro and Fernandez closing in on him. He passed to Sun Yu, then utilized the double screen provided by Yao Ming and Jiang to navigate to the corner three-point line. As he received the pass, both Navarro and Fernandez circled around the screen, lunging at Jiang Chen. Yet, undeterred, Jiang Chen opted not to pass to the wide-open Sun Yu at the top of the key. Instead, he rose up, shooting over the defenders. Swish, another flawless basket, with 4 consecutive three-pointers to start the game. Not only were the spectators electrified, but even the players on the Chinese team roared in exhilaration. Jiang Chen raised his arms triumphantly, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination, a slight smile gracing his lips. Can a double team truly restrain me? He seemed to challenge. This is explosive. Jiang Chen's performance today is simply phenomenal. Yang, he exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. This has undoubtedly caught the Spanish team off guard. Even with their double-team strategy, it is clear that the Chinese team came prepared, providing Jiang Chen with tactical screens to facilitate his shooting opportunities, Yu Jia remarked. While it is unclear how Jonas has found his footing, one must commend his strategic arrangements in this match. Yang, he noted, finally appreciating Jonas. Although his player rotations leave something to be desired, his tactical acumen reflects the prowess of an international coach. All right, everyone, let us keep our composure. Jiang Chen's shooting touch cannot remain this hot forever, as long as we maintain our offensive prowess. We shall prevail, Navarro shouted, offering solace to his teammates. Jiang Chen might indeed possess an astonishing three-point shooting form in this match. Gasol mused inwardly. Although his teammates had begun to take Jiang Chen seriously, it was still far from sufficient. He had personally experienced the dominance Jiang Chen could exert in a game during the final 2 matches of the NBA Finals. He had witnessed firsthand how the Celtics fell victim to Jiang Chen's lethal three-point shooting. The Celtics exhibited a complete lack of capability on the court, reflecting Navarro's words, as Jiang Chen missed consecutive shots in the following 2 possessions. This offered a glimmer of hope to the Spanish team, yet they too failed to seize the opportunity, also missing their attempts. Then Jiang Chen erupted once more, unleashing his unpredictable shooting style from within the three-point line. While he may not possess independent offensive capabilities, as long as he utilized screens to position himself beyond the arc and receive the ball, he could effortlessly unleash his shots from beyond the three-point line. The high-arching three-pointers by Rujin Zinru left the opponents utterly defenseless. When the Spanish team's defensive focus was entirely on Jiang Chen, he transformed into a decoy, drawing defenders away to create opportunities for his teammates. Sun Yu and Jiang both found their rhythm, capitalizing on open mid-range shots and converting them with ease. The first quarter concluded with a score of 21-34, as the Chinese team led the Spanish team by 13 points. Jiang Chen had an explosive first quarter, playing the full 10 minutes, shooting 8 for 12, including 5 for 8 from beyond the arc, amassing a remarkable 21 points and setting a new Olympic record for points in a single quarter. Under Jiang Chen's dazzling performance, the fans in attendance were completely enthralled in the online streaming chat room. The comments erupted in excitement. Jiang Chen's three-point shooting was simply phenomenal, and his unorthodox shooting style was nothing short of spectacular. Is it still appropriate to call him Jiang Sanfen? That seems rather unreasonable now. Jiang Chen's performance was undeniably at a superstar level. Jiang Wudi? Jiang Shunxi? Jiang Sanjing? What does that mean upstairs? Isn't Sanjing Shou renowned for his three-point shooting and slam dunk? In the Wuxang Arena, the American team sat in the stands, their faces painted with astonishment. This Chinese rookie's performance was even more explosive than in the previous match. Anthony couldn't help but exclaim. For some reason, he always felt that the Spanish team didn't seem particularly strong. What an odd impression. After all, the Spanish team was the World Championship title holder. Yet during the first quarter, they were utterly powerless against the Chinese team, which seemed rather absurd. No, to be precise, they were rendered defenseless by Jiang Chen. Reflecting on the long-range three-pointers Jiang Chen had made in the last game, a sense of helplessness washed over him. What kind of basketball talent could achieve such an astonishing three-point shooting percentage? It's truly unbelievable, James lamented, cradling his head. Kobe's eyes sparkled with excitement. With Jiang Chen performing at this level, the Lakers' championship aspiration for the new season seemed secure. As the second quarter began, both teams fielded a mixed lineup of starters and substitutes. For the Chinese team, Yao Ming and Jiang Chen rested on the sidelines, while Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhizhi became the offensive focal points. Guys, while number 12 is off the court, let's seize the moment and close the gap. The Spanish coach urged his players, confidence etched across his face, and no matter how invincible Jiang Chen appeared, he couldn't play the entire 40 minutes. Could he? In terms of roster depth, the Chinese team simply couldn't compete with the Spanish team. That if they could capitalize on Jiang Chen's absence, the Spanish team could easily dominate the game. However, the flow of the game did not unfold as he had anticipated. Suddenly, Wang Zhizhi erupted, scoring continuously both inside and outside, leaving the entire audience in awe. The Spanish players were equally dumbfounded. When did the Chinese team acquire such a formidable player, and he as a substitute? From a bench, Jiang Chen sprang to his feet, waving a towel in support of Wang Zhizhi. The more Wang Zhizhi played, the more he found his rhythm, deploying an arsenal of offensive skills that seemed poised to shatter the Spanish team's defenses. After completing a 2-1 play, Wang Zhizhi basked in the cheers from the crowd, pointing skyward with one hand, his spirit ablaze, releasing a roar that encapsulated years of struggle, from being a renowned young talent in Asia to losing himself in the NBA, and then returning to lead the Bai team to reclaim the CBA championship. He had long sought redemption. Now, he was delivering the finest performance of his national team career in less than 4 minutes. He scored 10 points, halting the Spanish team's momentum and allowing the Chinese team to maintain their lead. The Spanish coach felt a pang of anxiety as he prepared to make substitutions, only to be astonished to find that the unstoppable offensive player was being taken off the court. Despite his stellar performance, after 4 minutes, Jonas still opted to substitute Wang Zhizhi. The audience, bewildered by Jonas's decision, erupted in boos. Jiang Chen sighed in resignation, knowing that this outcome was inevitable. Regardless of Wang Zhizhi's brilliance, he would ultimately fail to earn Jonas's trust. Jonas was a defensive-minded coach, and Wang Zhizhi's weakness lay in his defense. No matter how brilliant his offensive talent might be, it would not endear him to Jonas. This fate ensured that Wang Zhizhi would be constrained throughout the Olympics, unable to showcase his true abilities. As Wang Zhizhi walked off the court, disheartened, he sat on the bench, towel draped over his head, gazing at the score on the big screen, a sense of satisfaction crossing his face. He led his country down and had indeed made a contribution, maintaining a 15-point lead for the Chinese team. The rest he entrusted to his teammates. He looked at Jiang Chen, fire burning in his eyes, even more intense than the red of the Chinese jersey. "Brother, it's all on you now. You must not let my efforts go to waste," Wang Zhizhi said, somewhat emotionally, as Jiang Chen passed by Jiang Chen. Wang Zhizhi saw a reflection of his younger self. Although he had not performed as spectacularly as Jiang Chen, he too had harbored lofty aspirations, viewed as the hope and future of Chinese basketball. Yet he ultimately fell short of the expectations of his country and fans. Jiang Chen turned back, flashing a smile. "Rest assured, we will definitely win this match. I will compensate for your last 2 centimeters of regret." Wang Zhizhi didn't quite catch Jiang Chen's last statement. But it didn't matter. With the preceding words, he felt reassured. Jonas not only substituted in Jiang Chen, but also brought in Yao Ming that, in his view, having the 2 core players on the floor together would pose a greater threat to the Spanish team. The Spanish coach likewise brought in the Gasol brothers to maintain their dominance in the paint. That on the offensive end for China, Lu Wei orchestrated the play at the top of the arc, aiming to pass the ball to Yao Ming. However, his intentions were anticipated by Rubio, who easily intercepted the pass. He promptly initiated a fast break, despite Lu Wei's desperate attempts to return on defense. He couldn't keep up with Rubio, who effortlessly scored on a 1-on-0 layup. in consecutive possessions, the Spanish team showcased their formidable defense, successfully stifling several of China's attempts. Rubio, in particular, stood out, repeatedly forcing Liu Wei into mistakes. The American players in the stands exchanged astonished glances, taking note of this Spanish starting point guard. Rubio is truly a genius player. His defensive prowess makes it incredibly challenging for the Chinese guard to advance the ball past half-court. Perhaps this will be the turning point of the game, Kobe remarked, his eyes reflecting admiration. Indeed, if the Chinese team were to have an exceptional point guard, the performances of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen on the court would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. James expressed his sentiments, feeling a sense of regret. Alas, the Chinese team has committed far too many errors recently. It feels as though sitting on the bench for merely a few minutes has rendered them unable to play. Yu Jia exclaimed anxiously. Currently, the Chinese team is sorely lacking in offensive players. Jonas should consider substituting De Ji. De Ji possesses the ability to shoot three-pointers, which would create space for Yao in the paint, thereby alleviating the defensive pressure on Jiang Chen. Yang articulated, sharing his thoughts and ideas. Unfortunately, he was merely a commentator and unable to influence the coach's decisions. It is truly a pity that De Ji, in such excellent form, was taken off the court, Yu Jia added, both anxious and frustrated, bewildered by Jonas's choice. Come on, team, let us muster our strength and narrow the score. Rubio dribbled while glancing at the scoreboard. They had closed the gap to just 8 points. Indeed, once the Spanish team intensified their game, the Chinese team appeared remarkably vulnerable. Had it not been for the explosive performance of player number 12 in the first quarter, the Chinese team might not have even had the opportunity to lead. Rubio's demeanor grew cold as he signaled for Navarro to set a screen, and he intended to take on Jiang Chen one-on-one. The crowd erupted in excitement, cheering "Go Jiang Chen." This young man has some audacity, daring to challenge Jiang Chen. One cannot deny that the Spanish point guard seems somewhat overconfident. Jiang Chen's defensive prowess is formidable. I recognize this guard, Rubio, a basketball prodigy from Europe. However, in comparison to Jiang Chen, I believe he falls slightly short. Let us see who will prevail in this one-on-one duel. Jiang Chen must uphold the honor of our nation and not falter at such a critical moment. The fans were abuzz, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. The court was poised to reveal who the true basketball genius is. Once I enter the NBA, my career achievements will surely surpass yours, Rubio declared, his eyes glinting with determination. Jiang Chen remained silent, merely displaying a disdainful smile that he knew full well that this Spanish golden boy had become nothing more than an ordinary starter after joining the NBA, having never even made an all-star team. Regardless of one's reputation as a basketball genius, upon entering the NBA, many fade into the background. Thus, he chose to disregard Rubio's provocation. Rubio continued to dribble, attempting to break through Jiang Chen's defense. Jiang Chen activated his strongest defensive skill, reminiscent of a wall, and combined it with the enhanced reflexes derived from his innate athleticism. He executed a clean steal with remarkable speed, transforming into a phantom-like figure as he deftly snatched the basketball away. Immediately, he initiated a fast break. Liu Ming dribbled vigorously. After crossing half-court, he abruptly halted at the three-point line and executed a jump shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. The arena erupted with thunderous applause. Brilliant! That steal was magnificent. And that three-pointer was equally impressive. I knew Jiang Chen would not disappoint the Chinese fans. This counterattack truly restored our pride. Rubio must now be somewhat dazed. How could this one-on-one challenge conclude before it even began? The crowd buzzed, their excitement reaching a pinnacle. Rubio indeed stood frozen, utterly unprepared for the loss of control over the basketball. This was not the outcome he desired. Calm down, buddy. Jiang Chen's defense is formidable. Try not to confront him head-on, Gasol promptly advised, his tone serious. He vividly recalled the humiliating moments when Ray Allen and Pierce faltered against Jiang Chen's defense. Rubio shook himself back to reality. Nodding slightly, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes, that he dashed to the backcourt, receiving the inbounds pass. And after crossing half-court, he passed to Gasol. Gasol, backing down against Yao Ming, executed a series of spin moves followed by a fadeaway jump shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming executed a perfect defensive play and secured the rebound. The Chinese team launched a defensive counterattack. After crossing half-court, Jiang Chen launched a long-range three-pointer. Swish, it found the net once more. Scoring 6 consecutive points and extending the lead to 14, the Spanish team advanced on offense. Rubio dribbled past half-court, and Jiang Chen lunged forward. He maneuvered, attempting to pass, but found no openings, ultimately resorting to a forced jump shot. Clang, the ball bounced off the rim. Yao snagged the rebound and sent it forward. Jiang Chen sprinted with all his might. Upon receiving the basketball, he activated his shooting skill and effortlessly drained a mid-range shot. The Chinese team now led by 16 points. Buzzer. The Spanish coach's expression darkened, and he immediately called for a timeout. In the stands. Kobe shook his head in resignation. The fate of the Spanish team hinged on Rubio. Their success stemmed from his defense, which had established a stable rhythm, yet he chose to provoke Jiang Chen. Now he had been decisively neutralized, leading to a surge in offensive momentum for the Chinese team. Despite being a basketball prodigy, he still fell short in comparison to Jiang Chen. Kobe incisively pointed out the reason behind the Spanish team's suppression once more. It's likely that upon returning from the timeout, Rubio would find himself benched by the Spanish coach. Wade, with his cheeks puffed out, nodded in agreement. The dynamics of the game were ever-changing. A minor error could dictate the course of the entire match. Moreover, Rubio had made several mistakes on the court. He was still too young. Insufficient experience in high-stakes games may have clouded his judgment due to emotional factors. After the timeout, the Spanish coach indeed replaced Rubio with another key player. Calderin, although a substitute, Calderin was an established NBA player with a consistent presence and performance. His court management skills surpassed those of the current Rubio, though he lacked in defensive prowess, which was why he had been relegated to the bench. With Rubio's performance faltering, the Spanish coach had no choice but to increase Calderin's playing time. The game resumed. The Spanish team initiated an attack. Calderin orchestrated the offense, passing to Pau Gasol, who executed a low post play with Marcus Gasol, delivering a behind-the-back pass that led to a successful hook shot. Frustrated by the consecutive scores in the paint, Yao Ming trudged to the front court, eager to respond. Lu Wei promptly passed the basketball to him. Yao backed down against Gasol, executing a series of deceptive moves before performing a turnaround jump shot. With a flick of his wrist, the ball soared through the air. Swish, it found the net. This turnaround jumper in the paint is Yao's signature move. Without double teaming, Yao's threat in the paint is undeniably elite. Even in NBA games, no player wishes to face Yao one-on-one frequently. In a series of possessions, Yao dominated the paint, ultimately forcing the Spanish team to resort to double-teaming him. Consequently, the perimeter defense weakened. Lu Wei and Jiang Chen both sank three-pointers, igniting another offensive surge. At halftime, the score stood at 48-69, with the Chinese team extending their lead to 21 points. Heavens, it is hard to believe we are leading the World Championship champions by 21 points. This is beyond anyone's expectations, Yang Yi exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, I thought the Chinese team might have a chance to contend with Spain, leveraging the home court advantage for a close match, but never anticipated a 21-point lead. I can only say that this Chinese men's basketball team has truly not let us down. Yu Jia followed closely, his eyes shimmering with delight. The Spanish team would undoubtedly not remain passive. In the second half, the Chinese team must focus on maintaining their lead. We must not let them overturn the game, Yang Yi expressed with a hint of concern, from the latter part of the third quarter to the entirety of the fourth. The issue of the Chinese team's waning stamina has been a well-known challenge. This predicament is somewhat unavoidable in such high-intensity matches, especially against physically formidable opponents. The depletion of energy occurs at a much faster rate than in ordinary games. Consequently, the Chinese team often starts strong in the first half, only to falter drastically in the second. Yu Jia nodded, acknowledging this shared concern. After an interminable halftime, the second half commenced. The Spanish coach once again included Rubio in the starting lineup. Determined to rely on his defensive prowess to reverse their fortunes against the Chinese team, they must commence with solid defense. With Rubio tasked to limit Lu Wei, the Chinese team's offense will become exceedingly challenging. Akin to a severe constipation, the Chinese team initiated the offense. As Lu Wei crossed half-court, Rubio lunged fiercely at him. leaving no room for tactical execution. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Yao Ming, the team's core. To resolve the offensive dilemma, Yao, with his back to the basket, swiftly released the ball upon sensing a double team approaching. Jinlian caught the basketball and unleashed a long-range jumper. Swished. It found nothing but net. The Chinese team began to exhibit a commendable offensive rhythm in the second half, scoring consecutively over several possessions. As time ticked away, the tension among the audience gradually eased. At this pace, victory for the Chinese team seemed inevitable. Finally, a group stage victory was within reach. With half of the third quarter elapsed, the Chinese team maintained a 20-point lead, rendering the outcome seemingly assured. Some fans in attendance began to celebrate. Even Yang, Yi, and Yu Jiao relaxed, anticipating the moment of triumph. Could it be that Spain is on the verge of defeat? James remarked with astonishment. In the 2006 World Championship, he had personally experienced the might of the Spanish team. Moreover, in this Olympic tournament, the U.S. team regarded Spain as the principal obstacle to their championship aspirations. Yet now, Spain appeared overwhelmed by the Chinese team, a situation that was rather unfathomable. Perhaps the Chinese team was no longer the easy target it once was. Having narrowly lost to Spain by only 13 points in the previous group match had already sent shivers down his spine. To his surprise, the Chinese team was performing even more impressively today. It was quite extraordinary, Wade echoed, unable to believe his eyes. The addition of Jiang Chen had provided the Chinese team with a qualitative leap, as his offensive capabilities alleviated the team's reliance solely on Yao Ming. Watching Jiang Chen and Yao dominate both the interior and perimeter, Kobe was reminded of his days paired with Shaquille O'Neal, his emotions a complex tapestry of surprise and caution. The other American players exhibited expressions of shock. The Chinese team's okay combination? Indeed intriguing. However, I believe that the Spanish team will not resign themselves so easily. They're the reigning world champions, and I suspect that the current Spanish squad has yet to unleash their full potential. Kobe mused, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Would the game still hold surprises? As Kobe had surmised, the Spanish team did not concede defeat. In the latter half of the third quarter, Spain suddenly erupted. Not only did they ramp up their defensive intensity, but their offense also ignited. Navarro, Fernandez, and a host of sharpshooters began sinking three-pointers with aplomb. The Gasol brothers engaged Yao Ming in a fierce battle in the paint, nearly reducing him to a mere shadow of his former self. And they secured 2 offensive rebounds, granting Spain additional opportunities to score. In under 3 minutes, Spain unleashed a 12-2 run, narrowing the gap to 10 points. Instantly, the audience's spirits dampened once more to this juncture. The Chinese team needed to hold firm. The nearly 20,000 spectators fixated their attention on Jiang Chen, the player known for conjuring miraculous performances. Could he once again rise to the occasion and withstand Spain's counterattack? Spain closed the gap to just 7 points, rekindling the audience's anxiety as they fixated on their screens, unable to look away for even a moment. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams fielded their strongest lineups. The coaches understood the critical importance of the opening minutes of this period. For Spain, seizing the lead now would provide a significant psychological edge, allowing them to navigate the latter stages of the game with greater ease. For the Chinese team, maintaining their lead was paramount. Otherwise, their confidence would suffer greatly. Spain initiated the offense. Rubio penetrated past Liu Wei for a layup, reducing the deficit to 5 points. Wei go. I'll take the primary responsibility for guarding Rubio. Jiang Chen stated earnestly, his demeanor turning serious, that Rubio's contributions to Spain's fluid offense were indispensable, and his defensive impact was crucial for the team's scoring surge. Thus, to contain Spain, limiting Rubio was imperative. Liu Wei nodded. Recognizing his own limitations, it would be challenging to keep pace with Rubio, making Jiang Chen the optimal choice for defense. The Chinese team advanced the ball, after Liu Wei brought it past half-court. He swiftly passed to Jiang Chen, executing a pick and roll. Upon switching defenders, Jiang Chen found himself matched against Rubio. With unwavering determination and fierce resolve in his gaze, Rubio was poised to reclaim his earlier pride. His eyes sharpened, and he lunged forward for a steal. Jiang Chen, quick on his feet, expertly evaded Rubio's attempt with a subtle sidestep. This overly aggressive maneuver left Rubio out of position. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen launched a 3-point shot, The ball arced gracefully through the arc. Swish. The IT found nothing but net once more. The audience erupted in ecstatic cheers. The previous three-pointer had been executed with remarkable confidence, effectively stifling the momentum of Spain's resurgence. Steady. Jiang Chen's performance at such a pivotal moment is truly commendable, Yu Jia exclaimed in admiration. Our Chinese men's basketball team desperately needs players like Jiang Chen, who possess such a resilient spirit. Yao Ming has the capability to be the team's stalwart in critical moments, but often, during those decisive instances, he struggles to even receive the ball, which is quite unfortunate. Yang Yi shook his head, a hint of helplessness permeating his tone. In such a vast nation as China, the absence of a competent point guard capable of delivering the ball to the great Yao Ming is indeed a lamentable reality. Even though Lu Wei stands as the most adept passer for Yao in the entire country, he still fails to fully activate Yao's potential. Moreover, from the essence of basketball, while towering players can dominate the court, they often struggle to secure shooting opportunities in critical moments. Those who can dribble and create their own shots assume a far more pivotal role during decisive instances. Presently, Jiang Chen embodies that role. Although he lacks breakaway prowess, his stable ball handling and rhythmic changes allow him to generate shooting opportunities even under defensive pressure. For a top-tier shooter like Jiang Chen, this is more than sufficient. Spain's offense commenced. Rubio advanced the ball past half-court. Jiang Chen positioned himself at the three-point line, maintaining a two-step distance from Rubio that he defended against drives, yet allowed for the possibility of a shot. He was acutely aware of Rubio's limited shooting ability in the future. Upon entering the NBA, Rubio's reluctance to score led many teams to abandon him, resulting in a career characterized by perpetual wandering. Fans even affectionately dubbed him Lu Yizhong as a playful jab at his shooting skills. Despite possessing strong organizational capabilities, Rubio's lack of scoring prowess prevented him from ascending to the ranks of elite NBA point guards. Thus, Jiang Chen confidently stood nearly a meter away from Rubio. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Was he really allowing Rubio to shoot? Incensed by the perceived disrespect, Rubio wasted no time and launched a three-pointer. Clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim. The crowd gasped in surprise. Remarkably, it hadn't gone in. Yao secured the rebound, and the Chinese team fell into a half-court offense. With the ball in hand, Jiang Chen faced Rubio, dribbling backward before releasing another three-pointer. Swish! Once again, he found the mark that Rubio's expression darkened, realizing that his defense was utterly ineffective against Jiang Chen. Most troubling was his inability to discern Jiang Chen's dribbling patterns, making it difficult to anticipate his next offensive move. This was disheartening. Spain's offense resumed. Rubio, observing Jiang Chen once again left unguarded, furrowed his brow. Such a blatant provocation left him with no choice but to shoot. Yet he felt no confidence in his chances. His self-assurance began to wane. Navarro sprinted to the top of the arc, timely receiving the ball from Rubio, and launched a three-pointer. Clang. Another miss. The Chinese team countered. Jiang Chen received the pass and executed a designated play, switching defenses with Lu Wei, now facing Rubio. Utilizing Jilian's high screen, Jiang Chen took a deliberate step, glancing down to confirm both feet were beyond the three-point line before calmly releasing a shot. Rubio maneuvered around Jilian, desperately attempting to close the gap, but was a moment too late, left to watch as Jiang Chen released the ball. In his eagerness, he lost control of his body mid-air, and with a slap, struck Jiang Chen's wrist. Swish! The ball found nothing but net. Jiang Chen fell to the ground, and the referee's whistle pierced the air. Rubio had committed a foul. The basket counted, and Jiang Chen was awarded an additional free throw. The arena plunged into a brief silence, swiftly followed by a crescendo of cheers that threatened to lift the roof off. Rubio stood in a daze, glancing at his hand, his face a mask of dejection, his eyes devoid of their former spark. Beautiful! Yao exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Jiang Chen. The play was both commanding and uplifting. His teammates gathered around him, exuberantly patting him on the back to tee the free throw line. He effortlessly sank his shot. With 10 consecutive points, the team surged to a 10-0 run, extending their lead to 15 points. The whistle blew. Spain's head coach called a timeout to reorganize their strategy, subsequently substituting Rubio for Calder in, a move made out of sheer frustration. This decision, however, was not particularly wise. Despite Rubio being thoroughly outplayed by Jiang Chen, he still contributed significantly to both the offensive and defensive facets of the game. Removing him from the court would considerably undermine his confidence. Anthony frowned, puzzled by the decision to no. The coach's substitution was indeed timely. Conversely, it was a protective measure for Rubio. He had lost his confidence against Jiang Chen. Arguably, even forgetting how to play it was imperative to shield him from further humiliation. Losing a group stage match was inconsequential, but allowing a key player to lose his confidence would be a catastrophic blow. Coach Lauke articulated this sentiment with gravity, empathizing with the Spanish coach's actions as a collegiate coach. He not only focused on enhancing player skills, but also frequently addressed their psychological well-being. After all, they were still young, and mental resilience could easily falter, especially for a prodigy like Rubio, who had faced little adversity throughout his career, having flourished amidst accolades and applause. Previously, he had been an absolute star on the European stage. Yet now, in his inaugural Olympic match, he was being thoroughly outclassed by Jiang Chen. This would undoubtedly be a significant setback for his confidence. It was akin to a top student in middle school suddenly becoming average upon entering a prestigious high school, losing the admiration and recognition they once enjoyed. Many students struggle to cope with such a psychological shift, ultimately leading to their downfall. Diminishing a person's confidence is far more devastating than defeating them in competition. If the Spanish coach had not substituted Rubio, enduring a few more humiliating plays from Jiang Chen could have led to an irrevocable loss of faith in his abilities. The game continued. Calderon assumed the responsibility of orchestrating the team's offense. While lacking Rubio's intuitive passing, he diligently executed each play. The Gasol brothers relentlessly attacked the paint, challenging both Yao and Yi. Particularly, Pau Gasol resembled a robust polar bear, dwarfing Yi Jianlian, who appeared fragile in comparison and struggled to hold his ground. The brothers scored repeatedly, but failed to close the gap. With Rubio's aggressive defense absent, Lu Wei felt emboldened against Calderon, delivering a series of exquisite assists. Yao, Zhu Fengyu, and Yi all capitalized on their shooting opportunities, steadily accumulating points. Both teams found themselves locked in a fierce exchange of scoring. Yet, time was slipping away as the clock wound down. It increasingly favored the Chinese team. With around 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, China began to control the tempo of the game. Spain visibly grew anxious, shifting away from attacking the paint and resorting to three-point attempts in hopes of quickly narrowing the score. Navarro launched several shots, but each met with futility against the formidable defenses of Jiang Chen and Jin Chuanjiji. Fernandez and Calder managed to sink a three-pointer each. But Zhu Fengyu responded without hesitation, nailing a three-pointer while facing tight coverage, showcasing the prowess of Asia's former top small forward. Jiang Chen, the current top small forward in Asia, was not to be outdone. Unleashing a long-range three-pointer of his own, maintaining a 13-point lead to seal the game. With just 2.5 minutes remaining, Spain called a timeout, withdrawing all their starters and conceding the match. The crowd erupted into ecstatic cheers, enveloped in an almost surreal atmosphere. It was truly happening. The Chinese men's basketball team was achieving glory on home soil. They had clinched the championship of the World Championship. All I can say is, the Chinese men's basketball team is extraordinary. They have lived up to expectations. Their performance has been nothing short of outstanding. This is undoubtedly a moment that will be etched in history. To witness such a monumental occasion is indeed a stroke of immense fortune. The fans are abuzz with excitement, some unable to contain their emotions, shedding tears of joy. The Spanish team, reigning champions of the World Championship, may have merely faced China in a group match, yet it has already instilled a sense of pride among the supporters. Regardless of how far the Chinese men's basketball team may progress in the subsequent matches, this single game has more than fulfilled the expectations of its fans. The final whistle blows. The score reads 101-110. China triumphs over Spain by a margin of 9 points, securing their first victory in the group stage. The audience erupts in euphoric cheers, as if the Chinese team had just clinched the Olympic gold medal. Many foreign fans in attendance find it difficult to comprehend the exuberance over a mere group match victory. They do not grasp the significance it holds for the Chinese men's basketball team and its supporters. This emotional wave is one that only the Chinese fans can truly understand. They have won. The Chinese team has achieved what seemed an impossible feat. All the young men on the basketball team are heroes to us, infusing the Wuxong Arena with immense pride. Yu Jia, visibly moved, remarked with red-rimmed eyes. As a commentator, witnessing the Chinese team secure a victory against a world-class opponent on home soil is an unparalleled joy. It is unprecedented. My heart has never been overwhelmed by such a complex surge of emotions. From a young age, I have followed the Chinese men's basketball team, watching them struggle against international powerhouses. Yet my hope for their resurgence has never waned. At last, I see a glimmer of hope. The dawn of the Chinese men's basketball team is approaching, heralding a new era of brightness. He eloquently and passionately articulates his sentiments, tears welling in his eyes. Jiang Chen. He is poised to lead the Chinese men's basketball team to prominence, becoming the guiding light of this new realm. Look at his statistics from this match. After playing for 35 minutes, he shot 18 of 26 from the field, 12 of 18 from beyond the arc, and 2 of 3 from the free throw line, amassing an incredible 50 points, along with 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 steals. He utterly dominated the game. Yu Jia exclaimed, unable to contain his fervor as he gazed at the statistical sheet. Record-breaking. Jiang Chen has not only shattered his own scoring record at the Olympics, but has also set a new benchmark for Chinese players in Olympic history, establishing the highest single-game scoring record in Olympic basketball history. Moreover, the highlight of the match was Jiang Chen's ability to completely neutralize the performances of Navarro and Rubio, rendering the Spanish backcourt ineffective. He declared excitedly, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Jiang Chen's impact was not limited to his astonishing statistics. His encore performance was equally breathtaking. Only those who witnessed the game can comprehend the immense energy Jiang Chen exhibited. On the court, the Chinese players are exuberantly embracing one another. Jiang Chen stands at the center, basking in the cheers of his teammates. The Spanish players exit the arena in dismay, with only Gasol taking a moment to converse with Jiang Chen briefly. For a team aiming to contend for gold against the American Dream Team, losing their first group match is a significant setback. During the post-match interview segment, all eyes are fixed on Jiang Chen. Undoubtedly, he is no longer just a household name in basketball. He has become a prominent figure of the entire Olympic event. Jiang, you led the Chinese team to victory over the World Championship champion Spain. What does this mean for you and for the Chinese men's basketball team? Jiang, you scored 50 points, setting yet another Olympic record. How do you feel about this achievement? Jiang, you completely outplayed the Spanish prodigy Rubio. What are your thoughts on him? The reporters bombard him with questions, brimming with curiosity about everything that has transpired. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen chooses a few questions to respond to. Defeating Spain has significantly boosted our confidence. In the future, when facing any formidable international teams, we will approach them with unwavering conviction. Beyond that, it holds no exceptional significance. After all, it was merely a group match. Scoring 50 points is indeed a remarkable achievement, and I am grateful for my standout performance. But this is far from my limit. Should the team require it, I will strive to deliver even greater performances in upcoming matches. As for Rubio, I must admit, I had not heard of him prior to facing Spain. However, he is undoubtedly talented, and I believe he has the potential to make a name for himself in the NBA, perhaps even as a starter. That said, he must work on enhancing his shooting skills. Listening to Jiang Chen's responses, the reporters are taken aback yet find the familiarity comforting. This is indeed Jiang Chen's trademark style of answering questions. While it may come off as somewhat ostentatious, no one doubts his words. After all, since his rise to fame, every claim he has made has come to fruition, which speaks volumes in the Spanish team's interview area. A reporter inquires of Gasol, "What do you believe was the primary reason for the loss in this match?" Clearly, we failed to contain Jiang Chen's performance. He scored 50 points against us, a result that is simply unacceptable. Gasol replied, somewhat dejected. "And how would you assess Jiang Chen's performance in this match?" A reporter asked. "He delivered an incredible performance, completely dominating the game with his exceptional offense and defense. Such dominance is something I have only witnessed in Kobe." Gasol remarked, offering high praise for Jiang Chen. The reporters were visibly astonished. Such accolades are indeed significant, Considering Kobe is one of the foremost superstars in the NBA, to be compared to him is a testament to Jiang Chen's extraordinary performance. Next, the reporters turned their attention to the Spanish head coach. In your pre-match interview, you mentioned that you would contain Jiang Chen, yet throughout the game, Spain's defense against him seemed ineffective. What would you attribute this to? Upon hearing this question, Gasol also glanced curiously at the head coach. Indeed, I devised a targeted defensive strategy, even employing double teaming. Unfortunately, the results were not as we had hoped. I will thoroughly analyze this match to identify the shortcomings. The Spanish head coach responded vaguely, somewhat awkwardly. The reporters noted, "Please remember, the one who claimed they would contain Jiang Chen was Gasol. That is not my responsibility. I simply stated that we would do our utmost to limit him. But I never guaranteed success." The Spanish head coach silently chided Gasol in his mind, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. It is time for a serious discussion with Gasol. Such remarks cannot be repeated in future interviews. After a few more questions, the reporters concluded the post-match interview. Then report this content at the fastest speed. The Olympic Games are in full swing, with a plethora of news about athletes clinching gold medals. However, the group match between the Chinese team and the Spanish team remains the focal point on the Olympic official website, igniting fervent discussions across the internet. For the general public watching the Olympics, the performance of the Chinese men's basketball team has indeed been a delightful surprise. Historically, the level of the Chinese men's basketball team has been comparable to that of the national football team, often languishing at the bottom internationally. The only distinction lies in the presence of Yao Ming, the stabilizing force, who has managed to uphold a meager ranking of 8th in the world. Nevertheless, there remains a significant gap when compared to truly formidable international teams. This time, to secure a shocking victory against a world-class team like Spain is truly exhilarating and a source of pride. Following a spectacular performance where Jiang Chen scored 46 points against the United States, his 50 points against Spain sent the internet into a frenzy once again. I can only exclaim, incredible. Jiang Chen is nothing short of a celestial being. I must regard him as the savior of the Chinese men's basketball team. With his presence, I am exceedingly optimistic about their chances of achieving remarkable success in this Olympic Games. Jiang Chen has successfully piqued my interest in basketball, and I intend to watch every match of the Chinese men's basketball team henceforth. Charge forward, leading the team out of the death group and safeguarding the dignity of the host nation. Fans are eagerly discussing and anticipating Jiang Chen's forthcoming performances. After a day of rest, the Chinese men's basketball team faced Angola on August 14th for their third group match. Angola is the weakest team in Group B, and it was imperative for the Chinese team to secure a victory against them to meet their qualification goals. With Jiang Chen on the team, there was no suspense as soon as the match commenced. The Chinese team launched a series of successful attacks, quickly widening the score gap by the end of the first quarter. The Chinese team had established a 13-point lead. At halftime, they expanded their advantage to 25 points, rendering the outcome of the match inevitable. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 109-81, as the Chinese team triumphed over Angola by a substantial margin of 28 points, marking their second victory in the group stage. Undoubtedly, the standout performer of the match was Jiang Chen, who played for 29 minutes, shooting 14 out of 23, with 6 out of 10 from beyond the arc and converting both of his free throws. Amassing a total of 36 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist in addition to Jiang Chen, Yao Ming also displayed a resurgence, achieving 29 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 assists from 12 of 19 shooting, marking his best performance of the 3 Olympic matches. This game showcased the tremendous potential of China's dual stars to the entire world. When Yao Ming and Jiang Chen both rise to prominence, the strength of the Chinese men's basketball team is undoubtedly among the world's elite. Numerous media outlets have reported that all participating teams in this Olympic Games no longer underestimate the Chinese team. In their eyes, the Chinese team has become the biggest dark horse in the men's basketball event. After securing 2 consecutive victories in the group stage, the Chinese team has already locked in a spot in the quarterfinals. On August 16, the Chinese team faced their 4th opponent, the German team. The German team boasts 2 NBA players, the superstar Dirk Nowitzki and the all-star caliber Chris Common. The rest of the players are local talents from Germany, whose strength is relatively average. This has led to a general lack of confidence in the German team. even with their two-star NBA players. Before the men's basketball event commenced, many media outlets predicted that the German team would defeat both the Chinese and Angolan teams to advance as the fourth seed in Group B. However, the unexpected emergence of the Chinese team as formidable strength in the group stage has dimmed the German team's hopes of progressing. During pre-match interviews, the atmosphere within the Chinese team was relaxed and vibrant. Having already secured a spot in the quarterfinals, this match posed no pressure for them. Yao Ming confidently declared that he would contain Chris Coman's performance, asserting that even though they had qualified, they would strive to win every single match in preparation for the upcoming knockout rounds. Yao Ming's aspirations extend beyond merely guiding the Chinese team to the top 8 as the host nation. He aims to lead the team to achieve the best results in the history of Chinese men's basketball, perhaps even securing a medal. This is the goal that Yao Ming is fervently pursuing. He understands that this is not an unrealistic fantasy, but rather a tangible possibility. In contrast to the buoyant atmosphere surrounding the Chinese team, the mood within the German team was somewhat oppressive and heavy. Prior to this match, the German team had suffered consecutive defeats to the United States, Greece, and Spain, teetering on the brink of elimination that a loss to the Chinese team today would mean the end of their hopes for advancing to the quarterfinals. Thus, this match was a matter of life and death for them. In interviews, Nowitzki stated he would give his all to lead the team to victory over China and preserve their hopes of advancing. Chris Coman, somewhat arrogantly, claimed he would contain Yao Ming and prove himself to be the superior center. The match commenced swiftly. Coman won the tip-off, and the German team initiated the offense. Nowitzki launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc, executing a flawless shot that left Yi Jianlian unable to block it. Swish, the ball went through the net. The Chinese team retaliated. Jiang Chen, refusing to be outdone, received a pass from Liu Wei and without hesitation launched a three-pointer. Swish. It also found the mark. This was a long-distance three-pointer. The audience had become accustomed to Jiang Chen's high-difficulty three-point displays, considering them routine. Over the ensuing minutes, the match devolved into a scoring duel between Nowitzki and Jiang Chen, both showcasing their exceptional shooting skills. However, Jiang Chen's three-point prowess soon overshadowed Nowitzki's offensive attempts to in the paint. Yao Ming and Coman engaged in a fierce battle. Coman exerted immense effort in both defense and offense. Yet he was easily overpowered by Yao Ming. Clearly, Coman's expectations were somewhat naive. Even if Yao Ming's injury had not fully healed, he could still easily dominate Coman. After all, a thin camel is larger than a horse. Yao Ming is a top NBA center, while Coman is merely a borderline all-star caliber center. In terms of defensive ability and offensive versatility, Coman cannot compare to Yao Ming. After a few exchanges, Yao Ming gained the upper hand, wreaking havoc in the paint. By the end of the first quarter, the Chinese team held an 8-point lead, firmly controlling the pace of the game. As the second quarter began, Yao Ming and Jiang Chen continued to shine, firing from both inside and outside, steadily increasing their score. Fortunately for the German team, they had Nowitzki. Otherwise, the score would have widened significantly. After enduring for another quarter, as the match progressed into the second half, Nowitzki began to tire, and his offensive efficiency dwindled. The entire offensive effort of the German team relied solely on Nowitzki, which became increasingly unsustainable. Seizing this opportunity, the Chinese team surged ahead, leaving the outcome of the match in no doubt. The game concluded with a score of 96-79, as the Chinese team secured another victory in the group stage by a margin of 17 points, achieving their third consecutive win. Meanwhile, the German team lost their chance to advance to the quarterfinals in the game of victors and vanquished. Competitive sports can be extraordinarily ruthless. The players of the national team exit the arena, their faces shadowed with disappointment, leaving a stage that is not meant for them. Meanwhile, the Chinese team continues to revel in their victory, basking in the adulation of the crowd. Jiang Chen maintains his formidable performance, scoring 33 points with 2 rebounds from 12 successful shots out of 20 attempts, including 7 out of 12 from beyond the arc and a perfect 2 for 2 from the free throw line. Yao Ming, on the other hand, achieves 35 points and 14 rebounds, hitting 15 of 23 attempts and going 5 for 5 from the free throw line, showcasing his prowess as a premier NBA center and setting a new personal record for points in a single game for the national team. Observing the stellar display of this dynamic duo, commentator Yang expresses his awe, declaring that Yao Ming and Jiang Chen represent the strongest combination in the history of Chinese basketball. Now, this formidable pair will join forces to lead the Chinese team in pursuit of history. On August 18, the Chinese team faces their final opponent in the group stage, the Greek team, a formidable European powerhouse. Greece possesses intricate basketball skills and a high level of basketball intelligence. Excelling in both offense and defense, they have emerged as a strong contender in recent years. Notably, during the 2006 World Championship semifinals, Greece triumphed over the formidable United States team to advance to the finals. Regrettably, in the championship match, Greece faltered, allowing a Spain team lacking their star player, Pau Gasol, to seize victory and claim the championship title. Although this match holds no significant bearing for the Chinese team, every player expresses a fervent desire to win them. This contest is a battle of revenge. This is because during the 2006 World Championship, the Chinese team suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Greece in the knockout round. Losing by over 30 points with no chance to retaliate, it was undoubtedly one of the darkest moments for the Chinese men's basketball team on the international stage. Now, how could they let this opportunity for vengeance slip away at the Olympics? As the game commences, the Chinese team exerts their full strength, launching a frenzied offensive against the Greek team's basket. Every player is focused and determined, seizing every shooting opportunity with conviction. Even Jianlian, who rarely attempts three-pointers, sinks one for beyond the arc in less than 5 minutes. The Chinese team surges ahead with a 15-6 run, establishing a 9-point lead in response. The Greek head coach calls for a timeout to recalibrate their strategy. Upon resuming, the adjustments yield immediate results. Greece executes exquisite plays, repeatedly finding opportunities beyond the arc and swiftly leveling the score. The two teams trade leads, neither able to gain a significant advantage, resulting in an intense back-and-forth battle. This intensity persists into the second half. In the third quarter, Greece suddenly intensifies their efforts, unleashing a 14-3 scoring run to extend their lead, which they maintain into the fourth quarter as the gap widens. While Yao and others remain composed, Jiang Chen becomes anxious. What kind of international farce is this? With only one match left to fulfill their mission, a loss would render their efforts futile. No, this game cannot be lost. Jiang Chen glances at the scoreboard. 75. Greece leads by 12 points with approximately 8 minutes remaining. That's ample time. Jiang Chen's expression sharpens. Radiating an extraordinary aura, he moves with newfound vigor, utilizing Yao's screen to position himself beyond the arc. Receiving a pass from Lu Wei before launching a three-pointer, the ball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish! It finds nothing but net. Greece's offense responds with well-coordinated plays, creating an easy layup opportunity in the paint for another 2 points. On the next possession, Jiang Chen crosses half-court, noticing his defender is not closing in, and decisively halts just beyond the midline, unleashing a long-range logo three-pointer. Swish! Once again, it is nothing but net. The crowd erupts into a frenzy, chanting MVP. After consecutive three-pointers, it appears Jiang Chen is primed to take charge of the Chinese team's offense, initiating a comeback. The commentator, Yang Jian, excitedly proclaims, "Hey, reversing the game is Jiang Chen's forte. I firmly believe the Chinese team will claim victory in this match." A 12-point lead is far too slender for Greece. After all, Jiang Chen has previously overturned a 33-point deficit in a single quarter. For him, 12 points are hardly daunting. Commentator Zhang Weiping, brimming with pride, lauds Jiang Chen. Yang Jian nods in agreement. When it comes to orchestrating comebacks, look no further than the sharpshooter Jiang Chen. Greece's offense unfolds. Their star player seems provoked by Jiang Chen's long-range success, opting for a one-on-one matchup with him. Jiang Chen, catching this, can't help but smirk. A player with a name comparable to Giannis Antetokounmpo's is truly trying to challenge him. Is he unaware that superstars like LeBron and Wade have faltered against Jiang Chen's defense? Jiang Chen will relish this opportunity. Witnessing this, Zhang Weiping chuckles with excitement. With a series of dribbles, Greece's star player suddenly shifts direction, attempting to break past Jiang Chen from the right, utilizing the incredible reflexes bestowed by his physical prowess. Jiang Chen swiftly shifts to his right, thwarting the opponent's advance. Realizing the futility of his drive, the Greek player resorts to a step-back jumper. The basketball arcs through the air, bang, up to brick, under the influence of the formidable defense. His shooting percentage has plummeted to just over 20. What did I tell you? This player clearly lacks an accurate assessment of his abilities. Attempting to take on Jiang Chen is no simple feat, remarks Coach Jiang with a beaming expression. Yao Ming secures the defensive rebound, denying any fast break opportunity. The Chinese team resumes their half-court offense. The elevator play is employed once more, granting Jiang Chen another shooting opportunity from a 45-degree angle on the left, where he sinks yet another three-pointer. Here it comes, another three-pointer. Once Jiang Chen heats up from beyond the arc, it's a cascade of points. Yang Jian reflects, striving to contain the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He is waiting for the moment when the Chinese team overtakes the score and clinches victory. If the Chinese team can indeed reverse this game, they will advance to the quarterfinals as the second seed in their group. Undoubtedly, this will mark a historic achievement for the Chinese men's basketball team in international competitions. And now, the weight of this historic endeavor rests squarely on Jiang Chen's shoulders. On the court, Jiang Chen executes two cuts to receive a pass from Yao Ming in the paint, effortlessly scoring with a finesse shot. Alongside him, Jianlian and Yao also capitalize on their opportunities in the paint. After all, Greece relies heavily on perimeter shooting and lacks an advantage inside. Among all the teams participating in the Olympics, few possess a stronger interior presence than China. With just 3 minutes remaining in the match, Jiang Chen's long-range three-pointer propels the Chinese team into the lead by 2 points. They've taken the lead. With only 3 minutes left, the Chinese team must hold their ground. Yang Jian clenches his fists, his eyes glistening, fixated on the court. Coach Zhang's breathing quickens, a hint of tension evident. Amidst the Chinese team's relentless offensive onslaught and the electrifying atmosphere from the crowd, Greece's players visibly falter under pressure. They attempt to respond, launching 3 consecutive three-pointers from the perimeter, yet none find their mark. Meanwhile, Yao Ming continues to dominate in the paint, scoring twice with turnaround jumpers and extending the lead. As the final minute approaches, the Chinese team has widened the gap to 9 points. The outcome appears inevitable. The buzzer sounds. The final score reads 101-108. The Chinese team has overturned the Greek squad to secure victory, advancing to the quarterfinals as the second seed in their group, achieving the best group stage result in the history of Chinese men's basketball. They have triumphed. This iteration of the Chinese men's basketball team has truly delivered countless surprises. The achievement of securing second place in the group stage is a result that I could never have imagined, exclaimed Yang Jian, his long-suppressed emotions bursting forth in that moment. Who would dare claim that the Chinese team could not break through the so-called group of death? Not only have we surpassed that daunting group, but we have also attained second place, trailing only behind the illustrious United States Dream Team. This is indeed a source of immense pride, the venerable Zhang Weiping also remarked, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As a senior figure in Chinese basketball, he was a key player in his youth and has devoted his life to the sport as a commentator after retiring. Witnessing the Chinese national basketball team achieve such remarkable success on home soil during the Olympics is a thrilling experience. With the conclusion of the group stage in men's basketball at the Olympics, the lineup for the quarterfinals has been officially revealed. The Chinese team will face Croatia, the third-ranked team from Group A. Yang Jian stated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Against Croatia, the Chinese team has a significant chance of advancing to the semifinals, as they are the only team in Group A without any NBA players. In contrast, the Chinese squad boasts 4 NBA-caliber players, including the superstar Yao Ming and the promising Jiang Chen. Furthermore, in the lead-up to the Olympics, the Chinese team secured 2 victories against Croatia in friendly matches, providing a psychological edge. Perhaps qualifying for the quarterfinals as the second in the group is merely the beginning of the Chinese national basketball team's dazzling performance in this edition of the Olympics. As we enter the knockout stage, how many more surprises can the Chinese team bring us? Zhang Weiping mused, casting his gaze upon Jiang Chen. In his eyes, possessing Jiang Chen means the Chinese team holds infinite possibilities. Undoubtedly, this iteration of the Chinese national basketball team will be remembered. They represent the strongest team in the history of Chinese men's basketball and are poised to achieve unprecedented success on the court. The players of the Chinese team continue to embrace one another, celebrating their hard-fought victory. Jiang Chen found himself at the center of the jubilant gathering, his mind already immersed in the system. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task and successfully helping the Chinese team advance to the quarterfinals with a second-place finish in the group stage. Now, the task rewards are being issued. Reward: 2,000 achievement points, 1,000 skill fusion fragments, and a card for the skill fusion of Sakurai Ryuku's rapid shot. The system's cold voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Fusion skill: Sakurai Ryuku's rapid shot. Jiang Chen exclaimed with excitement. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successful fusion. The system's voice announced. With a thought, the description of Sakurai Ryuku's rapid shot appeared in his mind. Sakurai Ryuku's rapid shot, a first-year student from Tohu Academy. Endowed with the ability for quick shooting, initial level. Intermediate, fusion rate. 50, post-fusion, it can enhance the host's shooting speed by 50. A smile involuntarily spread across Jiang Chen's face. This skill, combined with Midarima Shintaro's high-arc three-point shot, becomes utterly formidable. Although it merely enhances shooting speed by 50, it is already terrifying. As such, his three-point shooting ability becomes even more challenging to defend against. He glanced at his system interface. System: Black Basketball System host. Jiang Chen height: 201 centimeters weight. 98 kilograms overall physique. 89 skills. Amin Daiki's physical talent, perfection level. Tsukawa Tomoki's strongest wall, advanced. Midarima Shintaro's high-arc three-pointer, advanced. Hayama Kotaru's thunder dribble, advanced. Amin Daiki's unpredictable shooting, advanced. Sakurai Ryuku's rapid shot, intermediate. Items: Akashi Sidra's Eye of the Emperor Experience Card 1, 10 minutes duration. Kai's Ryuta's Imitation Experience Card 1, 10 minutes duration. Achievement points: 3,000 skill fusion fragments. 1450 with only 3,000 achievement points. A lottery draw seems unlikely in the short term. However, the skill fusion fragments have accumulated to 1450. And with another 550, he could perform a skill upgrade. Jiang Chen murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation as he had already decided which skill to upgrade. Ding dong, a new task is issued. Lead the Chinese men's basketball team to achieve excellence at the Olympics. The higher the ranking of the Chinese men's basketball team, the greater the rewards. Reaching the semifinals yields 2,000 achievement points and 600 skill fusion fragments. Advancing to the finals grants 500 skill fusion fragments. Winning the championship awards 500 skill fusion fragments, as well as the top-tier body talent of the Fire God, which emphasizes enhanced jumping ability and hang time, plus a treasure chest to select from one. Note: rewards are not issued in a lump sum, but are cumulative. The system's voice resonated once more in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes filled with tears as he fixed his gaze on the final rewards. This reward is truly extraordinary. The physical attributes of the Fire God are undeniably monstrous, especially in terms of jumping ability and hang time, making him the strongest character in the Kuroko's basketball manga. He could even walk in mid-air. Should he be fortunate enough to receive this accolade, his physical prowess would undoubtedly reach new heights. Even in the NBA, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with any player. In that instant, Jiang Chen was infused with an indomitable spirit. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to lead the Chinese men's basketball team to glory, returning to the present amidst the jubilant cheers of his teammates. Jiang Chen beamed with a radiant smile. The following day, news of the Chinese team advancing to the quarterfinals exploded across the internet. Simultaneously, major sports media outlets commenced a round of predictions for the forthcoming quarterfinal matches. Apart from a showdown between China and Croatia, the remaining three matchups featured Lithuania versus Greece, Argentina against Spain, and Australia facing the United States. The most anticipated clash was undoubtedly between the Chinese team and the American squad. An increasing number of media commentators began to speculate on the possibility of the Chinese team reaching the finals. After all, they had triumphed over the formidable Spanish team in the group stage and lost to the United States by a mere 13 points. Progressing as the second team in their group, all signs indicated that the Chinese team had emerged as a force to be reckoned with in the Olympics. Such predictions ignited the fervor of Chinese fans, who flooded online platforms with messages of support and anticipation for the national team. 2 days later, the quarterfinals commenced. The first match featured Lithuania against Greece, as two European powerhouses. Both teams displayed striking similarities in their playing styles and tactics, with players well acquainted with one another. The match intensified through to the fourth quarter, but ultimately Lithuania emerged victorious, thanks to the stellar performance of their star player, securing a hard-fought win over Greece and advancing to the semifinals. Next up was the match between the United States and Australia, where the disparity in strength was glaringly evident, leaving little room for doubt. Despite Australia boasting Andrew Bogut, the first overall pick, they were no match for the formidable American team. Throughout the game, Bogut was thoroughly dominated by Dwight Howard, to the point of being utterly overwhelmed. Australia could only hold their ground for 5 minutes before the United States widened the gap in scoring. The final score was 115-80, with the American team comfortably advancing to the semifinals by a staggering 35-point margin. Thus, the first day of competition concluded. On the second day, the quarterfinals continued. The opening match pitted Spain against Argentina. Spain was the champion of the 2006 World Championship, while Argentina claimed gold at the 2004 Olympics. Their encounter could be likened to a clash of titans. Akin to a cosmic collision, both teams featured NBA superstars. Spain had Pau Gasol, while Argentina showcased Manu Ginóbili. On paper, the teams appeared evenly matched. The entire match unfolded with both sides fiercely contesting, each responding to the other's remarkable plays, much to the delight of the spectators. In the climactic fourth quarter, Spain demonstrated superior strength, with the Gasol brothers dominating the paint, executing a series of successful plays that propelled them into a scoring frenzy. Ultimately, Ginóbili's efforts fell short, as two consecutive missed three-point attempts sealed Argentina's fate. Spain successfully advanced to the semifinals. 2 hours later, at the Wuxong Arena, the final quarterfinal match between the Chinese team and Croatia was about to commence. The atmosphere in the arena was electric, with fans brimming with excitement as they awaited the start of the game. Unquestionably, the attention surrounding this match reached unprecedented heights, aside from the enthusiastic crowd present. Countless viewers tuned in via television and online streams to witness this pivotal encounter. The venue was also graced by numerous celebrities from various sectors, all rallying behind the Chinese men's basketball team. The possibility of surpassing the historical best performance and advancing to the semifinals hinged on this match. Additionally, expectations were high for Jiang Chen, who had undeniably become one of the leading figures of the Chinese team. His performance would ultimately dictate the team's potential. As both teams engaged in warm-ups, the sound of missed shots echoed from the Chinese side. Even Yao Ming's mid-range attempts faltering. It was merely a warm-up, raising concerns about their performance in the actual game. Observing his teammates' tense demeanor, Jiang Chen recognized their anxiety. It was evident that their bodies felt stiff, devoid of the fluidity needed for shooting. Yao, in particular, seemed burdened by immense pressure, having gambled his career by returning to the national team at the risk of jeopardizing his NBA future. He bore the weight of history, as not everyone has the opportunity to compete in the Olympics on home soil, representing their country. Such chances are exceedingly rare. Coach Zhang, the players appear quite anxious. What do you think they should do to adjust their mindset? Commentator Yang Chen inquired. What is there to worry about? What is the strength of our Chinese men's basketball team now? Just go for it. Coach Zhang replied with a light-hearted confidence that at this historic juncture, emotions ran high for everyone, regardless of the outcome. They would all become the focal point of tomorrow's discussions. Yang Chen reflected on the journey of the Chinese men's basketball team from the Olympics to the present, noting their commendable performance that had instilled pride in all Chinese fans. Unlike the national football team, which had disappointed under the weight of expectations, the Chinese men's basketball team had continually surpassed the hopes of its supporters, shattering viewership records with their matches. Regardless, there was a collective hope that the young men of the Chinese team would perform admirably in this quarterfinal showdown, an opportunity that would only arise once in a lifetime. Veteran commentator Zhang Weiping's demeanor turned serious as he earnestly stated, fist clenched, eyes fixed on the court. As warm-ups concluded, both teams took to the court, and the match officially began. Yao Ming easily won the jump ball, directing the basketball to Liu Wei, who swiftly dribbled past half-court. However, just as he attempted to orchestrate a play, he was met with a fierce steal from a Croatian defender, resulting in a turnover. Although the Croatian team lacked NBA players, their squad was remarkably balanced, with two guards posing significant threats due to their exceptional defensive skills and aggressive offensive play, featuring sharp drives and accurate three-pointers. Throughout this Olympic tournament, Croatia had been the most overlooked team, as Chinese fans were generally unfamiliar with European basketball leagues and their players. However, if one were to delve into their history, they would discover that Croatia once boasted a glorious past, having earned a silver medal, second only to the legendary Dream Team. While their current strength may not match their peak, they remained a formidable opponent. Following the steal, Croatia launched a rapid counterattack. One of their guards dribbled past half-court and abruptly halted at the three-point line. Launching a shot that arched gracefully through the air, swish, the ball found nothing but net, eliciting gasps from the audience. Wasn't he that the very quick-stop three-pointer Jiang Chen often employed during fast breaks? The audacity to showcase such a move in front of Jiang Chen spoke volumes of the shooter's confidence in his three-point shooting ability. The fans erupted, filled with excitement. Tio dare display such skill before Jiang Chen. It was akin to brandishing a sword before Confucius. Utterly presumptuous. The Croatian players had certainly made their presence felt from the outset. If it were me, I would never stand for this. I believe Jiang Chen is not one to tolerate such provocations. He would surely retaliate. The venerable Zhang Weiping exclaimed with fervor, "The Chinese team is on the offensive." As Liu Wei dribbled past the halfway line, he swiftly passed the ball to Jiang Chen. The Croatian team was well prepared, with two players rapidly converging to double-team him. Jiang Chen initiated a thunderous dribble, retreating several steps and moving from beyond the three-point line to near the center logo. With the two defenders closing in, he displayed remarkable composure, executing a high-arcing three-point shot complemented by Sakurai Ryoma's lightning-fast release. Adopting the shooting stance, he flicked his wrist and launched the basketball with astonishing speed. The two defenders, initially confident in blocking Jiang Chen's shot, momentarily found themselves disoriented as they watched the ball soar away. What astonishing release speed! The basketball traced a majestic arc before swishing through the net. In an instant, the arena erupted in a frenzy of cheers from the fans. Scoring a long-range three-pointer while under pressure from two defenders was an emphatic statement. And what about that release speed? It was utterly outrageous. I've never witnessed Jiang Chen shoot so swiftly before. Yang Jian remarked, his voice tinged with disbelief. I've never seen a player so audacious in attempting a three-pointer. Had it been anyone else, I would have deemed such a shot unreasonable, mere folly. Yet with Jiang Chen, it is entirely justifiable, for he possesses such extraordinary talent. The elder Zhang Weiping proclaimed with excitement on the court. The Chinese players celebrated with high fives for Jiang Chen as they rushed back on defense, their faces alight with exhilaration. The collective mood had been ignited by Jiang Chen's remarkable shot, dispelling the tension that had previously loomed. Yao Ming gazed at Jiang Chen's silhouette, his eyes filled with awe. One could not help but acknowledge that Jiang Chen was indeed a remarkable player. With just a single three-pointer, he had transformed the team's morale and spirit. With such performances from Jiang Chen, what was there to fear? The quarterfinals were within reach, and victory was imperative. Yao's expression hardened with determination, his body brimming with vigor. As a Croatian guard drove towards the basket, Yao Ming swiftly intervened, delivering a resounding block that sent the ball flying. Upon landing, he pounded his chest and let out a roar, reminiscent of a slumbering lion awakened, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. What a spectacular block! The formidable duo of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen was dominating the court, effectively suppressing the Croatian team. This exemplifies the current prowess of our Chinese men's basketball team. Zhang, the coach, exclaimed, clapping in approval. One must admit, the Chinese team's opening performance was truly breathtaking. Although the players had appeared tense during warm-ups, the sudden surge from Yao Ming and Jiang Chen had undoubtedly steadied their emotions. Yang Jian added, his breathing growing more rapid, with Jiang Chen and Yao leading the charge, demonstrating their resolve to win this match. It was an immense source of encouragement for the other players on the Chinese team. On the sidelines, spectators from the Spanish team observed the game. It seems this Chinese rookie's shooting speed has significantly increased, Navarro remarked, a look of astonishment creasing his brow. Indeed, it's almost unbelievable. How can a human achieve such rapid shooting speed? Fernandez echoed, equally amazed. Not only Jiang Chen, but Yao Ming is also improving by leaps and bounds. It appears that the electric atmosphere of the home crowd has invigorated him, allowing him to shake off the mental burden of his injuries. Thus, the Chinese team has become even stronger since the group stages, Gasol remarked solemnly, finding it hard to comprehend. The Chinese team has undergone a remarkable transformation in such a short time. It's nothing short of miraculous. Initially, I favored Croatia to win this match, given their more balanced roster and overall superior strength. However, now I believe the Chinese team can secure victory, Navarro asserted, his tone earnest. The others rolled their eyes. It was evident to anyone with eyes. The stars had aligned in favor of the Chinese team. On the court, Yao Ming forcefully swatted the basketball out of bounds, conceding possession back to Croatia. As the point guard received the inbound pass and prepared to initiate an offensive play, Liu Wei suddenly surged forward and intercepted the ball. "That's mine. Give it back." Liu Wei bellowed, his expression fierce. As he launched a fast break, Sun Yu and Jiang Chen closely trailed behind him. Liu Wei drove into the paint and executed a no-look pass to the trailing Sun Yu. Sun Yu leapt high, and the recovering Croatian player followed suit, anticipating a thunderous dunk. However, just as everyone expected Sun Yu to complete an aerial assault, he turned to make a behind-the-back pass, sending the basketball to Jiang Chen beyond the three-point line. Ready for the shot, Jiang Chen leapt into the air, utilizing Sakurai Ryoma's lightning-fast release skill. The basketball transformed into a comet, streaking towards the hoop. Swish, it found the net effortlessly. "Great shot," Liu Wei exclaimed, his previously suppressed emotions erupting in exhilaration. He yearned to showcase his talent before millions of Chinese fans. Not wanting to disappoint them as a guard, he aspired to be a source of pride for the fans, to prove that his selection for the national team was not merely due to his association with Yao Ming. This was the crux of the fans' criticism against him. Now, he aimed to shed that label in this national team. Everyone shared the common goal of bringing glory to their country. Yet beneath that grand objective, each individual bore their own burdens and pressures. Jiang Chen signaled an okay gesture, exuding a cool elegance. The crowd erupted once more, their cheers roaring like a tidal wave, invigorating the Chinese team's momentum. That was a beautiful fast break, such a rare display of precision teamwork from the Chinese team. Yang Jian exclaimed with fervor. How could one not love this version of the Chinese men's basketball team? How could expectations not soar? Liu Wei's interception was executed with remarkable decisiveness, avenging the earlier theft by the Croatian point guard. Indeed, the young men of the Chinese team are all fiercely determined, each striving to outdo the other. Zhang, the coach, remarked with satisfaction, his eyes alight with hope. The Croatian team mounted an offensive. Their core point guard orchestrated a tactical play that a player found an opening beyond the three-point line and launched a shot. However, just as the basketball soared, it was met with an immense hand that swatted it away. None other than Yi Jianlian, who had emerged from the defense. The basketball ricocheted off the Croatian player and out of bounds. Awarding possession to the Chinese team, Yi Jianlian clenched his fists and let out a youthful roar, his face betraying a fierce intensity. Everyone was contributing. How could he remain in the shadows? He too must fight for the team. Yao Ming rushed over, embracing Yi Jianlian in a massive bear hug. The Chinese team initiated their offense once more. After crossing the halfway line, Liu Wei executed a pick-and-roll with Yi Jianlian and promptly passed the ball to him. Yi Jianlian received the basketball, leapt into the air, and unleashed a thunderous dunk, wreaking havoc on the rim. The referee's whistle blew, and the Croatian coach stood up, calling for a timeout. That we can't withstand it. The relentless assault from the Chinese team is overwhelming. As the game continued, it became evident that a collapse was imminent before the end of the first quarter. The head coach promptly restructured the strategy and endeavored to soothe the players' frayed emotions. Clearly, the team was taken aback by the performance of the Chinese squad. Upon resuming play, Croatia executed a tactical maneuver, scoring 2 points. However, amidst the stellar contributions from the Chinese players, such a level of offensive play appeared utterly insufficient. Jiang Chen consistently found his rhythm from beyond the arc, while Yao Ming showcased his dominance in the paint, scoring repeatedly with forceful plays. Croatia's most significant weakness lay in their feeble interior defense. Not a single player on their roster could contend with Yao Ming in this match. Yao transformed Croatia's paint area into his personal domain. The first quarter concluded with a score of 18-31, granting the Chinese team a commanding 13-point lead, effectively suppressing Croatia's efforts. After a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced. Wang Zhizhi, Zhu Fengyu, and Wang Shipeng spearheaded the Chinese offensive. Notably, Wang Zhizhi delivered a series of breathtaking performances, his solid footwork allowing him to easily create shooting opportunities. Even as Croatia mounted several offensive counterattacks, they were consistently thwarted by Wang Zhizhi's assertive plays. After half a quarter, both teams' key players took to the court. Croatia began to reveal their collective strength, executing intricate plays that dismantled China's defense, leading to multiple open shooting opportunities. Their sharpshooters began to find their range, sinking consecutive three-pointers. Jiang Chen timely stepped up, nailing three three-pointers in succession, dousing Croatia's resurgence. The first half concluded with a score of 38-59, as China extended their lead to 21 points. The scales of victory had begun to tip. Following halftime, the game erupted into a tumultuous third quarter. China exploded once more, embarking on 11 for a run in less than 3 minutes, widening the gap to 28 points. The outcome of the match seemed inevitable. The audience erupted in jubilant celebration. No1 had anticipated the Chinese team would display such overwhelming dominance in the quarterfinals, rendering the Croatian team powerless, but a wave of pride surged for the Chinese men's basketball team. In a historic match, their performance was nothing short of flawless. From that point on, all that remained was to maintain control of the situation until the final whistle. Although Croatia initiated several counterattacks, they were subdued by the combined efforts of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 87-104, as China triumphed over Croatia by a 17-point margin, effortlessly advancing to the semifinals. At the sound of the final buzzer, the crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers, a thunderous ovation that resonated throughout the arena. Simultaneously, fans watching the match on television began to celebrate joyously, akin to a great awakened dragon roaring with delight across the expanse of China. Victory! The Chinese men's basketball team delivered an unexpectedly stellar performance under the watchful eyes of millions, etching their name in history. Yang Jian's voice trembled slightly, filled with immense joy. This victory was a decade in the making. Since embarking on a career in commentary, he had never ceased to hope for the Chinese men's basketball team to achieve commendable results on the international stage. Year after year of anticipation had yielded nothing but disappointment. Now, at long last, his wishes had come to fruition. Even more thrilling was the fact that this historic achievement was accomplished as the host nation, adding profound significance to the record. Indeed, the young men of this Chinese team exhibited remarkable prowess. From the outset of the match, they demonstrated an unwavering desire and determination to secure victory. Each player contributed to this monumental game that, in the end, they united as one, fighting valiantly to help the Chinese men's basketball team make history. Yet, Jiang Chen and Yao Ming continued to display absolute dominance. Throughout the match, Jiang Chen achieved an impressive 39 points, hitting 15 of 25 shots, with 7-11 from three-point range and a perfect 2 for 2 from the free throw line. Yao Ming, too, excelled, scoring 32 points and grabbing 12 rebounds while making 13 of 20 attempts and sinking all 6 of his free throws, utterly overpowering the opposition's interior defense. Veteran commentator Zhang Weiping expressed his excitement, his tone filled with both reflection and relief. The Chinese men's basketball team's remarkable success could not have been achieved without the indispensable contributions of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen. At the pinnacle of Yao's illustrious career, and as Jiang Chen was just beginning to make his mark, the two had collaborated at the Kyoto Olympics to bring glory to their nation. The previous Olympic Games had not taken place in China, nor had Jiang Chen been present. The next Olympics would again not be in China, and while Jiang Chen would likely assume the mantle of leadership for the national team, it was probable that Yao Ming would not be there. Thus, everything seemed perfectly orchestrated. Next, the Chinese team was set to face Lithuania in the semifinals for a chance to advance to the final. Compared to Croatia, Lithuania appeared slightly stronger. However, both teams shared remarkably similar styles of play, relying on precise shooting and intricate teamwork, while both exhibited vulnerabilities in their interior defense. Therefore, I believe the Chinese team has a significant chance of reaching the finals. Jiang Chen proclaimed passionately, his excitement surging as his confidence grew. Having reached the semifinals with such ease, what was there to fear? This prediction seemed sound, under the unstoppable duo of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen. All European rivals were mere paper tigers, Coach Zhang enthusiastically remarked, a swell of pride welling within him. The men's basketball team mirrored contemporary China, rising from a century of weakness and subjugation by powerful nations. Now, they had risen to prominence. Who would dare to underestimate them? I firmly believe that following this Olympics, the influence of the Chinese men's basketball team on the world stage will only continue to grow. When basketball fans from around the globe discuss the current prowess of their national teams, the Chinese men's basketball team will undoubtedly be included in the conversation. That on the court, the players of the Chinese men's basketball team embraced one another. Akin to heroes returning from battle, reveling in the joy of victory and the adoration of their fans, to achieve such honor in their professional careers was already a fulfillment of their aspirations. Yet they all understood that this was not the end, nor the conclusion of this narrative. They would continue to write even greater legends, striving for higher accolades. Yao Ming was particularly emotional, as the pressures of recent days dissipated into joy at that moment. Previously, he had expressed in interviews that perhaps one should not concern themselves with criticism if they played poorly. All Chinese fans had the right to voice their opinions on the national team. Though he stated this, the pain in his heart was undeniable. As a national team athlete, he felt he could scarcely face the fans. But now, the situation was different. He believed that millions of Chinese fans would feel immense pride in today's Chinese men's basketball team. Ding dong, congratulations, host, on completing the phase task. Rewards are now being issued, granting 2,000 achievement points and 600 skill fusion fragments. Just as Jiang Chen was celebrating, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. His expression brightened. This reward arrived at the perfect moment. With this reward, his skill fusion fragments totaled 2150, sufficient to upgrade a high-level skill to its fullest potential. System: upgrade the Kuroko Thunder Dribble skill. Jiang Chen stated without hesitation. He had resolved to upgrade this skill long ago, for its enhancement would yield a qualitative leap in his abilities, granting him the capacity to break through defenders. He vividly recalled the description of Kuroro's dribbling, where one could seemingly vanish while executing swift dribbles to evade opponents. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading. The Kuroko Thunder Dribble skill has reached maximum level, with an 80 fusion rate. In addition to possessing exceptional dribbling skills, it now grants the ability to evade defenders with remarkable speed. The breakthrough rate varies with the intensity of the defense, while the probability of being intercepted stands at 10. Note: to activate the breakthrough evasion ability, the dribbling fingers must be raised to 4. The sound of the system echoed, devoid of emotion, yet it ignited a fervor within Jiang Chen. He lifted his gaze towards the Lithuanian team seated at the sidelines, his eyes ablaze with intensity, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, as if he had spotted his prey. The semifinals. Here I come. On the sidelines, the Lithuanian players felt the weight of Jiang Chen's penetrating gaze, their spirits aflame with determination, yet their expressions bore a solemn gravity. The dominance displayed by the Chinese team in this match was impossible to overlook. Until now, they had never faced the Chinese squad, as the latter had never breached the semifinals before. However, the prowess exhibited by the Chinese team in this Olympic Games was astonishing, rendering them an undeniable force to reckon with. All the Lithuanian players were acutely aware that the semifinals would be a fierce battle. Nevertheless, despite the daunting nature of the contest, it also presented an opportunity for the Lithuanian team to showcase their strength to the world. What could be more exhilarating than defeating the Chinese men's basketball team in front of billions during the Olympics? Let us go. We must prepare diligently. The semifinals are our test, as well as a chance bestowed upon us by Lady Luck. While the Chinese team had displayed formidable strength, it was important to note that this was their first foray into the semifinals, lacking in competitive experience, and their mindset was bound to be affected. Which could be our advantage? In contrast to the titanic teams of Spain and the United States, merely encountering the Chinese team was a stroke of fortune for us. Perhaps this year presents our best opportunity to reach the finals. The Lithuanian head coach exclaimed with excitement, that he understood that the immediate priority was to devise a strategy to contain Jiang Chen, that a concept had already begun to form in his mind, which was the true source of his exhilaration, that if they could neutralize Jiang Chen, this scoring dynamo, then the Chinese team would pose little threat. After exchanging pleasantries with the Croatian players, the Chinese team retreated to their locker room. Yao Ming and Jiang Chen attended the post-match press conference. This time, the media presence was even more formidable, completely filling the interview room. After all, the news of the Chinese men's basketball team making history was incredibly sensational for the Chinese populace. Brimming with conversational allure, the following day, all news regarding this match was reported, quickly igniting a nationwide fervor. Streets and alleys buzzed with discussions about the Chinese men's basketball team, with everyone exuding excitement and pride. Concurrently, the gaze of millions of Chinese fans was fixed upon the upcoming semifinals. Anticipation soared in tandem with the Chinese team's outstanding performance. Phrases such as reaching the finals and securing a medal began to proliferate in the conversations among fans. A notion that was previously unimaginable. Amidst the public's attention, the semifinals arrived as scheduled. The day commenced with a match between the United States and Spain in contrast to the clash between the Chinese and Lithuanian teams. The encounter between the United States and Spain was the true pinnacle of competition, showcasing the highest intensity and excitement of the Olympic Games thus far. The two sides battled fiercely through 4 quarters. With approximately 3 minutes remaining in the game, Spain trailed the United States by a mere 5 points, still clinging to the hope of a comeback. And one anticipated that Spain could contend so fiercely against the formidable American team. In a critical moment, Kobe unleashed his Mamba mentality. Revealing his killer instinct and began to seize control of the game, he first executed a driving layup, followed by a fadeaway jumper. Then he assisted Howard, who effortlessly completed a dunk. Finally, Kobe, facing defensive pressure, executed a remarkable 3-point play, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Fans erupted in chants of MVP. This demonstrated the immense popularity and influence Kobe held in China. Many fans affectionately referred to him as the Big Boss. Kobe's performance in this Olympic Games became an everlasting memory for Chinese basketball enthusiasts in the Wuxing Arena. The only entity capable of eliciting louder cheers than Kobe was none other than the Chinese men's basketball team. This 3-point play effectively sealed the match. Kobe triumphed over his close friend Gasol, leading the American team into the finals. As the final whistle blew, Kobe immediately approached Gasol to offer consolation. Gasol, despite his disappointment at losing, congratulated Kobe and wished him success in securing the gold medal. Meanwhile, the other players began to acknowledge one another. Spain's valiant performance earned the respect of the proud American team. Following this, both teams exited the court. Staff members swiftly cleaned the arena in preparation for the next match. Soon after, the Chinese and Lithuanian teams appeared on the court to commence their pre-game warm-ups. The entire American team took their seats in the stands, ready to witness this matchup. After all, one of these teams would advance to the finals, becoming their opponent. I never expected the Chinese team to reach the semi-finals. This truly surpasses my expectations, Anthony remarked, a hint of astonishment in his tone. Yet, there was more to come. The Chinese team could very well become our adversaries in the finals, James said with a serious expression, then turned his gaze towards Kobe, seemingly eager for his opinion. That I also have a favorable outlook on the Chinese team advancing, especially with the formidable duo of Yao Ming and Jiang Chen on their roster. Jiang Chen, in particular, possesses a level of talent that often leaves me astonished. What perplexes me the most are his peculiar techniques, which are utterly unpredictable. Kobe stated earnestly, memories of the NBA Finals flashing through his mind. His expression turning grave, yet a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. If I could truly face Jiang Chen in the finals, it would undoubtedly be exhilarating. After all, such an opportunity would not arise again in the new season. Furthermore, Jiang Chen demonstrates an immense reservoir of energy during matches. The stronger the opponent, the more formidable his performance, a trait not commonly found in ordinary prodigies. Wade chimed in, stating, to be frank, Jiang Chen's 3-point shooting ability poses a significant challenge for us. However, regardless of the circumstances, the championship will belong to us, asserted the spiritual leader, Jason Kidd, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. The group fell silent, all gazing towards the direction of the Chinese team on the court. Unbeknownst to them, they had already begun to regard the Chinese team as a hypothetical enemy. After all, the stunning performance of the Chinese team in their opening group match had left a lasting impression on them. As for the Lithuanian team, they remained a haunting memory for certain American players. During the Athens Olympics, Lithuania had defeated the Dream Team, led by James and Wade. This marked one of the rare defeats in the history of American men's basketball. Despite their strong desire for revenge, the current Lithuanian team had not exhibited the formidable prowess of 2004, which was why the American team held reservations about them. Yet, as Kidd had stated, the championship would undoubtedly belong to the Dream Team. They had assembled the strongest Dream Team in recent years for this Olympic Games, and they were not here merely to serve as a backdrop for other teams. Their singular goal was to seize the gold medal and reclaim their dominance over the world of basketball. In fact, the Dream Team had demonstrated an overwhelming strength in this Olympic Games, instilling fear in all other teams. The only exception was Jiang Chen of the Chinese team, who, during interviews, completely disregarded the American team, boldly proclaiming his intent to secure the gold medal. Even after losing in the group stage, he continued to hold the American team in contempt. For the American players, this was inconsequential, but for the supporters of the American team, it was rather irksome. Many American fans were eagerly hoping for the Chinese team to reach the finals, so that the Dream Team could decisively confront this arrogant Chinese rookie beep. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the starting players from both teams took to the court, and the match commenced. Yao effortlessly secured the jump ball, directing the basketball into Liu Wei's hands. The defensive characteristics of European players are marked by their ferocity and agility. Akin to a relentless adhesive in their previous encounter against Croatia, Liu Wei had already felt the brunt of such aggressive defensive tactics. This time, he approached the game with caution, passing the ball to Jiang Chen. Jiang, in turn, lofted a high pass into Yao's grasp. While he may not possess the passing prowess of players like Heisey or Akashi, he managed to execute this simple pass with finesse that Jonas' strategy was unequivocal, to capitalize on Yao's strengths and relentlessly assault Lithuania's paint. However, Lithuania had evidently prepared well, swiftly converging to apply intense defensive pressure on Yao. Yet, Yao remained undaunted, pivoting and leaping to deftly redirect the basketball into the net. Swish! The crowd erupted in jubilation. Yao's initial basket was indeed formidable. Lithuania retaliated with their signature high pick-and-roll tactic 4 years prior. During the Athens Olympics, Lithuania had employed this very strategy, coupled with precise three-point shooting, to topple the star-studded USA Dream Team. Today, they continued to wield this traditional approach. Three perimeter players exhibited the ability to attack with the ball, one holding a high while the center moved up to set a screen. The remaining players positioned themselves on the perimeter, ready to receive and launch three-point attempts. The ball handler utilized the screen to penetrate the defense. Perhaps wary of Yao's defensive prowess in the paint, the player did not drive deep, opting instead for a quick stop and pop near the free throw line. Swish! The basketball found its mark. In contrast to Croatia's players, Lithuania's athletes demonstrated superior physicality. Tall yet swift, quick yet precise. Their technical skills, awareness, and teamwork eclipsed those of Croatia, particularly in driving layups and three-point shooting, which are fundamental to Lithuania's game. This recent offensive display showcased Lithuania's exceptional teamwork, incisive drives, and pinpoint shooting. As a traditional European powerhouse, Lithuania has participated in the Olympics 5 times, securing bronze on 3 occasions. Even though China had easily dispatched Croatia, they could not afford to underestimate Lithuania on the sidelines. China's head coach Jonas observed Lithuania's recent offensive maneuver with a furrowed brow, his face etched with exasperation. As a Lithuanian himself, he was acutely aware of this tactical approach. He had once aspired to mold China's strategy in the image of Lithuania's, but 2 insurmountable issues persisted. Firstly, China lacked players capable of executing incisive drives. When Yao moved to set a high screen, there was no one on the team capable of using that screen to penetrate the paint. The subsequent offensive capability, whether for shooting or passing, was equally lacking. Secondly, China lacked reliable three-point shooters, with only Zhu Fengyu and Jiang Chen demonstrating consistent long-range accuracy. When Jiang returned to the national team, Jonas was elated, viewing him as the ideal initiator for this strategy. The high pick and roll between Jiang and Yao could have been an invincible combination in this Olympics. However, Jiang lacked the ability to drive, which was both disheartening and despairing. Watching Lithuania implement this strategy with such efficacy in the Olympics left only envy in its wake. As China launched their offense, the Lithuanian coach bellowed instructions to alter their defensive strategy. Liu Wei aimed to pass the basketball to Yao, only to be taken aback by the Lithuanian player's front denial defense, completely denying Yao any chance to receive the ball. This was Lithuania's specific tactic against Yao. Left with no choice, Liu Wei seized an opportunity to pass to Yi Jianlian, who promptly attempted a long-range jump shot. Bang! The shot clanged off the rim, securing the defensive rebound. Lithuania swiftly initiated a fast break, delivering a long pass to a player sprinting down the court, who launched a three-pointer. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. Witnessing this, the Lithuanian coach's lips curled into a slight smile, but he had thoroughly deciphered China's offensive style. While Jiang Chen possessed the ability to make difficult three-pointers, China clearly preferred to utilize Yao to draw defenders, thereby creating open looks for Jiang. Only when the game became dire would Jiang take it upon himself to dominate, using his exceptional three-point shooting to aid the team. Now, by limiting Yao, Lithuania was forcing Jiang into an early offensive role. Indeed, after several consecutive possessions, China had failed to score. Yao struggled to receive the basketball, stifling his ability to contribute. Even when an opportunity arose for him to catch the ball, the basketball rarely found its way into his hands, as Lithuania's interior defense effectively thwarted him. This left Yao feeling frustrated and anxious. Meanwhile, Liu Wei and Sun Yu had opportunities to shoot three-pointers but struggled with their shooting touch, repeatedly missing. Lithuania, on the other hand, capitalized on precise teamwork and superb shooting, consistently using the high pick and roll to generate three-point opportunities with remarkable accuracy. In less than 4 minutes, Lithuania unleashed a 12-2 run, establishing a 10-point lead. The arena fell into hushed disbelief as spectators watched, unable to fathom that China would be so thoroughly dominated from the outset, with little chance to mount a counterattack. Clearly, Lithuania had come well prepared for this contest. It was as though, after a series of miraculous games, they had been abruptly jolted back to reality, with Yao unable to receive the ball and perimeter shots failing to find their mark. The offense was in disarray, compounded by a lack of defense. China was indeed in a precarious situation, both offensively and defensively. They were being overwhelmed by Lithuania. The commentator, Yu Jia, expressed his growing anxiety that Jonas' tactical plan had been completely suppressed by Lithuania, leaving China without a guiding force for their offense. Yang furrowed his brow, acknowledging that the only potential salvation lay in Jiang Chen's three-point shooting. Yu Jia remarked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With one of their core players, Yao, effectively neutralized, all eyes turned to the other cornerstone. Jiang Chen on the court. Jiang Chen remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. He had anticipated this scenario, recalling vividly that in a previous life, China had faced Lithuania in the quarterfinals, suffering a defeat by over 30 points. In terms of three-point shooting, China had produced a woeful 3-4-30 performance, a statistic that could only be described as abysmal. In stark contrast, Lithuania had shot an impressive 13-4-31 for beyond the arc. However, this time around, such a fate would not befall them. Jiang Chen moved to the top of the arc, signaling to Liu Wei for the ball. Initially intending to allow his teammates to find their rhythm, he realized that he needed to activate his offensive mode sooner than anticipated. Upon receiving the basketball, Jiang Chen dribbled back 2 steps and launched a three-point jumper. The ball soared through the air in a graceful arc. Swish! The crowd erupted in cheers. Fans excitedly chanted Jiang Chen's name, eager for him to replicate his previous performances and leverage his extraordinary three-point shooting ability to turn the tide for China. Hey, fellas, it's time to showcase your exceptional defensive skills. The Lithuanian coach roared from the sidelines, his emotions running high. Having completely contained Yao from the outset, limiting Jiang Chen now would leave China with little recourse in this contest. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with confidence. The Lithuanian team launched an offensive, employing the high pick-and-roll strategy once again. Their point guard, using the screen to his advantage, penetrated near the free-throw line and executed a sudden jump shot. scoring yet another mid-range basket. The Chinese team initiated their offense as Jiang Chen crossed half-court. He encountered fierce and relentless defense from his opponents. Lacking the ability to break through, he found himself subjected to aggressive close guarding. In response, Jiang Chen began to move actively without the ball, hoping to create opportunities for receiving a pass and taking a shot. However, the defending players shadowed him closely, while the others remained vigilant to Jiang Chen's movements. At the slightest indication that he might find an open space, the nearest defender would abandon their original assignment to provide help defense, continually applying pressure on Jiang Chen. Simultaneously, the Lithuanian team expanded their defensive perimeter to beyond the three-point line, clearly intent on limiting Jiang Chen's long-range shooting capabilities. As a result, this intense help defense often left other Chinese players unguarded. Yet it was evident that Lithuania's extreme defensive tactics were a gamble on the shooting accuracy of the remaining Chinese players. Jiang found himself with a shooting opportunity near the free throw line and attempted a long-range jumper. Clang. He missed. The shooting touch of the other Chinese players tonight could only be described as frigid. Yao Ming was completely contained, which significantly impacted the team's overall performance. The Lithuanian team seized the rebound and swiftly initiated a counterattack. Their point guard, taking advantage of Yao Ming's absence from a defensive setup, executed a sharp drive that effortlessly tore through the Chinese defense, resulting in a layup that in consecutive possessions. Jiang Chen struggled with the constant harassment, being closely guarded, shadowed, and even double-teamed by various defensive strategies, leaving him with no opportunities to receive the ball and take a shot. Seizing the moment, the Lithuanian team launched a scoring surge. With 7 minutes left in the first quarter, the score stood at 23-7. With China trailing by 16 points, Jiang Chen was effectively neutralized by the Lithuanian defense, which had ingeniously abandoned their original assignments to focus on him. Yu Jia frowned, his tone laced with frustration. There is little recourse. Aside from Jiang Chen, Jiang, Sun Yu, and Lu Wei, the other players lacked stable shooting abilities. The only player who could shoot three-pointers reasonably well, Zhu Fengyu, remained on the bench. Jiang Chen had taken Zhu's position, and their roles were too similar for them to coexist on the court. After all, substituting Lu Wei or Sun Yu would not be a sensible decision. Lu Wei was essential for orchestrating the offense, and Sun Yu's defensive prowess was crucial for the team's needs. Jonas faced an exceedingly difficult choice. Yanni shook his head, fully aware of the unfolding situation and acutely knowledgeable of the Chinese team's roster. It seemed as though breaking the deadlock was becoming increasingly elusive for China. Is it possible that the miraculous Chinese team is destined to falter here? Yu Jia uttered in despair. Yang Yi remained silent, his gaze reflecting profound concern. What could be done? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, yet he quickly dismissed it. In the stands, the American players fell into silence. They too were taken aback by the struggles of the Chinese team, which had been thoroughly dismantled by Lithuania's defense. Initially, they had anticipated that China would reach the finals, but now that hope appeared to be fading. Lithuania was indeed an exceptional team. The memories of the previous Olympic Games lingered vividly, evoking a sense of frustration akin to what Jiang Chen was experiencing, a feeling of power without a means to exert it. Anthony shook his head, involuntarily recalling those painful memories. Perhaps this is better. We have the chance for revenge. In the Athens Olympics, the Dream Team 6 had been eliminated by Lithuania. That a victory over Lithuania in this Olympic final would be the most perfect conclusion. James concurred, his expression somber. Besides Chris Paul, the other three members of the Banana Boat crew were part of the Dream Team 6. Losing to Lithuania remained one of the darkest moments of their careers. Now, as the Chinese team struggled to reverse the situation, could Jiang Chen resign himself to defeat? Wade expressed his doubt. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's extraordinary performances in the NBA Finals. Could a player with such remarkable three-point shooting ability truly be restricted? There was another way to break through, a skill Jiang Chen had previously demonstrated but seemed to have vanished thereafter. Kobe spoke gravely, his eyes filled with anticipation in this critical moment for the team's survival. Could Jiang Chen once again showcase that comprehensive skill set? On the court, Jiang Chen watched as the deficit grew, anxiety beginning to creep in. He had initially intended to deploy his upgraded Thunderball dribbling technique in the finals, but now he found himself compelled to utilize it prematurely. The Chinese team launched their offense. Lu Wei dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Jiang Chen, who positioned himself near the midline. Yet the defending player remained glued to him, exuding confidence. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen initiated the yes-on-K, tar thunderball dribble, employing 4 fingers. The sound reminiscent of thunder resonated faintly across the court. With a slight change of direction, he effortlessly shed his defender with rapid dribbling in that fleeting moment. The basketball seemed to vanish from the court. It was only after Jiang Chen had completely bypassed his defender that the ball reappeared in his hands. He halted abruptly beyond the three-point line, 3 meters away from an unguarded spot, and launched a three-pointer. The ball traced a high arc through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. A hush fell over the arena, only to be shattered moments later by a roar of applause that could have lifted the roof. The players on the court stared at Jiang Chen in bewilderment, their minds racing with questions. What had just transpired? Then, the Chinese players erupted in jubilant celebration. On the bench, Zhu Fengyu and Wang Shipeng waved their towels with unrestrained excitement. Jiang Chen had indeed broken through. Jiang Chen had just outmaneuvered his opponent. Good heavens, how was that possible? Hadn't he been deemed lacking in breakthrough ability? Yu Jia exclaimed, rising to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment that no, he had briefly displayed remarkable breakthrough skills before, but for reasons unknown. He had since lost that ability. Now, at a moment of great peril for the Chinese team, had Jiang Chen finally reignited his full potential. Yang, he exclaimed, his heart swelling with pride, that I was right. Jiang Chen has indeed revealed his formidable breakthrough capability. This is nothing short of astonishing. China has been revitalized. Jiang Chen's incisive breakthrough had become the key to unlocking the game. The Chinese team desperately needed a player who could both drive the ball and shoot with precision. Yu Jia expressed his exhilaration, struggling to contain his emotions. This truly is a moment where the seemingly insurmountable obstacles give way to unexpected opportunities. In the stands, the American players wore expressions of surprise. Wait, is this for real? Jiang Chen actually managed to break through. This is incredible, Anthony exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. If this breakthrough is not merely a fluke, then the offensive threat posed by this Chinese rookie has leaped to an entirely new level. The most crucial aspect is how could this kid possibly improve so rapidly? He hadn't shown any breakthrough ability throughout the entire Olympics. Kid remarked, his expression grave. That is the extraordinary nature of this Chinese rookie. His performances on the court are always unpredictable. You can never anticipate what astonishing feat he will unveil next, Wade said, pausing from his drink, shaking his head in astonishment and resignation. Regardless, it seemed that the Chinese team had found a glimmer of hope in this match. Let us now witness how Jiang Chen's newfound breakthrough ability elevates the strength of the Chinese team. Kobe's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes shimmering with heightened excitement. When faced with adversity, one grows stronger. This Chinese newcomer consistently unleashes astonishing energy. Whether it be hidden prowess or a recently acquired ability to break through defenses, Jiang Chen has undoubtedly grown more formidable. This development intensifies Kobe's competitive spirit. The players of the American team nod in agreement, their gazes fixed upon the court, on the sidelines. Jonas observes Jiang Chen execute a breakthrough, momentarily stunned before his face lights up with unrestrained joy. This breakthrough capability has indeed rescued the Chinese team. Without hesitation, Jonas calls for a timeout to reorganize the strategy. Gentlemen, as we commence the next round, we will adopt a high pick-and-roll strategy, with Jiang Chen initiating the offense. Jonas exclaims excitedly, Coach, my passing ability is rather lacking. Jiang Chen raises his hand in resignation, acknowledging that he currently lacks the passing skills associated with the basketball anime Kuroko's basketball. Thus, his passing proficiency is only mediocre within a national team context. Not to worry, your breakthrough ability is more than sufficient. After the pick and roll, simply focus on launching your attack. If necessary, attempt to pass. I will allow for errors in your passing, Jonas declares with great assurance. A smile breaking through his otherwise composed demeanor. Given Jiang Chen's shooting prowess, why pass at all? His offensive capabilities alone are more than adequate. Subsequently, Jonas continues to adjust the lineup, substituting Lu Wei for the three-point shooter Zhu Fengyu. The functional roles of the two players have now diverged completely, yet they can coexist on the court. Zhu Fengyu's primary role is to create space for Jiang Chen and Yao Ming's high pick-and-roll strategy. On the Lithuanian bench, the head coach furrows his brow. When did this Chinese player acquire such breakthrough abilities? He muses, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The players remain silent, equally perplexed, sensing that the game has taken a turn for the challenging. Let us maintain our current strategy and observe whether this Chinese player has genuinely mastered the breakthrough ability or if this is merely a fortuitous occurrence. The head coach decides, making his choice. As the timeout concludes, the Lithuanian team embarks on their offensive round, still employing the high pick-and-roll strategy. This time, however, the initiating player is a shooting guard rather than a point guard, after deftly slicing through the Chinese defense with a sharp breakthrough. The player passes the ball to a center teammate, who attempts a hook shot, only to be met with an unrelenting block from Yao Ming. Jiang Chen seizes the ball and initiates a thunderous dribble, charging down the court with great speed. The Lithuanian team responds swiftly in defense, denying the Chinese team any opportunity for a fast break. Reluctantly, they must engage in a half-court battle, with the ball at the top of the arc. Jiang Chen positions himself, while Yao Ming sets a high screen. Jiang Chen activates his thunderous dribble, effortlessly using Yao Ming's screen to tear through the opponent's defense, then halting just beyond the three-point line to launch a shot. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish! It finds nothing but net. Beautiful. Jiang Chen and Yao Ming exchange high fives, locking eyes and recognizing the shared determination to win this match. Impressive. One cannot deny that Coach Yu's timeout was remarkably astute, maximizing Jiang Chen's sharp breakthrough advantage. If the Lithuanian team can execute a high pick-and-roll strategy, so too can the Chinese team, and theirs will pose an even greater threat. After all, both Yao Ming and Jiang Chen are players of NBA superstar caliber. Moreover, it is essential to note that Jiang Chen's shooting range extends across the entire half-court, which means he can initiate a high pick-and-roll from anywhere beyond the three-point line. Thus, whether or not Jiang Chen can pass becomes irrelevant. His individual offensive prowess is akin to a nuclear bomb's potency, of course. Should Jiang Chen possess passing capabilities, he could invigorate the entire team, elevating the Chinese squad's overall performance to a higher echelon. Yang Yi exclaims with enthusiasm, growing increasingly animated with each word. And on the court, the Lithuanian team orchestrates an offensive play, skillfully creating a shooting opportunity for one player. However, regrettably, Jiang Chen, despite having lost his defensive position, activates his strongest defensive skill, akin to the wall of Tsukuwa. Bang! The basketball bounces off the rim. Yao Ming secures the rebound, and the Chinese team launches their offensive. Once more, they employ a super high pick-and-roll, positioned 2 meters away from the three-point line. With Yao Ming's screen and Jiang Chen's thunderous dribble, the Lithuanian defense crumbles as if made of paper. Jiang Chen halts beyond the arc and fires another three-pointer. Swish! Once again, it finds the net point 23. 1-6 in less than 2 minutes. The Chinese team has unleashed a 9 o'clock scoring run, narrowing the deficit to 7 points. After showcasing his breakthrough ability, Jiang Chen has fully erupted. The targeted defense previously employed by Lithuania has proven ineffective. Another score. The hoop appears as vast as the ocean to Jiang Chen. Let us seize this momentum and turn the tide of the game. With the crowd erupting in fervent cheers, the Chinese team ignites a counterattack, more ferocious than a jet engine's thrust. The Lithuanian team finds themselves overwhelmed by the Chinese offensive. No, more accurately, they are unable to withstand Jiang Chen's onslaught. Under the relentless pressure of Jiang Chen's attack, the Lithuanian players' mentality begins to waver. Their shooting touch falters, with one player even attempting a ludicrous air ball under Jiang Chen's defense, as the first quarter concludes. The score stands at 28-6 in the final 4 minutes. The Chinese team produced a remarkable 19-5 scoring surge, dramatically narrowing the gap to just 2 points on the Lithuanian bench, the head coach declares. Double team. As the Chinese team initiates their high pick-and-roll strategy, they swiftly advance to pressure Jiang Chen, forcing him to pass to Yao Ming, who lacks three-point shooting capability and is not adept at driving to the basket. This will inevitably stall the Chinese team's offensive flow. The Lithuanian head coach astutely identifies the issue, The Chinese high pick-and-roll strategy is not infallible and has its vulnerabilities after observing several rounds. He swiftly devises a countermeasure. Previously, Lithuania habitually retreated defensively against the Chinese team's high pick-and-roll, resulting in inadequate help defense. This allowed Jiang Chen numerous opportunities to shoot three-pointers with ease. Now, by applying pressure on Jiang Chen, they can neutralize his shooting threat, compelling him to pass to Yao Ming, who is devoid of offensive capabilities beyond the three-point line. The players nod in agreement, their eyes betraying confidence, their emotions stabilizing. As the second quarter commences, Jonas once again features Yao Ming and Jiang Chen. The core duo in such a critical match, he dares not allow them to rest, prepared for them to play the entire game. Alongside Yao Ming and Jiang Chen, Jonas also brings in Zhu Fangyu, and Wang Shipong, all of whom possess three-point shooting abilities. The game begins. The Lithuanian team attacks first, executing a brilliant play to score a mid-range shot. The Chinese team retaliates. Jiang Chen, at the top of the arc, has Yao Ming set a high screen 2 meters beyond the three-point line. As Jiang Chen prepares to break through, two defenders rush to double-team him. Reluctantly, he passes the ball to the wide-open Yao Ming. Upon receiving the ball, a flicker of confusion crosses Yao Ming's face. This is entirely outside of his offensive zone. Momentarily at a loss, he sees his teammates closely guarded and resorts to attempting a three-pointer. Clank! Unsurprisingly, he misses. The Lithuanian team secures the rebound and swiftly converts it into an offensive play, nailing a three-pointer. The crowd's anxiety rises once more. The Chinese team's strategy has been thwarted if they attempt the high pick-and-roll again. The outcome will likely be the same. The Lithuanian team's adjustments have been remarkably timely, effectively limiting the Chinese high pick-and-roll strategy. Yu Jia spoke, his voice tinged with anxiety, once again ensnared in a predicament. How shall they break through this time? It all hinges on Jonas' ability to command the situation. This semifinal match is truly exhilarating, although it lacks the explosive visual feast offered by the American and Spanish teams. The tactical adjustments made by the Chinese and Lithuanian teams are nonetheless captivating. Yang Yi remarked, his brow furrowed. On the sidelines, Jonas wore a concerned expression, momentarily at a loss for an effective solution. Jiang Chen's demeanor also grew serious. He found himself reminiscing about the era of small ball in the future and the centers of that time. After executing a high pick-and-roll, centers like Jokic and Towns not only possess the ability to shoot three-pointers, but also exhibit exceptional passing skills, speed, and even the capability to initiate personal drives. This is precisely why the traditional center's role has diminished in the small ball era. A traditional center like Yao Ming, with his offensive prowess confined to the paint, finds himself rendered ineffective when forced to the three-point line during pick-and-roll situations. Wait. A thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, and he turned his gaze towards the zhi.is and not the perfect embodiment of what is needed for a big man in the small ball era. Although he may be a tad slower, Zhi possesses a remarkable three-point shot and the ability to initiate offense, coupled with a certain degree of passing skill. He suddenly recalled an article he had read in a past life, which stated that Zhi was a player born out of time. Had he played in the small ball era, his prospect in the NBA would have been even brighter. After all, when Zhi, as Asia's premier power forward, entered the NBA during an era that undervalued the three-pointer, he still managed to achieve a three-point shooting percentage of 38.5. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. Having returned to this era, he gradually adapted and completely forgot that the pick-and-roll does not necessarily have to involve a center. In the future small ball era, there exists an infinite array of pick-and-roll tactics, regardless of position. As long as one possesses ball handling skills, they can initiate a pick and roll, with the roller being a center, forward, or even a guard. During this match, he could certainly incorporate some small ball tactics to dismantle Lithuania's defense. After dribbling past half court, Jiang Chen signaled for Yao Ming to set a high screen, only to be met with confusion as Yao retreated to the paint. Jiang Chen gestured for Zhi to come up for a pick and roll. Zhi, equally bewildered, complied. The screen set by Zhi, while lacking the quality of Yao's, was sufficient for Jiang Chen's needs. Two Lithuanian defenders pressed forward, and Jiang Chen quickly passed the ball to Zhi. Standing beyond the three-point line, Zhi, momentarily taken aback by the absence of defenders within 3 meters, soon regained his composure and launched a wide-open three-pointer. The ball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! The crowd erupted. Most spectators did not comprehend the tactical intricacies, but the sight of the Chinese team scoring thrilled them. Those who understood the tactical implications were overwhelmed with excitement. Asking Ji to set the pick was truly ingenious. Yu Jia exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm. Yang Yi echoed, "They've come alive. The Chinese team has come alive." The targeted strategies devised by Lithuania's coach became ineffective. Jiang Chen dismantled their defense in merely one possession. Proving himself a tactical genius, the very inventor of the elevator door play. In the stands, the American team displayed renewed surprise. Jiang Chen had delivered an abundance of surprises in this match. Remarkable. Jiang Chen instructed Yao Ming to return to the paint, while having player 14, Ji, set a high screen. Effectively unraveling Lithuania's defensive strategy, Coach K could not help but applaud. Was that breaking through? That was astonishingly swift. The Chinese team didn't even call a timeout, nor did the head coach assign a strategy. Yet Jiang Chen managed to dismantle it? Wade remarked, incredulous. Perhaps the Chinese team's head coach was equally bewildered, pondering how to counter Lithuania's tight defense, only to look up and see Jiang Chen and player 14, Ji, had already dismantled it. Kid chuckled, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. What basketball IQ is this? He could easily step into a coaching role. I still remember during Game 7 of the finals when we were mired in a scoring drought against the Celtics. Jiang Chen proactively requested a timeout and drew up the elevator door play. Reflecting on it now, it's still hard to believe I never expected to witness a similar scene again so soon. Kobe shook his head in admiration. Even he, proud as he was, had to concede that in terms of tactical design, he could not surpass Jiang Chen. The others felt a sense of absurdity wash over them. Designing tactics? The talent for coaching? Is this something a player in their early 20s could accomplish? It's utterly ridiculous. On the sidelines, the Lithuanian coach was left flabbergasted. It was merely one possession. The defensive strategy they had just adjusted had been unraveled once more. And by a player from the Chinese team? Where could one even begin to rationalize that? Meanwhile, Jonas was elated. Having such a versatile player made coaching a delight that on the court, Lithuania's offense mirrored the high pick-and-roll strategy. The Chinese team responded with their own aggressive defense. The point guard swiftly passed the ball to the center. Although the Lithuanian center lacked three-point shooting ability, he excelled at facilitating plays from the high post. After executing a complex series of movements, the center delivered the ball to a teammate at the corner, who easily sank a three-pointer. The Chinese team launched a counterattack. Jiang Chen approached Ji and exchanged a few words. Upon hearing them, Ji's eyes lit up, and he excitedly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly a genius." Jiang Chen chuckled and dashed to the baseline to receive the ball. After dribbling past half-court, he replicated the previous strategy. When Ji received the ball, he did not attempt a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Instead, he charged towards the basket. The high pick-and-roll created ample offensive space for the Chinese team. With no defenders between the three-point line and the paint, save for one player guarding Yao Ming, he easily dribbled into the paint, where two defenders converged at that moment, both Zhu Fengyu, lurking at the corner beyond the arc, and Yao Ming, stationed under the basket, were left unguarded. The decision of whom to pass rested with he gently tossed the ball to Yao Ming, who was completely open, rising on his toes. Yao executed a simple dunk. The Chinese national team displayed a masterful collaboration. The crowd erupted once more. This was the first time in the match that Yao Ming appeared so effortlessly able to score. Whereas previously he had struggled to find space for a shot amidst physical battles, as the game progressed, Yao had scarcely any opportunities to connect with the ball. The Lithuanian coach's expression turned grave. It felt as though the Chinese team had suddenly been invigorated. If the high pick-and-roll strategy in the first quarter merely unleashed Jiang Chen's individual offense, then the combination of Jiang Chen and Ji's pick-and-roll in the second quarter had revitalized the entire team's attack. This was simply astonishing. During the next offensive possession, Ji drove into the paint, attracting a double team, and passed the ball to Zhu Fengyu, who calmly drained a three-pointer with ease. Hey folks, we need to abandon the pressure on Jiang Chen and focus on limiting player 14's impact. The head coach of the Lithuanian team ultimately could not restrain himself and once again made tactical adjustments. Following these changes, Ji was effectively contained, yet Jiang Chen re-emerged on the offensive end, consistently sinking three-pointers and executing unconventional shots, which completely dismantled the Lithuanian defense. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 54-60. The Chinese team scored a remarkable 34 points in the quarter, not only catching up but also surging ahead by 6 points as the second half commenced. The Lithuanian team continued to struggle with the Chinese team's high pick-and-roll strategy. Under this tactic, Jiang Chen effortlessly secured shooting opportunities, akin to swapping a bird gun for a cannon, leaving the Lithuanian team disoriented and scattered. Despite the Lithuanian team's high offensive efficiency, it still paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's performance as the third quarter came to a close. The Chinese team had already